The entire sect treated Gearcraft as the lowest of the low, and you as a good-for-nothing who just lived off others. That is, until you drew that mana Gatling. At the Ascendant Guild selection tournament, a sword cultivation prodigy delivered a breathtaking strike, and the entire crowd erupted in mockery at you, the outcast of Forge Peak. Just as the sword-esque glow closed in on your forehead, a cold, unfamiliar mechanical voice exploded in your mind. Ding! System activated. Cultivation mana Gatling deployed. A stream of pale blue data flashed frantically across your retinas. You casually tossed out a few metal tubes. With zero-frame startup, the barrel spun at breakneck speed, and columns of secluded blue mana rounds transformed into a metallic storm that instantly tore through the void. The once invincible flying sword was blown to smithereens on the spot, and the once invincible prodigy spewed blood as he was flung backward. The tens of thousands of cultivators in the arena fell deathly silent, with only the barrel still spewing blue flames. East Continent, Ascendant Guild, 100 Peaks Mountain. The vast, flat plaza at the mountaintop was teeming with people. Disciples from nearly all major sects were present, each brimming with vitality and radiating an overwhelming aura. Today marked the Ascendant Guild's selection tournament, where the top disciples in various fields including cultivation, artifact forging, alchemy, talismans, and formations would be chosen. In addition to the Ascendant Guild, one of the 5 great immortal sects, the other 4 great immortal sects, as well as several smaller sects, had recently held similar selection ceremonies. This was because the entire righteous path was preparing for the impending war between immortals and demons. Immortals and demons had been at odds since ancient times, and their conflict had long since escalated. Only a great war can resolve everything. Suddenly, a cultivator's voice boomed across the venue. Next, please welcome the disciples of Forge Peak to demonstrate the fruits of their cultivation. Upon hearing this, the disciples and members present all wore peculiar expressions, looking on as if they were watching a spectacle. Forge Peak, as the name suggests, embodies the spirit of outdoing the work of heaven and earth. The disciples on the mountain all practice Gearcraft. Gearcraft, considered the lowest ranked of the 100 arts of cultivation, is widely disdained and regarded as a fringe discipline that does not align with the Great Tao. It goes without saying just how low the status of Forge Peak disciples is within the sect. Now that they had been publicly called out by Elder Chen, the presiding officer of this assembly, not only did the ordinary disciples of Forge Peak find it hard to hold their heads high, but even the stewards and direct disciples felt a sense of shame. Seeing this, Gongshu, the peak master of Forge Peak, felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. Gearcraft is clearly such a vast and profound discipline. How could it have fallen to such a state today? Do not waste everyone's time. Disciples of Forge Peak, please step forward at once. Elder Chen urged. Gongshu took a deep breath and said, "You 9, hurry up and take the stage. Any further delay will only bring more shame." Hearing this, 8 of the 9 selected disciples rose dejectedly and walked toward the center of the arena, while the 9th remained fast asleep. Gongshu, exasperated, poked him, and only then did he slowly wake up. "Ha! Master, is it our turn?" Shen rubbed his eyes, stretched, and quickly caught up with his fellow disciples ahead of him. Gongshu shook his head and sighed inwardly. Shen was arguably the most talented of his disciples when it came to mechanical devices. Whether he could save face today might depend entirely on Shen. But while this disciple was excellent in every other way, he was just too lazy to actually fall asleep during such an important occasion that was truly unheard of. Disciples from other peaks witnessed the scene and immediately began to gossip. There's actually someone sleeping. He's got some nerve. I wonder what the sect's higher-ups think. If you ask me, they should just shut down Forge Peak. Exactly all they do is bring shame to our Ascendant Guild. Mechanical puppets and heretical practices, they don't belong in the main hall. They're still somewhat useful, though. At least some of the small contraptions they make are quite helpful in our daily lives. What's the point? Can they even be of any use on the immortal demon battlefield? If you ask me, Gearcraft is just junk. Shen, whose drowsiness was gradually fading, couldn't help but curl his lip at these remarks. As an engineering major who had traveled through time, he had long suffered from Gearcraft's poor reputation. Gearcraft is junk? What do these narrow-minded natives know? When it comes to developing mechanisms, the immortal cultivation civilization isn't even worth a hair on the head of a scientific civilization. Today, he was going to give these natives a little taste of the wonders of scientific civilization. Just then, Elder Chen, who was presiding over the assembly, said, "The great war between immortals and demons is imminent. Every mountain peak must do its part. Though your forge peak has long been weak, you must not belittle yourselves. Alright, enough small talk, let the demonstrations begin. Starting from you and moving clockwise." Elder Chen pointed at a random person. The disciple pursed his lips and bowed his head, then mustered his courage and clasped his hands, saying, "This one is Zhang of Forge Peak, having been a disciple for 2.5 years. This is an automaton I created on a sudden burst of inspiration, named Flame Cat. I humbly ask my fellow disciples to take a look." As he spoke, Zhang took a spherical object the size of a stone mill out of his inventory bag. The moment it touched the ground, it rapidly unfolded, transforming into a dark red mechanical cat. Zhang formed a hand seal and pointed forward. The flame cat immediately sprang to life, its every movement as lifelike as a real big cat. That performance was decent enough. But someone heckled, "Is that all it can do? I can keep a real cat as a pet. Can this thing actually fight people?" Of course it can fight. Zhang quickly changed his hand gestures, commanding the flame cat to attack the nearby training dummy. Boom! The flame cat closed in, opened its mouth, and spat out a jet of flame, then raised its front paw and swung it fiercely. Then crack! The paw snapped off. It didn't leave a single mark on the dummy, not even a scorch mark. This scene instantly caused the entire crowd to burst into laughter. The training dummy was crafted from special precious materials and was extremely resilient. Only those at the early foundation establishment stage could leave a mark on it. Those at the late foundation establishment stage could cause minor damage, and only core stage cultivators could completely destroy it. In this war of immortals and demons, energy stage cultivators serve as cannon fodder, foundation stage cultivators as the main force, and core stage cultivators as the commanders. Therefore, the high-ranking officials of the Ascendant Guild had several of these training dummies crafted, with the aim of selecting the top disciples from each peak. Only those who left a mark on it were considered qualified. Previously, outstanding disciples sent by other peaks such as the Sword Cultivators from Blade Peak and the Talisman Cultivators from Divine Talisman Peak had all easily left marks on it. Even the alchemists from Medicinal Herb Peak were able to use a special poisonous pill to leave severe corrosion marks on the training dummy. Compared to them, Zhang from Forge Peak's performance was simply an embarrassment to watch. In an instant, the entire venue was filled with mocking remarks. Is that it? Just as you'd expect from a Forge Peak disciple. This guy is also a foundation stage cultivator, right? How can he be so weak? This is why everyone looks down on Gearcraft. It's a complete waste of young talent. Sigh, the path of immortality is difficult enough as it is. Choosing the wrong craft can ruin your whole life. Zhang stared blankly at his masterpiece, his face flushing crimson in an instant. He quickly recalled the flame cat and stepped back, unable to lift his head even further. Next. Elder Chen shook his head slightly. The second disciple's creation was also an automaton, modeled after a demon rat. Although it showed no signs of damage, it still left no mark on the target. The third disciple's mechanical creation was serpentine in shape. It could be used as a whip or rope-like weapon, or mimic a snake to launch attacks. The idea was good, but its attack power was still insufficient. It would be useless in foundation stage combat. Perhaps to console the Forge Peak disciples, Elder Chen praised the design concept behind the mechanical snake. However, the performances of the next 5 disciples were even more dismal. One disciple's contraption actually malfunctioned right in front of everyone. The moment it began to move, it broke down and fell apart. The audience erupted in laughter once more, and the elders on the high platform all wore expressions of disappointment. The more hot-tempered among them had even begun to curse. They've been enjoying the sect's resources, and this is the kind of good-for-nothing they've produced? Forge Peak's Peak Master Gongshu looked absolutely livid, the veins on his hands, resting on his knees, bulging. He was on the verge of losing his patience. Yet he continued to suppress his emotions, turning his gaze toward the last disciple, Shen. Now, all hope truly rested on Shen's shoulders. If Shin failed as well, Forge Peak would never recover. Just then, Shin, walking toward the center of the arena, spoke up, "I am Shin of Forge Peak. Fellow disciples, before I begin my demonstration, I'd like to ask you all a question. Since you all look down on Gearcraft so much, then is there anyone willing to step into the arena and spar with me?" The moment these words were spoken, the entire crowd was stunned. Has this man cracked under the pressure and gone mad? Gongshua's face darkened, and he whispered telepathically, "What are you doing? Just stick to demonstrating your work, why stir up trouble?" Shin ignored him, standing in the center of the arena with his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed. Elder Chen frowned and said, "The sect master and the elders designed the training dummy to select disciples for everyone as safety. Just follow the instructions, don't go changing the rules on a whim." Shin shook his head, "Elder, it's not that I'm determined to change the rules, it's that my fellow disciples from other sects harbor extreme prejudice against Forge Peak. They think Gearcraft is trash, but I think at this point," Shin paused, scanned the crowd, and said, enunciating each word clearly, "every single foundation stage disciple here, every last one of you is trash." Boom! Those words pack a punch no less powerful than a full-force strike from a Mahayana stage cultivator. Except for those from Forge Peak, everyone else's faces instantly turned ashen. If this had come from the most formidable sword cultivator within their own cultivation realm, they might have been able to accept it. But you, a Gearcraft practitioner, what gives you the right to spout such blasphemy? He has gone mad, he has absolutely gone mad. How could anyone say that without being crazy? Not even the senior sister or senior brother would dare say that. Who does he think he is? What a madman! I really want to go down there and teach him a lesson. He is clearly insane. Has practicing Gearcraft fried his brain? Is this the kind of conduct expected of Forge Peak disciples? It's an absolute disgrace. A fool who doesn't know his place. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Shin stood his ground, unfazed by the barrage of insults from the crowd, a faint smile even playing at the corners of his mouth. First, because fighting back head-on felt incredibly satisfying. Second, because he had successfully stirred up public outrage. This wasn't some impulsive act born of a momentary fit of rage, but a choice he had no other option but to make. After being transported to this world, he had been bound to the Gearcraft system. This system had only one function: to assist him in simulating various mechanical creations out of thin air within his mind space. In other words, contraptions. As the host, he provided the design plans, the system handled the simulation and optimization, and finally delivered conclusions on feasibility and practicality. With this system in hand, Shin set to work. He directly adapted designs for technological devices from his previous life, combining them with this world's super strong materials and the unscientific energy known as mana to create numerous mechanical contraptions that could only be described as absurdly powerful. Take, for example, the Xiaoxian edition mana Gatling. And now, the 3-year deadline has arrived. Ahem, alright. Actually, he had originally intended to keep a low profile and quietly improve his strength. After all, a mere foundation stage cultivator is completely insignificant in the cultivation world. Even if he were to risk everything right now, relying on the mechanical contraptions at his disposal, he could only stand up to soul stage cultivators. Such strength offered little sense of security. But unfortunately, his strength wouldn't allow him to remain low-key any longer. This strength refers to his wallet. Mechanical arts could be called the most expensive of all the arts in the cultivation world. This is because, on a technical level, it encompasses the 4 major money-draining disciplines: artifact forging, alchemy, talismans, and formations. Moreover, testing prototypes, mass-producing devices, and building new production lines all require a great deal of resources. Even though his master's family was quite wealthy, he had nearly drained their resources dry over the past 3 years. If he doesn't generate any income, he won't be able to continue down this path for much longer. Therefore, he must use this selection tournament to thoroughly establish his reputation. On one hand, this will draw the sect's attention and secure more resources. On the other hand, he sees this opportunity to begin building his own brand, thereby using commerce to support his cultivation. Commerce refers to business, Tao refers to the great way. If possible, he'd also like to take a trip to the immortal demon battlefield. After all, his mechanical creations were essentially designed for the battlefield. Harvesting resources from the demon and monster side would be an excellent option. In summary, the future of the art of mechanics hinges on this very moment. Shin took in the angry faces all around him and couldn't help but think to himself. Let your emotions run wild, hurry up and step into the arena to teach me a lesson. Someone seemed to have heard his inner thoughts. A coin cultivator leaped into the center of the arena and bowed to Elder Chen, saying, "We disciples have trained diligently, first for the great Tao, second for the honor of our sect, and third to resist demons and monsters. How can we possibly tolerate such an insult? This youth is simply too arrogant. I humbly request the Elder's permission for this disciple to step into the arena and teach him a lesson, to show him what words are acceptable and what are not." Good. Bravo. The disciples throughout the hall erupted in a roar of support. Elder Chen looked somewhat torn. But suddenly, he tilted his head slightly, as if listening for something. A few seconds later, he let out a long sigh and said, "Since both of you are willing, go ahead and spar. But let me make a few things clear beforehand. Stop as soon as you've made your point. Do not use lethal force. Also, any disciples who wish to spar with Shin may now line up to enter the arena. No latecomers will be allowed." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall erupted. In no time at all, the arena was nearly packed to capacity. 3 black lines instantly appeared on Elder Chen's forehead as he shot Shin a glance. "That's what you get for being so cocky, kid. Now you're scared, aren't you?" To his surprise, Shin remained completely unfazed, which greatly astonished Elder Chen. To put it mildly, this disciple at least had the composure to keep his cool. Elder Chen averted his gaze and said irritably, "Everyone, get back. Only one disciple from each peak may step forward to spar." Upon hearing this, the disciples gradually dispersed, leaving behind only the strongest disciples of each peak. The disciples of Forge Peak were completely speechless at this. They watched Shin's retreating figure. Though they greatly admired his composure, they couldn't help but feel utterly baffled. Senior Brother Shin, have you really lost your mind? Let us see how you're going to get out of this one." However, Gongshu wasn't frowning at the moment. In fact, a glimmer of anticipation flickered deep in his eyes. He knew his disciple very well. Shin's temperament was indeed a bit lazy, but his talent for mechanical devices was truly exceptional. Moreover, when he made a promise, he kept it. He had never gone back on his word. Otherwise, he wouldn't have handed over nearly his entire fortune over the past 3 years. At first, when Shin challenged everyone in the hall to a duel, Gongshu had thought it was just youthful exuberance. But now that Shin had made such an absolute, explosive declaration, it suddenly dawned on him. He is confident. Realizing this, Gongshu leaned forward slightly and waited patiently. Today, he was going to see if this disciple, who was always so secretive and private, could actually surprise him. Just then, Shin, who had attacked all the foundation stage disciples equally, spoke again. "Who was first? Or should you guys just line up?" Hearing this, the coin cultivator, who had been the first to leap into the arena, spoke up. "Fellow senior brothers and sisters, please do not lose your temper. This madman is merely seeking to stir up a commotion. I shall handle this. There is no need to soil the hands of my fellow disciples." Someone nodded in agreement. "Since you were the first to speak up, junior sister, it is only fitting that you take the lead." None of the others objected. So the female cultivator turned to Shin, clasped her hands with an imposing air, and said, "Blade PQ, I look forward to your guidance." Shin casually tossed something out and said, "Stop with the formalities. Just get on with it. There are so many people waiting behind you." Yu's eyes widened, her anger flaring even more. She almost blurted out, "Don't you know any manners?" However, when she got a clear look at what Shin had tossed, she instantly snorted derisively. "A mechanical contraption? Haha, that's a joke." What Shin had tossed was, of course, his own mechanical creation, the very first model he'd crafted in this world, the Cultivation Edition Mana Gatling. Against Foundation Stage disciples, the Mana Gatling was more than sufficient. If people from his past life had seen it, they would surely have marveled at the exquisite craftsmanship of this mana gatling. Its entire body was forged from mystic ice iron, giving it a translucent light blue hue dreamlike and dazzling. But in the eyes of the cultivators present, this thing looked utterly bizarre. What on earth is this? A few tubes cast together, it could barely be called a club-like weapon, but the handle is bloated and clunky, making the whole thing look like a complete mishmash. Is this some kind of mechanical contraption? Are you kidding me? Immediately, a chorus of mocking remarks rang out from all around. This Shin guy must be out of his mind. I knew practicing gearcraft would fry his brain. If he can beat Senior Sister Yu with this thing, I'll drink every last drop of water from that lotus pond right here. Forget that I'll strip naked right on the spot and shout that I'm a stupid pig. Don't get too cocky. What if Shin actually wins? You've got to be kidding. Even if this thing has some power, there is no way it can beat Senior Sister Yu, who is at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Exactly. Senior Sister Yu is a sword cultivation prodigy even the sect master has praised. Forgive my ignorance, but I honestly can't see a shred of power in this thing. I also think Shin has gone mad. Senior Sister Yu is bound to win. In the center of the arena. You sneered, Shin, is this what you're relying on? Is this the mechanical contraption you've crafted? Have you truly lost your mind? If so, I might spare you for the sake of Senior Gongshu. Just bow and apologize to everyone, and we'll consider this matter settled. Why bring humiliation upon yourself by parading this thing around and making a fool of yourself? Shin Yanden said, if you want to fight, fight. If not, send someone else. Don't waste my time, okay? Yu's expression darkened. Since you're ungrateful, don't blame me for disregarding our fellow disciple bond. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yu flickered his sword finger, and the long sword at his back automatically left its sheath, like a dragon emerging from the sea, gliding nimbly through the air. The disciples around them immediately burst into cheers. Shin, however, shook his head slightly, thinking to himself, what a show-off. A fight is a fight. Once a sword is drawn, it should head straight for the opponent. What's the point of it flying around aimlessly in the air? Did you come here to put on a talent show? Shin's mind flickered, and without hesitation, he activated the core module of the mana gatling, controlling it with his spiritual sense. The mana gatling rose slightly into the air, leveling itself with its barrel aimed directly at you. At the same time, after showing off his skills, Yu recalled the flying sword to his side and charged straight toward Shin. But just as the flying sword reached midway, rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat, a rapid, deafening sound suddenly erupted. The muzzle of the mana gatling spun at lightning speed with 0-frame startup, spewing a continuous stream of blue flames. A thick bullet column, composed of mana bullets, appeared and struck Yu's flying sword the moment it materialized. Clang, 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 clang. This high-quality flying sword lasted less than 2 seconds before it was knocked down, its luster fading to a dull sheen. Next, the mana bullets immediately struck Yu, emitting a dull hum. A layer of ethereal light instantly materialized from the necklace around her neck, shielding her. Clearly, it was a protective talisman. However, the protective power of the necklace had its limits. 3 or 4 seconds later, as Yu stared on in bewilderment and horror, the necklace shattered with a crash, losing its effect. In the next instant, Yu was sent flying, coughing up blood, and the mana gatling ceased its roar at the same moment. The cheers and encouragement from the crowd came to an abrupt halt, and the arena quickly fell into dead silence. What just happened? Everyone's expressions seemed to be asking that very question. It took a long moment for their minds to process what had happened before someone snapped out of it and muttered, It's only been a few breaths, and Senior Sister Yu is already lost? That whisper was like a drop of water falling into hot oil. It instantly sent the crowd into an uproar. Ha! What just happened? Senior brother, did you see it clearly? I saw it clearly, but I didn't understand it. No, what the hell was that thing anyway? Why was it as still as a lifeless object when at rest, yet like a thunderclap when in motion? Damn! That thing of his actually worked. Oh? Didn't you just say that if Shin won, I didn't? It wasn't me. Don't make things up. Amid the murmurs, everyone's gaze toward Shin had changed. Gone were the contempt and disdain, in their place were a sense of wariness and awe. Forge Peak seating area. The disciples stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Zhang muttered, "Senior brother Shin's contraption is so impressive, he actually asked me to help when he was building this thing back then. I didn't think much of it at the time, but I never imagined it would be this powerful." The other disciples gaped, at a loss for words to express the shock they felt. It wasn't just Zhang, most of them had been roped in by Shin to do menial labor, but after going once or twice, they started making excuses to get out of it. Since they couldn't figure out what Shin was building, they all thought it was a haphazard, far-fetched contraption. Some had even tried to persuade Shin not to waste his talent. But as it turned out, they were all wrong. A mechanical creation capable of instantly defeating a genius sword cultivator at the mid-foundation establishment stage, who would dare call that a haphazard, fanciful contraption now? Ha 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 ha. Gongshu couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing, slapping his thigh. It was the first time in all these years that he laughed so heartily. Shin had indeed brought him a surprise, a massive one at that. Never mind what that mechanical creation looks like, just think about how incredible it is. That's all that matters. Let us see who dares to say in the future that Gearcraft can only create little contraptions to improve quality of life. Meanwhile, several disciples from Blade Peak hurried over to US site to examine her injuries. As soon as they began their examination, they gasped in shock. US abdomen was covered in bruises, some of which had turned black and purple. Why was it so clearly visible? Because the clothes covering US abdomen had been beaten to shreds, exposing her skin. Whether above or below her abdomen, she was practically bearing it all. After a moment of stunned silence, they hurriedly fed their senior sister healing pills and pulled new clothes from their inventory bags to cover her abdomen. After swallowing the elixir, Yu stood up with the support of those around her and, furious and humiliated, shouted, "You lecher! You shameless wretch!" Shin said in a flat tone, "You can't win, so you resort to insults? Can't handle losing? You!" Cough, cough, cough. Yu coughed up another mouthful of black blood. Just then, a tall, imposing middle-aged cultivator flew over, shoved a pill into Yu's mouth, glanced at Shin, snorted coldly, and swept his sleeve as he departed. He was Xiaoran, the peak master of Blade Peak, Yu's father, a cultivator at the divine stage. Shin took this in stride. Elder Chen had said not to kill her, and he certainly hadn't had Yu died? If he'd really gone all out, Yu wouldn't have survived even a second. The mana Gatling hadn't even unleashed its full power yet. If it were fired at full capacity, it could instantly kill a late Foundation establishment cultivator. Shin looked at the other disciples, next. As soon as those words left his mouth, the remaining disciples who'd been preparing to teach Shin a lesson immediately began to have second thoughts. Who would dare step forward now? Although Yu was only at the mid-foundation establishment level, she was a sword cultivator, which meant she could be considered on par with a typical late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. If even someone of that caliber was nearly killed instantly, how could they possibly dare to act so recklessly? Just then, however, a dry cultivation practitioner stepped forward and said, "Everyone, don't panic. Although this weapon is incredibly powerful, it has a fatal weakness." A fatal weakness? The moment those words were spoken, they instantly captured the attention of everyone present. The speaker was a slightly gaunt man dressed in a light blue robe, holding a folding fan in his hand. His appearance and demeanor were quite flamboyant. It's Senior Brother Xiao from the Eight Gates Peak. Rumor has it that before Senior Brother Xiao joined the Eight Gates Peak to specialize in formation arts, he also studied gearcraft, so his words must be trustworthy. Senior Brother Xiao. Show him what you're made of. Xiao held the folding fan in his right hand and tapped it rhythmically against the palm of his left hand, smiling faintly. This device is indeed formidable, but take note, its attacks can only move in a straight line. In a real battle, that's a fatal weakness. After all, who would be so foolish as to stand still and let it attack? Hearing this, Yu, standing on the sidelines, turned pale. Xiao realized he'd said the wrong thing and quickly added, "Of course, junior sister Yu's earlier encounter doesn't count." After all, junior sister, you didn't know the full picture, wasn't prepared, and ended up getting the short end of the stick without even realizing it. If junior sister you were to face him again, I'm certain Shin wouldn't stand a chance against her for even 3 exchanges. Hearing this, Yua's expression brightened considerably. She was indeed deeply resentful of her defeat. The others around her wholeheartedly agreed. There was no denying the truth in those words. Who stands completely still during a magical duel? Not to mention the experts at the soul stage and above, who fly all over the place during battle, using various evasion techniques, and can even teleport. Even in battles between foundation stage and core stage cultivators, they can already wield magical artifacts and fly in all sorts of ways. Not to mention that, relying on elixirs, formations, talismans, or secret techniques, foundation stage and core stage cultivators can also fly and teleport at extremely high speeds. Xiao chuckled. Actually, everyone was just startled by the power of that mechanical construct earlier. You simply didn't think of this possibility at the time. Now that we think about it carefully, even without relying on speed or agility to dodge attacks, there are still ways to counter it. For example, setting up a sufficiently sturdy defense in advance. It doesn't have to be anything too elaborate. As long as it can hold out for 2 or 3 breaths, that's enough. I believe that before the defense fails, every fellow disciple here has the confidence and means to threaten junior brother Shin. These words struck a chord with you once again. In fact, looking back on their brief exchange just now, although her sword had been shattered immediately and was temporarily unusable, she had managed to hold out for a moment. Combined with the magical necklace she used afterward, she held out for 2 or 3 breaths in total. If she hadn't been so terrified that she lost her composure, she could definitely have seized that opportunity to draw another flying sword and launch an attack on Shin. After all, she didn't have just one flying sword. In that case, the worst case scenario would have been a mutually destructive draw, not the humiliating defeat she is facing now. Xiao continued, considering these 2 points, I have a formation. I wonder if junior brother Shin dares to give it a try. Stop rambling on and on. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Shin, who had remained silent until then, spoke up with a hint of impatience. Xiao's expression stiffened, and he snorted lightly. In that case, junior brother Shin, be careful. If you lose too badly later, don't blame me for showing no mercy. With that, he flicked his sleeve, sending out a formation disc, which in the blink of an eye set up a vast formation within the arena. I am not one who enjoys killing or waging war. I abhor the use of weapons. Therefore, I specialize in trapping and confusing formations. This is my crowning achievement, a formation refined from the wind and cloud formation. It is called the soaring to the heavens formation. Junior brother Shin, from this moment on, feel free to attack. Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, exuding composure and confidence. This demeanor instantly won over a crowd of female fans. Senior brother Xiao is so handsome. Look how graceful and dignified senior brother Xiao is. Now look at that Shin, such a slacker. Senior brother Xiao. Teach him a lesson. Xiao was clearly flattered. Standing there, he struck an even more arrogant pose. He exuded an air of do whatever you want, I'm invincible. Seeing this, Shin didn't hesitate and immediately activated the mana gatling. He kept the power output the same as when he defeated you. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. That ear-splitting gunfire, which made people instinctively cover their ears, rang out once more, echoing throughout the arena. This time, however, the effect wasn't quite as immediate. Just as the torrent of mana bullets struck Xiao, who was still wearing that confident smile, his figure suddenly vanished in a whirlwind. In the next instant, his form materialized in another location, standing atop a cloud as if an immortal had descended to the mortal realm. Shin's mind flickered. He shifted his gaze, and the mana gatling swiveled in response, realigning its sights on Xiao and firing mana projectiles frantically. But the result was the same. Xiao once again dodged by blending into the wind, standing atop a green cloud, unscathed. Seeing this, the entire crowd erupted in cheers. Wow! Senior brother Xiao is so graceful. Throwing himself into the formation, shielded by mist, condensing form and dispersing energy, stirring up wind and clouds? What a magnificent stepping on the green clouds formation! Impressive, impressive. If it were me, I doubt I could break this formation. On the high platform, the elders also looked on with astonishment. With their expertise, they could naturally see that Xiao's formation was ingeniously conceived and held immense potential. If optimized and cast by a master, it could likely cover thousands of li and trap countless enemies to their deaths. After all, the array master can move freely within it almost as if teleporting, making them, to a certain extent, invincible. Even if it's just a slow, gradual attrition, it could wear down and kill any enemies trapped inside. The outstanding disciples from other peaks also looked on with a hint of apprehension. This kind of formation was truly tricky. Putting themselves in the array master's shoes, they couldn't think of a way to break it on the spot. After all, formations aren't something that can be easily destroyed by brute force unless the trapped individual's strength far surpasses that of the formation master, allowing them to launch a massive area of effect attack to destroy the formation bases hidden all around in the formation disks within the formation's core. But the question is Shin's raw power really that much stronger than Xiao's? Impossible. Although Xiao, as a formation master, was only at the late foundation establishment stage, the cultivation levels of mechanism masters are typically even lower. Although Shin Han-Ti revealed his aura and no one knew his exact cultivation level, judging by the disciples at Forge Peak who were generally at the early to mid foundation establishment stage, his cultivation certainly couldn't be much higher. Even if Shin were at the late foundation establishment stage, so what? The two sides are evenly matched. On what grounds could Shin forcefully destroy the grand formation? If he can't break the formation, he can't hit Xiao. No matter how powerful his mechanical creations are, they'll be useless. Therefore, Shin is absolutely doomed to lose this time. Many thought to themselves. It wasn't just the disciples and elders from other peaks who felt this way. Even the people from Forge Peak once again wore looks of concern. Some disciples had already begun to sigh in despair. Gongshu had long since wiped the smile from his face, his expression turning grave. For a mechanical engineer, the greatest taboo is allowing an opponent to uncover the weaknesses of one's mechanical creations. If Shin had been careless in his initial design, then today's sparring match was already a complete defeat. Even if you were to try again, he could devise tactics targeting this weakness and win with ease. So, would a miracle still happen? Gongshu fixed his gaze on Shen, his eyes filled with anticipation. On this side, after two unsuccessful attempts, Shen halted his attack. Xiao landed slowly and smiled confidently. Admit defeat, junior brother Shen. I've seen through your mechanical creation, it's useless now. Shin glanced around and suddenly laughed. Senior brother Xiao, haven't you forgotten something? Mechanical engineers also practice formation arts. I'm well aware of that, but do you really think I'd give you time to break it? Xiao shook his head, assuming Shin was just putting on a brave front. Of course I'm not that naive, so Shin grinned widely. I plan to just power through it. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 7 new mana gatlings appeared, joining the one from before, each aimed at one of the 8 cardinal directions. Power set to 85%. Mana rounds poured out relentlessly. Boom! The rapid, dense gunfire coalesced almost instantly into a thunderous roar, and the entire arena was bathed in blue flames. 8 beams of light fired furiously in all 8 cardinal directions, sweeping away everything in their path. In no time at all, several array bases had already been destroyed. This was Shin's method of breaking the formation. I can't lock onto you personally, and I can't locate the formation's bases or the core in such a short time. Well, then, why bother looking? Let us just go for an area of effect strike. The art of formations, no matter how varied, always boils down to the same principle: constructing a space based on the 8 trigrams, then supplementing it with various techniques to trap, deceive, and attack the enemy. Even if your formation's core can move freely within the grand formation, I'll unleash area of effect damage simultaneously across all 8 directions. What do you say to that? Xiao's face turned pale. He hurriedly soared into the air, preparing to protect the formation's core, but had no idea where to begin. Because if he descended now, he would certainly face a fierce attack. But he wasn't one to back down either. As soon as he regained his composure, he launched an attack at Shin. You attack my formation, I'll attack you. It's a race to see who is faster. Even if you manage to force your way through the formation, you'll still take my attack and be defeated. Whoosh! A gust of wind, condensed to its utmost limit, transformed into a flurry of blades, hurtling straight toward Shin's face. At the same time, Xiao cast 2 spells, hurling them at Shin. Shin paid no heed to this. With a casual gesture, he manipulated a mana gatling to spray a barrier of mana rounds in front of him. The wind blades and spells all vanished without a trace as they collided with the mana barrier. Meanwhile, one of the remaining mana gatlings had already destroyed the formation S-core, which had been hidden in the shadows. The formation dissipated with a thunderous crash. Xiao lost his composure and, in his panic, tried to set up another formation. But Shin wouldn't give him that chance. 8 mana gatlings swiftly rose into the air, forming a fan shape, their barrels all aimed squarely at Xiao. Senior brother Xiao, don't move, or I won't be able to explain this to Elder Qin. Shin's calm voice rang out. His words were not harsh, yet they carried a strong threat. The implication was clear. Elder Qin said not to kill you, but if you resist any further, I'll have to fire and you might die. Upon hearing this, Xiao froze in his tracks, his expression quickly turning awkward. But he immediately retorted, "This isn't fair. How could you suddenly pull out so many mechanical devices?" Shen. No, mechanical engineers rely on mechanical devices. What makes you think I only have one, or that I can only use one? Xiao fell silent at once. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, he quickly landed and withdrew dejectedly. He couldn't afford to lose face after losing the battle. It was only then that the entire audience finally realized what had happened, and the crowd erupted in a thunderous uproar. Wait, senior brother Xiao lost too? I can't accept this. Why? This is completely unreasonable. 8 mechanical creations firing simultaneously an attack like a raging storm. Who could possibly block that? Senior brother Xiao's strategy was sound, but Shin He's just too unconventional. Did you guys notice that each mechanical creation was actually much more powerful than the ones used against senior sister you just now? Yeah, that means they could be even stronger. If they get just a little stronger, they'll be able to instantly kill late Foundation establishment cultivators, right? Holy crap, I feel like I'm witnessing a dazzling star rising. Forge Peak has struck gold. Who is going to dare say mechanical engineers are weak from now on? Inside the arena, the outstanding disciples who had been lining up to teach Shin a lesson fell silent once again. They completely lost all confidence now. Forget about playing around. Under such a ferocious assault, even a single hair would be obliterated, not a single one left. You leaned against her close friend, a look of terror flickering across her pale face. Shin actually still had reserves left. If Shin had unleashed the full power of her mechanical creations just now, you was certain she wouldn't have survived. Looking at Shin's consistently composed expression, the defiance and pride in Yu's heart quietly shattered and vanished completely. She would never dare to underestimate Shin again. In fact, as she recalled Shin's earlier arrogant words, she suddenly felt that there was some truth to them. If Gearcraft was trash, then what were they defeated by Shin's mechanical creations? They were nothing but trash, weren't they? With that thought, you fell silent, lost in deep thought. The Forge Peak seating area. The disciples stared in disbelief, completely stunned. They had all thought Shin was finished, but never expected such a dramatic turnaround. Senior brother Shin truly lives up to being Master's favorite disciple. He is so strong. Zhang said from the bottom of his heart. The other disciples chimed in one after another. Yeah. We'll have to humbly seek senior brother Shin's guidance from now on. If I could have even half of senior brother Shin's skill, I'd be satisfied. My standards are even lower, just a third would do. Hearing this, Gongshu snorted coldly, are none of you ambitious at all? Shin has never set limits for himself. He has always strived for higher, faster, stronger, and better. I'm afraid that's exactly why he stands out, while you lot just make fools of yourselves. Master is absolutely right. The disciples immediately felt ashamed. Gongshu scolded them again, hurry up and cheer for your senior brother. Haven't you been humiliated enough just now? Senior brother Shin is awesome. Senior brother Shin is unbeatable. The Shin Clan's mechanical devices are the best in the world. The disciples began shouting exaggerated cheers, completely dispelling their earlier low morale. Even those who had joined the sect before Shin now willingly called him senior brother. After all, merit comes first. Seeing this, Gongshu smiled. His gaze toward Shin was filled with satisfaction and relief, and his posture unconsciously straightened considerably. Just based on Shin's performance today, he had already recouped his investment in those mana crystals and precious materials. Forge Peak was likely on the verge of a true resurgence. From now on, anyone who still thought Gearcraft was a minor, side path they'd better first train a foundation stage disciple capable of defeating Shin before saying another word. On the field, Shin still stood there in a half-hearted manner, looking somewhat carefree. But at this very moment, no one thought Shin was carefree anymore. On the contrary, they sensed an aura of a true master about him. Unflappable even as a mountain crumbles before him, unperturbed in the face of danger. Facing a powerful foe, he crushed him with a wave of his hand without even making any grand gestures from start to finish. It was the epitome of elegance. Some rookie disciples couldn't help but feel a certain way at that moment. That's just so cool. When they first joined the sect, some thought sword cultivators were the coolest. A single sword strike subdues all arts. Others believed array masters were the coolest, raising a hand to set up an array and control the entire battlefield. Still others favored talisman masters, physical cultivators, and so on. Opinions varied. But without exception, no one thought mechanism masters were cool. Because, according to the stereotype, mechanical engineers are just a bunch of miserable souls buried in their heads studying gearcraft. Not only are their cultivation levels low, but the mechanical devices they create aren't even fit for public display. Among those at the same cultivation level, they're absolutely at the bottom of the barrel. But now, that stereotype has been shattered. Shin's performance has made their eyes sparkle. Dressed in white, standing with his hands behind his back, his mechanical creations subduing powerful enemies. His opponents were left in disarray, while he remained aloof and uninvolved. That's just too cool. Master, I want to learn this. As many new disciples' minds raced with excitement, the senior disciples, beyond mere shock, began to think more deeply. Shin's mechanical creation seems perfectly suited for the immortal demon battlefield. Have you noticed how well this kind of mechanical creation fits the battlefield? That's right, the battlefield is exactly where this mechanical creation belongs. If we had 1,000 or even 10,000 of them deployed in a valley and lured the enemy deep inside, wouldn't we be able to kill every single one that came? That's terrifying. This thing was literally born for the battlefield. Junior brother Shao deserved to lose. This thing is just too outrageous. On the high platform, many elders sat up straight, some even leaning forward, their eyes fixed intently on the mana gatling in front of Shin. They, too, had finally realized this. The mechanical contraption Shin had created seemed tailor-made for the demon immortal battlefield. After all, the main battlefield was primarily populated by cultivators at the energy stage and foundation stage. Even a small-scale battle would involve at least 1,000 participants. The demons outnumbered them, and there were countless beasts as well. With so many beings clashing against one another, the scene and tactics naturally differed from cultivators dueling over the subtleties of spells and divine abilities or the depth of their cultivation realms. Typically, lower-tier cultivators would band together, either jointly operating a charged magical treasure to launch ranged attacks, or forming large battle formations to encircle and annihilate the enemy. In such a scenario, they could almost imagine just how terrifying the destructive power of Shin's mechanical creation would be. Just imagine, tens of thousands of these mechanical creations deployed on the front lines, launching a simultaneous attack against the demons and monsters surging forward like a tidal wave. That sight would be absolutely breathtaking. Demons below the foundation stage would be doomed no matter how many came, and even foundation stage demons would have virtually no chance of survival. The only concern was that these mechanical constructs consumed far too many mana crystals. They could clearly see that after just that single volley, the mana crystals embedded in the 8 mana gatlings had already been nearly depleted. But is that really a problem? Not at all. Cultivators who activate magical artifacts and maintain battle formations also need mana crystals to replenish their magical power. Once the immortals and demons go to war, with the entire righteous path joining forces, there will certainly be an endless supply of mana crystals. It's better to use a few more mana crystals than to lose a few more cultivators. By then, these mechanical contraptions will certainly have no shortage of mana crystals. Realizing this, the elders could no longer sit idly by. Elder Chen, who was presiding over the assembly, asked, "Shen, what is the name of this mechanical contraption?" "Mana Gatling." Shen smiled. Finally, someone had asked. And it was Elder Chen, no less. After all, Elder Chen wasn't just the host of today's selection tournament, he was also the sect representative who would lead the team to the demon battlefield to oversee operations. This isn't the first batch of customers is a sure thing. Mana Gatling? What a strange name. Elder Chen asked again, "So how many Mana Gatlings do you have right now?" "Currently, I only have these 8, but as long as I have Mystic Ice Iron, I can produce 100 of them in a single day," Shen replied. Upon hearing this, the entire audience gasped in astonishment once more. Wow, that fast? That's ridiculous. A mechanical device of such extraordinary power, 100 in a single day? He must be bragging. Who doesn't know that crafting mechanical devices is incredibly complex? Even when it comes to simply forging weapons like swords, spears, and halberds, it's impossible to produce 100 pieces in a single day. After all, this is a mechanical device that, even on its own, is comparable to a foundation stage cultivator. Similarly, forging a sword or blade that allows a foundation stage cultivator to unleash their full potential would take at least 10 days to half a month to complete. And that's assuming a core stage cultivator personally oversees the crafting. If what Shin is saying is true, doesn't that mean he can produce 100 foundation stage level combatants in a single day? Impossible, absolutely impossible. That's way too far-fetched. Elder Chen said earnestly, "Shin, you'd better take responsibility for your words." The implication was clear: don't make out of it more than it is, or you'll find yourself in a situation you can't back out of. Shin smiled. "Since I've dared to say it, I'll definitely make it happen. You can rest assured, Elder. Of course, that's assuming we have enough Mystic Ice Iron. Crafting a single Mana Gatling requires 300 gene of Mystic Ice Iron, and that doesn't even account for the waste during the manufacturing process." Elder Chen wasn't concerned. Mystic Ice Iron? It was merely a material used at the foundation stage in his eyes. It was worth about the same as ordinary pig iron. Mystic Ice Iron possesses an innate cold energy, much like a block of ice. As far as he knew, both Spirit Herd Peak dedicated to alchemy and Heavenly Weapon Peak dedicated to artifact forging had vast stockpiles of it. The former is used to cool alchemy furnaces and chambers, while the latter is typically used to cool artifacts during quenching or as an additive when crafting certain magical artifacts. It could be said to be a material so common it's a dime a dozen. Furthermore, if his memory served him correctly, there appeared to be a mineral vein in the snow-capped mountains 300 li north of the Ascendant Guild, owned by a small sect. You can rest assured about the materials we have as much as you need. But I'll ask you this, is your production speed really that fast? Elder Chen asked. There is less than a year left before the war between the immortals and demons begins. If I order 10,000 units, can you deliver them on time? He completely ignored Shen's bold claim of 100 units a day and instead threw out a specific number to let Shen realistically assess his own production capacity. To his surprise, Shen replied, "No problem at all." "But Elder Chen, are you placing an order with me?" "If this is an order, then I'll need to give you a quote." Elder Chen was instantly left both amused and exasperated. This Shen was truly a madman. With such a massive quantity, he actually dared to say no problem at all? Who knows where he got the nerve? The entire Forge Peak, including Peak Master Gongshu, numbered only a little over 30 people. Even if everyone worked on it together, it would probably be a stretch, wouldn't it? However, recalling Shen's earlier taunts directed at the entire assembly, as well as his performance just now, he found himself inexplicably inclined to believe him. So he mused, "That's right. I'm placing an order on behalf of the sect. The sect will provide the materials. What's your price?" Although they were all from the same sect, even brothers had to settle accounts clearly naturally, he couldn't do hard labor for free. This principle held true at Spirit Herb Peak, Celestial Weapon Peak, Divine Talisman Peak, and Eight Gates Peak as well. If you wanted elixirs, magical artifacts, talismans, or formation discs, you had to pay. Upon hearing this, Shin flashed a beaming smile. It's not expensive. 1 mana Gatling for 10 low-grade mana crystals. 10 low-grade mana crystals? You must be out of your mind. All the disciples present rolled their eyes. 300 gene of Mystic Ice Iron is barely worth 3 low-grade mana crystals, which means the material cost for making a single mana Gatling is only 3 low-grade mana crystals. Even if you add the labor cost, who in their right mind would charge 7 low-grade mana crystals for labor? Elder Chin chuckled, "You're really asking for the moon, kid." Shin shrugged, "What can I say? I'm the only one making these, so the markup is naturally higher. But Elder Chin, think about it, it really is worth the price. In fact, I'm even giving you a discount out of respect for the sect. If an outsider were to buy this, I'd charge 1 mid-grade mana crystal per unit, no haggling." Hearing this, all the disciples grumbled to themselves. Wow, this is getting more and more outrageous. 1 mid-grade mana crystal is worth 100 low-grade mana crystals. Is he trying to make a fortune? However, Elder Chen began to seriously consider the offer. The elders on the high platform all nodded slightly and spoke one after another. The elders exchanged remarks. "It's certainly not expensive. This price is worth considering. This device is powered solely by mana crystals and can be operated by energy stage disciples. There's a high probability it can kill foundation stage demons, and as long as it successfully kills just one, we'll recoup our investment immediately. It mainly comes down to quality. If it breaks down after just a few uses, we'll have to weigh the pros and cons carefully." Hearing this, Shin declared in a loud voice, "Rest assured, elders. All mana Gatlings produced by me, Shin, come with a 1-year warranty. If there are any quality issues, we'll accept returns or exchanges unconditionally." Upon hearing this, the elders were immediately put at ease. No matter how audacious Shin might be, he wouldn't dare to deceive them in public. Elder Chen took a deep breath and said, "Very well, then I'll place an official order on behalf of the sect. I hope you can deliver on time. Do you require a deposit?" "No need. I naturally trust the credibility of the elders of my own sect," Shin replied, clasping his hands in a bow. Seeing this, all the disciples in the hall looked on in awe. Many geniuses had emerged today and stolen the spotlight, but now they all paled in comparison to Shun. Who could possibly be more impressive than Shun? Not only had he publicly defeated 2 foundation stage geniuses, but he also secured a massive order from the sect. That's 10,000 mana Gatlings, worth a total of 100,000 low-grade mana crystals. That's a massive profit. Forge Peak seating area. Gongshu struggled in vain to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Shin had truly saved his face today. Ever since a moment ago, the private transmissions in his ears hadn't stopped. Peak masters and sect elders from other factions had been offering their congratulations non-stop. Finally, when Elder Chen spoke up in front of everyone, he could no longer hold back. After confirming the order, Elder Chen clasped his hands toward the Forge Peak section and said, "Junior brother Gongshu, congratulations. With a disciple like this, I have no regrets in this life." Gongshu sprang to his feet. "Ha ha ha. Elder Chen, you flatter me. He is just a mischievous disciple. I'm afraid I've made a spectacle of myself. I will certainly supervise his work closely to ensure he delivers on time and to the highest standards." Elder Chen nodded. If the mana Gatling performs exceptionally well on the battlefield during this great war between immortals and demons, you and Shin will deserve great credit. At that time, I will personally report to the sect master and secure an additional elder seat for your Forge Peak." Hearing this, Gongshu's whole body trembled. A seat on the Council of Elders? That was something he had long dreamed of. The Ascendant Guild managed its members through a feudal system, meaning each peak governed itself autonomously. Each peak had a peak master, along with stewards, direct disciples, and registered disciples. Only divine stage cultivators who have performed great deeds can become part of the sect's core leadership, that is, sect elders. Of course, one can also choose not to become an elder. Take the Peak Master of Blade Peak, for example, U.S. Father, Shaoran. He was utterly devoted to the way of the sword and had no interest in sect affairs, so he chose to remain at Blade Peak as Peak Master. Gongshu was different. He dreamed of becoming an elder. On the one hand, he could secure more benefits for Forge Peak and train more mechanical engineers. On the other hand, he could interact with many masters, taking his cultivation and gearcraft to the next level. Unfortunately, over the years, he never had the chance to achieve great feats. Moreover, aside from him, Forge Peak NT produced a single accomplished mechanical engineer. Even if he were to become an elder, he couldn't bring himself to leave the disciples of Forge Peak behind. But now, everything was falling into place perfectly. Forge Peak has produced a prodigy Shin, and thanks to him, Gongshu has earned the chance to be promoted to elder. This is simply a long-cherished dream coming true overnight. Gongshu took a few deep breaths, bowed slightly, and said with a slight tremor in his voice, "Thank you in advance, Elder Chen." Elder Chen waved his hand and said, "You should thank your disciple instead." Gongshu looked at Shin, his eyes glistening slightly. Shin also waved his hand and whispered, "Master, we're family, no need for formalities." Gongshu nodded, feeling a lump in his throat. Meanwhile, Elder Chen looked around, preparing to declare the assembly successfully concluded. First, because Forge Peak was the last sect to participate in the selection. Second, Shin had consecutively defeated 2 outstanding Foundation stage disciples, proving himself and restoring Gearcraft's reputation. Presumably, the remaining disciples would no longer dare to challenge Shin so lightly. But just then, a dry cultivator stepped forward and declared in a loud voice, "Elder Chen, with all due respect, may I ask if the sparring agreement made earlier still stands?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire crowd erupted in an uproar. Wait, there are still experts out there? You from Blade Peak and Xiao from 8 Gates Peak had both been defeated. How could anyone else dare to challenge Shin? Among the remaining disciples, most did indeed have a more solid cultivation base than you and Xiao, but the question was, what good would that do? The facts had proven that when 8-mana Gatlings fired at full power, Foundation stage cultivators simply couldn't withstand them. If Shin had redirected the attacks meant for the formation onto Xiao earlier, Xiao would have been reduced to dust long ago. Although no one had experienced it firsthand, everyone could clearly sense its terrifying power. Those mana fluctuations were downright intimidating. At a time like this, was there really someone bold enough to challenge him? Everyone turned to look at the speaker and discovered he was a disciple from Tianbing Peak named Wang. Don't let his down-to-earth name fool you. His cultivation level was solidly in the late Foundation establishment stage, just a hair's breadth away from advancing to the core stage. Moreover, his artifact forging skills were formidable, and he possessed countless magical artifacts. During the previous Tianbing Peak selection trials, he had come out on top, a well-deserved first place. Elder Chen frowned and said, "Wang, do you still wish to fight?" The plump Wang clasped his hands and said, "This disciple does not wish to bear the reputation of a failure. I beg the elder to grant me this opportunity." "As you wish." Elder Chen shook his head, but then broke into a smile and said, "I'd actually like to see you force Shin to reveal a few more of his hidden cards. Since you dare to step forward at this moment, it means you're confident you can handle his mana Gatling. And since he just said he only has these 8 mana Gatlings, if you can counter them, he'll naturally have to bring out new tactics." I'm really looking forward to it." With that, Elder Chen winked at Shin and said, "I'm rooting for you." Shin shrugged, acting nonchalant. But inside, he was over the moon. He'd been worrying about how to promote his next mechanical creation, and now someone had stepped in to give him the perfect opportunity. It couldn't have been more convenient. Meanwhile, Wang, seeing that Elder Chen had high hopes for Shin, felt even more annoyed. He didn't really care much about being called trash. Shin's mockery was directed at the group, not at him personally. What bothered him more was that Shin had landed the sect's massive order. As the top artifact forger among Tianbing Peak's current disciples, he naturally intended to make a name for himself today and rake in a fortune. At first, things went fairly smoothly. He went all out showcasing his personal magical artifacts, all forged by his own hands, which attracted many fellow disciples to place orders with him. He had been quite satisfied with how things were going. But Shen's sudden rise to prominence shattered that little bit of satisfaction and pride he felt. From start to finish, the total revenue from all the orders he received didn't even amount to 1/10 of Shen's. The gap was just too wide. How could he possibly come to terms with that? Admittedly, Shen's mechanical creations were truly impressive. But he felt that the magical artifacts he crafted weren't half bad either. Why wouldn't the sect place orders with him? Today, he was going to trample Shen underfoot and make a name for himself once and for all. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. Just as Elder Chen had surmised, he was already confident he could handle Shen's mana gatling. 8 units? No problem, even 80 would be fine. Wang took 2 steps forward, the fat on his face quivering. He clasped his fists and said, "Junior brother Shen, I look forward to your guidance." "Are you really that confident?" Shen asked with a hint of curiosity. "If I weren't confident, how could I dare to challenge you? Rest assured, Junior brother Shen, I'll make sure you lose in a way that leaves you thoroughly convinced. I've fully identified the true weakness of your mana gatling and devised the appropriate tactics." Wang looked completely confident. Hearing this, question marks immediately popped up in the minds of the surrounding disciples. Great, here comes another weakness. Is the gap between me and the top disciples really that wide? After seeing Shen's mana gatling in action, I racked my brain and still couldn't figure out how to counter it. The only thing I could think of was to overwhelm it with sheer power, which would require cultivation at the core stage or higher. In the eyes of these top-tier disciples, even such a mechanical contraption still had weaknesses. What weakness? I don't see one. The onlookers frowned as they stared at Shen's mana gatling, which he hadn't put away yet, struggling to figure out exactly where this weakness lay. 8 mana gatlings, covering 8 directions. The attack was virtually all-encompassing. An offense is the best defense. If they were to face this head-on, they'd have almost no chance. Could it be that Wan plans to launch an attack from either underground or the sky? But the problem is, Shen isn't stupid, he can adapt on the fly too. Where exactly is the weakness? Over here, Shen nodded and said, "Alright, I'd also like to know if my mechanical creation still has any flaws." Let us begin. Why don't you go first, Junior brother Shen? I'm afraid if I go first, you won't get a chance. Wang said with a smile, appearing modest but actually showing off. Little did he know that Shen wasn't about to play along. He replied directly, "Alright, here I come." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 8 mana gatlings roared to life. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat, the terrifying sound of gunfire rang out once more. At the same time, though Wang was taken aback by Shen's decisiveness, he had long since been prepared. Whoosh, 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 streaks of multicolored light shot out from his waist, transforming into magical artifacts that shielded him. Shields, turtle shells, umbrellas, beads, necklaces, bracelets. They came in all shapes and sizes, each with its own unique appearance. But they all had one thing in common: they were all defensive magical artifacts. Boom! 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 A barrage of mana bullets pounded against the thick, multi-layered protective shield, producing deafening roars. Although the shields appeared to be teetering on the brink of collapse, they remained intact. Seeing this, Wang chuckled, "Junior brother Shen, what do you think of my magical artifacts? They're quite good, but you're only defending. How do you plan to defeat me?" Shen flung out 8 mana crystals and loaded them into 8 mana gatlings. Then he continued, "As long as I have mana crystals, I can keep attacking. All your magical artifacts require your spiritual power to unleash their full potential. At this rate, it looks like I'm the one who is going to win, doesn't it?" Wang smiled confidently. "Don't get ahead of yourself, junior brother. Look at this." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more magical artifacts appeared. A whip, a flying sword, and a large seal. Clearly, this time they were all offensive magical artifacts. The onlookers gasped at the sight. Senior brother Wang is probably about to advance to the core stage any day now, right? His magical power is so immense he can actually wield so many magical artifacts at once. It really makes you feel small. I can't even handle a single flying sword properly. That is insane. In terms of overall combat power, senior brother Wang must be among the top 3 disciples across all the mountain peaks. Exactly. Even those senior brothers and sisters currently pushing for the core stage probably aren't as strong as senior brother Wang. Shen's in for a world of trouble now, isn't he? If he can still win after this, What do you want to say? Go ahead and speak your mind. Never mind. Shen's a freak, you can't judge him by normal standards. I'd better keep my mouth shut. In the arena. Shen shook his head and said, even if you can launch an attack while defending, so what? I can defend too. In the end, it still comes down to whether I have more mana crystals or your magical power is deeper. Wang patted his belly and chuckled, defending with everything you've got, that's junior brother Shou's tactic, not mine. If that were the case, how could I have said I'd seen through your weakness? Shen raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? Naturally. Now, junior brother Shen, I hope you'll keep your eyes wide open. Wang bent his knee slightly and said, watch how I defeat you. Boom! Dust swirled as he stomped the ground. Wang was stocky, yet his movements were surprisingly agile. With a single leap, he soared into the air. The defensive magical artifacts swirled around him, instantly unleashing their full power. Meanwhile, the 3 weapons, the whip, the flying sword, and the great seal hovered above his head, poised and ready to strike. Wang declared in a loud voice, junior brother Shen, the weakness I've identified is actually quite simple. Although your mana Gatling is powerful and can compensate for its straightforward attack style with sheer numbers, there's one thing you can never change. And that is they're too heavy. And they can't move on their own. Whoosh whoosh, Wang darted back and forth through the air, circling Shen, while the 3 offensive magical artifacts launched a coordinated attack against him. At that moment, upon hearing Wang's words, many disciples immediately looked as if a light bulb had gone off in their minds. So that was the weakness. Wait. The inability to move on their own. Mechanical contraptions, to a certain extent, could barely be considered magical artifacts. After all, they can defend, attack, and trigger pre-programmed spells and supernatural abilities, all characteristics shared with magical artifacts. But in essence, they are not magical artifacts. What is a magical artifact? An object controlled by spiritual power. Whether it's a magical artifact, a treasure, a spirit treasure, or an immortal treasure, they are all, at their core, objects refined and controlled by cultivators using their spiritual power. There is one very important point here. That is, once a cultivator has refined a magical artifact, that artifact no longer possesses any weight, volume, shape, or hardness as far as the cultivator is concerned. When a cultivator manipulates a magical artifact, they can handle heavy objects with ease, without objective factors like weight adding to their own burden. In contrast, consider mechanical contraptions. Their weight, shape, size, and other characteristics are objectively real. Cultivators can only store them in their inventory bags, not within their bodies. If a mechanical contraption is not designed to move autonomously, the cultivator must constantly expend magical power, spiritual awareness, and even physical stamina to control it. Compared to magical artifacts, the cost is enormous. Shen's mana Gatling weighs 300 gene and cannot move on its own. This is undoubtedly a fatal weakness. Even in a war of attrition where you attack, I defend, Shen holds no advantage, let alone now that Wang is also on the offensive. And when Shen's mana runs dry and his head grows dizzy, even if he still has an infinite supply of mana crystals to manually reload the ammo for his mana Gatling, he'll become a lamb led to the slaughter. Any random foundation stage cultivator could easily dodge the mana Gatling's attacks and secure victory. This was Wang's tactic. Wang roared with laughter, junior brother Shen, of all the mistakes you could have made, the worst was sacrificing the autonomy of your mechanical creation in pursuit of raw power, resulting in such a bizarre design. And to top it off, you used such heavy mystic ice iron to build it. These 2 oversights will become the fatal weaknesses of your mana Gatling. You might as well concede defeat now. I've won today's contest. Wang's laughter echoed throughout the arena, prompting many disciples to exclaim in admiration. Senior brother Wang's mind works so fast. He truly lives up to his reputation as a genius in artifact forging. Such tactics are one of a kind. That's so over the top, so many magical artifacts. Even if they were given to me, I wouldn't know how to use them. How is Shin supposed to turn the tables? Unless he pulls out a new mechanical creation. He has only been in the sect for 3 years. It's already incredible that he managed to develop this mana Gatling. I don't think there's any way he has something new up his sleeve. Let us wait and see. After all, look at him, he still looks so calm and composed. On the sidelines, you and the other outstanding disciples all nodded slightly. Only an artifact craftsman like Wang, with such an abundance of magical artifacts, could come up with this tactic. However, if they distilled the core concept and shifted their thinking slightly, they could certainly replicate it. It simply comes down to defending against the mana Gatling while wearing Shin down as quickly as possible. Let us see how you turn this around now. You and the others all thought the same thing at the same time. At a grand sect gathering like this, Shin had stolen the spotlight all by himself, and he even mocked everyone. Even though they now acknowledged Shin's strength and gearcraft, they couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed and were eager to see Shin get his comeuppance. On the high platform, led by Elder Chen, the eyes of numerous elders were all fixed on Shen. To them, the minor conflicts and petty schemes among the disciples were completely insignificant. They only wanted to know if Shin had any more tricks up his sleeve. If so, could they be of any help in the upcoming war of the immortals and demons? As for Wang's performance, though it was impressive, it was nothing special. A foundation stage artifact craftsman could, at best, forge only high-grade magical artifacts which were of little use on the immortal demon battlefield. In the Forge Peak seating area, Gongshu and his disciples' hearts were once again in their throats. Zhang asked cautiously, "Master, does senior brother Shin still have any hidden cards up his sleeve?" Gongshu rolled his eyes in exasperation. "If I knew, would I be this on edge?" As he spoke, he cast a worried glance at Shin. His concern now wasn't whether Shin would lose, but that Shin must not get injured under any circumstances. Shin's previous performance had already proven himself and proven gearcraft. Even if he lost to Wang now, it wouldn't matter, it wouldn't tarnish Shin's already shining reputation. But if Shin were injured, the delivery schedule for the sect's orders would certainly be affected. That wouldn't be good at all. In the arena, Shin dodged Wang's attacks while controlling the mana Gatling to keep firing. However, after this went on for a while, all 8 mana Gatlings suddenly fell silent. Seeing this, Wang chuckled. "What's the matter? Has junior brother Shin already run out of steam after such a short time?" "If you ask me, junior brother Shin, you can't just focus on gearcraft, you need to find time to cultivate the Tao as well. After all, the foundation of us cultivators is always chi cultivation." Shin ignored him, drew a talisman, and activated it with a casual flick of his wrist. The talisman floated into the air on its own, unfurling a protective shield around him that temporarily blocked Wang's attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Shin patted the inventory bag at his waist and said, "Senior brother Wang, don't celebrate before the game is over. Look at this." Before he had even finished speaking, 8 mechanical constructs appeared on the field and quickly deployed. They were 8 lifelike automaton wolves. Though called wolves, they looked somewhat strange, more like wolves with flattened backs. Seeing this, Wang sneered, "What good are 8 more automaton wolves? I'm twisting and turning in the air, what can you possibly do to me?" The disciples watching the battle all looked puzzled and perplexed. Combat-type automatons most commonly mimic the appearance and characteristics of various animals. But common means ordinary. They had originally thought that if Shin had a trump card up his sleeve, he would surely produce an automaton that would dazzle them, something they'd never seen before. Like the mana Gatling from earlier. But now, Shin had actually brought out 8 run-of-the-mill automatons. Is this the limit of his skill? What a pity, what a pity. They had hoped to witness a more spectacular showdown, but it seemed today's event would end just like this. That was what the disciples were thinking. However, unlike the disciples, the elders on the high platform all wore pensive expressions the moment the automaton wolf appeared. Using divine perception, a faculty superior to spiritual sense, they instantly scanned the automaton wolf's structure into their minds. they were even able to deconstruct and analyze it. Although they were not versed in gearcraft, the automaton wolf's flat back and the numerous spiritual energy conduits within its body gave them the feeling that this wolf was no ordinary creature. At the very least, it was definitely not the run-of-the-mill automaton wolf that had long since become commonplace. At that moment, Shin said, "Senior brother Wang, don't worry. You'll soon find out what these wolves are for. I hope they'll surprise you." As he spoke, he raised his left hand, and 8 mana gatlings immediately floated into the air. Then, with the point of his right hand, all 8 automaton wolves were instantly activated. Buzz! A blood-red glow lit up in the wolves' eyes, as if they had come to life in an instant. Tap 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 tap. The automaton wolves took their respective positions, and the 8 mana gatlings immediately settled steadily onto their flat backs. Click! Specially crafted slots instantly secured the mana gatlings firmly to the wolves' backs, and a surge of spiritual energy flowed from the automaton wolves' heads, rapidly connecting with the mana gatlings. At that moment, the two mechanical creations became completely one. Wang paused for a moment, then shook his head and chuckled, "Junior brother Shin, you really went to a lot of trouble. I told you the weakness of your mana gatlings was that they couldn't move on their own, so did you immediately assign them mounts? Ha ha ha. It's quite creative, but how does it work in actual combat? See for yourself, can they even hit me? They're fine against ground targets, but I'm up in the sky." As he spoke, Wang soared back and forth through the air, propelled by his magical artifact, looking like a giant flying meatball. Many disciples were amused by Wang's appearance. Shin smiled faintly, "Senior brother Wang, let me give you some advice. You'd better admit defeat. Otherwise, if I really were to strike, it would be very difficult to control the force of the automaton wolf and the mana gatling in this state. It wouldn't be good if you got hurt." Hearing this, all the disciples thought to themselves. Senior brother Wang is clearly in the lead, yet you're the one trying to talk him into surrendering? That's completely backwards. Wang also said, "Junior brother Shin, I really don't know where you trained your tongue, it's incredibly sharp. Very well, since you refuse to see reason, I'll hold nothing back anymore." As he spoke, his whip, flying sword, and great seal instantly burst into brilliant light, unleashing their full power. Boom! The protective barrier surrounding Shin immediately began to teeter on the brink of collapse. Seeing this, Gongshu hurriedly shouted, "Disciple! Don't let this turn into a petty feud. You've already performed exceptionally well today. The sect's order takes priority. We mustn't let a minor issue overshadow the bigger picture." Hearing this, Elder Chen also came to his senses. If Shin were injured, the delivery deadline would surely be affected. So he added, "Shin, your gearcraft has already blown us away. Don't try to prove yourself any further. Wang, hold your ground. You've won." Hearing this, Wan looked hesitant but was already prepared to stop. After all, he couldn't disobey the sect elders. But then Shin declared loudly, "How can victory be decided by mere words? Today, we must settle this once and for all. To raise the banner of Forge Peak and uphold the reputation of gearcraft." With that, Shin took a deep breath and said, "Lock onto the target. Autonomous attack." Buzz! The 8 automaton wolves sprang into action immediately, charging off in all directions. So what if the target is in the sky and the firing angle isn't right? Just increase the distance. At Shin's command, the 8 automaton wolves immediately charged off in all directions. They didn't confine themselves to the competition arena but leaped directly onto the steps, continuing to charge outward along the aisles of the spectator stands. This scene caused many disciples to gasp in alarm, fearing the battle might spill over into their midst. Seeing this, Wang said, "Elder Chen, don't blame the disciples for this." As he spoke, he manipulated the 3 magical artifacts to launch a fierce attack on Shin. At the same time, the 8-headed automaton wolf reached the highest point of the spectator stands, crouching on its hind legs while its forelimbs stood firmly on the ground. The mana gatling on its back was angled upward, aimed directly at Wang. Not only the mana gatling, but its head was also tilted high, its mouth wide open. Wang furrowed his brow, realizing something was amiss. In the next instant, the familiar crack of gunfire rang out once more. Wang glanced at Shen, who remained motionless, and his expression instantly changed. He blurted out, "Can this wolf control the mana Gatling on its own?" Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The gunfire drowned out his shout, but it was loud enough for everyone present to hear clearly. Instantly, everyone in the arena realized what was happening, their expressions turning to utter shock. Boom! 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 Wang's protective shield was pounded until it shook violently and trembled uncontrollably. In just a few seconds, 2 layers were shattered. Seeing that his defenses were about to collapse, Wang hurriedly launched a full-force attack at Shen, but the drawbacks of wielding too many magical artifacts at once became apparent. The attacks from the whip, flying sword, and great seal were all insufficient to threaten Shen. Shen didn't even need to use any special techniques. Simply by maintaining his magical shield, he deflected every single attack. At that moment, mana fluctuations appeared in the automaton wolf's wide-open jaws, and a lightning summoning talisman was solidified on its tongue. Once activated, it immediately drew upon the mana of heaven and earth, summoning bolts of lightning that all crashed down upon Wang. 3 breaths later, Wang could no longer hold out and shouted, "I concede! I concede! Stop!" Hearing this, the disciples let out a collective gasp. He has won again. Shen has actually won yet again. Who on earth can stop him? Also, when did Gearcraft become this powerful? That automaton wolf can actually control a mana Gatling. Since when can one mechanical creation control another? Is this the latest breakthrough in automaton technology? Or is it Shen's own secret technique? Whatever it is, it's terrifying. The automaton wolf isn't rare, nor is it particularly intimidating. The mana Gatling is powerful, but it has its limitations. But when the two are combined, it's nothing short of a battlefield game-changer. Who on earth could possibly defeat Shen now? Seeing Wang concede defeat, Shen smiled faintly and said, "Ceasefire. Come back." The 8 automaton wolves immediately stopped attacking and quickly returned to Shen's side. The leader even rubbed against Shen's pant leg as if seeking praise. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone instantly lost their composure. By the great Tao, what did I just see? Has this automaton wolf actually developed sentience? You've got to be kidding. Shen is only at the foundation stage. How could he possibly craft a mechanical creation capable of developing sentience? It must have been infused with a wolf's soul. There is no way it's a sentient spiritual treasure. When a magical artifact weaves together the laws of the universe, it becomes a magical treasure. When a magical treasure develops sentience, it becomes a sentient spiritual treasure. Magical artifacts are easy to come by, but spirit treasures are hard to find. It must be understood that spirit treasures are typically magical artifacts used by cultivators at the divine stage and fusion stage. Even most cultivators at the tribulation stage and Mahayana stage do not possess more powerful immortal treasures and can only use top-tier spirit treasures. This demonstrates just how precious and powerful spirit treasures are. Seeing the extraordinary autonomy and sentience displayed by Shen's automaton wolf at that moment, everyone was utterly astonished. Of course, as some have suggested, it's also possible that a wolf's soul has been infused into the automaton wolf. Mechanical creations generally cannot develop sentience on their own, but mechanical artisans throughout history have devised a solution. That solution is to infuse them with a beast's soul. That said, while mechanical creations infused with a beast's soul are not as valuable as spirit treasures, they are still more precious than magic treasures, and most are also more powerful than magic treasures. Whether Shen's automaton wolf had actually developed sentience or had a wolf's spirit infused into it, either way, it was a matter astonishing enough to leave everyone speechless. Is this right? Is this something that should appear in a battle between foundation stage cultivators? Amid the clamor of murmurs, Elder Chen asked with a piercing gaze, "Shen, I think you should explain this to everyone." As a divine stage cultivator, his divine sense told him that there was no wolf's soul within the automaton wolf, nor had any light of sentience emerged from it. Yet, the automaton wolf's performance just now clearly resembled that of an intelligent being. Whether it was independently locating and locking onto Wang, operating the mana Gatling on its back, or its final act of seeking praise and acting coy toward Shen, none of it could be ignored. No matter what Shen had done, this was an event significant enough to change the course of Gearcraft. Just look at the reaction of Gongshu, the peak master of Forge Peak. He had jumped to his feet in shock, stammering, "Disciple. You've?" Hearing this, Shin clasped his hands and replied, "Master, elders, it's really nothing, just a bit of artificial intelligence." Artificial intelligence? The entire hall was filled with confusion. What on earth was that? Even the divine stage elders exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unable to fathom the true meaning behind those 4 words. Elder Chen scolded with a laugh, "Are you testing us? Hurry up and tell us, what exactly is this artificial intelligence?" "Alright, time for a science lesson." Shin shook his head and explained eloquently, "Let us start with intelligence. You can think of it as wisdom, intellect, thought, or even the soul. All living beings in heaven and earth are born with it. Though the degree varies, they all follow this principle, reacting to and acting upon everything in the outside world. I refer to all of this collectively as intelligence. And so-called artificial intelligence is the use of human means to make inanimate objects appear to possess rudimentary intelligence. Take my automaton wolf, for example. I only need to issue commands using specific phrases, and it will perform the corresponding actions, just like this: number 1, jump. Crouch, lie down, spin around, play dead, shake hands the other paw. As Shun gave the commands, the lead wolf of the automaton wolf pack executed the corresponding actions with precision. The crowd watched this scene in utter astonishment. What's the difference between this and a real spirit pet wolf? And you said they hadn't actually developed a spirit? After the demonstration, Shin explained, the reason I added the word artificial is precisely because they haven't truly developed a spirit. These are all just programs I set up in advance. For example, if I were to order them to attack me, they wouldn't react at all. Essentially, these automaton wolves are still inanimate objects. It's just that, in terms of interaction and control, they appear to possess a rudimentary form of intelligence. After speaking, Shin paused for a moment before continuing, "Actually, I didn't develop this from scratch. Our predecessors have already made significant progress in this field. For instance, automatons typically require cultivators to use spiritual power and incantations to activate pre-embedded talismans or formations, or to attack enemies. I've simply built upon this foundation to make the mechanisms more complex, allowing me to control these mechanical creations more conveniently. As for shaking hands, acting cute, and sticking out their tongues, those are just little features I came up with out of boredom, just to pass the time." Having said that, Shin fell silent. An eerie silence fell over the entire hall. Whether they were divine stage elders, peak masters, or disciples of varying strengths, they all stared at Shin as if he were a monster. Their expressions seemed to ask, "Are you even human? Could a human mind really come up with something like this?" Just then, a burst of loud laughter suddenly rang out. "Ha ha 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 ha! I've realized it! I've realized it! A century of confusion, resolved in a single day. The great Tao is within my grasp." All eyes immediately turned toward the source of the laughter, only to find that Gongshu, the peak master of Forge Peak and Shin's master, was now laughing maniacally like a madman. And amidst the laughter, his cultivation aura began to rise steadily. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through from the early stage of the spirit transformation realm to the mid-stage. Seeing this, everyone was left speechless. Was this an epiphany right then and there? The atmosphere at the selection tournament was extremely eerie. Everyone's gaze kept shifting back and forth between Gongshu and Shin, the master and disciple. The disciple spoke eloquently, and the master achieved sudden enlightenment on the spot? Good grief! Who can even tell who's the master and who's the disciple anymore? Even the elders felt inexplicably shaken. A single speech by a foundation stage disciple actually caused a divine stage cultivator to achieve sudden enlightenment and breakthrough? This world is just too crazy, it feels so unfamiliar. Ha 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 ha! I've attained the Tao. Gongshu, feeling refreshed and invigorated, suppressed his aura, his expression brimming with excitement. He looked at Shin, momentarily at a loss for words. As the best gearcraft practitioner in the Ascendant Guild, he had actually found himself in an awkward predicament. That is, entrusting the Tao to the art. When the art ceases, the Tao ceases. He truly loved Gearcraft. His entire life's achievements were rooted in it, so he had inevitably entrusted his own Tao to Gearcraft as well. Just like those sword cultivators at Blade Peak, who entrust their own Tao to a single sword. In other words, as long as he made breakthroughs in Gearcraft, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds, unhindered. But when Gearcraft hits a bottleneck or reaches a dead end, his cultivation will be affected and come to a standstill. For 100 years now, he has been trapped in this predicament. His own knowledge and ideas have pushed him into a dead end. Gearcraft has made no further progress, and his cultivation has completely stagnated. It wasn't until today, upon hearing his own disciple's explanation of artificial intelligence, that inspiration surged within him, and he dimly saw a bright path slowly unfolding before him. Even just a brief moment of insight brought him immense benefit. As a result, the knot of frustration in his heart suddenly dissolved, and the cultivation bottleneck that had held him back for 100 years was instantly broken through. Disciple, Dongshua's voice trembled. He couldn't form a complete sentence. If it weren't for all the younger disciples watching, he would have burst into tears. At that moment, Elder Chen declared in a resonant voice, "Congratulations, junior brother Gongshu. Congratulations, junior brother Gongshu. This is not only a joyous occasion for Forge Peak and Gearcraft, but also for our Ascendant Guild." Gongshu's breakthrough this time clearly left him with reserves of energy. As long as he devoted himself to seclusion in the near future, he might even break through to the late spirit transformation stage in one go. This would naturally be a major event for the Ascendant Guild as well. Even though the Ascendant Guild is a major sect, one of the 5 great immortal sects, a late spirit transformation cultivator is still an absolutely elite combatant. Congratulations, junior brother Gongshu. Best wishes, junior brother Gongshu. I'll definitely be stopping by Forge Peak later for a drink. Don't turn me away, junior brother Gongshu. With the great war between immortals and demons imminent, not only has Forge Peak produced an outstanding disciple like Shin, but junior brother Gongshu has also achieved a breakthrough in one fell swoop, adding to the prestige of our Ascendant Guild. This is a good omen. Exactly. In my opinion, we shouldn't wait any longer. We should report this to the guild master today and secure a seat for junior brother Gongshu in the Council of Elders. Well said. Agreed. The elders spoke up one after another. Elder Chen's expression shifted slightly. He listened intently for a moment, then declared in a loud voice, "The guild master has issued an order. Forge Peak exemplifies the bond between master and disciple, a true model for all. The disciple has crafted marvelous artifacts, and the master has broken through his bottleneck. This is truly rare and precious. As this great war looms, they stand as a model and example for all the peaks. I hereby grant the position of elder to Gongshu of Forge Peak, and bestow the title of chief disciple upon Shin of Forge Peak. I hope both of you will continue to strive for excellence and achieve even greater glory." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall was shaken. The emergence of a new elder wasn't all that shocking, but the title of chief disciple was extremely rare. What does chief mean? It refers to the most prestigious seat, as well as the highest position or rank. This is the highest honor a cultivator of the Ascendant Guild can receive while still a disciple. This meant that, from this day forward, Shin was the foremost disciple of the Ascendant Guild in the art of Gearcraft. Even direct disciples and stewards from other peaks would have to treat him with respect. He was practically the highest ranking disciple, second only to the elders. Such a title had not been bestowed for many years. The last time was 20 years ago, when Xiaoran, the peak master of Blade Peak, stood out among countless sword cultivators to become the chief disciple of sword cultivation. Now that Shin has attained this same status, how could it fail to astonish everyone? And this title was bestowed upon Shin personally by the sect master himself. That carries a completely different weight. It means that the elusive sect master who is rarely seen had been closely watching this selection all along, and among so many disciples, recognized only Shin's performance and strength. This is simply an immense honor. The way many people looked at Shin had changed, some with a mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment, but more often with admiration and respect. Come to think of it, Shin truly deserved this status. Whether it was the mana Gatling, which proved immensely effective on the battlefield, or the automaton wolf endowed with spirituality and capable of controlling the mana Gatling, Shin had repeatedly shattered everyone's expectations and left them in awe. With such glory bestowed upon him now, one can only say he truly deserves it. Thank you, Sect Master, for your kindness. Thank you, Sect Master. Gongshu and Shen expressed their gratitude one after the other, becoming the two most prominent figures in the room. After Elder Chen finished his announcement, he walked over to Shen with a smile and said, "You young rascal, you've really shot to the top today. I must also thank the Elder for his forbearance. I did get a bit carried away just now," Shen said, clasping his hands in a bow. Elder Chen was at a loss for words. "You actually know how to reflect on your actions? I thought you'd always be such a cocky fellow." Shen smiled but said nothing. He had indeed gotten a little carried away earlier and hadn't heeded Elder Chen's mediation. But there was nothing he could do about it now that the automaton wolf had made its debut. He couldn't just fizzle out and call it a day. He had to put on a proper show. Otherwise, how would he sell it? With that in mind, Shen said boldly, "Elder, isn't this automaton wolf pretty impressive? How about you get 10,000 of them? They work perfectly in tandem with that mana Gatling." "I knew you'd say that." Elder Chen rolled his eyes, then mused, "Your automaton wolf is indeed impressive, but the price must be quite high, right?" Although this automaton wolf wasn't on par with spirit treasures that had attained sentience, nor with mechanical creations infused with beast souls, it was, after all, an automaton possessing a certain level of intelligence. Paired with the mana Gatling, its power was immense. Its greatest value lies in the fact that it requires no extra effort or attention from a cultivator to control. Once mana crystals are embedded and a command is issued, it attacks on its own. This is incredibly useful on the battlefield. Theoretically, its value is on par with a low-grade magical treasure, or at the very least, a high-grade magical artifact. And the price of a high-grade magical artifact is generally 100 or so low-grade mana crystals, or a single mid-grade mana crystal. As Elder Chen pondered this, Shen smiled and gave his answer, 1 mid-grade mana crystal. Hearing this, Elder Chen shook his head and said, "Your pricing is indeed spot on, but 10,000 mid-grade mana crystals is no joke. You must understand that for this immortal demon war, the sect's original budget was only 2 million low-grade mana crystals, which is equivalent to 20,000 mid-grade mana crystals. We've already spent 100,000 low-grade mana crystals on your mana Gatling. If the sect spends another 10,000 mid-grade mana crystals to purchase your automaton wolf, that would exceed half of our total budget." Hearing this, the others all looked at each other with a sense of awe. Wow, the Great War hasn't even begun yet. Is Shen about to pocket half the sect's funds? Who could possibly out-earn you? Hearing Elder Chen's words, Shen smiled calmly. "It does sound like a lot, but Elder, try looking at it from a different angle. Spending half the budget will ensure we have nothing to worry about on the foundation stage battlefield. By then, won't we be rolling in spoils?" Elder Chen sighed. "I understand that, of course. That's why I said your pricing is spot on, kid. I really don't know how your brain works. If you were in the secular world, you'd surely be a wealthy merchant." Shen smiled but said nothing, taking it as a compliment. Elder Chen continued, "The sect master has already given his orders. As long as you can produce them, we'll need 10,000 automaton wolves and 10,000 mana Gatlings each. Additionally, you're ordered to select a group of disciples from the various mountain peaks to train. They'll be specifically responsible for operating these automaton wolves and mana Gatlings on the battlefield in the future. You can decide the exact number yourself. Both energy stage and foundation stage disciples are acceptable, as long as they possess combat capability. So I must ask you formally, can you produce them?" A massive order for 10,000 mid-grade mana crystals sorted. Thinking of his fully automated production line, Shen grinned. "Rest assured, Elder. This disciple will not go back on his word. I'll definitely deliver on time." "All right, I'll trust you one more time." Elder Chen glanced around and said in a deep voice, "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge Shen? If not, I'm about to declare this gathering over." As soon as those words were spoken, the disciples were instantly overcome with embarrassment. They all bowed with clasped hands and then slunk away in shame. Elder Chen waited 3 breaths before solemnly announcing, "The selection tournament is hereby concluded. In this final year, all disciples must train diligently and cultivate earnestly. You may spar and compete within our sect, but on the battlefield, it's no joke. I hope that however many of you I take there, that's exactly how many I'll bring back. Additionally, as you all heard just now, the sect master has ordered Shin to select a group of disciples to train in the use of the automaton wolf and the mana gatling. You must cooperate and show no resistance. As soon as he finished speaking, the drums began to beat. The majestic drumbeats that signaled the beginning and end of the assembly now seemed to be celebrating Shin alone. The gaze of everyone in the hall remained fixed on Shin alone, lingering for a long time. Everyone knew that Forge Peak had produced a prodigy, and the Ascendant Guild had welcomed a new leader. From now on, at least within the gates of the Ascendant Guild, no one would ever again consider Deercraft trash, nor would anyone look down on Forge Peak's mechanism masters. All of this stemmed from Shin's meteoric rise. Senior Brother Shin is truly a genius. I know how to forge artifacts and have studied Deercraft for a few days, but even now I still can't fathom his mana gatling or automaton wolf. If you could figure it out just by glancing at them, it wouldn't be Senior Brother Shin standing there, it would be you. I'd love to get to know such a remarkable figure. Didn't Elder Shin say that the sect master allowed Senior Brother Shin to select a group of disciples? What does that have to do with us? Do you think Senior Brother Shin would even notice us? A person has to have dreams. I'm going to volunteer right now. Huh? Is that even possible? Wait for me, I'm going too. Shin had just put away his automaton and mana gatling and was about to return to Forge Peak with his master. But after taking just a few steps, he was surrounded by a crowd of disciples. Some were volunteering themselves, others wanted to exchange communication jade tablets, all eager to get to know this rising star. Shin mused, "Thank you all for your kindness, fellow disciples. Soon, I will hold an interview at Forge Peak. At that time, I will select 100 disciples to train in the operation of the automaton wolf and the mana gatling." Upon hearing this, the disciples all expressed their intention to attend. The crowd dispersed. Only then did Gongshu have the chance to exchange a few words with his disciple. But Shin raised his hand and said, "I know what you want to ask. Let us talk about it when we get back. I've drawn enough attention today." Gongshu nodded, "All right, back to the mountain." With that, he strode ahead with great pride and confidence, his back straighter than ever before. The selection event had ended, but the talk continued. And almost all the talk revolved around the same person, Shin. It couldn't be helped, Shin's performance had been simply too dazzling to ignore. On Blade Peak, Yu, her lovely face pale, sat cross-legged before her father, head bowed in silence. Xiaoran sipped his tea calmly and said, "Do you know in what way you fall short of that, Shin?" Your daughter does not know." Yu replied. Xiaoran continued, "In terms of cultivation, you're at the mid-foundation establishment stage, while Shin is only at the early foundation establishment stage. In terms of combat prowess, you're the strongest sword cultivator, whereas Shin practices gearcraft, a discipline looked down upon by others. Yet in the end, you were utterly defeated. Not only you, but even powerhouses like Xiao and Wang were defeated as well. Could it be that you still don't know where you went wrong?" Upon hearing this, Yu was struck with horror. Shin's cultivation was actually only at the early foundation establishment stage? An early foundation establishment gearcraft master whose mechanical creations had defeated all three of their genius disciples. That was simply unbelievable. Just how profound was Shin's mastery of mechanical craftsmanship? Had he perhaps even surpassed his divine stage master? That's right, his master had broken through precisely after listening to his teachings. Who would believe that Shin's mastery of gearcraft was inferior to his master's? With this thought, Yu was instantly convinced and could no longer harbor even a shred of contempt. She pursed her lips and said, "My daughter likely lost because she was careless and underestimated her opponent. There are as many heroes in the world as there are minnows crossing the river. I should never look down on anyone. As a sword cultivator, I must treat every strike with the utmost seriousness. Even if my opponent is merely a mechanism master whom everyone looks down upon, I must give it my all." Xiaoran's lips curved slightly. "Well said." He poured his daughter a cup of tea and continued, "Beyond that, you should learn more from Shin's mindset. A sword cultivator should indeed display their sharpness, but they must also know how to conceal it. Just like Shin, he had no reputation for 3 years after joining the sect, but once he rose to power, he soared like a dragon ascending to the heavens. He could endure the days of obscurity, diligently honing his gearcraft, and when gearcraft was looked down upon by others, he could bravely stand up and be utterly defiant. Moreover, he could engage in articulate discourse and negotiate with the sect's elders right before everyone's eyes. This is the mindset a cultivator should possess. This is especially true for a sword cultivator, do you understand? Listening to his father's words, Yu's mind once again recalled Shin's words and actions at the Grand Assembly. For a moment, he was deeply moved. Yes, Shin truly lived up to his name. He was indeed quite extraordinary. Other disciples, regardless of their cultivation level or how impressive their performance might be, always seemed a bit intimidated when facing so many fellow disciples and elders. Some didn't even dare to speak much. Even she herself couldn't help but feel her heart racing when she first took the stage. But look at Shin, not only did he mock everyone, but he even dared to haggle with the elders. From start to finish, he maintained a calm and composed demeanor. Such presence was truly awe-inspiring. And before this, aside from Forge Peak's own people, no one even knew that the Ascendant Guild had someone like Shin. From this perspective, Shin was truly a bit intimidating. When he begins selecting disciples, you should go too. Stay by his side and learn as much as you can, Xiaoran said suddenly. Upon hearing this, Yu looked utterly bewildered. Father, I am a sword cultivator. Shouldn't I be focusing on practicing my swordsmanship? When can't one practice the sword? Xiaoran tilted his head and spat out a tea leaf, which whizzed through the air and pierced a rock nearby, leaving a trail of sword energy in its wake. Yu immediately understood and bowed before leaving. Watching his daughter's retreating figure, Xiaoran let out a faint smile. In truth, he was doing this for his daughter's safety. Although that brat who injured his daughter was indeed rather despicable, the mechanical devices he had created were truly impressive. When his daughter took to the battlefield, having those mechanical devices by her side would naturally provide her with a bit more protection. Similar scenes were unfolding on other peaks as well. People like Xiao and others, whether guided by their masters or acting of their own volition, all intended to join Shin's team. Forge Peak. Shin looked at his fellow disciples before him, 3 black lines appearing on his forehead. Yu Xiao. Apart from Wang, the foundation stage disciple who had stepped forward that day to teach him a lesson, nearly all of them had come. The rest were also the backbone of their respective peaks. Wait, why did every single one of them show up? Isn't the usual script supposed to be that everyone forms a grudge here, then faces off on the immortal demon battlefield to see who contributes more, so that in the end, I'd stand out above the rest and show off a bit? What is going on here? What are you all? Shin drawled. Yu was still a bit aloof and reluctant to speak. Xiao, on the other hand, was straightforward. Senior brother Shin, I was rude that day. After returning, I gave it some thought. Joining your team is truly the best choice for my journey on this battlefield. My formations, paired with your mechanical creations, are a perfect match. So, I've thickened my skin and come over. I hope you'll let bygones be bygones. As the top disciple, all other disciples must address him as senior brother, aside from the other top disciple. Shin nodded, his gaze turning to Yu. Yu opened his mouth. My dad said you're really good and told me to learn as much as I can from you. Shin couldn't help but laugh and sigh. Learn what from me? I don't even know sword techniques. Just tell me if you'll take me on or not. Yu said, a bit flustered and annoyed. Shin shrugged, I'll take you on. Why wouldn't I? You sword cultivators are skilled at wielding swords, and your attacks are mostly straightforward, so it'll be easy for you to pick up the mana gatling. Hearing this, Yu breathed a slight sigh of relief. At that moment, Shin looked around and asked, where's senior brother Wang? Why didn't he come? Actually, I'd prefer to take on an artifact craftsman. The disciples exchanged glances, looking somewhat awkward. Xiao leaned in and whispered, I heard the head instructor of Tianbing Peak also planned to send senior brother Wang, but he refused, citing the need to forge artifacts for others and his preparations to break through to the core stage. He also said, he also said he wants to compete against you again on the immortal demon battlefield to see who can kill more demons. That's the spirit. That's exactly the spirit. Shin nodded with satisfaction and laughed. Alright, I see there are nearly 200 people here today, so let us skip the interviews and go straight to an elimination system. If, in the days to come, anyone can't stand my teaching methods, they're free to leave on their own. I won't stop them. If anyone becomes slack or lazy, or refuses to follow instructions, I'll ask them to leave immediately. I hope all fellow disciples are mentally prepared for this. Hearing this, the disciples' hearts sank. It looks like the next year isn't going to be easy. They say mechanical engineers are a peculiar bunch, even harder to please than alchemists and artifact craftsmen. And considering Shin's arrogant behavior at the selection ceremony TSK, it looks like we're in for a rough ride. Still, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. If we can stick it out, the rewards will be immense. With that thought, boundless motivation welled up within the disciples. And so, half a year later, having just finished standing at attention for a full hour, Senior Sister Yu, when is this ever going to end? Senior Brother Xiao, I want to go back to the mountain. How can they toy with us like this? Are we some kind of lowly scum? I come from a mundane military background. I've never even heard of this kind of training. Xiao and Yu, who had already been honorably appointed as captains of the Gon and Kuan training squads, exchanged a glance, their expressions filled with utter helplessness. Not to mention the other disciples, even the two of them were starting to reach their limit. They had expected Shin to immediately teach them how to operate the mana gatling and the automaton wolf, and to work together to develop tactics. But that wasn't the case at all. Shin produced a set of strange internal regulations and forced them to follow the rules outlined therein for their daily lives. For example, they had to wake up at Mao hour every day 6:00 a.m. After waking up, they had to run 10 li, then meditate for half a shurchen, and only then could they begin a series of training activities. Calling it training was a complete joke. Standing motionless all morning with their palms pressed tightly against their sides, is that training? Everyone had to line up in formation, whether walking or running. They had to move in perfect unison. If one person made a mistake, the whole group was punished. Is that training? The most absurd part is that we're not even allowed to use magical power to relieve fatigue throughout the entire process. You call this training? What does any of this have to do with operating the mana gatling or the automaton wolf? I don't get it. I just don't get it at all. Sometimes they even wondered if Shin was still holding a grudge over what happened at the selection tournament and was deliberately toying with them. How else could they explain it? Senior Sister Yu, I really can't take it anymore. My cultivation hasn't progressed a single bit in the past half year. I used to have hope of breaking through to the mid-foundation establishment stage before the battle, but if this drags on any longer, there is absolutely no hope left. A female cultivator said with a mournful expression. Without the protection of magical power, her skin, which had been as smooth as porcelain just half a year ago, was now as black as charcoal. What woman could accept that? Yu clenched her teeth. In fact, she had wanted to take her sisters and leave more than once. But every time she thought of doing so, a phrase Shin had once said would pop into her mind. You don't need to understand why I'm doing this now. Once we're on the battlefield, everything will become clear. So she took a deep breath and said, let us hang in there a little longer. It'll be over in half a year. Can cultivators like us really be defeated by a little hardship? Hearing this, Xiao, who had transformed from a dashing young gentleman into a rustic country boy, gave a wry smile. If I weren't so eager to use the automaton wolf and the mana gatling to boost my strength, I would be left long ago. Sigh, I really don't know how Senior Brother Shin's mind works. Where does he come up with all these bizarre ideas? Just then, Shin and Gongshu descended from the sky. Seeing this, the remaining 100 disciples immediately reacted instinctively. One by one, they quickly stood up and automatically formed a neat formation. They held their heads high, chests out, and gazed straight ahead. Shin scanned the scene and nodded in satisfaction. Gongshu, standing beside him, saw this and let a forced smile flit across his face. He really wanted to say, Disciple, oh disciple, what kind of mind control spell did you use? How did you manage to train these outstanding disciples into this state? Good grief, to put it bluntly, they're like spirit pets. You tell them to go east, and they go west. Were these really the same group of young, spirited, and vibrant disciples from the various peaks just half a year ago? You've all performed quite well during this past half year of intensive training. For the next half year, we'll be moving on to real, hands-on training. As Shin spoke, he picked up the inventory bag at his waist, gave it a casual shake, and 100 mana gatlings and 100 automaton wolves appeared before the group. Seeing this, Yu and the other 100 disciples immediately perked up. Half a year, were they finally getting down to business? Fantastic! Upon hearing this, Gongshu asked with a worried look on his face, "Disciple, you've been focusing all your attention on them. What's the progress on the sect's orders? Don't let them fall behind." "Don't worry, Master. Actually, while you were in seclusion these past 6 months, I've already nearly finished crafting them all," Shin replied with a faint smile. Hearing this, Gongshu looked utterly stunned, his eyes betraying his disbelief. 10,000 mana gatlings and 10,000 automaton wolves nearly finished in just half a year? Who would believe that? Yu and the others exchanged glances, their faces full of disbelief. Shin had spent most of the past half year hanging out with them, supervising their training. How could he have had time to build these contraptions? This question had actually been weighing on their minds the whole time. They really wanted to ask, "Shin, aren't you worried you won't be able to deliver?" Meanwhile, Shin, who had taken in everyone's reactions, smiled and said, "What's the matter? None of you believe me? Well then, since you 100 of you will be the ones operating these final 20,000 mechanical devices anyway, today I'll take you on a tour of your future weapons. Master, come along too, that way you won't have to worry about me all the time." With that, Shin led the way toward the back mountain. The group exchanged glances and hurried to follow. Shin's workshop was located in the back mountains of Forge Peak. This area was on the outskirts. Beyond it lay desolate, uninhabited mountains, and the other peaks of the Ascendant Guild were in a different direction. As a result, very few people ever came here. Even Gongshu was visiting for the first time. He only knew that Shin had been testing mechanical constructs in the back mountains, but he had no idea that Shin had long since hollowed out the mountainside to build a workshop. As the group entered the workshop under Shin's guidance, everyone was stunned by the scene before them. The first thing that caught their eye was the shelves packed with mana gatlings, so densely packed they were dizzying to behold. Next were the rows of automaton wolves on the floor, each one looking as if carved from the same mold. Even deactivated, they inspired awe and sent a chill down one's spine. Since a grand formation shrouding the workshop blocked spiritual and divine perception, Gongshu only released his divine sense after entering to scan the mechanical creations before him. Then, his voice trembling, he asked, "Disciple, how did you do this? In just half a year, you've actually completed the construction of over 8,000 mana gatlings and more than 7,000 automaton wolves? You've got to be kidding. Did you do all this by yourself?" Yu and the other 100 disciples were even more stunned. After all, Gongshu had been in seclusion for the past half year and wasn't entirely clear on what had happened during that time. But they had witnessed it firsthand. Shen had spent most of the past half year right there with them. Except for the nights when they each returned to their rooms to rest, they had hardly ever been apart during the day. When did Shen find the time to make so many mana gatlings and automaton wolves? Did he not rest at all at night? Even if he didn't sleep, that pace was simply unbelievable. Could it be that Shen secretly commanded an army of automaton engineers? You swallowed hard and said, "Senior brother Shen, how did you manage to do that?" Xiao snapped out of his daze and couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother Shen, could it be that you've mastered the art of external avatars, passed down directly from the Tao ancestor, allowing you to split yourself into 10,000 forms and work simultaneously?" The disciples all nodded in unison. Apart from that explanation, what else could it be? Senior brother Shen must definitely possess the formidable divine ability to split himself into 10,000 forms. Hearing this, Shen could only laugh and sigh. What on earth are you talking about? I'm just a lowly foundation establishment cultivator. How could I possibly have such great abilities? Then explain what's going on here, Xiao retorted. For most of the past half year, you've been with us. When would you have had time to craft all these mechanical devices, let alone so many of them? Hearing this, Gongshu was even more stunned. Disciple, please explain. I can't take this anymore, this is simply too terrifying. Just then, 3 small carts rolled out at a steady pace from the depths of the workshop, each carrying 5 automaton wolves in their cargo beds. Shortly after, 3 more carts approached from another direction, each carrying 10 mana gatlings in their cargo beds. The 6 carts arrived at an open area, where a mechanical arm automatically extended from the front of each one, placing the automaton wolves and mana gatlings from their cargo beds onto the ground and onto racks. They then turned around and drove back into the depths of the workshop. Seeing this scene, everyone was once again left speechless. These cart-shaped mechanical creations were incredibly intelligent. Shin said, now you understand, right? It's not that I have the ability to create clones, it's that I've achieved a fully automated production process. Follow me. The answer is inside. With that, Shin led the way inside, and the others followed closely behind. Along the way, Xiao couldn't help but ask. Senior brother, what do you mean by a fully automated production process? It's exactly what it says, don't you get it? I understand the words, but the underlying principle, forgive my dullness, senior brother, but I just can't quite grasp it. It's simple. As long as we have the materials, this place can produce the automaton wolf and the mana gatling on its own, even without human intervention. Shin stopped and pointed to the assembly line ahead, saying, look, see? That's how it works. The group looked over and instantly froze in place. Deep within this mountainous space, 2 long workbenches were positioned on either side, forming a figure-8 shape. At the intersection stood 2 inventory bags, each discharging various materials onto the respective workbenches, the most conspicuous being the mystic ice iron used to craft the mana gatling. Surrounding both workbenches were numerous devices they couldn't begin to understand. The most obvious were the metal arms resembling those extending from the little cart that jutted out like human limbs. These metal arms would either grasp the objects flowing across the workbenches or rapidly etch intricate, mystical patterns onto passing items. Their movements were incredibly fast and precise. In addition, numerous mechanical devices were hammering and compressing the materials. Thus, the raw materials fell from the inventory bag, passed through these successive checkpoints, and finally flowed to the other end of the workbench, where they miraculously transformed into an automaton wolf and a mana gatling. Gongshu raised his right hand, trembling, and rubbed his eyes. Even though his eyes and spiritual sense had clearly witnessed it, he still felt as if he were under some kind of illusion. Is this how mechanical creations are made? How could mechanical creations possibly be made this way? Don't all automaton craftsmen painstakingly craft the core drive, then laboriously hand-polish every component, meticulously engrave runes and array patterns, and finally assemble everything with the utmost care? Setting aside those complex automatons, even a foundation establishment-level automaton, no matter how simple its structure, would still require an automaton craftsman 10 days or half a month, or even 1 or 2 months, to complete. Who on earth could work this fast? And without any human intervention, it's fully automated. You and the other 100 disciples were at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the sheer astonishment they felt. Although they never crafted mechanical devices themselves, how does the saying go? You may not have eaten pork, but you've surely seen a pig run. Crafting mechanical devices is a task even more complex and tedious than alchemy or artifact forging. How could something like this be possible? In the dead silence, Shin said in a flat tone, don't be too surprised. It's no big deal, I'm just a bit lazy. Master, think about it, since mechanical contraptions can be automated, why not create some devices to take over these repetitive, tedious tasks for the mechanical engineers? It looks pretty impressive, but in reality, the technical complexity isn't that high. With a few talismans and incantations that can manipulate objects, it's actually quite simple to pull off. The technical complexity isn't that high, it's actually quite simple to implement. Upon hearing these 2 sentences, Gongshu really wanted to strangle his proud disciple. What kind of talk is that? If it were that simple, why hadn't mechanical engineers throughout history ever thought of it, let alone achieved it? You're clearly just showing off. You and the others also suddenly felt an urge to beat Shin to a pulp. Could you please not sound so casual about this? If these things were made public, they would inevitably reshape the entire cultivation world. Just imagine, if the Ascendant Guild popularized this technology and threw all its resources into creating all kinds of mechanical devices. In just a few years, the Ascendant Guild would become the undisputed #1 in the world. How could other cultivation sects possibly resist? Once a million or even 10 million mechanical devices hit the market, who could possibly rival them? This is practically on par with a sect's treasured artifact wielded by a great perfection stage cultivator. The disciples' gazes toward Shin had completely changed. Before the selection tournament, their eyes had been indifferent, even contemptuous. After the selection tournament, they were filled with admiration and respect. And now, their gaze was one of adoration mixed with a touch of fear and awe. That's right, fear. Just imagine the massive upheaval these devices would cause if they were made public. And as their creator, to what heights would Shin's status and influence soar? Setting aside the entire cultivation world for a moment, even within the Ascendant Guild alone, he would very likely rise to a position far above that of many elders. In the future, as Shin's cultivation level rises, he might even succeed the guildmaster. This is by no means an empty joke. Even they, as foundation stage disciples, could grasp the potential and terror of these devices. The guildmaster and the elders certainly understood it all the more. But the problem is, Shin actually held back. He created something so formidable, yet kept it hidden for 3 years without a whisper, without letting a single hint slip out. What incredible self-discipline that must require. Those disciples who, upon breaking through a minor cultivation level or making a small breakthrough in their cultivation techniques, can't help but throw banquets for their fellow disciples and boast extravagantly they are simply no match for Shin. Gongshu's gaze toward Shin had also changed. Even though he knew Shin inside and out, he now couldn't help but wonder, could this disciple he'd taken on a whim down in the valley be the reincarnation of some immortal? Such ingenious ideas and devices could only be described by that one phrase. Such things belong only in heaven. How rarely are they seen on earth? Using mechanical devices to create mechanical devices that is far too ahead of its time. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it otherworldly. Disciple, Yu Gongshu began, then fell silent. Usually, when reviewing his disciples' work, he would offer a few earnest words of criticism or praise to encourage them. But now, he truly didn't know how to begin. Criticism? He felt completely unqualified to offer it. Praise? How could he even begin? When faced with something beyond one's comprehension, one can only feel awe and wonder. Even as a master, he didn't know how to offer praise. In fact, if Shin weren't his disciple, upon seeing such a mechanical creation, he would have wanted to bow deeply in reverence and humbly seek guidance. With senior brother Shin in our sect, the future looks bright. Xiao spoke from the heart. Yu and the other disciples immediately nodded in agreement. Right now, Shin was only at the foundation stage, yet he could mass-produce mechanical devices capable of instantly defeating other foundation stage cultivators. As Shin's cultivation improved, who could say for certain that he wouldn't be able to create mechanical devices capable of instantly defeating those at the same cultivation level? Even if he couldn't create anything new, the ability to mass-produce traditional mechanical devices would still be a terrifying prospect. With a disciple like this, the Ascendant Guild might even be able to wipe out demons and monsters on its own in the future. Upon hearing this, Shin shook his head. After all, they're just external tools. In the cultivation world, strength still reigns supreme. Only when I create mechanical devices capable of obliterating great perfection stage cultivators will I be qualified to say such a thing. The crowd. Wow, he really thinks that way. How many great perfection stage cultivators are there in the entire cultivation world? At most, 1 or 2 dozen. I'm afraid there won't even be enough for you to blast by then. Alright, you've seen everything you need to see. Let us start training. Shin took out a piece of paper, handed it to Xiao, and said, for you guys, multitasking controlling multiple groups of automaton wolves and mana gatlings is absolutely no problem. Therefore, the focus of your training over the next half year won't be on individual control, but on teamwork. These are some tactical concepts I jotted down in my spare time. You can use them as a reference, but it'd be best to combine them with your own ideas to develop a sound tactical strategy. Xiao took it and began reading, her expression gradually turning bewildered. What on earth is this? On the infiltration tactics of Special Forces squads in the Cultivation realm, key points for seizing the depths of demon territories and the possibility of reconnaissance behind enemy lines to disrupt demon deployments. Why do I recognize every single character, yet when put together, it feels so unfamiliar? Xiao screamed inwardly. Yu, somewhat puzzled, snatched the paper and glanced at it. She, too, looked bewildered, her slender willow-like eyebrows involuntarily furrowing. She looked up and asked, Senior Brother Shin, what is the true meaning behind this 3-3 tactics? Shin waved his hand, they're just rough ideas, they might not be suitable for the demon battlefield. Just practice them for now and refine them gradually. All right. Yu took a deep breath, folded the paper, and solemnly tucked it into her bosom. Although Shin didn't seem to think much of it, she sensed that what was written on that paper must be something truly powerful. Senior Brother Shin wasn't the type to speak without reason. Before long, the 100 disciples returned to their training. Shin accompanied his master on another tour of the workshop, patiently explaining anything Gongshu didn't understand. For a moment, Gongshu even felt as though their master-disciple roles had completely reversed. After the tour ended, Gongshu looked a bit embarrassed, rubbing his hands together nervously. Shin shook his head and chuckled, pulling out a book and saying, Master, I wrote down some thoughts on gearcraft in my spare time. I appreciate your feedback. Ahem, well, that's exactly what a master is supposed to do. Gongshu casually took the book, appearing unconcerned but actually clutching it very tightly. The master and disciple exchanged a smile as they chatted their way toward the main peak of Forge Peak. Time flies in the path of cultivation. Another half-year had passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, disciples from all the mountain peaks gathered once more to send off those setting out on their journey. Compared to the day of the selection tournament, today's scene was even more spectacular. Not only had the disciples at the peak of the foundation stage who had been in seclusion emerged, but those at the core stage and soul stage had also all made an appearance. A large portion of them were also set to head to the immortal demon battlefield to fight under Elder Chen's leadership. Although the foundation stage disciples were indeed the main force in this great battle on the surface, there would be no shortage of combat involving core stage and soul stage practitioners. It's just that, out of concern for protecting their own weaker members, neither side would readily intervene in direct combat. Otherwise, if one side's soul stage cultivator cast a spell and the other's soul stage cultivator unleashed a divine ability, all the lower tier beings on both sides would be wiped out. In the end, divine stage, fusion stage, and even tribulation stage and great perfection level powerhouses would jump in to fight to the death, and that would be the end of everything. Baifeng Mountain. Shen, accompanied by over 30 disciples from Forge Peak, strode into the arena with great confidence, sparking a flurry of whispers. By now, no one dared to underestimate them anymore. Soon, numerous elders descended from the sky and took their seats on the high platform. Gongshu, who had also become an elder, was conspicuously among them. Elder Chen descended alone into the arena and declared in a solemn voice, Demons and monsters have thrown the world into chaos. Sentient beings have suffered for far too long. I now, by order of the sect master, lead 3,000 disciples to the front lines to fight the demons. I urge all disciples to fight bravely, battle valiantly, uphold the might of the Xiaoyao sect, and protect our pure and serene land. This battle, we must win. Victory! 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 The crowd roared in unison, their spirits soaring to the heavens. Elder Chen nodded with satisfaction, but then suddenly said, with the exception of Forge Peak Shen, all other disciples on this list, prepare yourselves, you will set out with me shortly. Shen. Wait, what do you mean except for me? We were supposed to go to war, why aren't you taking me along? I was just thinking about mowing down those demons. Shen raised his hand in protest, Elder, why aren't you taking me? The eyes of all the disciples present turned to Shen. Some were puzzled, while others looked on with curiosity. The former were aware of Shen's strength, while the latter were disciples at the perfect foundation stage, core stage, and soul stage who had been in seclusion during the selection tournament. Ever since he emerged from seclusion, the name Shin had been ringing in their ears so much it was practically giving them calluses. If it weren't for the Council of Elders' order forbidding anyone from going to Forge Peak to disturb Shin without good reason, they would all have wanted to see for themselves just what was so special about him. Today, they finally got to see him in person. To be honest, he is somewhat handsome, but he seems just average, nothing special. Why is Elder Chen treating him so differently? Gongshu, sitting among the other elders, looked just as bewildered. Why wasn't he my disciple sent? How come I didn't know about this? Elder Chen's gaze fell on Shin as he smiled faintly. You're a treasure now, kid. I can't let you go to the battlefield. What if you get hurt? I couldn't bear the responsibility. Besides, your task is to hurry up and finish those 10,000 mana gatlings and 10,000 automaton wolves. As long as you produce them, even if you don't kill a single demon or monster, your contribution will be the greatest. Hearing this, Shin breathed a sigh of relief. So it was a misunderstanding after all. Over the past year, he had been fully focused on training those 100 disciples and perfecting his new mechanical creations, so he hadn't had time to report his progress to Elder Chen. Moreover, he had thought that delivering the goods in public today would also boost everyone's morale and inspire them. He hadn't expected that this would lead Elder Chen to mistakenly believe he hadn't finished them yet. Elder Chen, I said on the day of the selection tournament that I would never go back on my word. I promised to deliver on time, and I won't be a single half-day late. Shin said with a smile. Hearing this, Elder Chen was instantly taken aback. What did that mean? Could he have actually finished making them all? The disciples present were also skeptical. It was true that Shin had put on a stunning performance at the selection tournament, attracting everyone's attention. They all admired him greatly. It was also true that Shin had publicly accepted 2 major orders from the sect and earned a whopping 11,000 mid-grade mana crystals. They were all envious. But when Shin had said he could deliver on time within a year, speaking in a relaxed tone that showed not a hint of pressure, they hadn't said anything on the surface, but deep down, none of them believed him. They even thought Shin was being a bit too confident. Who in their right mind could craft that many mechanical devices in a single year? Never mind complex mechanical artifacts, even simple, ordinary swords and knives would be hard to produce 20,000 of in a single year. They're not made of paper, how could that be possible so quickly? But now, seeing Shin's confident demeanor, they began to have their doubts. Considering Shin's arrogance during the selection tournament and his performance in the end, could it be true? Whoa, that's just too outrageous. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Elder Chen stared at Shin's face and exclaimed in astonishment, don't tell me you've actually made them all. Shin replied, Elder, haven't you noticed that the 100 disciples I selected aren't here right now? Elder Chen nodded. I know. The plan was to have them carry the mechanical artifacts to support the front lines after you delivered them. Shin pointed ahead, well then, Elder, please look. No sooner had the words left his mouth than everyone present followed the direction of Shin's finger. It was the main trail leading up Mount Bifeng. At that very moment, a rhythmic clack-clack sound rang out. Just like the sound the automaton wolf made as it ran across the ground during Shin's battle with Wang that day. Only now, the sound was much heavier and more majestic, as if a wolf pack were marching. Both the elders and the disciples instinctively extended their divine and spiritual senses out of curiosity to confirm what was happening over there. In the next instant, everyone froze in place. A few breaths later, the sight that had already shaken them through their divine and spiritual senses alone now truly appeared before their eyes. At the edge of the mountain path's steps, Yu and Xiao stepped out side by side, each flanked by 100 automaton wolves. On the back of every automaton wolf was mounted a mana gatling. Their strides were perfectly synchronized with those of the automaton wolves. The distance, speed, and frequency of each step were identical. On top of that, the automaton wolf team was lined up so neatly as if measured with a ruler that it gave people an inexplicable sense of comfort. Of course, it was mostly awe-inspiring. Because as Yu and Xiao stepped out onto the field, the rest of the team began to appear one after another. Their pace was the same, their formation just as precise. Gradually, the rhythmic thudding of their footsteps began to feel like a hypnotic spell, causing people's heartbeats to involuntarily synchronize with the rhythm. It was as if every step were striking their very hearts. Many instinctively held their breath, not daring to make even the slightest sound. Cultivators at the soul stage and above, while not losing their composure, still found their expressions betraying their awe as they watched, their mouths slightly agape. And when 10,000 automaton wolves, each equipped with a mana gatling, appeared in perfect formation on the square, their heavy footsteps fell in unison. Captains Yu and Xiao roared in unison, "Demon Suppression Special Forces, reporting for duty." Whoosh, a gust of wind swept through, and the entire square fell silent. This scene, this aura, this feeling that made one involuntarily clench their fists, grit their teeth, and feel every hair on their body stand on end. No words could do it justice. Only by being there in person, witnessing it with one's own eyes, could one truly experience it. It was incredible. Why? Why are my hands and feet trembling? I'm clearly not afraid. And what else with all these goosebumps? These questions echoed in the minds of many. Amid the silence, Elder Chen took a deep breath and suddenly exclaimed, "Excellent! This is exactly the kind of presence the disciples of my Ascendant Guild should have. Shin, you've done well. You've done exceptionally well." He didn't know why the demeanor of the 100 disciples had changed so drastically over the past year, nor did he know how Shin had managed to craft 20,000 mechanical devices in just 1 year. He only knew that Shin had created yet another miracle. And this miracle could help the sect remain virtually invincible on the demon battlefield. That was enough. Boom! After Elder Chen broke the silence, the entire venue erupted into a frenzy. Even the elders on the high platform all stood up, their eyes wide as they scrutinized the ranks below. Gomshu stood among them, his face creased with a broad smile. If he hadn't just joined the Council of Elders not long ago and wasn't yet very familiar with the others, he would have loved to say with pride, "Look how awesome my disciple is." In the other peak regions, the expressions on everyone's faces were equally fascinating. Although they were all mountain dwellers, they had seen the military might of the mortal world while on missions or traveling. Some had even come from military backgrounds themselves. Seeing the scene naturally reminded them of the vast armies of the dynasties they had witnessed in the past. They had seen not just a mere 100 people, but even massive spectacles involving hundreds of thousands. Yet in comparison, none of those seemed to inspire the same sense of awe or make their blood boil as much as these 100 fellow disciples standing before them. In the past, when they witnessed the grand assemblies of imperial armies and their imposing pre-battle presence, even setting aside the overwhelming disparity in power, they hadn't felt anything special. Yet these 100 people and 20,000 mechanical constructs had actually shaken them to their core, leaving them utterly spellbound. This was a completely unprecedented experience. It was simply mind-blowing. How on earth had Shin pulled this off? Everyone's gaze instinctively turned to Shin. Just then, Shin spoke with a smile, "Elder Chen, do you think my final payment is?" Upon hearing this, the entire crowd rolled their eyes in unison. Elder Chen said, at a loss for words, "At a moment like this, when everyone's blood is boiling, isn't that a bit tacky? So what? I earned it with my own skills." Shin replied with a cheerful grin. Elder Chen shook his head in exasperation, casually tossing an inventory bag his way, and said, "I'd already prepared it for you. I just didn't expect to be able to give it to you today. Speaking of which, 20,000 mechanical artifacts, how on earth did you manage that?" Shin widened his eyes, feigning shock. "Elder, these are the very foundation of my future cultivation path." "Elder, how could you ask that, especially in front of everyone?" Elder Chen, "Alright, I won't ask anymore." "No, that's not what I meant." "Then what did you mean?" "What I mean is, you'll have to pay me more." Elder Chen unconsciously clenched his fists. "Suddenly, I really feel like smashing something." Shin acted a little mischievous, then quickly composed himself, silently counting the mana crystals in his inventory bag. 11,000 pieces, all mid-grade mana crystals. If he were to lay them out, they'd be enough to blind core stage cultivators. However, Shin wasn't entirely satisfied. He said, "Elder, could you help me exchange some of these for low-grade mana crystals?" "What? Are you looking down on mid-grade mana crystals?" Elder Chen asked, speechless. No, it's just that I need to use them to build mechanical devices for fighting demons and monsters. Mid-grade mana crystals are a bit of a luxury for that. Don't worry about that. The sect will cover all expenses on the battlefield. Really? That's great. Shin beamed with joy. Elder Chen was even more speechless. The sect had finally produced such a talented automaton engineer, yet he turned out to be a penny pincher. However, Elder Chen had a change of heart and felt reassured. A penny pincher is just fine as long as he continues to receive recognition and benefits. He won't harbor any ill will toward the sect. Have them pack up all the automaton wolves. We're setting out right away. Elder Chen said. Shin nodded and said, pack up. He spoke those two simple words. In an instant, the 100 disciples stowed the 100 automaton wolves assigned to them into their inventory bags, their movements synchronized, neat, and efficient. This scene once again drew a wave of admiration. Amid the astonishment, the question from earlier resurfaced in everyone's minds. How did Shin do it? Aside from crafting mechanical devices, what exactly had he been doing this past year? Why had these people changed so much? Some disciples who had friends in the demon-suppressing special forces looked at their close friends' faces and even felt a sense of strangeness. As for those disciples who had left midway, they were even more baffled. What despicable thing had senior brother Shin done after they left that had turned everyone into this? They didn't mean it pejoratively, it was just that they seemed a bit envious. If I hadn't dropped out, would I also be the center of attention for the entire sect today? Among the crowd, those whose emotions were most stirred were the people whose disciples or offspring had been chosen by Shun. Take Blade Peak's Peak Master Shaoran, for example. He stared blankly at his daughter, Yu, his mind reeling. Is that really my daughter? Her face was sallow, long since losing its former radiance. Standing there, her hands pressed tightly against her hips, her legs straight as a ruler, without a single superfluous movement, her expression and gaze radiated an indescribable resolve. Surely no one has possessed my daughter, have they? The female disciples of the 8 Gates Peak also stared at Xiao with utter astonishment. Who is this charcoal face thing? Where's my dashing, handsome senior brother Xiao? Just then, a long, resonant horn blast rang out, interrupting everyone's thoughts. 10 massive cloud ships flew in from the horizon and slowly settled above the peaks of Baifeng Mountain. Elder Chen called out in a resonant voice, everyone, board the ships. At his command, 3,000 disciples ascended into the sky one after another, creating a truly spectacular sight. Elder Chen then said to Shin, take them to my cloud ship. Tell me your thoughts on the way. I see you've already come up with a name for the team, so I imagine you've put a lot of thought into it. Shin nodded and, leading the Forge Peak disciples along with you and the others, followed Elder Chen onto the largest cloud ship. As the cloud ship slowly rose into the air, earth-shaking cheers rang out from Mount Baifeng. May you return victorious. Come back safely. Senior brother, kill a few more demons for me. Shun, my disciple, you must take good care of yourself. The words varied, but they all carried the same hope. On the cloud vessel, Elder Chen sat in the seat of honor. Seated on either side of him with the exception of Shin were all core stage and soul stage cultivators. Shin eyed them curiously, and they, in turn, silently observed him. To them, it was nothing short of a sensation that a foundation stage disciple could be treated this way by a divine stage elder. Yet, recalling the scenes from earlier, they felt it was only natural. One could only say that some people are born extraordinary, capable of distinguishing themselves from a young age. The attendant page served tea to everyone. Elder Chen said, the overall strategy and tactics for this great battle have largely been decided. The main reason for summoning everyone here is the unexpected situation involving Shen. Shen, why don't you speak up? Upon hearing this, Shen pondered for a moment and said, well, since the sect has already made its decision, I won't say much more after all, I'm only at the foundation establishment stage. Elder Chen said exasperatedly, you've already formed a special demon suppression task force out of those 100 disciples and trained them to follow orders to the letter. Who would believe you don't have any ideas? Stop beating around the bush, get to the point. Shin said, spreading his hands. It's not that I don't want to speak up, it's just that the real deciding factor in this war will depend on the battles at the soul stage and above. To be honest, a man of such noble character as Elder Chen would certainly abide by the unwritten rule of not attacking the weak, but those demons might not. Once the enemy breaks the rules, you and Elder Chen will surely retaliate in kind, so, you see what I mean? The core stage and soul stage cultivators present all nodded in silent agreement. What is a demon or a devil? When beasts attain the Tao but harbor evil intentions, indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent, they become demons. When humans practice mystical arts yet turn to evil and wickedness, ruling with tyranny and lawlessness, they become devils. To these creatures, their word is worth less than a single low-grade mana crystal. Getting them to follow the rules is harder than climbing to the heavens. Hearing this, Elder Chen was not only pleased with Shin's insight and reasoning but was also particularly impressed by the phrase "men of integrity" in Shin's words. So he said with a smile, "You needn't worry about that. This time, the 5 major immortal sects of the righteous path have joined forces. Those demons and monsters won't dare to cause trouble. Otherwise, with 5 great perfection stage cultivators armed with immortal treasures visiting the demon's lair, no matter how they try to stir up trouble, they're as good as dead." Shin raised an eyebrow. Then why don't the great powers simply step in and wipe out the demons once and for all, instead of stirring up some war of immortals and demons? Is the cost of intervening too high? Elder Chen took a sip of tea and said, "You can look at it that way, but as for the deeper reasons, I only have a vague understanding myself. Just share your thoughts on the demon suppression special forces, don't worry about the rest." Deeper reasons? Alright, it seems this isn't something he, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, is ready to know yet. Shin gathered his thoughts, pondered for a moment, then made a startling proposal. "I want to lead the demon suppression special forces around to the rear of the demonic forces camp." Put. 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 A series of sputtering sounds rang out. One by one, the core stage and soul stage cultivators all sitting upright with elegant poise, including the soul divine stage cultivator, Elder Chen, all spit out the tea in their mouths. Elder Chen blared and demanded, "What did you say?" Everyone, including Elder Chen, wondered if their ears were playing tricks on them. Flank the demon and monster camp from the rear? Why be so tactful? Why not just say we're going to our deaths? Elder Chen said, at a loss for words. "Since you dared to say that, you must have given it some thought, but if you can't convince me, I won't agree." The demon suppression special forces not only accounted for half of the sect's budget but also comprised 100 outstanding disciples of the younger generation. Without sufficient justification, Elder Chen would certainly not give his consent. Shin, of course, understood this, so he smiled calmly and said, "Elder, and all my senior and junior masters. In your opinion, is the demon suppression special forces impact significant? If you ask me, it's significant but not sustainable." Hearing this, the group fell into deep thought. Shin continued, "Once the demon suppression special forces are deployed, they can indeed be invincible on the foundation stage battlefield, but what happens after that? Demons aren't fools, they're even more cunning than humans. Having been taken in once, they certainly won't fall for the same trick a second time. Even if they face us head on again, they'll be on their guard. In fact, high-level demons might even help the foundation stage demons defend against attacks from the automaton wolf and the mana gatling. Once that happens, the mechanical devices the sect spent a fortune on won't serve their intended purpose, they'll simply become ordinary combat mechanisms. Perhaps this could help those 100 disciples achieve great feats and slay more demons, but it certainly won't be as powerful as joining forces." Elder Chen pondered for a moment. "But if you flank around to the rear of the demonic forces, isn't that a suicide mission? Once you're discovered, without backup, it's almost certain death." Shin laughed. "I intend to let them spot me. Think about it, Elder, at a critical moment during the battle, if a surprise force strikes from the flank or even the rear, what effect would that have? As for safety, that's where the main force at the front comes in. If they turn around to surround and attack us, you all press forward in full force. That way, the enemy will be unable to defend both their front and rear. Just remember this: when the enemy advances, we retreat; when the enemy retreats, we attack. Of course, we still need to be on guard against any experts at the soul stage or above who might step in to deal with us. That's where I'll need your help, Elder. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy retreats, we attack. These 8 words struck a chord with Elder Chen. Though straightforward, they cut to the heart of military combat and embodied the ultimate truths of strategy. Yet Elder Chen still had reservations. The battlefield is unpredictable. What if something unexpected happens? Shen knew this all too well and added, Elder, you've forgotten that this battlefield is located on the Forbidden God Plains, where even the divine sense of divine stage cultivators is suppressed. As long as we strike once and then move to a new location, maintaining extremely high mobility at all times, who could possibly catch us? Unless the enemy mobilizes a massive force and dispatches core stage and soul stage cultivators to conduct a dragnet-style search, what can they possibly do to us? And once they do that, what will become of the main front? Strike once and move on. Another remark that struck a deep chord. Elder Chen sighed, I really don't know where you've come up with all these outlandish ideas, but the key is that I see they're highly feasible. Alright, let us do it your way. But I'll still provide you with some extra protection. Take these 3 talismans and keep them safe. Use them immediately if you find yourself in a desperate situation. Shin took the talismans and, at first glance, couldn't he put them down. The teleportation talisman allows you to travel 1,000 li in an instant, enabling you to escape. The mystic tortoise talisman can block a full power strike from a soul stage cultivator. The sword sweep talisman unleashes crisscrossing sword energy capable of slaying a nascent soul cultivator. These are all top-notch items. Especially the teleportation talisman. Shen had long wanted to buy one just to study it. If he could embed such an extraordinary ability as teleportation into his mechanical creations, his future combat tactics would become even more flexible and unpredictable. Thank you for your generosity, Elder, Shen said with a smile as he accepted them. Just then, a core stage cultivator spoke up. Elder, since we're designating the demon-suppressing special forces as a secret unit, shouldn't we inform the other immortal sects? Absolutely not. Elder Chen and Shen replied in unison. The two exchanged a glance, and the former said, even Shen understands this principle. How can you be so foolish? I know our own people inside and out, but there is no guarantee that other immortal sects won't have troublemakers among them. If word leaks out, the demon-suppressing special forces will surely face irreparable ruin. The core stage cultivator looked embarrassed, clasped his hands, and fell silent. Elder Chen continued, all right, it's settled. Before he left, the sect master transmitted a message to me, granting Shen the authority to make independent decisions. Matters concerning him and the demon suppression special forces are also the utmost secret of this mission. You must all act with caution. Do not do anything you'll come to regret. Upon hearing this, the core stage and soul stage cultivators present all looked startled, gazing at Shen in disbelief. Wow, just a foundation stage cultivator and already so highly regarded by the sect master? Who said mechanical engineers have no future? Bullshit. The brief meeting concluded, and everyone dispersed. Shen went to the cabin where Yu and the others were resting and briefly recounted what had happened. When they heard they were to follow Shen into the rear lines of the demon and monster camp, some were shocked, some were terrified, and some were excited. However, after a year of military training, everyone's adaptability and resilience had improved significantly. Therefore, no one said anything. They simply agreed to follow senior brother Shen's lead. The cloud ship sped through the clouds. 3 days later, the Forbidden God plane came into view in the distance. Seen from above, the plane itself didn't look particularly remarkable. The terrain was gentle, and the vegetation was lush. But anyone familiar with the area knew this was one of the top 10 forbidden zones in the cultivation world. Legend has it that this was once an ordinary place, home to an ancient kingdom. Later, a particularly gifted monarch of this ancient kingdom embarked on the path of cultivation and quickly became a renowned fusion stage cultivator. Subsequently, enemies came seeking revenge, and a massive battle between the two sides destroyed everything, bringing the ancient kingdom to an end. Ever since then, the area has been perpetually filled with a strange force capable of suppressing divine sense, leading to its renaming as the Forbidden God Plane. Today, it serves as a battlefield where the forces of good and the demons wage war against one another. At the edge of the plain stands a massive city. Cultivators fly in and out of it from time to time, making it a bustling place. On the side of the city facing the plain stands an incredibly magnificent city wall. That is the final line of defense against the demons. The Ascendant Guild's cloud ship bore the sect's banners and insignia, allowing it to proceed unimpeded. After landing, Elderchin glanced back at the area outside the city and thought to himself, I hope everything goes smoothly. In the woods beyond the city walls in the direction he was looking, Shin, who had landed earlier, was already leading the demon suppression special forces toward the demonic forces camp. Among the Ascendant Guild's ranks, one person had been looking around for quite some time, his mind filled with questions. It was Wang from Tianbing Peak. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, where did that guy Shin go? And what about you and the others? Could they have deserted the battlefield? Or were they taken into the sect's protection? Unfortunately, no one was there to answer his questions. One day after the Ascendant Guild's arrival, the next morning, a long, solemn bugle call rang out. 300 li outside the city, the demon hordes had revealed their presence and were advancing with great ferocity. The Alliance of the Righteous immediately assembled its cultivators to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, in a fissure in the ground, Shin exclaimed, there are truly talented individuals among the demons. The demon horde Shin had imagined differed greatly from reality. The demon races were diverse, comprising humans, beasts, and spirits. Even among the beasts, there were birds and land animals, each with vastly different temperaments and habits. Shin had assumed that demons were merely a rabble. Even if commanded, they would lack any sense of discipline. At the very least, their march would surely be chaotic. But reality showed Shin that he had underestimated the demons. Not only was the demon army highly disciplined, but they were also lined up in neat, orderly ranks. Their formation seemed to have been guided by a master strategist. It was meticulously planned. Energy stage, foundation stage, the front and rear supported each other. Thick-skinned beasts marched at the front, while races skilled in demonic arts followed behind. Bird demons kept watch from above, while demons with innate burrowing abilities cleared the path from below. The entire scene was orderly and well organized, a sight that would be a relief to anyone with OCD. Seeing this, you said, something's off about these demons. It wasn't like this last time. Were you here during the Great War between immortals and demons 18 years ago? Shin asked. Yes. My father brought me here back then to temper my spirit, and I saw the demon army with my own eyes. You said, back then, even though there was some semblance of order, it was still chaotic enough. Before the battle even began, some demons were already tearing each other apart. But look at them now, there's absolutely no sign of that. It's too strange. Shin said with a peculiar expression. Forget about the demons for a moment. How old are you? I'll be 20 next month. Why? So, you were only 2 years old when your dad brought you out to temper your spirit? What did you even know back then? Is that a problem? I was a child prodigy. Tisk, sword cultivators are just out of this world. Shin changed the subject, then adopted a serious tone. For the demons to undergo such a transformation, there must be a demonic master guiding them behind the scenes. We must be even more cautious and vigilant. Keep your aura concealed at all times. Do not reveal yourselves unless it's absolutely necessary. If we're going to act, we'll make a big splash. Let us give those demons a surprise. Yes. The group replied in hushed voices, silently sinking deeper into the chasm. While the burrowing demons in the demon horde searched within a 100-meter radius underground, they sank straight down 200 meters to avoid detection. After all, this chasm presumably created by the Great Fusion Stage battle was a full 1,000 meters deep. Half a day later, the Righteous Cultivators' army clashed head-on with the demon horde, and the two sides instantly engaged in a brutal battle. The first to clash were the energy stage forces, and their battle was by far the bloodiest. Since the energy stage demons generally possessed more animal instincts than human nature and in some cases, lacked any intelligence at all, the fighting was particularly savage. Before long, the Foundation stage forces joined the fray. Both sides moved closer to the energy stage, hoping to relieve the pressure on their own energy stage cultivators while engaging the enemy. Soon after, various large-scale magical artifacts and battle formations from both sides began to take effect. The entire battlefield was divided into smaller battle zones, each resembling a meat grinder. People went in, but none came out. On the city walls, numerous core stage and soul stage cultivators watched the scene unfold. Though their hearts were heavy with sorrow and they longed to join the fray, they had no choice but to remain calm. If they joined the battle, the opposing core stage and soul stage cultivators would also enter the fray. At that point, the casualties among the energy stage and foundation stage cultivators would be even more severe. Senior Brother Chen, it's been many years. I hope you've been well. From a room high up on the city walls where divine stage cultivators from various sects were stationed, a man bowed his hands in greeting toward Elder Chen. Elder Chen returned the gesture and forced a smile. Junior Brother Pang, your cultivation has grown ever deeper. It seems you're not far from a breakthrough. Congratulations. Senior Brother Chen, you're joking. Among us old friends, you're definitely the first to break through, the man said with a cheerful laugh. Elder Chen neither confirmed nor denied this, turning his gaze toward the battlefield. Even with his divine sense suppressed, a divine stage cultivator's ability to see 1,000 li at a glance posed no problem. At that moment, the battle situation in the Ascendant Guild S sector was not looking good. Although there weren't significant casualties, there were signs of retreat, and they were barely managing to hold off the demon's assault. The man continued, Senior Brother Chen, it seems your sect is facing a generational gap. Out of 3,000 disciples, fewer than 1/10 are in the late foundation stage, a ratio that hardly befits the title of one of the 5 great immortal sects. Hearing this, Elder Chen furrowed his brow slightly. This man was named Pang Hui, the divine stage representative of the Solar Guild. The Solar Guild was also one of the 5 great immortal sects and had long been at odds with the Ascendant Guild. This is evident from its very name. The Solar Guild excels in fire-based techniques, and whether influenced by their cultivation methods or not, its disciples have always had fiery tempers and a deep hatred for demons and monsters. Consequently, they have long looked down upon the Ascendant Guild, which adheres to the philosophy of seeking immortality in the way, living a carefree and unrestrained life, believing that the Ascendant Guild merely pursues a carefree existence and lacks the vision and sense of responsibility required in these turbulent times. Even though the Ascendant Guild has proven its sense of responsibility in several major battles, giving it their all every time, they still find themselves targeted by members of the Solar Guild. The other side even justifies it by saying, I'm just trying to spur you on, otherwise, would you fight the demons so hard? It's truly exasperating. Back and forth like this, a minor grudge has inevitably developed. In short, whenever they meet, both sides engage in verbal sparring and exchange barbs. Elder Chen had thought that by paying him a compliment, he'd be left in peace, but to his surprise, the fellow Wen Ti let it go and blurted out such remarks. He really wanted to retort, how is the Ascendant Guild facing a generational gap? Don't you know we have 100 outstanding foundation stage disciples lying in wait somewhere? But he couldn't say it. If word got out and was relayed to the demons by an undercover agent, it would spell trouble. So he said in a deep voice, in any case, the Ascendant Guild will handle its own affairs. I also asked Junior Brother Pang to focus more on his own disciples. Pang Hui continued to grin, saying, I don't need to worry about my sect's disciples at all. If you don't believe me, Senior Brother Chen, just look over there, aren't they about to rout the demons? It's Brother Chen's disciples over there, though things aren't looking too good. Do you need backup? If so, just say the word. Elder Chen's expression shifted slightly. Although the cultivators of the Solar Guild did have short tempers, they were indeed quite fierce in battle. That Yang battle formation, composed of foundation stage disciples, was like a series of erupting mini volcanoes, scorching the demons until they were in agony. Their battle zone was indeed very close to the Ascendant Guild's position. If he lent them a little support, it would certainly help relieve some of the pressure on Wang and his group. Elder Chen looked pensive. He didn't yet know what plans or intentions Shen had in store, but as things stood, it would be best to swallow his pride and request some support from the Solar Guild. After all, What could be more important than the lives of his disciples? With that in mind, Elder Chen was about to speak when his expression suddenly froze. He silently probed his spiritual sense into the communication jade slip in his robe. The message was from Shen. Elder, I'm about to intervene. Please be ready to command. Don't let too many demons swarm us. Upon seeing this, Elder Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Shen intervened, that slight disadvantage would be no problem at all. So Elder Chen said, "Thank you for your concern, Junior Brother Pang, but there is no need. The proper course is to let all deployments proceed in an orderly fashion. Disrupting them rashly could lead to unforeseen complications." Upon hearing this, Pang Hui immediately frowned. "Senior Brother Chen, are you really willing to sacrifice the lives of disciples you've worked so hard to train just for the sake of a little face?" Elder Chen remained silent, and the other members of the immortal sects, seeing this, also frowned repeatedly. Surely it doesn't have to come to that. Isn't it better to save the disciples' lives? Senior Brother Chen, please think it over, said a beautiful woman. She was Qianghua Sengu, the divine stage representative of the Daowen immortal sect, one of the 5 great immortal sects. Immediately, representatives from other sects also spoke up. Xia Dancher, the representative of the Danxia immortal sect, said, "Senior Brother Chen, don't be so stubborn. Preserving our strength is paramount." Qin Wunyan, the representative of the Taishang immortal sect, said, "Brother Taoist, why don't I send some disciples over to support you?" There were also several divine stage cultivators present from various smaller sects, most of whom were the heads of their respective sects. Their combined strength wasn't quite sufficient, so they remained silent. Upon hearing this, Elder Chen smiled and said, "Rest assured, everyone. I won't let a minor issue overshadow the bigger picture. At this very moment, the disciples of my Ascendant Guild are still fighting fiercely. They have not yet been defeated. You may all simply watch and see how it plays out." Hearing this, everyone shook their heads in unison, believing that Elder Chen simply could not bring himself to set aside his pride. Even though they had not yet been defeated, their disadvantage was already evident. They were on the verge of a steady retreat. If he did not make a decision now, it would be too late to regret it later. That said, although everyone had joined forces to slay demons and eliminate evil and were ostensibly part of an alliance, they were essentially fighting on their own and wouldn't readily interfere in others' affairs. This so-called alliance didn't actually have a unified leader. Since Elder Chen wasn't grateful for their offer, they weren't about to grovel for the chance to help. He brought this upon himself. No one else was to blame. Pang Hui scoffed, "I hope the disciples can pull themselves together, otherwise, once Senior Brother Chen returns, he'll surely face repercussions from his own sect." Elder Chen merely smiled without responding. Meanwhile, in the Ascendant Guild's territory, the disciples were gritting their teeth and holding their ground. Among them, Wang stood out the most. He wielded numerous magical artifacts, protecting his teammates while also launching fierce attacks against the demons and monsters. He even had enough energy left to direct nearby fellow disciples, coordinating their efforts in battle. Junior Brother Zhang. Move up 3 positions to the Li. Push forward. Junior Sister Zhao. Retreat 3 positions to the Sun. Don't try to be a hero. Demons. Come and meet your doom. The battle between immortals and demons was that brutal. It had even forced an artifact craftsman to become a warrior. Before long, someone shouted, "Senior Brother Wang, I can't hold on anymore. There are too many demons." "Senior Brother Wang, I'm out of mana crystals. My magical power is about to run dry." "Senior Brother Wang," the voices coming from all around him made Wang's heart sink to the depths. He couldn't help but curse under his breath, where the hell did that bastard Shen go with his mechanical creations? Now that he was actually on the battlefield, his initial desire to compete with Shen over who could slay more demons had long since been cast to the winds. On a battlefield where life was as worthless as grass, that petty rivalry between fellow disciples was utterly insignificant. Boom! Boom! A dull rumbling echoed from the distance, and the earth began to tremble. It was a herd of massive, mindless ox demons charging toward them as one. The sheer scale of the onslaught was breathtaking. If they were hit head-on, even a foundation stage cultivator would be crippled, if not killed. This was the advantage of demons. Even unintelligent young demons, whose power is only on par with the energy stage, can pose a threat to foundation stage cultivators by relying on their numerical and physical advantages. You vile beasts, 1T succeed. Wang roared furiously, unleashing the full power of all his defensive magical artifacts to shield his fellow disciples within a radius of several hundred meters. Senior brother Wang, don't try to take this head on. Senior brother Wang. Many disciples pleaded. Wang, however, remained silent. Even as his spiritual energy surged wildly through his body, causing waves of pain to rip through his meridians, he stood firm. He knew this strike would undoubtedly leave him gravely wounded and completely incapacitated. In a situation like this, severe injury was practically synonymous with death, yet he still stepped forward without hesitation. He had already come to terms with this when he decided to participate in this war of immortals and demons. Before he began his cultivation, his family had all been killed by demons and monsters. At this very moment, it was as if he were facing his enemies naturally. His eyes blazed with intense hatred. Come on! Wang roared toward the heavens, having already cast life and death aside. Just then, light illuminated his cheeks and shone into his eyes. The light devoured everything. It glowed with a faint blue hue, dazzling and brilliant. Boom! A deafening explosion condensed into a single, piercing sound, nearly drowning out all other noises on the battlefield. Following this was a massive pillar of light that cut across the battlefield. The massive herd of ox demons standing together like a wall was pierced directly from behind by that beam of light. The ox demons engulfed by the light instantly turned into a rain of blood. Those on the periphery were immediately torn limb from limb, rendered completely useless. That Wang froze on the spot, feeling as if he'd been struck dumb. His gaze pierced through the blood rain filling the sky and landed on the direction from which the ox demons had been charging. At the far end of his field of vision lay a dense swarm of automaton wolves. The beam of light was formed by the condensation of mana rounds fired from the mana Gatling guns mounted on the automaton wolves' backs. There were so many mana rounds, fired so densely, that it appeared as though a beam of light had materialized out of thin air. Its destructive power was even more terrifying. Judging by the automaton wolves' position, their primary target wasn't the herd of ox demons at all, but rather the hundreds of foundation stage wolf demons huddled in the rear, herding the ox demons. Yet even the mere aftershocks were enough to wipe out the entire herd of ox demons. And naturally, the hundreds of foundation stage wolf demons, the intended primary targets, were also completely annihilated. Wang sucked in a sharp breath. He knew, of course, that the mana Gatling was powerful, but he never imagined that when combined, its power could be this immense. Those were hundreds of chi cultivating ox demons and over 100 foundation stage wolf demons. Gone just like that? Who could possibly stop something like this? Thinking of this, Wang couldn't help but chuckle. Why am I even thinking about this? It's the demons who should be worried right now. At the same time, Wang couldn't help but admire Shen. Any lingering resentment or frustration he once felt had long since vanished. Just as he was reflecting on this, suddenly, Wang saw the automaton wolves, in perfect unison, turn and run. It was as if they rehearsed it beforehand. In no time at all, they vanished from sight. Wang, wait, why did they run off? The battlefield is so vast, the Ascendant Guild disciples alone are spread out over dozens of li in every direction. Aren't they going to step in and help us? The thought hadn't even fully formed in his mind. When, from another part of the battlefield, a pillar of light appeared once more. With it, another wave of foundation stage demons, also numbering over 100, vanished. Then, Wang watched helplessly as the automaton wolf turned tail and fled once more. It felt incredibly sneaky. That whole vibe, well, it's hard to put into words. But then again, it worked. The pressure in this section of the Ascendant Guild's territory vanished instantly. However, the demons reacted just as quickly. Immediately, a dense swarm of foundation stage demons began converging on the spot where the automaton wolf had appeared. However, before they could form an encirclement, Shen had already moved the automaton wolf to the other side of the battlefield, striking again without warning. And so, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded on the battlefield. Wherever a pale blue beam of light erupted, demons would vanish, prompting demons from other areas to charge frantically toward that spot only to find nothing there. This drove the lower-ranking commanders of the demon army into a frenzy, as they screamed and cursed the bird demons serving as sky scouts. The bird demons had their own rebuttal. "I warned you in advance, it's not my fault your legs aren't as fast as the others." The two sides began trading accusations. Until Shun gave the order. "Aim your guns at the sky." The entire operation carried out by the Demon Suppression Special Forces sounded simple enough. But in reality, it was fraught with danger and extremely perilous. Shun certainly wasn't foolish enough to have his team members appear openly on the battlefield, parading around with the automaton wolf. That would only draw the demon's attention and invite a coordinated attack. Therefore, before the main battle began, he led his men to clear out the demon's underground first. Then, using Earth escape charms and relying on the Earth's natural cover, they moved beneath the battlefield, striking silently. Only when summoning and controlling the automaton wolf would the team members emerge to a depth of 3 to 5 meters below the surface. Once they succeeded in an attack and received the order to retreat, they would immediately recall the automaton wolf and use Earth escape to move to another location. This was why the team was so elusive, leaving the demons completely baffled. Of course, this approach also carried risks. Namely, their control over the battlefield situation is very limited, and sometimes, a single misstep can cause them to emerge right in the midst of a swarm of demons. Moreover, as time passed, the demons caught on and realized the team was underground. Consequently, more burrowing demons began converging on this section of the battlefield, making the situation even more dangerous. Underground, humans are, after all, at a disadvantage compared to burrowing demons. Just as humans and aquatic creatures are when they're in the water. Consequently, Shin immediately changed tactics. While revealing his position, he aimed his gun at the bird demons in the sky. When operating on the ground, the greatest fear is being tracked by bird demons. Once locked onto, guerrilla tactics become difficult to execute. In a massive crater apparently blasted open by some spell, Shin emerged with 100 disciples and swiftly unleashed the automaton wolf. He said, "Spread out and provide covering fire. Accuracy doesn't matter, just make sure your gunfire completely covers the entire sky. Once those stupid birds get spooked, they'll fly around in a panic. You won't even have to aim, they'll crash right into you. Do you all understand?" "Yes." "Follow my command." "Ready. Fire." Shen gave the order. You and the others moved in unison. Not only were the mana gatlings firing, but 10,000 automaton wolves also opened their jaws wide, firing mana projectiles. Boom! Light illuminated the entire sky this time, shooting straight into the heavens. Just as Shin had anticipated, some of the bird demons suffered heavy casualties immediately, while the rest instantly panicked, flying wildly without even looking for direction. Of course, even if they had been able to orient themselves, they would have had virtually no chance of escape. After all, the barrage covered nearly the entire sky, leaving only a few meters of space between each stream of mana projectiles for them to maneuver. The bird demons would flap their wings to dodge one string of mana orbs, only to collide head-on with another the very next second. The outcome, naturally, was death. In this way, with a single tactical shift, Shin completely cleared the bird demons from the skies above the battlefield under the Ascendant Guild disciples' control. Even those bird demons lucky enough to survive didn't have the courage to fly into that sky again. Seeing this, Shin said, "Withdraw. Head to the 6 o'clock direction and retreat 30 li." Upon hearing this, the excitement on Yu's face froze. "Still eager for more?" she asked. "Aren't we going to charge one more time? This is the perfect opportunity to finish them off. The mana crystals for the automaton wolf and the mana gatling are almost depleted. Replacing them on the battlefield is too dangerous, we must retreat immediately." Shin explained quickly. Hearing this, Yu and the others immediately came to their senses. That's right, they'd been having so much fun fighting that they'd completely forgotten about it. If they didn't have time to replace the mana crystals and got surrounded by demons, it would be a total nightmare. After all, the demons on this battlefield hated them with a passion. With that, the group quickly packed up the automaton wolf and retreated toward the rear as if their lives depended on it. Eventually, they took cover once more in that chasm that resembled an abyss. Inside a cave on the cliff face, Shao set up several formations to conceal their aura, sounds, and mana fluctuations, then exclaimed excitedly, "That was so awesome! I've never felt anything like this before. Slaying demons and monsters is like mowing down grass, it's absolutely exhilarating." Yu wholeheartedly agreed. Yes, I used to think that sword cultivators had the most exhilarating way of killing enemies. Especially after witnessing my father's 10,000 swords return to the source technique, it only strengthened my resolve to become a sword cultivator. But now I realize that mechanical engineers are actually the most exhilarating. We must have killed at least 4,000 or 5,000 demons and monsters just now, and most of them were at the foundation stage. If we use swords, we have worn ourselves to death and broken our blades before we could finish them all. Senior Brother Shen, I'm completely blown away, you're amazing. The other disciples couldn't help but smile, their eyes brimming with admiration and respect as they looked at Shen. It was already incredible that Senior Brother Shen could create such mechanical contraptions. But his ingenious tactical strategies were even more astonishing. They managed to achieve such a significant victory in such a short time. The mechanical contraptions were the foundation, they were indispensable. The guerrilla tactics, however, were the masterstroke, maximizing the effectiveness of the contraptions. Neither could be done without the other. Shao sighed. Before the selection tournament, I scoured ancient texts and racked my brain in preparation for this war of the immortals and demons, all in search of more effective tactics and combat strategies. After all, formation masters typically serve as commanders, their combat prowess isn't particularly strong. I did gain some insights and formulated quite a few tactics, but looking back, none of them compare to Senior Brother Shen's guerrilla tactics. Come to think of it, this is truly the best tactic for cultivators of our generation to deal with demons and monsters. Everyone nodded in unison. A person is born and must grow to at least their teens before they can begin chi cultivation. Of course, there are prodigies under the age of 10 who can read and understand cultivation methods, but they are few and far between. Typically, humans do not embark on the path of cultivation until they are 14 or 15. On average, it takes about 2 to 3 years to reach the foundation stage. Therefore, the time required for the human race to cultivate a single foundation stage cultivator is roughly 16 to 18 years. But what about demons and monsters? Demons, barring any special opportunities, rely purely on their bloodline for cultivation. They simply need to be born, and within a few years, they can possess sufficient combat power. Monsters, on the other hand, have no taboos, they disregard consequences in the future, practicing only rapid cultivation methods. Although this carries significant risks, the efficiency in the early stages is extremely high. This leads to a completely disproportionate ratio between the number of righteous cultivators and that of demons and monsters. Under these circumstances, guerrilla tactics are practically tailor-made for the human race. I strike once and then move to another location, making myself impossible for you to track or engage. How are you supposed to fight me? It may sound a bit underhanded, but in a life or death battle, just tell me, does it work or not? Thinking of this, Shao sighed, Senior Brother Shen, choosing to follow you into this great battle is the best decision I've ever made in my life. No matter how great my achievements may be, they are all thanks to Senior Brother Shen. Yu added, I feel the same way. Without Senior Brother Shen's mechanical devices and tactics, we would surely still be struggling in a bitter battle. The other disciples also spoke up one after another, clearly looking to him as their leader. Shen waved his hand and said, all right, there is no point in saying more, we're all here to slay demons and exorcise evil. Hurry up and replace your mana crystals, then get some rest while you can. Once today's battle is over, things won't be this easy from now on. We should seize this opportunity to maximize our gains. Yes, sir. 100 disciples immediately began replacing the mana crystals in their automaton wolves and mana gatlings. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the battlefield didn't cool down in the slightest due to their absence. On the contrary, it grew even more intense. Unable to find them, the demons and monsters took out all their frustration on the other cultivators. The battle grew increasingly fierce. And in the room atop the city walls, numerous divine stage cultivators sat in silence, a hint of shock in their eyes. They watched Elder Chen quietly, hoping for some explanation. They had witnessed the entire deployment of the Demon Suppression Special Forces. They were dying to know how such a powerful team and those terrifying mechanical creations had come to be. When had the Ascendant Guild become this formidable? Wasn't that a fine fight? Things have suddenly turned around, Elder Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, the others immediately began to grumble inwardly. You old fox, you've been waiting for this moment all along, haven't you? That worried look on your face just now was definitely an act. Peng Hui of the Solar Guild was particularly annoyed, his expression turning slightly sour. If he'd known the Ascendant Guild was hiding such power, he never would have made that snide remark. Now, by contrast, he looked like a complete fool. Frustrated, he couldn't help but ask, Senior Brother Chen, that was quite a move to have secretly prepared such a surprise force in advance. I'm just curious, where did Senior Brother Chen acquire such a powerful mechanical creation? With such immense power, surely you didn't draw upon strength beyond the core stage, did you? For this opening battle, both sides had tacitly agreed to field only energy stage and foundation stage cultivators. If either side were to break the rules first, the other would be free to retaliate without limit, seizing the opportunity for revenge. If the Ascendant Guild truly crossed the line, all the sects on the battlefield would surely suffer the consequences. Consequently, the other divine stage cultivators were also paying close attention to this matter. After all, the scene just now had been quite spectacular. The demon hordes in the area under the Ascendant Guild disciples' control had been routed in almost no time. Elder Chen chuckled, Junior Brother Pang, rest assured none of this involves power beyond the foundation stage. This is the latest research from our Ascendant Guild's mechanical engineers, and as it turns out, the results are truly impressive. Immortal Qianghua of the Taoist Immortal sect asked curiously, such contraptions must be very expensive to produce. Brother Taoist, by revealing them so early, aren't you afraid of being targeted by demons and monsters and suffering a devastating blow? They're just a few mechanical devices made from mystic ice iron, nothing worth mentioning. Elder Chen said with a touch of swagger, as long as they can effectively kill demons and monsters, it doesn't matter if we're targeted. My Ascendant Guild can quickly produce another batch in no time. Mystic ice iron? Such an inexpensive material, some of the divine stage cultivators present even had to pause and search their memories before retrieving any relevant information. One by one, their faces immediately betrayed a look of disbelief. A mechanical contraption made from mere Xianbing iron could possess such power? That's way too good a deal. Upon hearing Elder Chen say they could quickly produce another batch, Immortal Lady Qianghua couldn't help but ask, are these mechanical contraptions for sale? How much is each one? Wow, why does this feel like I've become Shan's shopkeeper? Elder Chen muttered to himself, then said, we do sell them, but I can't make that decision on my own. We'll have to wait for the real owner to arrive to confirm. He asked the leader of that group from earlier, Shen, the mechanical engineer of our Ascendant Guild. The crowd? Such marvelous contraptions, they don't belong to a sect, but are in the hands of a single foundation stage disciple? Is the Ascendant Guild really that generous to its disciples? Also, Peng Hui asked, his face full of astonishment, don't tell me that mechanical contraption was actually crafted by one of your foundation stage disciples. Yes, is there a problem with that? Elder Chen retorted calmly, with an air that suggested, if you lack insight, you shouldn't even speak. Peng Hui was instantly infuriated and snapped, how is that possible? Are you saying that just because I provoked you a moment ago, and now you're trying to make your disciple look good? Elder Chen spread his hands, does he even need that? Since the battle began, which of your disciples has killed more demons and monsters than mine just now? If it's true, it's true. If it isn't, it isn't. Why would I go out of my way to fabricate the image of a gearcraft prodigy? The crowd exchanged glances, all finding it hard to believe. A mechanical creation crafted by a foundation stage disciple could actually sweep across the foundation stage battlefield. Is there no justice in this world? Is that really true? Immortal Lady Qianghua's eyes gleamed slightly. Elder Chen immediately grew wary. Of course it's true. What are you up to? Immortal Qianghua rolled her eyes. Look at you, I haven't even said anything yet. I advise you not to say it, don't even think about it. Elder Chen said decisively. The others exchanged knowing smiles at the sight. The Taoist immortal sect had a bad habit, poaching disciples. Under the guise of unconditionally accepting all outstanding cultivators dedicated to the Tao, they had caused great harm to other sects. Disciples would secretly join the Tao-seeking immortal sect at any moment. The smallest sects suffered the most typically. Even when their disciples were poached, they dared not speak up. Of course, over the past century, the Tao-seeking immortal sect had become much more disciplined. First, because other sects had banded together to protest, threatening to jointly boycott the Tao-seeking immortal sect if they continued their reckless behavior. Second, because wars between immortals and demons had broken out from time to time over the past century. The Tao-seeking immortal sect knew that during such times, it could not afford to create internal conflicts, so it had reined in its behavior considerably. At that very moment, Immortal Lady Qianghua's expression clearly conveyed one thing: she had taken an interest in Shun. Elder Chen knew exactly what was going on and spoke bluntly. This young man is highly favored by the sect master. You'd best give up on him, Immortal Lady. Upon hearing this, Immortal Lady Qianghua instantly deflated. In any sect, a disciple favored by the sect master is essentially being groomed as a candidate for the position. There is virtually no chance of poaching them. It might be possible, but the other sect would inevitably react strongly. The cost would far outweigh the benefit. Still, she remained intrigued by the automaton wolf, which bore that strange mechanism. But before she could ask any detailed questions, she heard Master Xia of the Danxia Immortal Sect exclaim in surprise, "Brother Taoist, your disciples seem a bit reckless. Why are they sneaking toward the rear of the demon and monster forces?" The others hurriedly turned their gaze in that direction, and some of the weaker practitioners even pulled out their 1,000-mile eyes to observe the situation. Sure enough, they saw Shin leading 100 disciples straight toward the demon's rear along the fissure. Elder Chen's mouth twitched slightly as he said helplessly, "They must be planning to launch a surprise attack on the demons from the rear. That is far too risky. The slightest misstep could mean eternal damnation." Master Xia frowned slightly. Being a man of a more cautious disposition, he strongly disapproved of this approach. Xin Wunyan of the Supreme Immortal Sect also commented, "It's far too aggressive. To put it bluntly, it's reckless and foolish." Pang Hui shook his head and said, "If you don't want to lose all your disciples today, senior brother, you'd better recall them as soon as possible." Immortal Qianghua also urged, "Yes, disciples like this should be carefully protected. How could they be sent to take risks behind enemy lines?" Elder Chen didn't know how to explain it, so he could only say, "Shin, his ideas are rather unconventional. Let us wait and see, perhaps there will be unexpected gains." Hearing this, the others could only sigh inwardly. Such a fine disciple is likely to be lost. The Ascendant Guild really leaves one speechless. Meanwhile, deep within the battlefield, Xiao whispered, "We can't go any further. My concealment composite formation can't hide us from the eyes of core stage demons." Shin nodded and said, "Then let us stop here. Remember what I just said: fight while retreating, cut across the battlefield, and don't pause for even a moment. If anyone falls behind along the way, the rest of you are not to intervene. I'll handle it. Also, we must stick to the 3x3 tactic to the end. Every group within each squad takes turns firing to avoid awkward reloading gaps." "Yes, sir." "All right, move out." At the command, everyone burst out of the ravine with a thunderous roar, startling the nearby demons. They then swiftly deployed the automaton wolves. 3 soldiers plus 300 automaton wolves formed a group. 3 groups made up a squad. The entire force formed a cone-shaped formation and charged straight into the rear of the demon horde. This time, 10,000 mana gatlings and 10,000 automaton wolves were all deployed, with their firepower set to maximum. It's important to note that in previous battles, aside from the volley against the skybird demons, the demon suppression special forces had never unleashed their full firepower. This time, however, every automaton wolf and mana gatling opened fire, with their power set directly to maximum. The goal was a swift and decisive victory to brutally tear through the entire battlefield. This included the combat zones of other sects. Enemies here. Send reinforcements. How dare they sneak right up on us, they're utterly brazen. Someone, come and devour them. The demons of the core stage managed to suppress their urge to attack, but they couldn't contain their rage. After all, in the heat of battle, anyone would be incensed if the enemy's foot soldiers charged right up to their faces. So, many powerful demons and monsters roared as they mobilized their forces, determined to pin down the demon suppression special forces. In an instant, demons and monsters surged forward from all directions like a tidal wave. Shin uttered a single word, charge. The 100 members of the demon suppression special forces immediately lowered their heads and charged headlong into the massive horde of demons ahead. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat, the relentless crackle of gunfire echoed without end, and the flesh and blood of demons and monsters splattered across the sky. Not even demons at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage could halt the demon suppression special forces' advance. This invincible strike force broke straight through the area controlled by the Ascendant Guild in one go, charging into the neighboring battle zone of the Solar Guild. They left a wide trail of blood in their wake. Witnessing this scene, the demons at the core stage and above, further back in the ranks, glared with fury, their eyes bulging in disbelief. What on earth is this? When did human cultivators become this powerful? Is that wolf-headed creature a mechanical construct? What kind of mechanical construct could be so ferocious? Hold the line, damn it! Wipe them out at any cost, roared an ancient demon at the soul stage. In an instant, demon beasts covering the mountains and fields charged toward Shin and his companions. Many demons who had already gained sentience and taken human form immediately cast their demonic spells, some enhancing the demon beast stats, while others launched direct attacks against the demon suppression special forces. Seeing this, Shin shouted, "Formation!" Upon hearing this, Xiao immediately flung out 3 formation discs, enveloping the entire demon suppression special forces team within them and creating a temporary sanctuary amidst the desperate situation where demons and monsters surrounded them. Any demon beast that broke through the formation would, without realizing it, lose its bearings and be forced to spin in circles. Even the more intelligent demons were unable to break through the formation in the short term. Before Shin could say another word, Xiao and the others immediately began replacing the mana crystals in the automaton wolf and mana Gatling units. During the previous charge, the mana crystals had been depleted at an extremely rapid rate. Even though the entire team had divided into groups and taken turns firing, many of the mana Gatling units were now completely drained. After 4 or 5 breaths, the team members reported one after another, replacement complete. Without hesitation, Shin shouted, "Break the formation! Charge!" Xiao dismantled the formation, and the demon suppression special forces like a meat grinder sprang into action once more, charging headlong forward. In this manner, they repeatedly used the formation for cover, resting briefly before charging again. Half a day later, led by Shin, the demon suppressing special forces, with absolutely no support, cut straight through the entire battlefield. They charged from the Ascendant Guild's territory on the far right all the way to the Taoist Immortal Sect's territory on the far left. The number of demons they had slain was already 100 times or even 300 or 400 times the size of their own unit. Though extreme exhaustion was etched on every face, their eyes shone with intensity. With their blood boiling, no one felt tired. They wanted to keep fighting. But the demons had had enough. A long, deep, bestial roar rang out, echoing across the entire battlefield. All the demons who heard the roar, even the mindless beasts, quickly turned and retreated in disarray. Shin immediately said, "Since that's the case, let us head back too and rejoin the main force." Hearing this, you looked puzzled. "We're going back already? Weren't we supposed to stay hidden behind enemy lines and keep fighting?" Shin sighed helplessly. Plans don't always go as expected. If the demon horde were in disarray, we could definitely keep going and launch surprise attacks from all sorts of unexpected angles and locations. But the problem is, as you've seen, the demons have changed. Although we had a close call today and achieved significant results, that's only because the demons don't know our capabilities or tactics. If we were to face them again, we'd certainly suffer heavy losses. Since there is someone on the demon side capable of maintaining such strict military discipline, they might very well figure out a way to counter us. That would be far too dangerous. I brought you here to slay demons and earn military merit, not to send you to your deaths. Given the situation, we'd better return for a reorganization first and decide on our next steps later. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. After today's battle, they had complete trust in Shin and would naturally follow his every command. But just then, a voice, thick with malevolence, rang out, "You've killed so many of my kind and you still want to go back? Dream on!" Boom! An aura far surpassing the foundation stage erupted, crushing down on the group like a boulder. Then, a hideous figure slowly materialized from the air, hunchbacked, with a protruding snout, sharp claws and fangs, and covered in gray fur. It was none other than a core stage rat demon. Judging by the intensity of its aura, it was highly likely not in the early golden core stage, but rather the middle or late stages. Shin's expression darkened, but he remained unflustered. He spoke calmly, "What's the matter? Getting impatient already? Our experts are probably watching this very spot. Do you dare strike?" the rat demon sneered. "So what if they're watching? Killing you lot would take no more than a blink of an eye. If they want all-out war, let them come and stop me." With that, it was about to attack. Just then, two figures flashed into view, blocking the oppressive aura for Shin and his companions. One of them said, "You vile beast, go ahead and try killing us." Seeing this, Shin grudgingly released the inventory bag from his waist. If he hadn't had backup, he'd actually planned to use this rat demon to test his mechanical creations. Apart from the mana Gatling and the automaton wolf, the power of some mechanical creations capable of threatening core stage or even soul stage beings was currently merely theoretical. Although he had great confidence in his own calculations and Tonzi's evaluations, how could he know for sure without testing them? But then again, since reinforcements had arrived, he'd keep a trick up his sleeve for now. He'd wait for the right moment to give the demon a surprise. As for his trump card, unless absolutely necessary, he'd keep it hidden for as long as possible. Seeing reinforcements arrive, the rat demon immediately gritted his teeth in rage, drool dripping incessantly onto the ground. He glared at Shin viciously and snarled, "Just you wait, I'll kill you and avenge my kin." Hearing this, Shin smiled faintly. "Fine, you're welcome to seek revenge. But before that, you'd better go back and focus on breeding. I'm afraid there won't be enough of you for me to kill when the war breaks out." Whoosh! The rat demon vanished into the wind, leaving one final remark before departing, "Fine, fine, fine. Shin of the Ascendant Guild, is that right? I'll remember you." Upon hearing this, Shin's expression instantly darkened. The members of the Demon Suppression Special Forces, along with the two core stage cultivators who had come to provide backup, all turned pale. How did that rat demon know Shin's name and background? There was no doubt about it, there was a traitor in their ranks. "Senior brother Shin," Yu frowned and spoke up. Shin raised his hand to stop her and said to the two core stage cultivators, "Thank you both for your help." These two were disciples of the Asking the Way Immortal sect. The one who had rebuked the rat demon said, "We're the ones who should be thanking you. If you hadn't led your men to break through the battlefield and relieve the pressure on everyone, the outcome today would have been far from certain." The other added, "Junior brother Shin, return to the city at once. It's far too dangerous for you to stay here now." Shin nodded. After a few brief courtesies, he immediately used the teleportation talisman given to him by Elder Chen and led the Demon Suppression Special Forces back to the base of the city walls. As soon as they appeared, "You couldn't wait to say, Senior brother Shin, report this to the Elder immediately. Have him use the mind-probing technique to uncover the demonic spy." The mind-probing technique, derived from the art of seduction, causes one to unwittingly lose their mental guard and reveal the truth. Upon hearing this, Shin shook his head and smiled, "No, we mustn't tip our hand. We'll turn their own scheme against them to deal a crushing blow to the enemy." "Shun, come here for a moment." Elder Chen's voice suddenly rang out. Just as Shin was about to ask, where to, his body vanished from where he stood, teleported there by Elder Chen. The members of the Demon Suppression Special Forces weren't particularly surprised by this. In today's opening battle, they were undoubtedly the group with the best performance. As the squad leader, Shin was surely being called over to receive praise or even a reward. The others didn't pay much attention to this. They were more eager for Shin to quickly discuss the matter of the spy with Elder Chen and the other divine stage elders from various sects. Given the current situation, having a demonic spy hiding among them was deeply unsettling. U.S. lovely face turned icy as she said, "We disembarked from the cloud vessel early. Until we took action, we hadn't encountered a single person, not even a demon. From this, we can conclude that the traitor is most likely among our own ranks. Given how effective the guerrilla tactics were, we can essentially rule out the 100 of us as suspects. The problem must lie with other members of our sect." Xiao nodded in agreement. "That's right. If the traitor were among us, the guerrilla tactics would never have been so effective. This is both a good thing and a bad thing. The good news is that the Demon Suppression Special Forces remain as solid as a rock and can still unleash their full combat potential. The bad news is that it makes identifying the traitor much more difficult. We can't very well use the heart-probing technique on each of the other 2,900 disciples, one by one. Not only would that be inefficient, but it would also undermine morale. It's not an option." However, Xiao paused for a moment before continuing, "I don't think we need to worry too much. Didn't Senior Brother Shin say before he left that we shouldn't tip our hand, we should just turn the tables on them? I may not know exactly how Senior Brother Shin plans to proceed, but I do know one thing, he definitely already has a plan in place. I needn't elaborate on his style of operation and strategic acumen, do I?" Hearing this, the group's concerns eased considerably. That's right, Senior Brother Shin must already have a plan in place. Who knows? He might even pull off a major coup against the demons. Meanwhile, in a room at the very top of the city wall, Shin stood there, the focus of the senior figure's scrutiny. Some of those gazes were scrutinizing, some carried awe, and some seemed to take delight in the prospect of a hunt. But without exception, they were all filled with curiosity. Shin clasped his hands in a bow. "Elder." Elder Chen laughed heartily and said, "Shin, you really put on a thrilling show today. It made me want to step in and have some fun myself." Shin couldn't help but think to himself, "You'd better just rest, old man. Once the divine stage steps in, where would there be any chance for us lowly foundation establishment cultivators to prove ourselves? There's a reason I called you over. First, I simply want to credit you with this achievement. I'll reward you after the battle. Second, I'd like to introduce you to everyone here. All the seniors present are quite interested in your mechanical creations." After saying this, Elder Chen winked at Shin. It was as if he were saying, "I'm bringing you business, how will you thank me?" "Thank you, Elder." Shin replied, then turned to the others, "It's a pleasure to meet you all, seniors." Peng Hui of the Solar Guild couldn't help but speak up first. "Did you really create that mechanical contraption all by yourself?" Shin replied calmly, "Yes." "No help from others?" It would be a lie to say there was none. My gearcraft skills were all taught by my master, and my fellow disciples helped me a great deal in the beginning. That's a given. Peng Hui rolled his eyes and pressed further, "Specifically regarding the design and construction of this mechanical creation, did you do it all by yourself?" "Senior, may I ask why you're so fixated on this point?" Shin was at a loss for words. Peng Hui's expression froze for a moment, and he let out a displeased snort. Elder Chen chuckled and said, "The number of demons you've slain with a mere 100 men is almost on par with what an entire sect disciples could kill on the main battlefield. Such a stunning record naturally seems a bit too good to be true. Anyone would assume those mechanical contraptions were crafted by a master." Shin's face lit up with realization. At that moment, Immortal Qianghua of the Tao-seeking immortal sect smiled and said, "Those mechanical contraptions are indeed novel and formidable, but without the proper tactical coordination, they wouldn't have achieved such an extraordinary result." "Shin, is that right? Since your mechanical contraptions and tactics work so seamlessly together, I have every reason to trust you. Oh, by the way, I am Qianghua, an inner-sect elder of the Tao-seeking immortal sect. You may simply address me as Immortal Lady." Shin bowed and said, "Greetings, immortal lady." On the wow, he really had the nerve to ask for that. The price was nearly 3 times what he'd charge his own sect. Hearing this price, the divine stage cultivators present all looked pensive. To them, lacking a point of comparison, it didn't seem overly expensive. But the problem was, if they wanted to deploy them on the battlefield to reduce casualties among their own disciples, they'd have to buy in bulk. At least several thousand units, right? As the quantity went up, so would the total cost. Given the current situation, they would certainly need to discuss such an expense with their sects. Just then, Shin chuckled and said, "There is no need to rush, seniors. Even if you placed an order right now, I wouldn't be able to deliver it anytime soon. After all, I still need to work with my fellow disciples to fight the demons and monsters. You can take your time to consider it during this period." Hearing this, Lady Qianghua said with a smile, "The more I look at you, the more I like what I see. Ordinary foundation stage disciples would be lucky just to stand their ground if they met the likes of us. Yet you show no sign of nervousness whatsoever. On the contrary, you speak so eloquently. Your composure is truly mature. Ah, why doesn't..." Of course, most people as purchase quantities didn't exceed 100. They mainly wanted to study the products to see if they could replicate them. However, all told, Shin received orders worth 9,000 mid-grade mana crystals, a total of 3,000 sets of automaton wolves and mana gatlings. Subsequently, the 4 great sects also made their decisions, each ordering 1,000 sets worth 12,000 mid-grade mana crystals. Elder Chen watched this unfold with a sense of wonder. The war of immortals and demons had only just begun, yet it seemed the biggest beneficiary had already emerged. Before this, no one would have believed that a foundation stage disciple could be making such a fortune. After the sales contracts were finalized, the divine stage cultivators were about to discuss the next phase of the war, and Shin was preparing to withdraw. Then Immortal Qianghua said, "The team under your command is organized, and your tactical approach is quite innovative. Stay and listen, perhaps you can offer some useful suggestions." Shin looked at Elder Chen with some surprise. Elder Chen nodded and said, "You've always had a unique way of thinking. I'd like to hear your ideas as well." Upon hearing this, Pang Hui of the Solar Guild looked somewhat displeased, but said nothing. If Shin were merely a simple gear craftsman, Pang Hui would certainly have objected. A group of divine stage cultivators discussing matters not even a soul stage cultivator is qualified to listen, so what kind of nonsense is it to let a foundation stage disciple join in? But Shin wasn't just skilled in gearcraft, his tactics were also extraordinary. He led 100 foundation stage cultivators and cut right through the demon horde. From the perspective of the war's overall situation, allowing Shin to join was clearly the right decision. Although he didn't care for the Ascendant Guild, he didn't harbor any deep-seated grudges against them. Given the overarching goal of joining forces to resist the demons, he naturally wouldn't say much. Immortal Qianghua spoke first. "You've all witnessed this initial battle. Those demons are completely different from before. It's as if they've been reborn. Such an eerie situation truly demands our full attention. Moreover, given that the demons initiated this war of their own accord, there may be some ulterior motive at play." Master Xia Dan mused, "That's right. In this battle, the number of demon beasts on the enemy side has surged more than tenfold compared to last time, and their formations, as well as their coordination between offense and defense, are all extremely well organized. In my opinion, there must be a demonic mastermind guiding them from behind the scenes. But the question is, if this demonic mastermind is truly strategic and cunning, why would they suddenly instigate such a meaningless battle? After all, judging by the outcome of the last battle, the demon clan's current strength poses no threat to us at all. That just doesn't make sense. There must be information we haven't yet uncovered behind this, along with hidden schemes and plots." Hearing this, Pang Hui scoffed, "They only dare to provoke battles at the divine stage. What kind of trouble could they possibly stir up? No matter what schemes they have, we'll simply overwhelm them with brute force and crush them all." Qin Wunyan shook his head, "We must not be complacent. If you underestimate the enemy like this, you might win in the end, but what about the losses? You must understand that no matter what schemes the demons and monsters have in store, one thing remains constant: they aim to erode the strength of our righteous path so that one day in the future, they can completely dominate the continent. Peng Hui said impatiently, so what do you suggest we do? We don't have any intelligence. Do you think we can figure out their plans just by sitting here and speculating? In the end, we'll still have to take it one step at a time. Remaining vigilant and taking the enemy seriously is far better than acting recklessly. Qin Wunyan said calmly. You. Peng Hui immediately glared at him. Elder Chen chuckled and said, don't argue. Let us discuss the next steps first. According to the agreement signed between you great sages and the demons, victory in this great battle is achieved as soon as either side is driven out of the forbidden god plane. Therefore, we cannot merely defend without attacking. We must teach those demons a lesson. If no one objects, shall we proceed with the offensive plan as previously agreed? After speaking, Elder Chen sent a telepathic message to Shen, explaining the so-called plan. It was actually quite simple. The 5 major sects would launch attacks along 5 separate routes, with all other sects large and small providing support and coordination, gradually chipping away at the forbidden god planes until the demons were driven out. And this wouldn't be a simple clash between 2 armies. Core stage and even soul stage cultivators from both sides would be entering the fray. After mulling it over, Shen summarized his understanding. Isn't this basically Summoner's Rift? Can wars in the cultivation world really be fought like this? Are the demons and monsters just too civilized, or do both sides simply not want all-out war, so they've tacitly agreed to resolve their conflict through a relatively moderate approach? After pondering this, Shen suddenly felt something was very off. In the face of a life-or-death conflict, this form of warfare was far too civilized. If he were a representative of the righteous path or the demons, as long as he was powerful enough, who would care about all that? He'd pull out every underhanded trick in the book, knock you down first, and then talk about the rest. Who would ever designate a specific area for both sides to engage in offensive and defensive battles like this? It's just like playing a game in the Summoner's Rift. Elder Chen and the others continued discussing the details of their strategic and tactical arrangements. For the most part, the atmosphere remained harmonious. After all, this wasn't their first collaboration, and they discussed these matters before. Shen had remained silent until the divine stage members began discussing the pace of the offensive, at which point a disagreement arose, splitting them into 2 factions. One was the conservative faction, led by Qin Wunyan and Master Xia Dan, who believed the demon's strength exceeded expectations and that they were hiding ulterior motives. They argued that the pace of the offensive must be slowed to prevent any unexpected complications. The second was the aggressive faction, led by Peng Hui and Elder Chen. Indeed, the 2 of them were, for once, in rare agreement. Both believed they should accelerate the pace of the offensive and not give the demons a moment to catch their breath. Peng Hui's personality had always been this way, explosive and impulsive. Elder Chen, on the other hand, felt that with Shen's South mechanical creations in place, they were already unbeatable at the foundation stage level, so there was no need to be so conservative. The immortal Lady Qianhua remained neutral for the time being. When she saw Shen hesitating to speak, she immediately laughed and said, Shen, is there something you want to say? Do you think we should play it safe or take a more aggressive approach? Everyone turned their gaze toward him. Shen replied calmly, Elder, esteemed seniors, I lean toward a conservative approach. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Elder Chen with puzzled expressions. Peng Hui teased, Brother Taoist, your disciple actually disagrees with you. Elder Chen furrowed his brow. He wasn't angry, of course he just felt that Shen might be about to make another startling statement. Shen, please elaborate on your thoughts. Shen nodded and said, First, I'd like to share something with all of you, seniors. There is a demonic spy in our group. My identity has been exposed, and I've been targeted by the enemy. The crowd showed little reaction to the first statement. With a major battle underway, it was only natural for a demonic spy to have infiltrated their ranks. But at the second statement, everyone's expressions changed, especially Elder Chen's. What? How could such a thing be possible? Elder Chen sprang to his feet, seething with rage. Shen recounted the incident involving the rat demon, then added, Elder, please don't get too worked up. It's not too late to hear me out. Because of this spy, the demons now know something about us, but we know nothing about them, not even why their army has undergone such a transformation or who is orchestrating everything behind the scenes. This clearly puts us at a significant disadvantage. If we strike rashly, all sorts of unforeseen complications are bound to arise. Therefore, I think we should first use the spy to lay the groundwork, then defeat them in one decisive blow to avoid letting the situation drag on and create more problems. Upon hearing this last remark, the various divine stage cultivators exchanged glances. Wait a minute, something didn't seem quite right. Qin Wunyan asked, at a loss for words, didn't you say you leaned toward being conservative? Why are you now talking about defeating them in one fell swoop? Shin blinked. What I mean is, we should plan before we act. As for the pace of the attack, I think Senior Pang and my Elder Chen are being a bit too conservative. As long as the plan is sound, the right approach is definitely to wipe them out in one go. Otherwise, wouldn't you have bought my automatons for nothing? Hearing this, everyone present burst into laughter. Wow, someone who claims to be conservative actually thinks the radicals are too conservative. But just then, everyone picked up on something else. The automatons were bought for nothing? What does that mean? Can those orders from earlier be delivered quickly? That 7,000 sets of automaton wolf and mana Gatling, which, if broken down, amounts to 14,000 automatons. It would take years to deliver them all. Elder Chen, considering Shin's previous delivery speed, mused, Shin, I know you're fast, but 7,000 sets would still take at least half a year, wouldn't it? This Great War won't last that long. What? More than half a year? The other divine stage cultivators immediately looked skeptical. That's not how you brag. Shin said confidently, no need. Just give me a few days, and I can increase my original speed tenfold. I'll have them finished in about 6 or 7 days. I can also use this time to set up a plan based on my production of these automatons, lure out that spy, and gather some intelligence. Well, if the old guy's bragging was already over the top, this kid's is even more outrageous. The divine stage cultivators present collectively rolled their eyes, completely unconvinced that Shin could work that fast. Elder Chen looked utterly dumbfounded as well. This is way too exaggerated. Brother Taoist, this youngster is talking even bigger than you. Aren't you going to rein him in? Aren't you afraid of making a fool of yourself? Pang Hui said, his face full of disbelief. Elder Chen shot him a disdainful glance. If anyone loses face, it's my Ascendant Guild. What is it to you? He asked Shin, are you really confident? Considering Shin's performance at the selection tournament and his ability to fulfill an order of 10,000 sets in a single year, even Elder Chen was a bit skeptical. Shin nodded and said, of course, provided you all send over the raw materials for your orders as soon as possible. Immortal Qianhua spoke up in surprise, you two have been going back and forth like this, can you really finish production that quickly? Brother Taoist, from what you're saying, it sounds like Shin didn't spend much time crafting those mechanical devices for your own use? Elder Chen saw no reason to hide the truth and replied, yes. The demon-suppressing special forces have a total of 10,000 sets of automaton wolves and mana Gatlings, and Shin completed them all in just 1 year. What? Everyone's faces immediately betrayed their shock. Even Pang Hui suddenly furrowed his brow, his face filled with disbelief. It was understandable for Shin, a junior, to speak so boldly. After all, youth is full of vigor. But hearing this from Elder Chen's mouth was a different matter entirely. The problem was, producing 10,000 sets in a single year. That was simply outrageous. If this were true, then Shin's claim that he could increase the speed tenfold and deliver the goods in 6 or 7 days wouldn't that also be highly likely to be true? Good grief, how could that possibly be? Master Xia of the Danxia Immortal Sect shook his head and said, although mechanical artifacts are not like alchemy, they do not require the cultivation of medicinal power and have no fixed incubation period. The complexity and intricacy of the process are on an entirely different level. Such a production speed is simply unheard of. Qin Wunyan added, although our Taishang Immortal Sect does not advocate the 100 arts, we do have cultivators within our sect who practice various crafts. As far as I know, the production cycle for a mechanical creation, even one with foundation stage power, takes at least 10 days to half a month, and at most, perhaps 2 or 3 months, right? Brother Taoist, aren't you and this disciple of yours being a bit too exaggerated? Elder Chen shook his head and laughed. It's not just you, I, too, originally thought he wouldn't be able to deliver for several years, and I hadn't even planned to bring him along to the battle at first. But on the day of our departure, he actually finished crafting 10,000 automaton wolves and 10,000 mana gatlings. To be honest, I still have no idea how he managed it. Having said that, Elder Chen looked at Shin and said, "The only thing I can think of is that he had stockpiles on hand." "Shin, is that true?" Shin spread his hands, "Not a single bit. I couldn't have afforded that much material back then." Hearing this, Immortal Qianhua said with great interest, "Then I'll have to see exactly how you pulled this off. I have a feeling you, little guy, are about to turn our world upside down." Shin smiled. "Words are of little use. There's no time to waste, let us talk about that spy first. Here's my plan. Now that we know there's a spy, rather than tip him off, we should turn the tables on him. If we pass false intelligence to the demons through him, we can use that information gap to secure a victory. That is why I said earlier that by planning before acting, we can defeat the demons in one fell swoop. You elders surely understand better than I do just how severe the consequences of a single misjudgment on the battlefield can be. Of course, we must also guard against the possibility that the demons already know we're aware of the traitor. After all, that rat demon openly mentioned my name. In light of this, I've come up with a few contingency plans on the spot. You seniors might want to consider them." The first one, Shin went through his ideas point by point. The crowd's expressions changed once more, and they couldn't take their eyes off Shin. After a moment, Immortal Qianhua said, "Ah, fellow Daoist, I'm truly envious of your disciple." Xin Wunyan and the others also looked on with admiration. Why didn't their own sect have a disciple with such meticulous thinking? The divine stage cultivators from those smaller sects were even more openly envious. Gearcraft was so formidable, possessed such deep strategic insight, and his cultivation at the early foundation establishment stage was also quite outstanding. Such a disciple was simply flawless. How wonderful it would be if their own sect could produce one. Elder Chen was naturally delighted by everyone's reactions and felt his reputation had been enhanced. He asked, "Everyone, do you have any objections?" Xianhua Sangu and the others shook their heads one after another, indicating they had no objections. Shin's plan and contingency measures only needed a bit of fine-tuning on the details before they could be put into use. Elder Chen smiled and said, "All right, let us proceed this way. Shin will handle the mechanical contraptions, while the matter of the false intelligence falls to us old-timers. Here's to a smooth collaboration and success in one fell swoop." The matter was settled. Shin took his leave immediately and began making preparations at a feverish pace. In the city, at the Ascendant Guild's headquarters. Holding Elder Chen's token, Shin requested a warehouse from the city administrator to set up his mechanical production assembly line. When he said he could increase production speed tenfold, he wasn't exaggerating. Although he currently had one finished assembly line each for the automaton wolf and the mana gatling, he still had 9 sets of the most critical core components for each. The most time-consuming part was the ready-made components, the rest was straightforward. Of course, he certainly couldn't do it alone. It would take at least a month just to forge and assemble the auxiliary parts and the overall frame. But no one said he couldn't seek outside help. First, the Demon Suppression Special Forces alone had over 20 artifact smiths, all of whom were of upper-middle skill level. Second, Shin certainly wasn't going to pass up Wang, a genius in artifact forging. Shin directly asked Elder Chen to privately use the heart-probing technique on Wang. After confirming he wasn't a demon or monster spy, he brought him on board to help. With Wang on the team, Shin was confident he could complete the production and debugging of 9 assembly lines each for the automaton wolf and the mana gatling within 5 days. And once the assembly lines were set up, producing 7,000 sets of mechanical contraptions within 6 or 7 days would be no problem at all. "Shin, why did you call me here?" Wang asked in confusion as he reported for duty after receiving Elder Chen's order. Looking at the empty warehouse, he simply couldn't figure out how he could be of any help to Shin. Although artifact crafting shares some similarities with mechanical contraptions, they are, after all, 2 distinct crafts. Shin casually handed him a stack of blueprints and said, "I need 9 of each of these components. With your skill in artifact forging, and the help of the artifact forgers in my demon-suppressing special forces, you should be able to finish them in 3 or 4 days, right?" Are you really making me do the grunt work for you? Wang looked down at the blueprints, then grew somewhat exasperated. These are all artifacts without any mystical power, even a common blacksmith could forge them. You want me to craft them for you myself? Shen shrugged. 1,000 blacksmiths couldn't hold a candle to you. So what's in it for me? We're making these to fulfill orders from other sections. Of course I won't let you work for free. I'll pay you 1,000 mid-grade mana crystals afterward. Note that I said you and the artifact smiths in my demon suppression special forces. We'll split the payment based on workload. How much? Wang's eyes widened. You've taken orders from other sects? How much can you make? Not much, just 21,000 mid-grade mana crystals. Shen smiled faintly. Just. Listen to that, is that even human speech? Wang gritted his teeth in envy. Ever since the selection tournament ended, he worked tirelessly for an entire year, day and night, crafting magical artifacts for his fellow disciples. Even though his order volume had multiplied several times over due to his sparring session with Shin, he still only earned a little over 900 mid-grade mana crystals in the end. Meanwhile, Shin had first earned 11,000 mid-grade mana crystals from his own sect, and now, on just the first day of the tournament, he already earned another 21,000 mid-grade mana crystals from other sects. This is just too much to bear. After seething with envy for a moment, Wan complained, you've made so much money, yet you're only willing to offer 1,000 mid-grade mana crystals as payment, and that's all I and the other artifact smiths are getting combined. Isn't that a bit too stingy? According to artifact smiths rules, I'm entitled to at least a 30% share of the profits. Shen was at a loss for words. I didn't ask you to craft mechanical artifacts, just some ordinary items with no special powers. Why do you deserve such a high fee? Hearing this, Wang finally realized his mistake. He looked down at the blueprints, furrowed his brow, and asked, You're right. What do these oddly shaped things have to do with the order for mechanical artifacts? Just then, the team members who had gone to procure materials returned. Shin said, Stop asking so many questions for now. Just tell me, are you in or out? I need to think it over. Mainly, what you're offering is way too little. If you gave me 1,000 mid-grade mana crystals on their own, that'd be more like it. Wang said reluctantly. Shin pointed at the returning team members and laughed. Do you believe it or not, they'd even be willing to give me mana crystals just to be part of this? Wang scoffed, You're just bragging. Are they really that stupid? Shin turned directly to the group and said, Don't believe me? All master artifact crafters, step forward. No sooner had he finished speaking than the 24 artifact crafters stepped forward. Shin continued, Over the next few days, I'm going to set up 9 new production lines, and I need help. Are any of you willing to assist? Hearing this, the artifact crafters' eyes lit up, and they spoke up one after another. Is there such a good deal? Senior brother Shin, I'm in. Me too. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. All 24 of them agreed. Shin continued, Well, I won't let you work for free. I'll pay you with 1,000 mid-grade mana crystals, based on your actual workload. Is this for real? I'd do it even without pay. No, senior brother Shin, you don't have to be so generous with us really, there's no need to pay us. That's right, just being able to participate is already a tremendous opportunity for us. I don't want mana crystals, I just want to be involved in making all the components. Me too. Wang? He was dumbfounded. What is going on here? They're even turning down mana crystals, are they all being so noble and selfless? Wang asked in confusion, Have you guys fallen under this guy's spell or something? Why wouldn't you want mana crystals? The artifact crafters exchanged glances, but no one spoke. After all, the assembly line was Shin's creation, so it was up to him to explain. It wouldn't be proper for them to speak up. But just then, Xiao spoke up with a smile, Senior brother Wang, there are some hidden circumstances here that you're not aware of. Let me put it this way, I'm not skilled at artifact crafting, but if I could participate, I'd even be willing to give Senior brother Shin some mana crystals. You nodded silently. The manufacturing technology behind that assembly line is absolutely worth as much as a spirit treasure. Hearing this, Wang fell completely silent. What on earth is going on in this world? Why can't I make heads or tails of it anymore? After much deliberation, he looked at Shin and cut to the chase. What exactly are these artifacts used for? Shin chuckled, you'll find out once you get involved, one to you? Hearing this, Wang gritted his teeth, fine, I'll agree to it. But if this turns out to be less impressive than I imagine, I'm still going to demand a raise. Agreed. Shin agreed offhandedly. So, 5 days later, Wang frantically grabbed Shin's arm and said, I don't even want a single mana crystal anymore, please, just tell me how to imprint runes and spirit patterns inside an artifact blank. Or, let me study the principles behind your core component. Will you? I'm begging you. Shin, members of the Demon Suppression Special Forces, wow, what a drastic contrast. Could this be considered a case of being deferential at first and then aloof afterward? Senior brother Shin, just tell me. Wang pleaded. Over the past 5 days, he and the others had forged all the components. Then Shin assembled them, took a few additional parts from his inventory bag, and added them to the device. Immediately, he began testing it in front of everyone. At first, he still didn't understand what the device was for, until he saw a chunk of mystic ice iron dart from one end to the other, transforming into a gleaming mana Gatling gun. Throughout the entire process, Shin hadn't intervened at all. Only then did he understand the purpose of this bizarre contraption and what it meant for mechanical engineers and artifact smiths. At the same time, he fully grasped why Shin had been able to complete the Sect S orders on time within just a single year. This contraption was nothing short of a peerless divine weapon for mechanical engineers and artifact smiths. How could he not covet it? Shin found this slightly amusing and said, I can tell you, but what will you offer in exchange? This is my exclusive secret technique, the foundation of my cultivation. In other words, it's my source of income. No matter how much you beg, I can't just hand it over for free. Wang froze, his spirits instantly dampened. That's right, a secret technique like this could easily become the foundation of an entire sect. It's not something you just hand out on a whim. What could he possibly offer in exchange? Mana crystals? Even if he pooled all 10 of his assets, they wouldn't match Shin's. His charm? He publicly humiliated Shin at the selection tournament, and now his relationship with Shin wasn't even as close as Xiao's. What else was there? It seemed there was nothing. Thinking of this, Wang couldn't help but feel a nagging itch in his heart. That feeling of wanting something but being unable to have it was truly torturous. Finally, he blurted out, Senior brother Shin, if I were to follow your lead from now on and obey your every command, would you teach me this secret art? Hearing this, Shin burst out laughing, I'm just messing with you, Duobao. Wang was taken aback once more. Shin continued, actually, this thing isn't all that mysterious, it's hardly what you'd call a secret art. Not just you, anyone with even a basic understanding of artifact forging who sees my assembly line workflow could figure out the principles behind it, as long as they're willing to put in the effort. To be honest, it really isn't that hard. At this point, Shin sighed, actually, I've already decided to donate this to the sect once the great war between immortals and demons is over. After all, relying on me alone, I could work myself to death and still wouldn't earn that many mana crystals. Only by leveraging the sect's power can we maximize the potential of this technology and harvest mana crystals from the entire cultivation world. Offer it to the sect? The members of the Demon Suppression Special Forces, as well as Wang, gasped in unison upon hearing this. Such a precious technique is, quite literally, priceless. Could Shin really bring himself to offer it to the sect? What a broad-minded and magnanimous gesture. Senior brother, your actions truly inspire my admiration. You said, her eyes shining as she looked at Shin. Xiao clasped his hands and said, Senior brother, you are truly noble. The others echoed in unison, Senior brother, you are truly noble. Wang stood there in stunned silence for a long time before finally sighing, I'm no match for you. If it were me, I'd definitely hold on to it tightly, and perhaps, once I'd grown strong enough, I'd even strike out on my own. Shin shook his head silently upon hearing this. Starting one's own sect was far too exhausting. It was nowhere near as easy as leaning on the Ascendant Guild, that mighty tree. He had no desire to be some founding patriarch, he simply wanted to earn enough mana crystals to support his own cultivation. After all, attaining enlightenment and ascending was the ultimate pursuit and goal of any cultivator. Everything else is trivial. With that in mind, Shin said, "Alright, we'll discuss the assembly line once we return to the sect. For now, the Immortal Demon War is our top priority. You guys keep an eye on things here. I'll go collect the mechanical materials from the other sects and, while I'm at it, check on the progress regarding the spy." At the mention of the Great War and the spy, everyone's expressions immediately turned serious. Although they had been working diligently here for the past 5 days, they were all well aware that things were extremely chaotic both in the city and on the battlefield. Elder Chen had not been in a good mood these past 5 days. The good news, the spy had been found. The bad news, the person's identity filled him with both anger and heartache. Zhao Qingtian, a late Golden Core stage disciple of the Ascendant Guild's spiritual medicine peak. He ascended the mountain at 13, established his foundation at 18, and formed his core at 45. This cultivation pace wasn't particularly fast, but it was still considered above average. Compared to his cultivation talent, Zhao Qingtian's true aptitude lay in alchemy. Several elixirs he had independently created were extremely popular within the sect and sold very well in major towns and districts. All in all, he was considered a pillar of spirit medicine peak and served as the Ascendant Guild's primary officer in charge of alchemical supplies for this great war between immortals and demons. The demon-suppressing special forces had infiltrated the battlefield in advance, a fact known to very few. Zhao Qingtian was one of them. Since the demon-suppressing special forces needed to carry mana crystals and elixirs, they had to report their elixir requirements to Zhao Qingtian. Elder Chen had suspected many people, but he had never suspected Zhao Qingtian. First, because this man was in charge of the battlefield's elixir supplies, a responsibility of the utmost importance, and he had certainly undergone the sect's rigorous testing. Second, because Zhao Qingtian's South Master was his close friend, the two had grown up together since childhood. But as it turned out, the spy was none other than him. Elder Chen was naturally heartbroken. He didn't even know how to bring this up with his old friend. However, when he thought of the disciples shedding their blood on the battlefield, he was filled with rage. In the end, he decided to proceed with the plan provided by Shin and began setting the stage. Over the past 5 days, the battlefield has been anything but calm. The 5 major sects joined forces to launch several offensives, each time discreetly passing information to the demons through Zhao Qingtian. Consequently, in the battles over the past 5 days, the cultivators of the righteous path had suffered more defeats than victories. First comes the real, then the fake can take effect. This is called lulling the enemy into a false sense of security. After Shin found Elder Chen and ascertained these details, he immediately returned to begin crafting his mechanical devices. The sun rose and the moon set. 6 days passed. On this day, Shin arrived at the room atop the highest point of the city wall to meet with numerous divine stage elders. No sooner had he taken his place than he noticed something off about Elder Chen's gaze. The way he looked at him was as if he were seeing an old lover. Ugh! Shin shuddered and quickly shook off the thought. That's kind of gross. To be precise, it should have been the look one gives upon seeing a treasure, a talented individual, or a promising junior. What was going on? Elder Chen had always been quite fond of him, but he'd never looked at him like that before. Puzzled, Shin clasped his hands and said, "This disciple has fulfilled the mission. I wonder if the elders have prepared the final payment." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Pang Hui furrowed his brow and asked, "Have you really finished crafting it?" "Of course. Otherwise, how could I dare ask for the final payment?" Shin handed out numerous inventory bags and used his spiritual power to send them to the divine stage practitioners present. Pang Hui and the others hurriedly picked up the inventory bags in front of them and probed inside with their divine sense. The next second, everyone looked at Shin with complex expressions, their eyes filled with admiration, envy, amazement, longing, and even anger. That feeling came over him again. Why don't I have disciples like this? Shin said, "There's an instruction manual and recommended tactics included inside. Seniors, please have your disciples study them carefully." After speaking, he quietly watched the crowd, almost reaching out to rub his hands together. Immortal Lady Qianghua covered her mouth and chuckled softly. She transferred the automaton wolf and the mana gatling into her storage artifact, then placed some mana crystals into the inventory bag and returned it to Shun. "At the same time," she said, "you're becoming more and more endearing, young man. May I ask, exactly how did you manage to do that?" Shun looked pensive. But before he could answer, Elder Chen suddenly interjected, "Ahem, this is a secret technique of our Ascendant Guild. Immortal Lady, please don't put this young disciple on the spot." "Immortal Lady Qianghua? Didn't you just say you didn't know how Shin did it either? Why are you saying something like this now?" Shin was also a bit puzzled by this. But upon further reflection, he understood. The city was crowded with people, including many core stage, soul stage, and divine stage cultivators. Therefore, before setting up the assembly line and constructing the mechanical devices, he had first asked Elder Chen for a divine blocking talisman to block divine sense detection and prevent the core technology from being leaked. Elder Chen must have been unable to resist peeking and discovered the existence of the assembly line. That was why he was giving him that look today and saying such things. Since it's a secret art, I won't pry any further. However, I still hope that young Frenshin will find time in the future to visit our Daoan Immortal sect and offer some guidance to our sect's good-for-nothing mechanical engineers." Immortal Lady Qianghua said with a smile. Elder Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself, "If I go there, will I ever make it back? The Ascendant Guild is truly blessed. Even holding such a creation in my hands, I still cannot fully fathom it. It is truly marvelous." Qin Wunyan sighed. "I can understand it, but the more I understand, the more I appreciate the Creator's ingenuity. It's impossible not to marvel at it." Master Xia also lavished praise without reservation. Peng Hui was even more direct, "Senior Brother Chen, I'll take this disciple. Name your price." "Shin, Elder Chen? Immortal Lady Qianghua? Everyone else?" Immortal Lady Qianghua spoke with a mix of laughter and exasperation. "Brother Peng, how dare you steal my lines? What are you playing at?" Elder Chen frowned. Peng Hui fixed Shin with a piercing gaze, looking as if he were about to devour him. He said, "I don't care. Either you name your price, or I'll just snatch him away." Elder Chen laughed in exasperation. "Go ahead and try." With that, he unleashed his divine stage aura without hesitation, matching Peng Hui's intensity. Immortal Qianghua stepped in to smooth things over. "Why are you two about to come to blows after just a few words? Brother Peng, what has gotten into you? I've held back all this time even though I value Shin so highly. Haven't you always had a bone to pick with the Ascendant Guild? Why are you acting like this all of a sudden?" Master Xia and Qin Wunyan also spoke up to dissuade him. Today was a crucial day to sound the clarion call for a counteroffensive. It made no sense to start fighting among themselves before they even dealt a crushing blow to the enemy. Peng Hui shook his head. "You don't understand. This young man is extremely important to me, no, to our Solar Guild." With that, he turned to Elder Chen with a sincere expression and said, "Senior Brother Chen, if you keep Shin with you, he is just a mechanical engineer. But if we hand him over to the Solar Guild, he'll be a figure no less important than a fusion stage cultivator, one who holds the future of our Solar Guild in his hands. So, let him go to me." Elder Chen furrowed his brow deeply. "Have you also been spying on Shin's crafting process?" "Huh? Why did you say also?" Everyone turned their gaze toward him. Elder Chen cleared his throat. "No, I mean, have you been spying on the secret arts of my Ascendant Guild?" Peng Hui sneered. "I wouldn't stoop to such despicable acts. I merely saw, in this mechanical creation, the great Tao that my Solar Guild has painstakingly researched for generations." At these words, the entire hall was stunned. Wait, this mechanical creation actually embodies a great Tao? In the next instant, everyone simultaneously pulled an automaton wolf from their inventory bag and scanned it from top to bottom, inside and out, with their divine sense, trying to discover where that great Tao was hidden. Upon hearing this, Shin paused to think for a moment, then suddenly had an epiphany. That's right, the core module of the mana Gatling was crafted by him based on laser weapons from science fiction. It didn't operate on the conventional principle of releasing energy to impart kinetic energy to bullets. Instead, it extracted mana from mana crystals, converted it into explosive energy through runes, and fired it directly. The Solar Guild was founded on the art of fire magic, following precisely the Tao of explosive fire. What is fire? It is nothing more than the release of energy in the form of light and heat during a process of matter transformation. When the temperature is high enough, it can take on a plasma state. Of course, this is the explanation offered by scientific civilization. Although it doesn't quite apply to the world of cultivators, the surface-level manifestation is almost identical. In other words, to a cultivator like Peng Hui, who specializes in fire magic. The core module of the mana Gatling is simply an application of the way of fire. Once Shin had figured everything out, he immediately understood Peng Hui's feelings. But understanding was one thing, switching sex was out of the question. First, his master treated him very well. Second, he had already established a firm foothold in the Ascendant Guild. There was no need to betray his sect to join another one. Besides, what he was passionate about was gearcraft, not fire magic. So Shin said directly, "Thank you for your interest, Senior Pang, but leaving the sect is absolutely out of the question. Besides, I'm not as skilled as you make me out to be. That mana Gatling is merely a way of utilizing mana, it's hardly a great way." Elder Chen scoffed, "Did you hear that? He's not going. Trying to poach my disciple? You're daydreaming." Peng Hui, furious, shot Elder Chen a withering glare before turning to Shin and saying, "This is the first time I've ever seen such a method of application. Not only does it perfectly align with the essence of fire magic and possess immense potential, but it's also incredibly concise and ingeniously conceived. This shows that you've already begun to grasp the great way of fire. With dedicated contemplation, your future prospects are limitless. Why must you stay at the Ascendant Guild and be nothing more than a mere mechanical engineer?" Shin shook his head. "You see, that's exactly why I want to leave the Ascendant Guild to join your Solar Guild. My heart belongs to the art of mechanics, not fire magic. Senior Pang, please settle the remaining payment. I still have to lead my team on a mission." Hearing this, Peng Hui sighed deeply and said, "All right, let us prioritize the war for now. But I want to give up. Once I've reported to the sect master and my fellow disciples, I'll definitely pay a visit to your Ascendant Guild." With that, he tossed the remaining payment to Shin, and the others, seeing this, handed over their mana crystals as well. Elder Chen gave a soft snort but said nothing. However, he had already made up his mind. As soon as the war ended, he would immediately take Shin back to the sect and report what he had witnessed that day to the sect master. A prodigy like Shin must remain within the sect. Meanwhile, Shin counted the mana crystals, confirmed they were correct, and immediately smiled. "It's been a pleasure working with you. Elder Chen, this disciple is setting out right away. As soon as I make my move, please dispatch your troops immediately." In today's scheme against the demons and monsters, the demon suppression special forces remained a crucial component. To set this scheme in motion, Elder Chen had been laying the groundwork for a full 5 days. He was confident the demons and monsters would fall for it. Upon hearing this, Elder Chen stood up and said, "Stay safe on your journey. Come with me, I have some instructions for you." After speaking, he led Shin to an adjacent room and set up layer upon layer of restrictions to block out sound and spiritual perception. Then he feigned reproach, "You rascal, with something this big, why didn't you inform the sect in advance?" Shin knew Elder Chen was referring to the assembly line, so he shrugged and said, "If I made it public, would the sect still have let me participate in the battle? If I didn't participate in the battle, how would I make money from other sects or harvest resources from demons and monsters? That's right. If I stayed at the sect, I could certainly accumulate wealth through it and focus on my research, but that would be too slow. My future research will require a great deal of resources." Elder Chen gave a wry smile. "Can't such a massive Ascendant Guild even afford to support the research of a mere foundation stage cultivator like you? That's different. I need to first build up enough strength and capital before collaborating with the sect, otherwise, wouldn't I just be a mere dependent of the sect?" Shen said. Elder Chen was instantly at a loss for words upon hearing this. What's wrong with relying on a sect? Countless soul stage cultivators want to join the Ascendant Guild, but the sect won't even accept them. Are you, a foundation stage cultivator, really so ashamed to rely on a sect? Alright, I understand your high aspirations, but you shouldn't go into battle today, Elder Chen said. If something happens to you, I won't be able to explain it to the sect master. Shen hurriedly replied, hey, we already agreed on this, we can't just change our minds on a whim. I haven't killed any demons or monsters in 5 days, my battle merits have long been left far behind by others. I was counting on exchanging those merits for mana crystals. Don't you have enough mana crystals already? I doubt even soul stage cultivators are as wealthy as you. Mana crystals? The more, the better. Elder Chen was at a loss for words once again and could only say, alright, I won't try to talk you out of it, but remember, if things get dicey, use the talisman I gave you to escape immediately. Of course I value my life too. Shen smiled broadly and bowed his hands, thank you for your concern, Elder. This disciple is off. With that, he vanished and headed to join the Demon Suppression Special Forces. Elder Chen's spiritual sense followed Shen's retreating figure, and he couldn't help but sigh, why isn't a disciple like this from my own school? After saying this, he gave a self-deprecating chuckle, I'm no mechanism master, even if I had one, I wouldn't be able to handle it. As he spoke, he took out a communication jade slip and sent a message. Recipient, Zhao Qingtian. Content, in accordance with the core stage quota, provide Shen and his group with a 3-day supply of elixirs. A moment later, Zhao Qingtian replied, yes, Elder. Putting away the jade slip, Elder Chen let out a cold smile. It's time to settle the score. The woods outside the city. After Shen led the Demon Suppression Special Forces to collect their elixirs and mana crystals, they came here to rest and regroup. In addition to the 100 team members, Wang had tagged along as well. He wasn't aware of the specific plans regarding the traitor, so he asked curiously, aren't we supposed to be on a mission? Why are we stopping here? Shen chuckled, naturally, we're waiting for the traitor to relay the message back to the demons before we act. Just wait and see, we're in for a show today. You and the others were also very curious, but they didn't ask any further questions. The sun was directly overhead. When Shen received Elder Chen's message, he immediately ordered, move out. Follow the ravine and move stealthily through the jungle on the ground. You was a bit puzzled, why aren't we sneaking into the valley? If we used the same trick twice, the demons would have to be complete fools to fall for it again. Shen chuckled. Hearing this, the group only half understood. However, out of trust, they all obediently followed Shen's orders. The group moved cautiously, advancing step by step, as they crept toward the demon's camp. Meanwhile, deep within the demon's rear, more than 10 divine stage demons and over 100 soul stage demons were gathered in a valley, each absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. A bird demon delivered a message, I humbly report to the venerables, news has come from the front that the Demon Suppression Special Forces, led by Shen, have once again infiltrated the Rift Valley on a secret mission. Additionally, the Alliance of the 5 Sects is gathering a large army on the main front, preparing to launch a feint. Upon hearing this, a fox demon sneered, do they really think they can pull that trick a second time? At this point, it's clear that Zhao Qingtian must have been exposed. There's almost certainly no ambush in the Rift Valley. What's the situation over at Shu Dalong's end? Asked the bird demon. No activity, no sign of any human cultivators. Just as I thought. The fox demon looked at the other divine stage demons and said, the focus today must be on the main front. What do you all think? The demons slowly nodded. Even though some felt something was off, they couldn't pinpoint what it was, so they could only nod in agreement. After all, when both sides are engaged in a psychological battle, overthinking is the worst thing you can do. Once you get caught up in logical reasoning, it becomes a never-ending cycle of one layer of reasoning leading to another. Therefore, you just need to focus on one thing and give it your all. The fox demon immediately said, however, just to be on the safe side, we should still have Shu Dalong lead the rat demon clan to infiltrate the rift and advance. If they encounter any cultivators, eliminate them on the spot regardless of whether they're part of that damn special forces unit or not. The rest of the deployment remains unchanged. Focus all efforts on the main front. Whether the enemy is feigning an attack or not, we'll launch our all-out assault immediately." The bird demon bowed his head and said, "Your Excellency is wise." With that, he soared into the sky to deliver the message. In the afternoon, at the hour of Shin, the demon-suppressing special forces reached the center of the battlefield. Shin made two simple hand gestures, and the entire team immediately halted, holding their breath and remaining silent. Shin looked toward the ravine not far away, which resembled a wound in the earth, and held out his hand. Xiao, Yu, and Wang immediately placed their hands on his, and the four communicated via solid-state telepathy. "Your cultivation levels are higher than mine. You must have heard it, right?" Shen. Demons are lurking in the ravine." Yu. "There are quite a few of them. We don't know the exact number, but we should bring items that block spiritual perception." Wang. Judging by that foul, fishy stench in the air, the valley must be full of rat spirits and horde demons." Xiao. "That core stage rat demon from the other day?" Yu. "It must be." Shen. "Should we retreat, then?" Xiao. "Why retreat? Whether we can quickly end this battle between immortals and demons today depends entirely on us." Shen. "What?" Yu, Xiao, and Wang were all taken aback. Your reactions are exactly the same as Elder Chen S and the others. But let us save the suspense for the end. I like to surprise people." As Shin withdrew his hand, the final words of his telepathic message were, "Whether they're demons or you." Yu and the others exchanged glances, all feeling that their perceptions were about to be shattered once again. Since Shin had said that, he certainly wouldn't use the sword-sweeping talisman Elder Chen had given him, the one capable of slaying soul-stage demons, but would rely solely on his own methods instead. Besides, using such a precious talisman on a core-stage rat demon would indeed be a bit of a waste. So the question arose. What methods did Shin actually have to deal with a core-stage rat demon? Good heavens, he is only in the early foundation establishment stage. The three of them marveled at this while finding themselves filled with anticipation. Just then, commotion broke out on the main battlefield further ahead. Shin immediately transmitted, "Take these. Distribute them 10 per person. Then form groups of 10 and spread out evenly along the ravine, 3 li apart. Get ready. Wait for my command. As soon as you hear it, immediately throw these into the ravine. But remember, each person can only throw 1 into the ravine. The rest on my command are to be used on the main battlefield." You and the other two cast a glance with their spiritual sense at the round, jet-black objects in the inventory bag, each about the size of an ordinary watermelon, and were instantly perplexed. What on earth is this? A mechanical contraption? There is no such thing as a perfectly spherical mechanical contraption. A spherical magical artifact would be more plausible. But since it came from Shin's hands, how could it possibly be a magical artifact? It must be a mechanical contraption. The three exchanged glances, their faces filled with admiration. Sure enough, the things senior brother Shin creates are always so refreshingly innovative. Immediately, the three sprang into action. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield, on the left, the forces of the righteous path were advancing steadily forward. On the right, the demon hordes were marching with great ferocity, kicking up clouds of dust. The two sides finally faced off across the battlefield, separated by no more than 1 li. A shrill voice rang out, echoing across the heavens and earth. It was none other than the divine stage fox demon Venerable. Ha! How come there are so few of you? It doesn't seem like enough for us to slaughter. On the righteous path side, Peng Hui of the Solar Guild retorted, "Who is slaughtering whom? Haven't we been suffering heavy casualties these past few days?" The fox demon sneered, "They're nothing but mindless beasts and low-level demons at the Qi cultivation and foundation establishment stages. Do you really think they can even scratch us? Well, only you know how upset you really are." While Peng Hui sometimes struggled to find the right words when arguing with his own people, he was sharp-tongued when facing demons and monsters. The fox demon snorted disdainfully, we'll see if you can still talk tough in a moment. Men. Kill them. At his command, the horde of demons and monsters instantly roared and charged forward. Peng Hui chuckled and commanded in a loud voice, "Fall back 10 li, retreat while fighting." As soon as the words left his mouth, the righteous cultivators, whether at the Qi cultivation or foundation establishment stages, or even at the golden core or nascent soul stages, all retreated without hesitation. However, they didn't move quickly whenever demonic spells struck, they immediately parried and deflected them. Some even glanced back from time to time, casting spells and launching attacks at the horde of demons and monsters from a distance. Seeing this, the fox demon's expression shifted slightly, and he turned his head toward the direction of the rift. Was this really a feint? Did that mean the damn Special Forces team was truly lying in ambush over by the rift? But what good would that do? The fox demon thought it over and put his mind at ease. He had considered every possible scenario and made preparations for all of them. Even if the demon-suppressing special forces were really lurking over by the rift, the core stage Rat de Lang, along with countless members of the Rat Demon clan, would be more than enough to handle them. All they had to do was launch a full-scale assault from the front. Could those hypocritical cultivators really retreat back into the city? If so, then he'd already won more than half the battle. With that thought, the fox demon let out a howl to the heavens, and layer upon layer of pink radiance radiated from his body, spreading throughout the entire demon army. In an instant, all the demons grew excited. A hint of pink light flickered in their eyes, and their auras surged dramatically out of nowhere. Demons are demons, truly shameless. Peng Hui sneered. The fox demon wore a smug expression. What can you do to me? If you've got the guts, come out and settle this once and for all, a fight to the death. Peng Hui's eyes darted around, and he asked over his shoulder, "Guys, can I go?" Elder Chen, who was nowhere to be seen, replied from the void in a voice brimming with exasperation, "What do you think? Don't you realize that one sentence alone gives a lot away? If they hadn't already made preparations over there and weren't largely unaffected, you'd be the biggest culprit." Peng Hui pursed his lips and muttered, "Preparations, preparations, what good can a lowly disciple's preparations possibly do?" No matter how formidable his mechanical creations imbued with the true essence of fire magic are, they can only sweep away foundation establishment level demons and monsters. Can they really decide the outcome of this battle? In the end, it'll still be up to us to step in. Although he already held Shen in high regard and wanted to recruit him to the Solar Guild, he still didn't believe that Shen's so-called preparations, which he'd been so secretive about, would actually make any difference. At the very least, they wouldn't have a major impact on the outcome of this battle. At best, they'd just wipe out a large group of Foundation stage demons. Over here, the fox demon overheard the conversation between Peng Hui and Elder Chen, and a wave of shock and suspicion immediately washed over him. But before he could think it through, a series of thunderous roars suddenly erupted. At the edge of the chasm, upon seeing that the vanguard of the demon army, comprising demon beasts, energy stage, and foundation stage demons, had already crossed the neutral zone, and that some core stage demons were also approaching it, Shen immediately ordered the members of the demon suppression special forces, who had long been in position, to each throw one of the 10 spheres assigned to them into the deep chasm. Then, with a single thought from Shen, all 100 spheres exploded with a thunderous roar. The deafening roar and overwhelming force caused the narrow, elongated chasm to collapse instantly. Countless rat demons lurking inside were killed or injured. Even as that core stage rat demon howled and soared into the sky, every living being looking in that direction, whether cultivators or demons, couldn't help but gasp in shock. That Rat Dalong, a mighty core stage rat demon, was now maimed and effectively crippled. Holy cow! Are those spheres really that powerful? Wang couldn't help but blurt out a phrase in his hometown dialect. Yu and Xiao were also utterly stunned. The members of the Demon Suppression Special Forces all wore expressions of disbelief. They couldn't believe that just moments ago, by joining forces with their comrades, they had actually crippled a core stage rat demon. If they had to rely solely on their cultivation levels to fight it, they'd never have stood a chance, not even in death. Shen couldn't help but let a wild grin spread across his face. The Cultivation Edition Mana Bomb had burst onto the scene. Could the publicity for this get any better? Everyone, follow me. Wang, you're in charge of finishing off that damn core stage rat demon. Shin leaped into the air, spanned the chasm, and landed on the other side. Except for Wang, whose reaction was a bit slow. The members of the Demon Suppression Special Forces acted faster than they thought, immediately following suit. Upon hearing Shin's order, Wang's first thought was, "Ha? Me? I'm supposed to kill the core stage rat demon?" But he snapped out of it immediately. Right, that rat demon was already half crippled, with less than 1/10 of its original power. Of course he could kill it. Although he hadn't broken through to the core stage before the battle began, he was already incredibly close. What was there to wait for? Let us take him down. Whoosh! Wang soared into the sky, once again displaying the bold spirit of an artifact forger. A dense swarm of magical artifacts swirled around him, mostly defensive, a few offensive, as he charged toward the rat demon with overwhelming force. Xu Dalong coughed up blood incessantly, completely bewildered by the situation. When he heard Shin's voice, rage instantly surged through him. He still didn't know what had happened, but he knew Shin must be behind it. At the same time, he knew that not only had the rat demon clan been nearly wiped out, but he himself had nearly died on the spot. He had barely survived at the cost of half a demon core. So he roared, "Shin, I'll kill you." Wang sneered, "Take care of yourself first. We'll see if you can even survive me." Boom! A long sword, a great seal, and a whip launched attacks one after another, striking Xu Dalong until blood spattered from half his body. Before long, Xu Dalong breathed his last in bitter resentment, becoming the most tragic figure in this battle between immortals and demons. The first core stage demon to die at the hands of a foundation stage cultivator. Wang was deeply moved and wanted to share this moment with someone. But when he looked up, he was instantly stunned. He saw the Demon Suppression Special Forces, led by Shin and operating the automaton wolf and mana gatling, cutting through the foundation stage demon horde as if it were empty. Wherever they went, not a blade of grass remained. Even when core stage demons came to intercept them, the Demon Suppression Special Forces slaughtered them without hesitation. Although the automaton wolf and mana gatling couldn't handle core stage demons on their own, under the concentrated barrage of 100 spheres, even core stage demons were instantly wiped out. After 3 core stage demons were killed in quick succession, not a single core stage demon dared to approach within a 10-li radius of the Demon Suppression Special Forces. The soul stage demons, however, were stirring restlessly, eager to strike at the Demon Suppression Special Forces, but the soul stage demons on the side of the righteous army weren't just sitting idly by either. As soon as they spotted a soul stage demon attempting to approach the Demon Suppression Special Forces, someone would lure it away, leading to frenzied battles high in the sky. In this way, the Demon Suppression Special Forces virtually reenacted the scene from their first battle, only on an even grander scale. At times, they would even actively move toward areas teeming with core stage demons and hurl the spheres from a distance. Wang shuddered as he watched. For he witnessed with his own eyes the Demon Suppression Special Forces once again simultaneously launch 100 spheres, which this time engulfed more than 10 core stage demons. These core stage demons were joining forces to fight an early-stage Yuanling alchemist wearing the robes of the Danxia Immortal sect. Apparently, because alchemists of that cultivation level typically lack strong combat prowess, this alchemist had been assigned to the core stage battlefield to deal with core stage demons. This alchemist's combat prowess was indeed somewhat lacking. He was being pushed into a disadvantage by the more than 10 core stage demons. And that was precisely why Shin and the Demon Suppression Special Forces team stepped in. Wang watched and listened in a daze as the 100 spheres soared into the air. Shin shouted at the top of his lungs, "Senior, defend with all your might." Then, after a series of thunderous explosions, the area fell silent. As the blinding light faded, the dozen or so core stage demons had been completely obliterated. Even the soul stage alchemist from Danxia sect was covered in wounds and couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of black blood. He forcefully poured a whole flask of elixirs into his mouth. After swallowing them, he cursed furiously, "You little brat, can't you see your own people are here? I didn't die at the hands of the demons. I almost got killed by you." Shin replied helplessly, "I did warn you, senior. Besides, a mana bomb of this magnitude can only injure nascent soul level experts at 1 kill you." The dry cultivator quickly threw on a new robe to cover his tattered clothes, his anger turning to a smile as he said, "That thing is called a mana bomb? Nice stuff. Can I pre-order 10,000 of them right now? With this, let us see who dares call me a weakling in magical combat from now on." Shin burst out laughing, "Of course you can. What is your surname, senior?" "Sun Shojin of the Danxia sect." "I'll make a note of that. Senior Sun, be sure to come to the Ascendant Guild to buy them from me. Rest assured, I'll make sure you can hold your own in front of your fellow disciples." "Hee hee, I'm really looking forward to it." Sun Shojin glanced around and immediately charged toward the 3 core stage demons. Watching this scene, Wang felt his worldview crumbling. On the one hand, it was because the device Shin had crafted with a concentrated barrage of 100 projectiles could actually instantly kill core stage demons and even injure soul stage ones. On the other hand, it was even more because, on this tense battlefield, Shin could actually joke and chat with a soul stage senior while discussing business. Man, what a thick skin he must have. In that instant, setting aside the factor of the mechanical assembly line, he was completely won over by Shin. Even without the assembly line, he would have been genuinely impressed at that very moment. Shin, true to his name, was truly one of a kind. "Senior brother Wang, what are you standing there for? Come help us." Suddenly, someone called out for help. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang flew toward his fellow disciples. With the arrival of the Demon Suppression Special Forces, the situation on the entire battlefield quickly underwent a dramatic turnaround. The energy stage cultivators were the first to withdraw from the battle. This was because the vast majority of Foundation stage demons and monsters were being held back by the Demon Suppression Special Forces, a mere 100 people and 10,000 automaton wolves. The Foundation stage cultivators dared not approach the Demon Suppression Special Forces for fear of being caught in the crossfire, so they could only target the energy stage demons and monsters. Consequently, the energy stage cultivators naturally became bystanders. Soon after, the Foundation stage cultivators also withdrew from the battle. This was because the mindless demon beasts and energy stage demons, having been routed, were frantically charging back in the direction they had come from. Some didn't even bother to distinguish directions, fleeing haphazardly by accident. They stumbled into the core stage battles and were instantly torn to pieces, reduced to a bloody mist. As time passed, the situation in the core stage battles gradually became clearer. In this war between immortals and demons, the numbers of core stage and soul stage cultivators on both sides were actually quite similar, around 300 for the former and around 100 for the latter. Shin and his special demon suppression task force had already eliminated more than 20 core stage demons, which had begun to tip the balance. With the righteous path able to free up more than 20 core stage cultivators, they naturally gained a certain advantage, allowing them to assist another 20-odd core stage cultivators in fighting demons in 2-on-1 matchups. Such 2-on-1 battles were essentially guaranteed victories. Thus, this slight advantage gradually expanded, spreading slowly until it encompassed all core stage battles. At dusk, the setting sun hung low in the west. On the forbidden god plains, rivers of blood flowed, and the aura of blood and death soared straight into the heavens. The battle at the core stage level officially concluded with a resounding victory for the righteous path cultivators. High above, the divine stage demons, who had been battling the divine stage powerhouses in an unknown location, gradually came into view. The fox demon venerable leading them wore a grim expression, his gaze pierced through the clouds in the air, fixated intently on the demon suppression special forces as they swept the battlefield. To be precise, it was Shin. That gaze was filled with such bone-deep hatred that he seemed ready to devour Shin whole. In the blink of an eye, the outcome of this great battle had been completely rewritten, all because of a single Foundation stage cultivator. He never in his wildest dreams would have imagined such an outcome. Now, even if he led the divine stage and soul stage cultivators to victory, it would be meaningless. Because the deepest purpose of this battle was never total victory, but rather, whoosh! The divine stage cultivators of the Alliance of the Righteous flashed into view. Elder Chen waved his hand, showering the area with spiritual energy to shield Shen and the others on the ground. The fox demon looked up at Elder Chen and the others, letting out a sinister, cold laugh. "You've won for now, but we haven't lost yet." Pang Hui snorted derisively, pointing at a divine stage bird demon and said, "So who is the one talking big here? I'd say your fox fur-covered mouth is 10,000 times tougher than his bird beak." "Ha ha ha, it seems you know absolutely nothing about the forbidden god planes," the fox demon said with a mocking smile. Immortal Qianghua frowned and demanded, "What do you mean by that?" Shen, who was in the midst of clearing the battlefield, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow upon hearing this exchange among the divine stage elders. "You know nothing about the forbidden god planes? Just as I suspected, there is something fishy going on here." From the very beginning, he had sensed that something was amiss about this great battle. In the esteemed cultivation world, both cultivators and demons are capable of flying through the skies and traveling through the earth, figures who, in the eyes of ordinary mortals, resemble gods and immortals. Yet here they were, fighting a head-on battle between two armies just like ordinary mortals. Moreover, from his discussions with the divine stage elders, he knew that the demons and monsters had been the ones to provoke this war from the very beginning. At one point, a decisive battle involving cultivators above the divine stage had nearly erupted, but after negotiations, it was settled that this conflict would be limited to those below the divine stage. This battle, reminiscent of a game set in a canyon, seemed thrilling and intense on the surface, but it reeked of farce from every angle. Since it was a matter of life and death, deceit and trickery were inevitable. Every means was fair game. In Shen's view, now that a conflict had arisen, he didn't care whether they were divine stage or energy stage. If anyone dared to provoke him, he would directly deploy his immortal treasure at the great perfection stage to wipe out their elite forces first. Why go through the trouble of a full-scale military standoff? Hearing the fox demon speak these words, Shen suddenly realized. Perhaps the demons and monsters were instigating this war merely to cover something up or to achieve some ulterior motive. With that thought, he looked up toward the sky, waiting for the fox demon to continue. High above. Faced with immortal Qianghua's interrogation, the fox demon venerable couldn't help but let a wild grin spread across his lips as he said, "You'll find out what I mean soon enough." Pang Hui barked, "Don't waste your breath on him, he is just a pretentious fox in human form." As long as they haven't retreated from the forbidden god plane, the battle isn't over. Let us join forces and trap them here once and for all. Since the battle has begun, how could there not be a few spirit transformation cultivators who die? Elder Chen, who also sensed something was amiss, was just about to intervene when, suddenly, a sudden turn of events occurred. A blood mist rose with a thunderous roar across the entire forbidden god plane, obscuring the sky and the sun. All the blood spilled during today's battle had, for some unknown reason, risen into the air. The corpses of demons and monsters scattered across the ground, along with the bodies of a few cultivators, were also slowly dissolving into pools of blood that permeated the air. In an instant, the entire forbidden god plane was transformed into a sea of red. From a bird's eye view, one could see that at the 8 cardinal directions of the forbidden god plane, a strange glow was gradually growing brighter and more dazzling. Xianghua Xiangu, an expert in formation arts, immediately paled. The blood slaughter formation? No, it lacks the ability to refine malevolence from blood, it can only gather blood. What is the point of that? The fox demon sneered, that is exactly why you know nothing about the forbidden god plane. Do you remember its origins? As soon as those words were spoken, the legend inevitably surfaced in everyone's minds. There once stood an ancient kingdom here. One of the kingdom's rulers had attained the fusion stage, but when enemies came seeking revenge, a great battle ensued that destroyed everything, bringing the ancient kingdom to an end. Ever since then, the area has been permeated year-round by a strange power capable of suppressing divine sense, and it was thus renamed the Forbidden God Plane. So what? Could it be that the ruins left behind by the fusion stage battle contain the power to turn the tables for the demons and monsters? Suddenly, the blood mist filling the sky rapidly condensed into a single mass, compressed by the power of the grand formation into the size of a house, its crimson hue vivid enough to drip with blood. The fox demon roared with laughter, "It's done! Ha 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 ha!" Although the process had some deviations, most of the sacrifices were our own kind. As long as it worked, that is all that matters. Pang Hui, Xianghua, did you really think we were going to compete with you for supremacy in the Foundation establishment and Golden Core stages? What a joke! The ultimate victors will always be us. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the house-sized blood mass suddenly contracted to its absolute limit, then exploded with a thunderous roar. A strange passageway, 500 meters in diameter, slowly materialized before their eyes, its destination unknown. The fox demon roared, "All soul stage cultivators, enter immediately." Elder Chen's expression shifted slightly. "I understand." A secret realm was left behind after that great battle between the two fusion stage cultivators. With the demons scheming so meticulously, there must be something inside that can help divine stage cultivators break through. Fellow cultivators, hurry and secure the secret realm. If the demons succeeded in producing a new fusion stage cultivator, it would spell disaster for the entire world. After all, those at the great perfection stage are awaiting ascension, while those at the tribulation stage are preparing to face the thunder tribulation. The only truly formidable combatants capable of acting freely in the world are the fusion stage cultivators. Currently, the fusion stage combat strength on both sides is essentially balanced. If the demonic faction gained even one more, they would surely bare their fangs and reignite a war that would engulf the entire world. No sooner had Elder Chen finished speaking than he charged toward the passageway, with Immortal Qianghua and the others close behind. However, the fox demon and the group of divine stage demons merely watched coldly, making no move. The very next second, Elder Chen and his group realized why. The passage was still somewhat unstable and required a brief wait before soul stage cultivators could pass through. As for divine stage cultivators, the wait would be even longer. Elder Chen and his group shouted in unison, "All soul stage cultivators, rush to secure the passage." Their voices echoed across the battlefield, and the soul stage cultivators instantly transformed into streaks of light, rushing toward the passage. Boom! The two sides faced off before the passageway, each with over a dozen divine stage cultivators and hundreds of soul stage cultivators. However, since the demons had gotten there first, they had secured the initiative and were now attempting to enter the passageway. Elder Chen and his companions watched with growing anxiety. If they moved to intervene, the demonic forces divine stage cultivators would surely strike back to block them. "Everyone, hold nothing back. We absolutely cannot let them succeed." Elder Chen roared. Pang Hui's body radiated blazing flames as he declared, "Kill them. Send the soul stage cultivators through." Immortal Lady Qianghua, Master Xia, and Qin Wunyan also unleashed their full might. Not to mention the divine stage cultivators from those minor sects. Every single one of them was on the verge of a breakthrough. If they could get a piece of the action, they'd have a real shot at advancing to the fusion stage. With such a once-in-a-millennium opportunity, if they didn't give it their all now, when would they? No one can stand in the way of my Tao. Fellow cultivators, give it your all. Oh my, if I'd known, I would brought more soul stage cultivators along. Hearing these words, the fox demon said mockingly, "The answer's right in front of you. How could you still get it wrong? You're truly beyond help. If there were only items capable of allowing divine stage cultivators to advance to the fusion stage, would such a grand spectacle be necessary? Would we demon lords and your sect masters even bother with this? Think about it carefully. Could mere hatred drive two fusion stage cultivators to fight to the death, only to perish together in the end?" As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone on the righteous path side changed drastically. Could it be that there was a treasure inside capable of allowing a fusion stage cultivator to achieve perfection and attract the thunder tribulation? Why hadn't their own sect master mentioned something this important? Charge! Elder Chen was the first to rush forward, with the others following closely behind. In an instant, the divine stage cultivators unleashed a colossal battle. If it weren't for a divine stage cultivator casually casting a protective magical artifact onto the ground, the righteous forces below would likely have been obliterated in an instant. Before long, the passage gradually stabilized, and the soul stage demons began to approach it. Seeing this, the soul stage cultivators prepared to follow, but the first few among them suddenly let out agonized screams. The fox demon parried Elder Chen's attack, his composed expression betraying a hint of smugness. This was precisely why he had laid his cards on the table. He had no fear of losing the initiative. Even if his own soul stage cultivators failed to seize the initiative, the righteous path cultivators would never be the first to pass through the heaven and earth portal opened by the blood fiend as sacrifice. Back then, one of those two fusion stage cultivators was none other than the great demon himself. Both this secret realm and the passage left behind were set up by that great demon. Demons and monsters could enter without harm, but the moment righteous path cultivators came into contact with the blood energy, they would be corrupted and severely injured. This was the source of his confidence and assurance. Seeing this, immortal Lady Qianghua warned, "Don't waste your energy on them. If we can't get in, we won't let their soul stage demons in either." As she spoke, she moved to attack the soul stage demons. Her opponent, a rhinoceros spirit, sneered, "How dare you look down on me like that, huh?" Boom! A momentary lapse in concentration left immortal Lady Qianghua struck by a blow, her face suddenly turning pale. The other elders also tried to free their hands to attack the soul stage demons, but they were all blocked. For a moment, everyone was frantic with anxiety. Just then, a faint voice rang out, "Elders, do you need help?" The battlefield high above fell silent. For the speaker was none other than Shin, the lowly Foundation establishment cultivator whom no one had paid any attention to. Elder Chen's eyes widened in fury. "What are you doing here? Get down immediately." If there was anyone the demons hated most right now, Shin was at the top of the list. Virtually all their hatred was directed at him. Just look at that fox demon who'd been so calm and smug a moment ago. Now his eyes were practically shooting fire. The cultivators on the ground were all speechless. Especially the members of the Demon Suppression Special Forces and the Ascendant Guild disciples like Wang who knew Shin. Daring to meddle in a battle of this caliber? You really think you're invincible? Don't you know that a divine stage cultivator could crush a foundation stage cultivator with a single spit? I can barely stand on my own 2 feet, and he actually dares to step in? I'm truly amazed. Wang said, his voice trembling. You shook her head. They say sword cultivators are the most rebellious and unruly, but in front of senior brother Shen, that is nothing. Which foundation stage sword cultivator would dare to casually approach a battle between divine stage cultivators and even ask, "Do you need help?" Shun is simply unbeatable. Hey! Has your senior brother always been this brave? That is a major battle between divine stage cultivators. I wouldn't even dare to get close. Sun Shojin from the Danxia Immortal sect chimed in. Although he was at the soul stage, he'd long been given strict orders to guard the ground, so he hadn't interfered in the struggle for the passageway. Xiao looked pensive. Senior brother Shin wouldn't act without a reason. I think he really has the confidence and a trump card to intervene. That's why he dared to take to the skies. The members of the Demon Suppression Special Forces all nodded slowly, though their faces were filled with disbelief. They believed Shin was confident, but they couldn't help but be stunned, and they simply couldn't imagine what exactly gave Shin that confidence and assurance. At that very moment, high in the sky. You little bastard, you dare show your face? Ignoring Elder Chen's attack, the fox demon was willing to pay any price to kill Shin on the spot. Elder Chen, of course, wouldn't let him have his way in an instant. He summoned a golden bell to shield Shin. Shin replied calmly, "Who is the little bastard? You, who is neither human nor fox, do you even have the right to call me that? Go ahead and talk tough. Once I catch you, I'll savor every bit of your flesh and blood," the fox demon snarled. Shin ignored him and continued, "I have a method to block demons from entering, but only if our own people evacuate first. Elder, esteemed seniors, give the order now." Hearing this, Elder Qianghua and the others looked at Shin in disbelief, all thinking he had gone mad. You're just a foundation stage cultivator to sweep across a foundation stage battlefield and influence the outcome of a core stage confrontation is already absurd enough. This is a battle between the soul stage and divine stage. If you could actually help here, would there even be any logic left in this world? There is no time to waste. Everyone, make a decision quickly. If we delay any longer, there is nothing I can do. Look, those demons have already found a way in and are making their way through. Shen warned. Hearing this, Elder Chen gritted his teeth and said, "Enough talk. If you have a method, just use it. The soul stage isn't that fragile. Go ahead and use it." Shin tilted his head in thought that made sense. The soul stage was already capable of shrinking distances to a fraction of their size, even though it would be suppressed on the forbidden god planes. It wasn't exactly made of porcelain. With that in mind, he silently retrieved a sphere from his inventory bag identical to the previous mana bomb, except slightly larger. A Class C mana bomb capable of obliterating a soul stage. Previously, the Demon Suppression Special Forces had been equipped with Class D mana bombs. This was one of his strongest trump cards at the moment. Although it had yet to prove itself in actual combat, based on theoretical calculations of the mana explosion's intensity and combined with the artifact-grade gold and stone shards embedded within its core, it should be capable of inflicting lethal damage on a soul stage. Of course, that's the power of a single bomb. If multiple bombs were stacked together, the runes would trigger a mana explosion, creating a chain reaction. Then the power would be. Shin smiled as he pulled out 10 of them, cast a spell to control the objects, and hurled them toward the entrance of the passageway. At the same time, Shin said, "All you soul stage seniors from the immortal sect, brace yourselves. Don't say I didn't warn you if you get hurt or killed." Upon hearing this, the numerous soul stage demons snorted derisively. How much power could such a tiny thing possibly have? The ones on the battlefield earlier were only a threat to core stage demons and could barely inflict any damage on soul stage beings. A bull demon with a deep, resonant voice said, "Everyone, join forces to project our demonic energy and buy some time for our brothers up ahead." The demons nodded, and a protective shield maintained jointly by dozens of soul stage demons immediately materialized. Shin smiled indifferently and changed his hand gesture. The 10 Type C mana bombs changed course, bypassing the shield's barrier and approaching the passage from above as closely as possible. Shin uttered a single word, "Explode." Then, he turned and ran, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. In an instant, the world fell silent, and a blinding light erupted. It wasn't that there was no sound, rather, the sound had reached such a level that it had long since exceeded the range perceivable by any living beings present. A shockwave visible to the naked eye erupted and spread out in all directions. Shin landed awkwardly and darted into the protective field cast by a defensive magical artifact that a divine stage elder had earlier hurled to the ground. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, a thunderous roar echoed. The shockwave struck the protective barrier of the magical artifact, sending ripples rippling across its surface. This top-tier magical artifact, originating from a divine stage powerhouse, was actually showing signs of collapse. Whoosh! A figure appeared before Shin almost as if by teleportation, saying irritably, "You're really something. My clan's elder's magical artifact, which can withstand attacks from late nascent soul cultivators, is actually about to be destroyed by your mechanical contraption." With that, he unleashed his full power, using his own spiritual energy to control the artifact and resist the aftereffects of the explosion. Otherwise, if the magical artifact were destroyed, the cultivators on the ground would all suffer the consequences. The explosion lasted only an instant, but its aftereffects lingered for quite some time. The so-called Cultivation world versions of the Mana Gatling and Mana Bomb actually share the same underlying principle. They simply harness the power of talismanic runes, incantations, and formation patterns to trigger a mana explosion, releasing all its energy. This mana lacks mystical power. In other words, it cannot conjure wind and rain or create fire and vegetation as cultivators can. It simply releases destructive energy. Once concentrated, it triggers a chain reaction, producing a power far exceeding the mana contained within the mana crystals themselves. And so, everyone witnessed it. The clouds high above were instantly swept away, and waves of terrifying spiritual energy boiled up like boiling water, forming tangible streaks of black lightning. The first to bear the brunt were the soul stage demons. The protective shields they had erected were as laughable as their appearances. They were destroyed in just a few seconds. Next, the demons barely had time to show expressions of utter terror before the black lightning tore them to smithereens. Seeing this, the soul stage cultivators from the righteous sects were so terrified they nearly lost half their lives. One after another, they frantically cast defensive magical treasures and performed defensive spells and divine abilities. Even so, they could barely hold their ground, and the entire group suffered severe injuries. Witnessing this scene, the heavens and earth once again fell into dead silence. the divine stage cultivators ceased their battle as well. The surviving soul stage cultivators were all left speechless. The Golden Core, Foundation Establishment, and Chi Cultivation cultivators on the ground gaped in shock, their minds going completely blank. What the hell was that? A deathly silence hung over the world. Everyone stared blankly at the sky tens of thousands of feet above, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Sun Shojin of the Danxia sect had completely turned to stone. He couldn't quite comprehend everything that had just happened, or, to be precise, he couldn't accept it. By the ancestor, there were nearly 100 soul stage cultivators. Even if you sent divine stage cultivators of the same level to kill them, it would take at least half a day, right? And that Gaishin took them all out in an instant with a single mana bomb? This is even less real than a dream. At the same time, a wave of sorrow welled up inside him. Wait a minute, who's the Foundation Establishment cultivator here, and who's the nascent soul cultivator? He, a mighty soul stage cultivator, had been reduced to the point of having to protect the younger generation and keep them out of the battle. Meanwhile, Shin, a mere Foundation Establishment cultivator, had not only turned the tide of the battlefield for those below the soul stage, but also firmly secured victory in this immortal demon war for the Alliance of the Righteous. Now he'd even wiped out an entire group of soul stage demons, completely shattering their schemes. The gap between people is just way too wide. Is this the difference between a mediocrity and a peerless prodigy? I admit I'm a mediocrity, but come on, Shin, you don't have to be this much of a genius. This is just too demoralizing. Sun Shojin's thoughts raced, and he couldn't help but mutter, has your senior brother Shin always been this formidable? The members of the Demon Suppression Special Forces all nodded in unison, their faces blank, then shook their heads in unison. He has always been formidable, but never to this extent. Even though they witnessed Shin's ingenious ideas and exquisite creations throughout the selection tournament, they were still utterly stunned by what they just seen. Wiping out 100 soul stage demons while still at the Foundation Establishment stage. Is this the unpredictable ceiling of a mechanism master? No. This seemed to be a miracle unique to Shin. Looking back through the history of the cultivation world, not even the founding patriarch of the mechanism masters could have achieved such feats. Come to think of it, what was the greatest achievement of that mechanism master who made a name for himself across Central Plains 1,000 years ago and was hailed as the reviver of the mechanism school? As far as she could recall, the mechanical devices he crafted with his own hands had only managed to instantly kill cultivators at the same cultivation level, hadn't they? And Shen? He has created mechanical creations capable of instantly defeating cultivators at the Foundation Establishment and nascent soul stages of full 2 major cultivation realms. This is simply unimaginable, yet it's actually happening. Yu's heart trembled, and she couldn't help but exclaim, Senior Brother Shen's talent transcends the ages and overshadows all in this generation. That assessment was a bit exaggerated. But everyone nearby who heard it couldn't help but agree. If Shin, at the Foundation stage, could create a so-called mana bomb capable of instantly defeating a soul stage cultivator, who could guarantee that once he reached the soul stage, he wouldn't create a new mechanical contraption capable of instantly defeating a fusion stage cultivator? What about when Shin advances to the fusion stage, or even successfully survives the tribulation and breaks through to the great perfection? Even if he posed no threat to immortals and could only instantly defeat cultivators at the same level, that alone would still be enough to dominate the present age. Even if, by some far-fetched chance, Shin's cultivation talent fell short and he was unable to break through to higher realms, that alone would still justify such praise. With just his current 3 creations, the mana gatling, the automaton wolf, and the mana bomb, he has already completely reshaped the entire cultivation world. In the past, Foundation Establishment cultivators faced Foundation Establishment cultivators, Golden Core cultivators faced Golden Core cultivators, and Nascent Soul cultivators faced Nascent Soul cultivators. This was an almost ironclad, rigid hierarchy that was virtually impossible to transcend. Even if there were talismans or magical treasures that allowed lower-tier cultivators to stand up to higher-tier ones, they came at an enormous cost and were extremely rare. Talismans were painstakingly crafted one by high-level talisman masters for their own personal protection who would put them up for sale unless absolutely necessary. Even if sold, they were few and far between and could never become widespread. Magic artifacts were even more exclusive. Even if given to lower-tier cultivators, they generally couldn't use them. Shen's mechanical creations, however, had absolutely no such limitations. Just look at the way Shen unhesitatingly pulled out 10 of them and hurled them all at once at that group of soul stage demons. They were certain that Shen had definitely mastered the art of mass production. If these things were to become widespread, the landscape of the cultivation world would undoubtedly undergo a complete upheaval. Just imagine. Up until now, soul stage cultivators could practically ignore core stage cultivators and slaughter them at will. But starting today, which soul stage cultivator would dare to look down on a core stage cultivator? How could you be sure the other party hasn't purchased a mana bomb from Shen capable of blowing a soul stage cultivator to bits? This is from the perspective of cultivation levels. From the perspective of cultivation techniques, the same applies. In the past, sword cultivators possessed the purest killing power, followed by talismans, formations, artifacts, and elixirs all on par with one another, with the outcome primarily depending on an individual's specific skill level. As for other disciplines such as mechanical traps, spirit plants, beast taming, bug cultivation, corpse refining, and they all ranked slightly lower. When two cultivators of the same realm fought, if one was a sword cultivator and the other a spirit plant master, the sword cultivator would naturally possess immense confidence, while the spirit plant master, no matter how formidable, would feel a twinge of doubt. But from now on, even the sword cultivator would feel that twinge of doubt. From these two perspectives, it's entirely accurate to say that Shen has reshaped the landscape of the cultivation world. Single-handedly, Shen has blurred the class distinctions between the energy stage below and the soul stage above. In the future, this blurring might even extend to realms above the divine stage. Such a feat has never been seen before in history. Xiao was so excited he wanted to speak, but suddenly felt his throat grow dry and uncomfortable. He used a bit of spiritual energy to moisten his throat before saying, "Senior brother Shen is about to make a name for himself throughout the entire cultivation world. After this battle, the world will forever remember senior brother Shen's name. For a while to come, I'm afraid the threshold of our Ascendant Guild will be trampled to pieces." Wang chimed in, "Yes, I finally understand what senior brother Shen meant when he said, they're all trash. Just think about it, he possesses such a powerful mechanical creation, yet when he was verbally disparaged by so many fellow disciples at the selection tournament, he stepped forward and said exactly that. Come to think of it, he has actually been giving us a lot of face. If it were me, I'd probably have said something even harsher." The members of the Demon Suppression Special Forces squad felt a wave of awkwardness upon hearing this. That's right, Shen's mana bomb can wipe out a soul stage practitioner, so he is essentially on par with a soul stage fighter in terms of combat power. If a soul stage practitioner were belittled like that, it probably wouldn't end with just a single word like trash. Hey, are you guys done sucking up yet? If you're done, give me a hand. Can't you see I'm still lying on the ground? Not far away, Shen said irritably. Even though he retreated into the protective range of his magical artifact the moment the attack struck and had been saved by Sun Shojin, he'd still taken a significant hit and couldn't get back on his feet for quite some time. After all, he was just a low-level foundation stage cultivator still in the early stages. The fact that he had no obvious injuries and hadn't passed out on the verge of death was already a miracle in itself. He thought his teammates would rush to his aid immediately, but instead, they were all standing there, staring up at the sky in shock, spouting words that made him feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Not a single one of them reached out a hand to help. This was really... Those words are nice, but could you at least help me up first? Upon hearing this, everyone snapped out of it and hurriedly pulled Shen to his feet. Some fed him elixirs, while others channeled their energy to heal his injuries. Just then, a deafening roar rang out, "Shen!" The fox demon venerable had manifested his colossal true form, dozens of zhang in size, and was now glaring down with a ferocious expression at Shen and the others on the ground. The rage and hatred in his eyes were intense enough to burn the heavens and earth to the ground. While his aura was terrifying, his appearance was rather pitiful. Although the earlier explosion posed no threat to the divine stage, it had left the demons and monsters of the divine stage in a rather sorry state. Take the fox demon venerable, for example. Large patches of his fur were scorched and charred, making him look like a big white dog that had crawled into a stove in winter. Shin smiled but said nothing. There was no need for further taunts. Wiping out the soul stage and thwarting their schemes was already the greatest provocation possible. Die, the fox demon venerable roared, about to strike at Shin. Whoosh! Numerous divine stage cultivators teleported into position, forming a protective barrier around Shin. Elder Chen stepped forward first and said in a deep voice, "You try to move. You killed so many of our multi-infant stage warriors, the consequences are more than you can bear. Hand Shin over, and there is still room for negotiation. Otherwise, brace yourselves for all-out war. The flames of war will inevitably engulf the entire continent," the fox demon venerable said, seething with rage. Elder Chen replied dismissively, "If you really have what it takes, go ahead, give it a try. The sect guarding immortal treasures of our 5 great immortal sects Haven T displayed their might in years. I suppose you've all forgotten just how terrifying they are. As it happens, the last time the immortal treasures were unsealed, I had only just reached the foundation establishment stage. I merely caught a distant glimpse of some strange phenomena and never got to witness their true power firsthand. So, go back and tell your demon lord to launch an all-out war. I'm really looking forward to seeing just how powerful those immortal treasures are." The fox demon venerable was at a loss for words and could only snarl angrily, letting out a series of low growls. Pang Hui said, "Senior brother Chen, why waste your breath on him? Why not take this opportunity to eliminate them all and bring this great battle to a satisfying conclusion?" Elder Chen chuckled lightly, "I think that's a good idea. Fellow Taoists, what are your thoughts?" Immortal Lady Qianghua was elated. "Excellent. It's been a long time since I've slain demons of the same realm. Today is the day we must eradicate a spirit transformation stage demon for the sake of all sentient beings." Qin Wunyan said nothing, silently expressing his agreement through his actions. He produced a treasure shaped like a metal ring, emanating terrifying fluctuations capable of threatening even the divine stage. From within it, an aged voice actually rippled out, "This old man senses the scent of my unkind on them. Today is the perfect opportunity to test my skills against them." This was a replica of the Tai Shang Immortal Sect's Sect Guardian treasure, the Vajra Chisel, a top-grade spiritual treasure that had already developed a sentient spirit. Master Xia, the alchemist, then produced a pill shimmering with golden light and said, "Though I, a pill master, am not as powerful, I refuse to lag behind others. Today, I shall fight with all my might." This pill was a type of 6th transformation golden pill, which, when consumed, could temporarily double one's strength. The cost was a year of weakness. The divine stage cultivators from the other minor sects also pulled out whatever they had. Those who had nothing channeled all their spiritual power, pushing their aura to the limit. For a moment, the aura emanating from the righteous path was overwhelming. The fox demon venerable's expression was grim. He truly wanted to kill Shin. It wasn't just to avenge those at the soul stage, nor merely to vent his fury at having his schemes thwarted. More than anything, he had realized the danger Shin posed. Even if Shin's cultivation were to stagnate in the future, the capabilities he had displayed today were more than enough to alter the balance of power between cultivators and demons. From now on, without sufficient protection, how could they, the demons, dare to launch invasions below the divine stage? Therefore, Shin had to die today. In the past, when the two sides clashed, the righteous path cultivators held a certain advantage in high-level combat power, but the cost was steep, so they would not deploy it lightly. On the demonic side, mid-tier and lower-tier combatants held an absolute advantage, but fearing that the righteous path cultivators would resort to a do-or-die strategy, they dared not launch large-scale invasions. The two sides maintained a delicate balance, neither crossed the line nor went too far. But now, if Shin does not die and manages to popularize that spherical mechanical device, the righteous path cultivators' disadvantage in mid-tier and lower-tier combat power would be completely offset, and the demons would utterly lose the means to oppose them. Therefore, how could he possibly let Shin go? Once they parted ways today, Shin would surely be protected by the righteous path and would likely never again appear on the front lines facing the demons. It could be said that today was his only chance to kill Shin. As the fox demon venerable thought this, his limbs and claws slowly extended, and his aura surged higher and higher. But in the end, When Elder Chen and the others some continuing to protection, others charging at him with fierce intent, he still retreated. He had no choice but to retreat. Hadn't he seen how those divine stage cultivators were all unleashing their signature techniques and trump cards, looking as if they were ready to fight to the death? Before the fox demon Venerable and his group of divine stage cultivators departed, he said viciously, "Don't get too cocky. The humiliation you've inflicted today will be repaid in full someday." Seeing this, Peng Hui said with a hint of regret, I really wanted to keep them here, but unfortunately if they had all gone after them together, they would certainly have had a chance. But the problem was, they feared the demons might use a diversionary tactic to catch them off guard. What if a divine stage demon was lurking nearby, ready to strike at Shen? In other words, for them right now. The value of killing over a dozen divine stage demons couldn't compare to saving just one Shen. After the demons departed, the dozen-plus divine stage demons turned in unison, their gazes fixed on Shen, who was being protected by the demon suppression special forces. Those eyes, those expressions, each one more intense than the last. It was as if a pervert who'd been starved for 10,000 years had suddenly laid eyes on a peerless beauty. Elder Chen reacted quickly, teleporting directly in front of Shen to block the other's view while asking with concern, "Shen, are you okay?" "Nothing serious, I just got grazed by the shockwave a bit." Shen brushed the dust off his clothes. Elder Chen nodded and couldn't help but exclaim, "You really are impossible to figure out. What's that device called?" "It's called a mana bomb. It's not really a mechanical device, it's more of a single-use weapon that disappears once it's spent," Shen explained. Elder Chen whistled in admiration. "Mana bomb, huh? What a brilliant name. When you were discussing tactics with us earlier and claimed you could settle this battle in one fell swoop, none of us took you seriously, we thought you were just exaggerating. But who would have thought that with this mana bomb, you not only ended the core stage battle but also wiped out the enemy's soul stage team? That really taught us a lesson. Come clean, do you have anything even more powerful up your sleeve? Can you take down the divine stage as well?" As soon as these words were spoken, the dozen or so divine stage cultivators present perked up. But Shen shook his head. Divine stage cultivators have already formed their divine souls and can roam the divine void as long as their divine souls remain intact. They can reshape their physical bodies at a certain cost. Moreover, neither pure physical attacks nor mana attacks can harm the divine soul, making them extremely difficult to kill. Therefore, he said, I really don't have anything like that. I can still blow up soul stage cultivators, but divine stage cultivators are just too tough. You seniors are all divine stage cultivators yourselves, you understand the unique nature of this realm best. As of now, I haven't found a way to completely kill a divine stage cultivator. Upon hearing this, the divine stage cultivators present let out a long sigh of relief. For some reason, hearing Shen say this suddenly put their minds at ease. Perhaps they were also afraid that Shen might create something that could threaten divine stage cultivators. Wait, no. What does I haven't yet found a way to completely kill a divine stage cultivator, at least for now, mean? Does that imply there's already a way to severely cripple a divine stage cultivator? More than a dozen divine stage cultivators instantly gaped, staring at Shen in disbelief. What on earth is going on in that head of his? Why does he always come up with such unexpected things? Elder Chen hesitated, at a loss for words to express the shock he felt. Wow, I was just asking, and you actually have one? Just then, a figure squeezed his way over. It was Peng Hui from the Solar Guild. His tone was surprisingly approachable as he spoke. My dear nephew Shen, it looks like your injuries are quite severe. Why don't you come to my Solar Guild to recuperate? Our mountain gate is very close by, just 2 days' journey to the east. With the power of my magical treasure, the cloud ship can travel even faster. You see, immortal Lady Qianghua? First you steal my lines, and now you want to beat me to what I was planning to do, is that it? She quickly cut in, Shen, the Taoist immortal sect isn't far from here either. There are many female cultivators there, they're experts at taking care of people, and every one of them is beautiful. Before immortal Lady Qianghua could finish, Master Xia interrupted again. What good is being good looking? When it comes to healing, who can compare to our Dansha immortal sect? Qin Wunyan fell silent. What advantages does his own supreme immortal sect have that could win Shin over? The divine stage cultivators from those smaller sects looked at Shun, their hearts itching with envy. Unfortunately, in terms of strength, they weren't as formidable as the divine stage representatives from the 5 great immortal sects. In terms of a sect's appeal, they were even further behind the 5 great immortal sects. As a result, they could only secretly send telepathic messages to Shin to signal their goodwill, or even quietly leave a mark on him, determined to find an opportunity to befriend him. They didn't feel the least bit ashamed that divine stage cultivators were courting a foundation stage cultivator. Why did they respond to the call of the 5 great immortal sects and come to fight the demons and monsters together? Wasn't it precisely to gain the protection of the 5 great immortal sects, to shield themselves from being targeted by demons and monsters? Countless small sects have vanished at the hands of demons and monsters every century. Now, however, Shin's appearance has shown them another way to protect their sects. If they could purchase some mana bombs and stockpile them within their sects, how could demons and monsters dare to attack again? As for demons and monsters at the divine stage or higher, that is not something they need to worry about. Should any demon at the divine stage or above appear in the righteous path region, the 5 great immortal sects would step in immediately. Therefore, currying favor with Shin and being the first to purchase mana bombs was of the utmost importance to them. Meanwhile, Shin, fending off the entreaties of Pang Hui and the others while recalling the telepathic message in his ear, found himself in a state of blissful dilemma. Fortunately, Elder Chen waved his hand, blocking the view of Pang Hui and the others and shielding him from the telepathic messages of other divine stage cultivators. He said, "Fellow cultivators, please do not worry. Shin has his sect above him and his master below. There are some matters he cannot decide on his own. Once he returns to his sect, the matter of buying and selling mechanical artifacts will be settled." The implication was clear. Shin belongs to our Ascendant Guild, don't even think about snatching him away. If you want to buy mechanical artifacts, you'll have to be patient for now, we'll discuss it later. Upon hearing this, Pang Hui and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes. With such extraordinary talent, talking about yours and mine is truly petty. Elder Chen reminded them, "Let us first discuss how to handle the blood slaughter secret realm." Immortal Lady Qianhua reluctantly averted her gaze and turned to the Qiankuan passage, saying, "I've just made some calculations. With a spirit treasure for protection, those at the soul stage can enter, but as for us at the divine stage, we'll need to wait another 2 or 3 days to pass through." "Everyone knows that already," Elder Chen said. "My question is, how will we divide the spoils inside?" While Immortal Lady Qianghua looked pensive. The group exchanged glances. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward. When joining forces to fight demons and monsters, everyone was naturally united in purpose, with one heart and one mind. But faced with such an unexpected windfall, when it came time to divide the spoils, it was inevitable that everyone would have their own agenda. Just then, a gentle voice rang out, as if spoken by a celestial deity from a heavenly palace. "Those at the spirit transformation stage may enter and join hands to claim the treasures. Those treasures may be shared. Afterward, a Taoist assembly will be held, where those at the spirit transformation and union stages may share them." Elder Chen's face lit up with delight as he bowed and said, "I humbly obey the sect master's command." The other divine stage cultivators raised no objections either. They clasped their hands in a bow, for they had all received telepathic messages from their own sect masters. This instantly put their minds at ease, dispelling the lingering wariness they had felt. Since the leaders of their respective sects were all present, there was no need for them to worry any further. Suddenly, the Ascendant Guild's sect master spoke again. "Shin of Forge Peak has been diligent in cultivation and dedicated to the study of mechanical devices since joining the sect. During the recent Immortal Demon War, he assisted the Allied forces in sweeping away the demonic hordes, earning great merit. He is hereby appointed Peak Master of Forge Peak. He is to be rewarded with 1,000 top-grade mana crystals, 100 crates of precious materials, and 6 magical treasures. Furthermore, Forge Peak shall be established, with a Hall Master and Deputy Hall Master whose ranks are equivalent to those of elders. Shin's Master, Gongshu, shall serve as Hall Master, and Shin as Deputy Hall Master. The branch will have 1,000 members responsible for the research, development, and trade of mechanical devices. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall gasped in astonishment, and all eyes turned to Shin. They knew full well that this was a ploy by the Ascendant Guild's patriarch to keep Shin within the guild. But weren't these rewards a bit excessive? Not to mention the mana crystals, precious materials, and magical treasures. Even the soul stage cultivators were drooling just looking at them. The main point was, this deputy hall master position, was it really on par with that of a sect elder? A foundation stage disciple was suddenly leaping into the sect's core leadership? Absurd, utterly absurd. Besides, the Ascendant Guild's guild master truly had guts. Normally, let alone a grand perfection stage guild master, even a divine stage cultivator wouldn't give a second glance to a lowly foundation stage disciple. Yet this guild master not only took notice but also decisively offered such generous rewards. Wow, with a disciple like Shin and a guild master like this, who could possibly outpace the Ascendant Guild's growth? For a moment, many divine stage cultivators were filled with envy. Thank you, guild master. Shin wasn't surprised. The mechanical devices he'd crafted within the sect and in the towns on the front lines, while he could have kept them hidden from cultivators at the divine stage and below, it was absolutely impossible to conceal them from great perfection stage cultivators. Since the guild master had already taken notice of him during the selection tournament and had now appeared on the battlefield, then everything he'd been working on behind the scenes must certainly have been noticed by the sect master. Therefore, receiving such treatment now was only natural. Congratulations, senior brother Shin. Yu whispered. Xiao also quietly leaned in and said, Senior brother Shin, now that you've made it big, don't forget to give your junior brothers a helping hand. Can I join Forge Peak? I'll reserve a spot. Wang's face was full of anticipation. Shin nodded. No problem. I'm actually in need of people skilled in formations and artifact forging. Upon hearing this, Yu's expression darkened. He only knew how to ride a sword and knew absolutely nothing about formations or artifact forging. It was highly unlikely he'd be able to join the Heavenly Palace Hall. What was he to do? Was it too late to learn now? Congratulations, Hall Master Shin. Elder Chen said with a beaming smile, his tone already that of a fellow cultivator. After all, in terms of status, Shin was now on the same level as him. Other divine stage cultivators quickly came over to chat and offered their congratulations, and Shin once again became the sole center of attention. This couldn't help but elicit a wave of admiration from the crowd of soul stage and core stage cultivators. People really are incomparable. Back when they were at the foundation stage, the most they could hope for was to make a name for themselves under their master's guidance and gain a bit of fame within their sect. Yet Shin had already made a name for himself throughout the cultivation world, standing on equal footing with divine stage elders. And he was still only at the foundation stage. In a few more years, once his cultivation improved, wouldn't he be on equal footing with all these great cultivators? It was too daunting to even imagine, truly mind-blowing. Shin went through the motions of social niceties, but his mind was on something else entirely. The reward he'd just received was only from within the sect. Just how many mana crystals could he exchange his battle merits from this campaign for? Merits earned in allied battles could be redeemed from a reward pool jointly established by the major sects. Without being modest, he considered himself the primary contributor to the victory. Surely he should be able to exchange them for a lot of mana crystals, right? As Shin pondered this, he decided to just ask outright. Many divine stage cultivators couldn't help but look taken aback. Elder Chen said, at a loss for words, are you still concerned about a few mana crystals? How could I not be? My future research will consume a lot of mana crystals, and I'll need them for my cultivation too. Shin said matter-of-factly. In response, Elder Chen summoned the battlefield recorder to tally Shin's battle merits. Since Shin had been operating alongside the Demon Suppression Special Forces, his battle merits were calculated collectively with theirs. After the recorder had pored over the records and performed the calculations, he announced a staggering figure before everyone's eyes. According to our calculations, the Demon Suppression Special Forces led by Shin have earned a total of 10,007,002 battle merits, which can be exchanged for 10,007,002 low-grade mana crystals. The entire hall fell silent. Wow, Thank goodness we won this battle. There's a vast amount of demon corpses and loot to plunder. Otherwise, the Allied forces' base reward pool wouldn't even have been nearly enough for the demon-suppressing special forces to redeem their rewards. They handed it all out in one go. Now, the many foundation stage and core stage cultivators who had been watching from afar were suddenly overcome with envy. Shin had received numerous mana crystals, precious materials, and magical artifacts from his sect master, and they could only marvel at this. When Shin became a peak master and hall master of the sect, a status equal to that of an elder, they merely expressed admiration. Because these achievements were so far beyond their reach, when the gap is too great, envy doesn't arise. But when Shin was able to exchange so many mana crystals for his battle merits, they could no longer remain calm. Who says mechanical engineers are weak? Who says mechanical engineers can't make money as fast as artifact forgers, alchemists, or talisman masters? Shin single-handedly wiped out everything, for crying out loud. Naturally, Shin wasn't going to keep the mana crystals earned from his battle merits all to himself. So he said, you two take your people to exchange them for mana crystals. I'll take 30%, and you two split the remaining 70% evenly. How does that sound? Without Shin's mechanical creations, training, and tactics, the demon suppression special forces would never have achieved such remarkable results. And without the members of the demon suppression special forces, Shin alone could never have achieved such great feats. They had all helped each other succeed. Therefore, Shin did not hesitate to give 70% to his team members, with each receiving 700 mid-grade mana crystals. This might not seem like much, but it depends on who you're comparing it to. Compared to Shin, it's naturally pitifully small, but compared to others, it's already astronomical. The members of the Demon Suppression Special Forces are all still at the foundation stage and use only low-grade mana crystals. These 700 mid-grade mana crystals are equivalent to 70,000 low-grade mana crystals. For cultivation alone, that's enough to sustain them until the late Golden Core stage, or even allow them to break through to the Soul stage. Of course, for someone like you, the daughter of an immortal, 70,000 low-grade mana crystals weren't all that impressive. She hesitated for a moment before saying, Senior Brother Shin, could I forego the mana crystals, or trade them for a chance to join Forge Peak? Several members of the Demon Suppression Special Forces nodded in agreement, indicating they felt the same way. However, some looked hesitant and conflicted. After all, this was the first time they'd received so many mana crystals. Seeing this, Shin said, There's no need to feel that way. They're yours, just take them. As for Forge Peak, as long as your masters and peak masters are willing to let you go, I'd be more than happy to accept you. Hearing this, the crowd cheered. Forge Peak, Forge Peak. Just from the name alone, it's unique to the Ascendant Guild. This should be an organization independent of the Mountain Peak, and the inner sect joining it doesn't mean having to leave one's home peak. Their masters and peak masters would certainly be willing to let their disciples join. After all, a new institution within the sect is being born, and it's foreseeable that it will inevitably control the sect's finances and power in the future. Who wouldn't want to get involved early and plant their own people there? To put it simply, at the very least, they'd be the first to know about and purchase new mechanical artifacts produced by the Celestial Palace. 3 days later. The battlefield had been cleared, but the Righteous Path forces had not yet departed. Today was the day when numerous divine stage cultivators were set to enter the Blood Slaughter secret realm. Things proceeded relatively smoothly. In just half a day, more than 10 divine stage cultivators had already returned, each with a look of excitement on their face. Aside from the main treasure, they had all made their own discoveries within the secret realm. The legacies of 2 fusion stage cultivators were, of course, cause for excitement among the divine stage cultivators. As for that treasure, it was naturally taken by the leaders of the 5 great sects. They also agreed to hold an Immortal Dao conference on the Ascendant Guild's territory in half a year's time. Let us set off and return to our sects. Elder Chen stepped before the Ascendant Guild disciples and announced joyfully. In no time, the cloud ship took to the skies. At the same time, the other sects also boarded their respective cloud ships. High above, Immortal Lady Qianghua called out from afar, Sect Master Shin, see you at the Immortal Dao Conference in half a year. Don't forget our agreement. Peng called out from another direction, "Sect Master Shen, I might pay you a visit with my people in a few days, don't turn me away." Qin Wunyan and Master Xia Dan also called out their own messages. Hearing this, Shen couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. These elders were usually quite aloof, but as soon as they saw an opportunity for gain, they became so enthusiastic it was almost overwhelming. But upon further reflection, Shen broke into a smile. What was the purpose of his participation in this battle? Was it for the mana crystals earned through battle merits? Of course not. Those mana crystals were just a minor part of it. His main goal was actually to make a name for himself and establish connections with other sects. That way, the real rewards would come later. Now that his goal had been achieved, what was there left to sigh about? The mechanical storm can officially begin. Bro Tunzi, how is the optimization of the intelligent core module design coming along? Shen asked inwardly. The very next second, a light screen visible only to him appeared, displaying the following. Intelligent Core Module Design, Simulation Progress 100%, Feasibility 88%, Optimization Progress 90%, Optimization expected to be completed in 3 days, at which point feasibility will increase to 98%. Seeing this, Shen nodded to himself. Once he returned to the sect, he would be able to show what he was capable of. This intelligent core module had actually been his priority RD project all along. The prototype had already been implemented in Automaton Wolf. The results were decent, but not good enough. Automaton Wolf's level of intelligence still falls short of the standard defined by the term intelligent. It currently requires a cultivator to assist with control. His ultimate goal, however, is to achieve a level where it can bind to and recognize its master, defend itself autonomously, organize attacks on its own, devise tactics independently, and even wield magical artifacts and deploy formation arrays. This is the Automaton Wolf Swarm battle formation he envisions. Of course, aside from the Automaton Wolf, the Intelligent Core Module is also the most critical component of his future mechanical engineering plans. For example, the Automaton Swarm, Spiritual Energy Transforming Mecha, Sky Hive Platform, and Integrated Land-Sea Air Fortress, among others. Without the Intelligent Core Module, these projects would be impossible to realize. Even if they were somehow built, they would be nothing more than empty shells. Take the Automaton Swarm, which relies on sheer numbers. If you release tens of millions of them, you can't very well have cultivators control them manually, can you? Even a soul stage cultivator likely wouldn't have the ability to handle that. Therefore, the intelligent core modules are absolutely essential. Senior Brother Shen, what are you thinking about? You suddenly appeared and asked curiously. Shen shook his head, nothing much, just some plans for crafting mechanisms after we return to the sect. You sighed. Senior Brother Shen thinks about gearcraft every single moment. No wonder you've achieved such greatness. But aside from that, don't you have any other thoughts, Senior Brother Shen? What kind of thoughts? Shen asked in return. You chuckled softly. You must realize that you're now Palace Master Shen. Once you return, you'll surely be courted by every peak. Mana crystals, precious materials, magical artifacts, and even beautiful women. Perhaps you'll have your pick of them all. Upon hearing this, Shen immediately shook his head. Gearcraft is my foundation, everything else is merely external. Once I return, I'll go into seclusion. I'll leave all social obligations at Forge Peak entirely to master. A spark of excitement flashed in US eyes, but at the same time, a hint of gloom crept in. The good news is that Senior Brother's resolve is unwavering. The bad news is that Senior Brother's resolve is too unwavering. It seems even I don't stand a chance. You sighed softly to herself, gazed at the sea of clouds in the distance, and said, by now, the sect is probably decked out in festive decorations, with gongs and drums resounding, all in preparation to welcome Senior Brother's return. Ascendant Guild. Just as you had predicted, the entire mountain gate was abuzz with celebration. Some disciples were called out of seclusion, and even elders were roused from their sleep, all joining forces to prepare a welcome ceremony for the returning members. Some, puzzled, asked curiously, what is going on? You just came out of seclusion, didn't you? Our Ascendant Guild has won a great victory on the immortal demon battlefield, and the guild master personally ordered a grand victory banquet. Ha! Is that really necessary? We VE1 before why mobilize the entire sect? Rumor has it that one of our foundation stage disciples performed a great feat, surpassing all other sections. The guild master is delighted, so he issued this order. A foundation stage disciple? You don't mean that Shin, do you? I don't know for sure, but I have a feeling it's him. After all, he is the only top disciple we VE had in recent years. No matter how talented he is, how great of a feat could he have accomplished? Is it really worth all this fuss? The guild master gave the order, just follow it. Why are you complaining so much? Why don't you go talk to the guild master yourself? Okay, after 3 days of travel. The day finally arrived when the cloud vessel descended. All members and disciples of the Ascendant Guild, a total of 2,000 or 3,000, lined the path within the mountain gates to welcome them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Elder Chen, beaming with joy, led Shin as they stepped down from the sky, one step at a time. The battle had ended so quickly that news hadn't even reached the sect yet. Or perhaps someone had deliberately suppressed the news, intending to build momentum for Shin today. It wasn't hard to guess who that might be. Shin looked up at the sect's highest peak, the majestic main ridge hidden within the clouds and mist, and understood immediately. With Forge Peak newly established, having him, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, as deputy hall master would naturally draw dissent. Regardless of whether the situation is eventually resolved, it's always better to nip it in the bud from the very beginning. The sect master really does plan ahead. Shin felt quite moved, but he was also a bit puzzled. Why did he have this feeling that he alone had earned the sect master's favor? True, his actions were quite remarkable, but in the eyes of great perfection stage cultivators, they were nothing special. Objectively speaking, the sect master's attention and regard for him were a bit excessive. Shin pondered this for a moment but couldn't figure out the reason, so he stopped worrying about it. Why overthink it? As long as the sect master doesn't harm him, that's all that matters. How many people long for the sect master's attention but can't even get it? With that thought in mind, Shin landed calmly on the square of 100 Peaks Mountain, standing silently beside Elder Chen as he waited for the day's events to unfold. Elder Chen stood on the high platform. Once the 3,000 disciples had fallen into formation, he turned toward the main peak and declared, "The disciples have fulfilled their mission without disgrace. All 3,000 who went have returned. In a bloody battle, only a few hundred disciples were injured, and not a single one was lost. This expedition was blessed by our ancestral master, truly a stroke of good fortune for our sect." As his words fell, the expressions on the faces of the sect members present immediately turned somewhat puzzled. Not a single casualty, and the battle lasted less than a month. It seemed the scale of this conflict wasn't all that great after all. Then why go to such great lengths to organize a triumphant banquet? Wasn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? Even the people from Forge Peak, looking at Shin standing beside Elder Chen, were at a loss to understand. Why was senior brother Shin standing on the high platform? So many soul stage and core stage cultivators weren't even qualified to stand there. Why was he allowed to? Dongshu, after all, was a mid-transformation stage cultivator on the verge of breaking through to late transformation stage, so he naturally sensed something was amiss. He blinked, sensing that his disciple might be on the verge of soaring to new heights. Elder Chen paused for a moment before continuing. Earlier, the allied forces of the 5 sects engaged in a bloody battle against the demon hordes on the Forbidden God Plains. The demon hordes included over a dozen spirit transformation cultivators, more than 100 nascent soul cultivators, over 300 golden core cultivators, and countless foundation establishment and chi cultivation cultivators, as well as demon beasts. Moreover, they were well trained, and their military maneuvers and combat tactics were executed with perfect discipline and precision. Fortunately, Shin, a disciple of Forge Peak, offered a strategic suggestion and led the demon suppression special forces to infiltrate the Forbidden God Plains in advance. On the first day of battle, they cut through the foundation stage demon and monster hordes, slaying over 10,000 of them and helping the allied forces secure a decisive victory. Whoa! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze toward Shin was instantly filled with astonishment. They knew Shin might excel in this battle, that his mechanical creations and the demon suppression special forces would shine, but they never expected him to be this formidable. On the very first day of battle, he cut through the foundation stage demons and monsters, eliminating over 10,000 enemies? Is that something even 100 foundation stage practitioners could accomplish? No wonder Elder Chen had invited him alone to the high platform, so that's why. That day, demon blood flowed like a river. The demons fled from Shen like mice from a cat. This truly showcases the might of our Xiaoyao sect, Elder Chen declared with great fervor. Hearing this, the disciples roared in unison, "Thank you, Senior Brother Shen, for showcasing the might of our Xiaoyao sect." Seeing this, Shen bowed his hands in a gesture of respect, though in reality, he was biting his toenails to shreds. Although he didn't mind showing off in front of others, this kind of post-event recap was just too embarrassing. Suddenly, Shen tilted his head slightly, and his ears twitched. His master was sending him a telepathic message. "Disciple, you've done well. I've already petitioned the sect. The position of Peak Master will be passed on to you." Shen, torn between laughter and tears, replied, "Master, the sect leader has already made arrangements. The position of Peak Master is already mine." "Oh? That's wonderful. The guild master is truly wise." Gongshu replied instinctively, though he was a bit taken aback. "Have you met the guild master?" "Shen, please be patient and listen. It's not something I can explain in just a word or two." Meanwhile, Elder Chen continued, "Indeed, those cunning demons, whose desire to destroy us never wanes, have actually planted spies in advance. They intend to coordinate from within and without to plot against our Ascendant Guild." These words exploded like a mana bomb, reverberating throughout the hall. Among the 3,000 disciples who had participated in the battle, one core stage disciple's face instantly paled, and he bowed his head deeply. It was none other than Zhao Qingtian. "There's actually a spy among us? Who is it? Demons are truly cunning. How despicable. As a fellow human, why would he side with the demons? Elder Chen, please tell me you tore him to pieces." Upon hearing this, Elder Chen chuckled and said, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you all. I didn't lay a finger on him. He is still alive." The crowd looked at each other in confusion. Elder Chen continued, "Upon learning of the traitor's presence, we devised a plan to turn the tables on them. First, we used genuine intelligence to let the demons win a few minor victories over several days. Then, using false intelligence, we routed the demon army in one fell swoop 6 days ago. The demon army's soul stage warriors were wiped out entirely. 90% of their core stage warriors were killed, and we slaughtered hundreds of thousands of foundation establishment and chi cultivation practitioners, as well as demon beasts." "Well done. Brilliant." The entire hall erupted in cheers. Elder Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled. "I'm afraid that Spy still doesn't understand why, even with his own intelligence to guide them, the demon army still fell into the trap. How could he know that the intelligence was a mix of truth and falsehood? Whether the demons believed it or not, they were destined to suffer defeat. Because we have Shen." "Ha!" Everyone's mouth slowly dropped open. Wait a minute, it's one thing for Shen to have performed extraordinary feats on the foundation stage battlefield, but was Shen actually present in this decisive battle as well? From the sound of it, it seems Shen played a significant role? You've got to be kidding me. Elder Chen had built up the suspense, but then his tone turned grim as he said, "Zhao Qingtian, explain to us what is the strategy for this operation." At these words, all eyes turned to Zhao Qingtian. Some were puzzled, others looked as if a light had suddenly dawned on them, only to be overcome by rage. A few disciples who knew Zhao Qingtian couldn't help but shout accusingly, "Brother Zhao, don't tell me you're the traitor." Uproar. The entire hall erupted into chaos. The disciples from the Spirit Medicine Peak region wore expressions of deep bewilderment and disbelief. Zhao Qingtian was, after all, the backbone of Spirit Medicine Peak. Once he advanced to the divine stage, he was highly likely to succeed as Peak Master. Was he a traitor? How could that be possible? Under the gaze of the entire assembly, Zhao Qingtian stepped out of the crowd and slowly knelt on the ground. He said, "This disciple has failed the sect and betrayed the trust of my master and fellow disciples. I willingly accept death as atonement." With that, he was about to take his own life. Elder Chen swept his sleeve to restrain him and said coldly, "You think you can just die and be done with it? Humph. Unless you reveal everything you know, you'll spend the rest of your life in the Abyssal Prison." The Abyssal Prison, the Ascendant Guild's prison for punishing disciples, was located deep beneath the abyss, resembling the underworld. Few who entered ever emerged alive. Zhao Qingtian's face turned pale, and he exclaimed urgently, "As for aligning myself with demons and monsters, I had my reasons," but before he could finish, Elder Chen cut him off. "Shut up. I don't want to hear your excuses. All I know is that demons have harmed countless members of the Ascendant Guild and slaughtered countless human cultivators. In the face of such a blood feud, no excuse justifies your treachery." Hearing this, Shen silently gave Elder Chen a thumbs up. In fact, ever since the decisive battle ended that day, he had advised Elder Chen to kill Zhao Qingtian, precisely because he feared a scenario where a villain would pour out his grievances to win sympathy might unfold. It seemed now that his worries had been for nothing. Over there, Zhao Qingtian fell silent, dejected. He lowered his head in thought, then suddenly asked, "This disciple has a question, please enlighten me, Elder." Elder Chen replied coolly, "Speak. I believe I concealed myself well and made no mistakes. Why was I exposed? During that decisive battle, the intelligence clearly matched the actual arrangements. Why, then, did the demonic forces suffer such a swift defeat?" These were the two things Zhao Qingtian found most puzzling. Everything seemed perfectly normal, so why did the situation take such a sudden turn for the worse? Hearing this, Elder Chen smiled again. "Didn't I just say it was because we have Shen?" Elder Chen's words once again drew the attention of the entire hall to Shen. Apart from leading the demon suppression special forces to cut through the Foundation stage demons, what else had Shen actually done? Why was he popping up everywhere? Zhao Qingtian also looked at Shen, unable to believe that his downfall was due to a mere Foundation stage disciple. Elder Chen said, "Shen, why don't you tell everyone the rest of the story? I'm tired, I'll have some water and take a break." A mighty divine stage cultivator getting tired from saying just that? As if I believe it. Shen shook his head in exasperation and said calmly, "You were exposed not because of me, but because of the demons. That day, I led the demon suppression special forces across the battlefield, and the creatures we killed most were rat demons. This enraged a core stage rat demon, who sought to wipe us out. Fortunately, two senior brothers from the Tao-seeking immortal sect came to our rescue and drove the rat demon away. However, before it left, that rat demon revealed my name and the name of my sect. I needn't say more, do I?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingtian's face immediately filled with grief and indignation. He had gone to such great lengths to hide his identity, only to be exposed in the end because of a useless teammate. No, a rat teammate? Zhao Qingtian growled with hatred. Beasts are truly beasts, brainless creatures. Shen shook his head. "It's not that the demons lack brains, it's that the moment you chose to side with them, you were destined to be discarded as a pawn. Believe it or not, the demons are cursing you right now too, blaming your inaccurate and insufficient intelligence for their crushing defeat." Zhao Qingtian gave a bitter laugh. "That's true. Then what about the day of the decisive battle? Why didn't the demons deploy enough forces to stop you?" Shen replied, "Elder Chen said it, feign weakness to conceal strength, mix truth with deception. The intelligence given to you that day was indeed true, but it could have turned into a ruse at any moment. Everything depended on how the demons would react and what actions they would take. Before that, there was another prerequisite. The demons had long since realized that you, the spy, had been exposed. Given that prerequisite, the demons' reaction could be predicted in advance. Even if they had planned thoroughly, at most it would have been a stalemate. As it turned out, the demons did indeed plan quite thoroughly. Not only did they dispatch the rat demon clan to intercept us, but they also deployed their full force on the main front. However, they were still rather careless. They underestimated my presence. Neither the endless tide of rats nor the core stage rat demons could stop me. Therefore, their defeat was only to be expected. Zhao Qingtian ultimately did not join the battle. Elder Chen kept a close watch on him, keeping him by his side. As a result, he only knew that a sudden clap of thunder rang out across the battlefield, throwing the demons into chaos. He was unaware of the specific details of the scene or the sequence of events. Now, hearing Shin speak in this manner, he asked again, even core stage demons can't stop you, do you have a soul stage cultivator protecting you? Or did Elder Shin give you a means to save your life? Shin shook his head and said nothing more. To say anything else would be like the peddler praising her own melons boasting about himself. It was truly embarrassing. Then, you, ever the considerate one, stepped forward and declared in a loud voice, why would he need anyone's protection? Senior brother Shin alone can hold off an army of 10,000. A mere clan of rat demons even led by that core stage rat demon perished in an instant at senior brother Shin's hands. And what of the soul stage demons on the other side? They were wiped out by senior brother Shin as well. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. Wait, what kind of nonsense is this? Soul stage demons all fell at Shin's hands? Wiped out entirely? If I recall correctly, Elder Shin just mentioned that the demon side had over 100 soul stage cultivators, right? Over 100 in all soul stage wiped out by Shun, a foundation stage cultivator? You've got to be kidding me. One gaze after another fell upon Shin, filled with disbelief and incredulity. More than anything, they found it utterly absurd. If you were to say that Shin took out a few core stage cultivators, people might just about accept it. After all, the true combat prowess of a mechanism master isn't reflected in their cultivation realm. But to say that Shin wiped out over 100 soul stage cultivators? Who could possibly believe that? Chinger, what nonsense are you spouting? Blade Peak as Xiaoran snapped, frowning. The story was getting more and more outlandish, even he found it hard to believe. Yu replied firmly. Father, I'm not talking nonsense. I've been with senior brother Shin for dozens of days and witnessed everything. Senior brother Shin's talent and abilities make him the greatest of all time. The crowd. Wait, isn't that assessment a bit too high? Xiaoran? Oh no. Something seems off here. Regardless of whether Shin actually wiped out the nascent soul demons or not, his daughter's attitude and expression were very off. It was as if. Ugh, he suddenly regretted letting his daughter tag along with Shin. Amid the silence that fell over the room, Elder Shin spoke with a faint smile, you was right. In this great battle, Shin led the Demon Suppression Special Forces, using his mechanical creations to rack up an astonishing number of military merits, standing head and shoulders above the 5 sects. He has indeed achieved a series of earth-shattering feats, slaughtering through the foundation stage, crushing the core stage, and wiping out the soul stage. Right now, the other immortal sects are green with envy and are dying to snatch Shin away. As soon as these words were spoken, the silent square erupted in a thunderous uproar. Coming from Elder Chen, these words were impossible to dismiss. But the question was, how could this be possible? Foundation stage, soul stage. The gap between them, if not as vast as heaven and earth, was at least as wide as a chasm. How could Shin have achieved this? Mechanical contraptions? That's right, Elder Chen had just emphasized those 4 words, mechanical contraptions. Well, what kind of mechanical contraption could possibly allow a foundation stage practitioner to wipe out an entire group of soul stage cultivators? Blade Peak region. Xiaoran stared intently at Shin, feeling a sense of unease for the first time. Even for a genius like him, his best achievement back when he was at the foundation stage was merely killing 2 core stage demons in a desperate fight. Compared to Shin, that was nothing to write home about. Is Gearcraft really that terrifying? Forge Peak area. Gonshu, like his other disciples, was completely dumbfounded. Shin's mechanical creations wiped out so many soul stage demons? Good heavens, what kind of terrifying thing did he actually create? A long time later, Gonshu suddenly snapped out of it, flew up to the high platform, and said, Disciple, what do these mechanical creations that obliterated the soul stage look like? Quick, let your master take a look. Shin was at a loss. He made only 10 Type C mana bombs capable of obliterating soul stage cultivators, and he used them all. Elder Chen said impatiently, we'll discuss this later. Don't interrupt me while I announce the following matters. Gonshu paused, then laughed, all right. With that, he obediently took half a step back. Elder Chen first turned to Zhao Qingtian and said, "Guards, take him to the Abyss prison and leave his punishment to the sect master." Furthermore, all disciples of the spiritual medicine peak are confined to the peak for the time being. You are not permitted to leave at will. The restriction will only be lifted once the sect's investigation is complete. A divine stage elder gaunt as a skeleton and with a vicious expression suddenly appeared, grabbed Zhao Qingtian by the collar, and dragged him toward the back mountain as if he were a piece of trash. Spiritual medicine peak area. The disciples were in low spirits, some unable to lift their heads. Their peak master, with snow-white hair and a youthful face, said calmly, "This is the fate of those who betray their fellow disciples and the human race. Let each and every one of you take this to heart." Meanwhile, Elder Chen continued, "The traitor has been dealt with, and the facts of the matter have been made clear. Now, it is time to recognize merit and bestow rewards. First is," Elder Chen called out names one by one, announcing numerous rewards. But the others present suddenly realized something. Why wasn't Shen mentioned? According to what had just been said, Shen's contributions were truly extraordinary, so why was there no reward for him now? This question wasn't answered until Elder Chen had finished naming everyone else. And the moment Elder Chen spoke, he dropped a bombshell that left everyone momentarily dazed. After Elder Chen had announced the rewards for everyone else, he finally looked around the room and said in a deep voice, "As for Shen's reward, the sect master has already announced it personally. I won't go into detail about the mana crystals, precious materials, and magical artifacts. I'll just highlight 2 points. Shen is promoted to Peak Master of Forge Peak." At this point, Elder Chen deliberately paused, and the entire hall erupted in an uproar. Peak Master? Shen? Foundation stage. He is only at the foundation stage, yet that is the position of a Peak's ruler. Amidst their shock, the many disciples present couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. There might have been envy, but there was no jealousy or hatred after all. The gap between them was simply too vast. When they were at the foundation stage, they hadn't even killed a few demons. Shen, relying on his own skills and mechanical creations, had wiped out over 100 soul stage cultivators and turned the tide of a war between immortals and demons. Who could possibly compare to that? Although some felt this was an exaggeration, upon further reflection, it suddenly seemed reasonable. Given the unique nature of Forge Peak, once Gongshu was promoted to Elder, it would only be a matter of time before Shen became Peak Master. Now that Shen had achieved such great feats, becoming Peak Master was only natural. However, the stark contrast between the title's foundation stage and Peak Master makes it hard to believe at first. Forge Peak region. Gongshu, having already heard the news from Shen, wasn't overly surprised. But seeing the shock on others' faces gave him a great sense of satisfaction. So he called out loudly, "Disciples of Forge Peak, give him a proper welcome." Upon hearing this, Zhang and the others immediately cried out in unison, "We pay our respects to Peak Master Shen." After bowing, the disciples felt as though it were all too surreal. Just a month ago, Shen had been Senior Brother Shen and now he was Peak Master Shen? Did that mean their own status had risen along with his? At this thought, the disciples couldn't help but feel elated. Blade Peak area. Xiaoran remained silent, a hint of astonishment appearing in his eyes for the second time. The first time was when his daughter's words were confirmed by Elder Chen. He looked at Shen's youthful face on the high platform and, for some reason, suddenly felt that the idea of his daughter being with this young man wasn't so hard to accept after all. Whether she was simply following him, or developing some kind of relationship with him. To hold the position of Peak Master as a foundation establishment cultivator. And no one found it absurd, on the contrary, it felt entirely natural. This was an unprecedented event since the founding of the Ascendant Guild. Such a prodigy was worthy of any woman. Over here, once the commotion in the hall had subsided, Elder Chen smiled and said, "Additionally, the sect master has ordered that, effective immediately, Forge Peak be established, with the positions of Hall Master and Deputy Hall Master created, ranking equal to that of an elder. Elder Gongshu will serve as Hall Master, and the Deputy Hall Master will be." Elder Chen drew out the last syllable, building suspense. Everyone present couldn't help but slowly gape, staring intently at Elder Chen's lips. In their hearts, they silently pleaded, "Please, don't say the word Shen." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Elder Chen emphasized each syllable as he declared, Shin Chi Boom. Everyone felt a buzzing sensation in their heads. Deputy Hall Master, a position equivalent to that of an elder, Shun. No, will this ever end? Why not just hand over the sect masteress position to Shun while you're at it? Good grief, the peak master title already had people on the verge of swearing, and now here comes this deputy hall master, with a status equal to that of an elder. Are they trying to drive us crazy? The atmosphere in the hall grew eerie. The crowd could be divided into two groups. One group consisted of disciples at the foundation stage and below. After their minds went blank, only one thought echoed in their hearts: Senior Brother Shin no, Peak Master Shin no, Hall Master Shin is so awesome. If only I had half his prestige. The other group comprised disciples and members at the core stage and above. When they came to their senses, they were both speechless and at a loss for words. They had trained diligently for years, yet were still only on par with direct disciples and stewards. This Shin guy is only at the foundation stage, and he has already become a core leader on par with an elder? Doesn't that mean from now on, whenever we meet, we'll have to address him respectfully as Palace Master Shin? That's just too well, it's just so awkward. It was like an old man having to treat a child with the utmost deference. At that moment, Elder Chen surveyed the crowd and said calmly, as for Shin serving as peak master, you might find it acceptable in light of his merits. But with Shin becoming deputy hall master, a position equivalent to that of an elder, I suspect some of you might feel a bit uneasy about it. Hearing this, many dared not speak up, but inwardly they nodded in agreement. Even peak masters like Xiaoran shared this sentiment. Elder Chen continued, so let me explain why Shin deserves to be Deputy Hall Master and the greatest additional merit he has earned. First, let us talk about his merits. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Wait a minute, is this really never ending? How could there be an additional contribution? What exactly did Shin do on the immortal demon battlefield? Did he perhaps storm the demon's lair? Or did he take down a divine stage demon? Elder Chen explained calmly, after the decisive battle, we had assumed we had won this war. Little did we know that a fox demon venerable among the demons declared they hadn't lost yet. As he spoke, a vast formation materialized across the forbidden god plane, gathering the flesh and blood of countless demons to condense a blood-tainted aura, thereby opening a heaven and earth passage. It turned out that the two fusion stage cultivators who had once brought the forbidden god plane into being had left behind a secret realm after their mutual destruction. Within this secret realm lies a treasure capable of enabling divine stage cultivators and even fusion stage cultivators to break through. As soon as the words fell, the entire hall fell deathly silent. Everyone couldn't help but stare blankly. Could such a thing be possible? The divine stage cultivators who had remained at the sect, such as Xiaoran and the peak masters of the various peaks, all sprang to their feet in an instant. Because what Elder Chen had just revealed was of the utmost concern to them. Elder Chen continued, at first, the passage to that hidden realm was unstable and could only be traversed by soul stage cultivators. However, since that passage was formed under the control of two fusion stage demons, our soul stage cultivators were blocked outside and couldn't enter. Just then, when we divine stage cultivators could only watch the demons enter, feeling utterly helpless, Shin stepped forward. Single-handedly, using a mechanical device called the mana bomb, he obliterated all the soul stage demons. Thus, he completely thwarted the demon's scheme and secured that peerless treasure for our righteous immortal sect. Boom! 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 It was as if countless mana bombs were exploding within the hearts of the cultivators, causing their inner seas to churn violently. So this was the story behind Shin's annihilation of the soul stage. It turned out that Shin's achievements were truly sufficient to elevate him to the rank of an elder. That was a peerless treasure capable of enabling breakthroughs to the divine stage and fusion stage. Securing such a treasure, no reward would be too great. Elder Chen proclaimed in a resonant voice, the heads of the 5 sects have decreed that a joint immortal Tao assembly will be held in half a year. At that time, divine stage and fusion stage cultivators from all sects will share in this treasure. Tell me, everyone, does Shin deserve to become a high-ranking official at the elder level? Upon hearing these words, everyone roared in unison, yes. Shun, you're the best. It wasn't just the young people shouting, even some frail, elderly elders, their faces flushed red, were shouting at the top of their lungs without a care for their dignity. This was because they were all divine stage cultivators nearing the end of their lifespans, and some were even at the fusion stage. Shin had brought them new hope, so shouting "You're the best" was a natural outpouring from the heart. Elder Chen was thoroughly pleased by the sight, but suddenly changed his tune, saying mysteriously, "Don't get too excited just yet, everyone. I only said Shin is qualified to be an elder. I didn't say why he has become deputy hallmaster. Why do you think the sect master himself decided to establish a new Forge Peak and appoint Shin as deputy hallmaster?" The crowd. "Can't you just say what you mean, old man? You're driving us crazy." Elder Chen seemed to be enjoying the suspense and kept stringing them along. Finally, an elderly fusion stage veteran couldn't take it anymore. He teleported onto the high platform and smacked him right on the head. "Chen, you brat. Are you going to talk or not? If you don't spill the beans right now, I'll have to teach you a lesson just like your father used to." This scene caused the crowd to burst into laughter, thinking to themselves, serves him right. Elder Chen felt a wave of embarrassment and bowed repeatedly. After shooing the old veteran away, he finally cleared his throat and said, "Forge Peak, as the name suggests, is closely tied to Shin. From now on, it will be specifically responsible for the research, production, and trade of the sect's mechanical devices." "Didn't you all notice just now? I said that Shin, single-handedly, used mechanical devices to wipe out over 100 soul stage demons. Therefore, given Shin's mastery of gearcraft and his contributions, I don't think anyone would object to him serving as deputy hallmaster, would they?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Shin's gearcraft had already been proven during the selection tournament. No one in the entire Ascendant Guild could surpass him, not even his master, Gongshu. After all, it was under Shin's guidance that Gongshu had achieved his breakthrough. No one disputed this point. But wait a minute. Did Shin wipe out soul stage demons with mechanical contrivances? Has Shin already created mechanical constructs capable of obliterating soul stage opponents? Only now did everyone realize this, and gasps of astonishment rippled through the room. When they first heard that Shin had wiped out over 100 soul stage opponents, they naturally wondered how he managed it. But their attention was immediately diverted by a series of even more mind-blowing revelations that followed, causing them to overlook this detail. Now, prompted by Elder Chen, they finally snapped back to reality. Wow, Shin's mechanical contraptions can actually wipe out soul stage cultivators. That's just insane. How on earth did he pull that off? Amidst the shock, everyone couldn't help but turn their gaze toward Shin, whose expression remained calm. Originally, they thought he was just a foundation stage cultivator who achieved an extraordinary feat and seen his status skyrocket. Now they finally realized, Shin wasn't just a foundation stage cultivator, he was a foundation stage cultivator capable of obliterating soul stage cultivators. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't fathom what kind of mechanical creation a foundation stage cultivator could possibly devise that would be capable of obliterating a soul stage cultivator. Yet Shin not only conceived of it, but actually built it and put it to use in combat. That's just too mind-blowing. Amid the silence, Elder Chen spoke again. "Of course, considering Shin's relatively short tenure, the position of Hallmaster will be held by Elder Gongshu. As Shin's mentor, he is truly deserving of the title. However, when it comes to the foundation and backbone of Forge Peak, there is no one else but Shin. Without Shin, Forge Peak would never have been established. But that said, I'll ask you all this, even if Shin's gearcraft is extraordinary and deserves special treatment from the sect, is it worth establishing an entire Forge Peak for it? No need." Those three words popped into everyone's mind simultaneously. Because the production speed can't keep up. Even if Shin could produce 10,000 sets of automaton wolves and mana gatlings in a single year, the sect could easily absorb them internally. Moreover, these are merely automatons at the foundation establishment level. If we're talking about automatons at the core stage or higher, could Shin's production speed still be this fast? Most likely not. If it were any faster, that would defy all logic. Therefore, there was absolutely no need to specifically establish a Forge Peak dedicated to selling mechanical creations. Yet, the sect master went ahead and established it anyway. What does this mean? It means that Shin's production speed can not only meet the sect's internal demand but also has enough surplus capacity to sell externally. How is this possible? Everyone was waiting for Elder Chan to continue. Elder Chan smiled and said, "That's right. I'm sure you've all figured it out by now. Shin has indeed found a way to boost the production speed of mechanical devices to an unprecedented level. Let me give you an example. Even without any human involvement, he can produce 100 mana gatlings in a single day." Ha! The entire audience was completely dumbfounded. Their minds couldn't process it. Without any human involvement, he can produce 100 mana gatlings in a day? That's simply a fairy tale. Don't the mechanical parts need to be forged and polished by hand? Don't the rune patterns need to be engraved and activated? Don't the mana crystal attachments need to be embedded? Once all the parts are made, don't they need to be assembled and tested? The entire audience was completely baffled. Elder Chen wrapped things up succinctly. This is Shin's secret art, and it is also the sect's highest state secret. Some of you here are already aware of this, but I remind you all, this must never be disclosed. Alright, that's all I'll say. Sect Master Shin, would you like to say a few words? Shin's mouth twitched slightly. You've already said it all, and you've even taken the heat for me. What else can I say? After a moment's thought, Shin smiled faintly and said, "This success is not my achievement alone, it is truly the result of our ancestral master's protection, the sect leader's guidance, and the united efforts of our fellow disciples. Here, I'd just like to make a little announcement, an announcement in the sense of spreading the word. If any of you here are interested in gearcraft, you can contact my master. Once you pass the trial, I'll take over the entire Forge Peak." Having said that, Shin took 2 steps back and glanced at his master. He found that Gongshu's expression was somewhat blank. Shin silently transmitted his voice, "Master, what's wrong?" Gongshu suddenly shuddered and murmured in a telepathic message, "I'm wondering if I've taken on a disciple who was the reincarnation of an immortal. Otherwise, how could he be so perverted?" Shin? Has any master ever called his own disciple a pervert? How presumptuous of you! My good disciple, just admit it, you're the reincarnation of a celestial being, aren't you? Gongshu pressed on, refusing to give up. Shin was at a loss for words. If I were the reincarnation of a celestial being, I wouldn't be able to awaken memories of my past life right now. So how am I supposed to answer you? True, but it must be true. I can't think of any other possibility. Gongshu muttered under his breath, then suddenly changed the subject. Disciple. What about those contraptions of yours that can blow a soul stage cultivator to bits? Hurry up and bring them here so your master can take a look. They're gone. There were only 10 in total, and I've used them all up. Shin took out 2 Type T mana bombs, shoved them into Gongshu's hands, and said, "I still have some that can kill core stage cultivators. They're the same type, just with different levels of power. Keep them for fun, but don't activate them lightly. They're single use, and they really kill someone." Gongshu's eyes sparkled as he looked at the spheres in his hands, as if he were gazing at some rare treasure. The victory ceremony concluded. The victory banquet naturally began. The entire Ascendant Guild was abuzz with joy, with disciples everywhere clinking glasses and toasting one another. Most of them were disciples who had stayed behind, surrounding a disciple who had participated in the battle, asking all sorts of questions, the conversation primarily revolving around Shin's actions. If it had been an ordinary victory, people wouldn't have reacted this way. But the events of this occasion were so astonishing that everyone wanted to know exactly what had happened. As for Shin, the center of attention, he was swamped with work. Surrounded by a crowd of elderly men and women, he was overwhelmed by the social niceties and formalities. One wanted to introduce a potential bride, another wanted to recommend their children or grandchildren. More than anything, they wanted to curry favor with Shin so they could have a head start at the upcoming Immortal Path Conference. This was because those at the divine stage and above had already received a piece of news. At the Immortal Path Conference, to be held in half a year, the Ascendant Guild would be the host, and Shin would be the main organizer. This was a secret order from the sect master. Shin himself hadn't even received the news yet. Ha! Me? Shin said, pointing at his own nose. An elderly divine stage senior had had one too many and accidentally let the secret slip. Shin was instantly at a loss for words. Since this was a secret order from the sect master, was it really appropriate for you to blurt it out in public after just a few drinks? Why me? Does it even matter who it is? Shin asked, puzzled. Elder Chen used his spiritual power to discreetly sober up the elder who had let the secret slip, then whispered an explanation to Shin. First, you deserve the most credit, so the other sects won't have any objections to you taking charge of this matter. Second, even the sect masters of other sects have their own ulterior motives, which inevitably affect the fairness of the Grand Assembly. But you're different. Your cultivation level is low, so even if you have ulterior motives, people will actually trust you more. After all, how many divine stage and fusion stage cultivators do you actually know? Shin. Elder Chen, don't you think that after today's banquet, I've met all the divine stage and fusion stage cultivators from our sect? Ahem, that's different. Elder Chen blinked. Shin let out an "oh," and the two shared a smile. Just then, two figures walked over and knelt directly before the low table where Shin and Elder Chen were seated. Shin looked up to see you and her father, Xiaoran. You kept her head bowed as she obediently poured wine, while Xiaoran calmly accepted the cup his daughter handed him and said softly, "Thank you, Hall Master Shin, for your forbearance and guidance toward Qing'er. Her achievements in this battle are entirely due to you. This toast is both in honor of your willingness to let bygones be bygones and in recognition of your battlefield accomplishments." Shin clinked glasses with him and said, "Sect leader, you're too kind." After finishing their drinks, Xiaoran rose and left with crisp, decisive movements. Shin was somewhat puzzled. Why had he suddenly shown up here? However, Elder Chen, standing nearby, remarked with emotion, even he couldn't sit still. The allure of a breakthrough is truly immense. Shin raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Are you saying he came over for this drink because of the Immortal Dao tournament? What else could it be? Elder Chen replied. He is a proud and aloof man who never kowtows to those in power for the sake of his own sword path. He'd even turn down the position of sect elder. If it weren't for the sword path tournament, no matter how close you are to his daughter, he wouldn't give you a second glance. Shin recalled the glare Xiaoran had shot him during the selection tournament and shook his head. I don't see it that way. He is just cold on the outside but warm on the inside. With someone like that, you have to appeal to his interests to win him over. Elder Chen chuckled. What is this? Have you already figured out how to win over sect master you and make your move on him? Shen. Elder, have some salted spirit beans. Don't just drink, you'll get drunk easily. He. You and that little girl do make quite a pair. Please don't start any rumors. Gearcraft is the only thing on my mind. Elder Chen picked up 2 salty spirit beans and continued, speaking of Gearcraft, do you have any ideas for Forge Peak's development? Shin pondered for a moment and replied, I do have some ideas. The first step, of course, is to recruit people, provide training, and then establish a brand to build our reputation. Oh? From the sound of it, you're planning to build Forge Peak in the style of the workshops in the town? Elder Chen asked. More or less, but it'll be more formal than that. Shin paused for a moment before continuing, since the sect master has given me such a strong platform, I can't bring shame to the sect, nor can I let the disciples work for nothing, right? Quite right. I'm very much looking forward to the day Forge Peak makes a name for itself in the cultivation world. Elder Chen said, raising his cup. Shin clinked glasses with him while quietly pondering. That day might not be far off at all. Now, he had the funds, the technology, and the backing. All that was missing was the manpower. Once the team was in place, the cultivation conference in half a year would be Forge Peak's moment to shine. The banquet came to an end. The next morning, news that Shin would be in charge of the Immortal Dao conference spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the sect. Of course, aside from expressing astonishment at Shin's authority and status, everyone's attention was focused more on the conference itself. Although this was a Fate of Immortality conference for Divine Stage and Fusion Stage cultivators across the entire cultivation world, those below the Divine Stage could also get a piece of the action. Disciples from various sects exchanged ideas, and elders shared their experiences naturally. This broadened their horizons and enhanced their cultivation. However, Shin had a different plan. He intended to transform this Immortal Path Conference into the grand opening and launch event for his Mechanical Creations brand. Since the sect master had given him this opportunity, he wasn't about to let it go to waste. After all, the Divine Stage and Fusion Stage cultivators were the main attractions. It wouldn't hurt to steal a little of the spotlight from them. By the afternoon, Shin, accompanied by Yu, Xiao, Wang, and Zhang from Forge Peak, arrived at the sect affairs hall and requested the roster of sect disciples from the elder in charge. Upon learning that Shin intended to recruit for Forge Peak, the elder in charge immediately said, "Deputy Hall Master Shin, there is no need for you to make another trip. Just send someone to let me know, and I'll send the candidates over right away." Shin glanced at this elder, with whom he shared a cup of wine at the banquet. His name was Su Yu. Though his face was weathered by age, it was clear that in his youth, he had been a strikingly handsome man. "Elder, please don't be like that. Forge Peak has only just been established and hasn't achieved a single feat yet. If I, a deputy hall master at the foundation stage, were to start acting high and mighty, wouldn't people find fault with me?" Shen replied casually. Elder Su chuckled and said, "Hall Master Shen, your contributions are immense. Who would dare say a word against you?" With that, he pointed to his head and said, "Would you like me to make a recommendation? I know our disciples inside and out. They're all stored right here in my head." Upon hearing this, Shin closed the roster and said, "All right, could you please help me select 1,000 disciples, Elder? The requirements are cultivation level at or below the foundation stage, at least 3 years since joining the sect, well-proportioned features, and no bad habits. Preferably 500 men and 500 women. Elder Su? You and the other 3? What kind of strange requirements are these? Shouldn't the criteria be that the higher the cultivation level, the better, and ideally, candidates with special talents in artifact forging, talismans, alchemy, or formations would be the best choices?" Elder Su looked pensive. Originally, he only meant it as a polite suggestion, expecting Shin to decline on the grounds of avoiding the appearance of favoritism. After all, the people he recommended would inevitably include his own relatives and descendants. But Shin's request had left him completely baffled. There are plenty who meet those criteria, but most of them are in the outer sector, serve as menial laborers on the various peaks." "Hall Master Shin, is that really all you want?" Elder Su asked for confirmation. Shin nodded, "That's right. I appreciate your help, Elder Su." "No trouble at all, he. It's my good fortune to be of service to Hall Master Shin." Elder Su's words carried a hidden meaning, and Shin knew exactly what he meant. So he blinked, gave a knowing look, and said, "No problem. I'll arrange a front row spot for you when the time comes." Hearing this, Elder Su perked up and became energized. He immediately pulled out his communication jade slip with great vigor and sent out more than 10 messages in quick succession, all instructing his subordinates to relay the news to the disciples on the list, one by one, to report for duty. Before long, Shin returned to Forge Peak with 1,000 disciples, on the nearby hill. From that day forward, this place would be Forge Peak. The future Forge Peak. On the newly cleared clearing, Shin stood on a rock, facing the 1,000 disciples he had summoned below, along with Forge Peak's original 30-odd disciples, and the 4 individuals Yu, Xiao, Wang, and Zhang. These 4 had already been assigned positions at Forge Peak. Yu was the leader of the testing group, which, of course, was the Demon Suppression Special Forces. Xiao was in charge of formations and also served as deputy leader of the testing group. Wang was in charge of artifact forging and also served as head of the production line. Zhang was the assistant to the deputy hall master. Shen looked down at the bewildered faces below and remained silent for the moment. It wasn't until Gongshu, the nominal hallmaster of Forge Peak, arrived that he bowed to his master and slowly spoke. "Some of you come from the outer sect, others from various peaks, but without exception, you all share one common trait. That is, you lack talent, have no hope of cultivation, and face a bleak future." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 1,000 disciples varied. Some hung their heads dejectedly, clearly plagued by low self-esteem and already broken by reality. Others wore looks of defiance, obviously the type who refused to settle for mediocrity and might even secretly encourage themselves with the saying, "What goes around comes around." Of course, a glimmer of hope shone in everyone's eyes. To be chosen by Shin, the sect's rising star, and join Forge Peak might just be their only chance in life to turn things around. Shin continued, "Do you know why I chose you as Forge Peak's first batch of disciples?" Hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with curiosity. After all, logically speaking, they certainly shouldn't have been the ones selected. You and the other three had heard Shin's conditions from the affairs hall and had been pondering this very question ever since, completely baffled. Gongshu, who had just arrived, was even more bewildered. Were these the worst batch of disciples in the sect? Why would a master choose them? Although Forge Peak didn't teach cultivation, their overall strength couldn't be that far behind, could it? Shin paused for a moment and chuckled, "Because you're easy to train." Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Easy to train? That isn't exactly a compliment. Shin continued, "Suppose I told you that by doing some hard labor in serving others, you could earn a great deal of cultivation resources. Earn resources that, until now, you could never have obtained no matter how hard you tried. What do you think? Are you willing to do it?" As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent. After a moment, a female disciple with an alluring demeanor swayed her hips as she stepped forward and said, "Lord Hallmaster, as an outer sect disciple, I used to do the same work serving tea and water to others. If joining Forge Peak means continuing to do these tasks but earning more cultivation resources in return, I'm certainly willing. There's just one thing I don't understand, Hallmaster, why does your Forge Peak require us to do this kind of work?" Shin smiled faintly, "You don't need to worry about that, just tell me whether you're willing or not. Of course, I can assure you that you won't be doing this forever. If anyone performs well and improves their cultivation, they'll naturally have better opportunities for advancement. Even my position as Deputy Hallmaster might one day be taken over by one of you. What is the first lesson in training new employees? It's not rules and regulations, nor is it work procedures, it's painting a rosy picture of the future. That's what gives people motivation, isn't it?" Sure enough, upon hearing Shin's words, everyone's eyes lit up. The alluring woman said, "In that case, I'll be the first to volunteer. I'm willing." "I'm willing too." "Give your orders, Hallmaster." "Hallmaster, you brought me in from the outer sect. I'll go through fire and water for you, no matter the cost. I'd gladly die 10,000 times to serve you, Hallmaster." Waves of enthusiastic responses rang out. Shin raised his hand to gesture for silence, shook his head, and said, "What do you mean, I'd die 1,000 times? I'm not going to ask you to do anything dangerous. As I said before, in the beginning, it'll just be some hard labor in serving others. Mind you, don't get the wrong idea about the word serving, it's not that kind of thing." As soon as he said this, some let out a long sigh of relief, while others grinned mischievously. The alluring woman, however, remained composed. She curtsied slightly, her chest jiggling as she did so, and said, "If it were His Highness the Hallmaster, this disciple would be willing." Shin kept his gaze straight ahead, pretending not to see or hear a thing. You, on the other hand, couldn't help but let out a soft snort, her expression icy. "Over here," Shin scanned the room and announced in a clear voice, "Now, form groups, first 5 men and 5 women per group. The men must be roughly the same height, and the women as well. The order between men and women doesn't matter." Upon hearing this, everyone present sprang into action. Before long, 100 groups had been formed. As far as the eye could see, their heights were uniform, making for a pleasing sight. Next, within each group, elect a leader. You may choose based on age or seniority, or even cultivation level, as long as the other 9 members of the group agree on the choice. A stir rippled through the crowd as the 100 groups began discussing among themselves. Soon, the 100 group leaders were confirmed. Shin nodded and tossed out 100 manuals, each landing precisely in the hands of its respective group leader. He said, "I compiled these manuals overnight. Group leaders, study them carefully, fully understand their contents, and teach them to your team members. These are your future work skills and your means of survival. Anyone who fails to do so will be sent back where they came from. Is that clear?" We will strictly obey the Hall Master's orders, the crowd replied in unison. Shin waved his hand. All right, you may all go now. Feel free to do as you please. Once the buildings are up, I'll assign everyone their dorms and offices. With that, he turned to his master, Gongshu, and said, Master, I do appreciate your help. Could you build some houses for Forge Peak based on these rough blueprints? Gongshu was at a loss for words. You called me here just to build houses? Hee, you're at the divine stage, you'll finish in no time. If we de-assigned the disciples specifically tasked with this kind of menial work in our sect, it wouldn't be done in less than 10 days or half a month. Shin chuckled. All right, but you'll have to clear up a few things for me first. Gongshu pointed at the disciples and asked, why did you choose these people? Why divide them into groups? And why is Forge Peak going to be doing menial labor in the future? Hearing this, the four of you hurriedly moved closer, all waiting for Shin's answer. They simply couldn't fathom what senior brother Shin was thinking. In response, Shin simply sat down cross-legged, preparing to explain his plan in detail. After all, Forge Peak couldn't be run by him alone. Master Gongshu, you, and the other three, they were all the backbone of the operation. Naturally, there was nothing he couldn't tell them. He said, let me answer your third question first, Master. That way, the first one will become clear to you as well. Why do we need to take on service roles? Because of the Immortal Path Conference in half a year. At that time, I plan to replace all the reception staff at the conference with people from our Forge Peak. Upon hearing this, Gongshu, you, and the other two immediately looked surprised. Is that even possible? You must know that there are strict protocols for hosting members of other sects. The most important factor is cultivation level and strength. If the host's cultivation isn't high enough, the guests will feel neglected. Just imagine, a group of bigwigs at the divine stage or even the fusion stage arrive. Wouldn't it be a bit excessive to send a group of low-level chi cultivation practitioners to greet them? Disciple, this simply won't do. Gongshu, thinking Shin was unaware of this rule, hurried to remind him. Shin waved his hand and said, Hey, Master, please be patient and let me finish first, you can question me later. Master, I know what you're thinking. Shin said, Commanders face commanders, soldiers face soldiers, I naturally understand that principle. As for the initial reception, I certainly won't interfere, I'll let the sect's elders and stewards handle it as they see fit. What I intend to change is the reception and service at the venue once the Immortal Tao Conference begins. At that time, with so many people in such a vast venue, there will inevitably be a need for people to provide directions and serve tea and water. Hearing this, Gongshu breathed a sigh of relief. He pressed further, now I understand why you chose these outer sect disciples and menial disciples, but I still don't understand why you're doing this. The sect already has its own arrangements for these tasks. Shin laughed. It's for Forge Peak's sake. With that, Shin outlined his plan. For example, the disciples must wear uniform attire embroidered with the Forge Peak emblem. We'll create flyers showcasing our mechanical creations and have these disciples distribute them to every cultivator attending the Immortal Tao Conference, and so on. Of course, the most important point is to make the most of our mechanical creations throughout the entire process. We'll also set up display stands for mechanical creations in every corner of the venue and station guides and attendants there. In short, we must use every means possible to ensure that attendees of the Immortal Tao Conference become aware of Forge Peak's existence and take an interest in its mechanical creations. After listening, you gave a thumbs up and said, Your Excellency's idea is truly brilliant. I can already picture the expressions on the faces of those from other sects. Shin glanced at her. Let us drop the Lord title between us, it's too formal. Just call me Senior Brother Shin. You paused for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded slightly, her smile as radiant as a flower. Over here, Zhang was full of admiration. Senior Brother's way of thinking is always so unconventional, yet it never fails to impress. Xiao added, if Senior Brother Shin's plans can actually be put into action, they're sure to leave a lasting impression. Wang's eyes sparkled, this is a brilliant strategy. Why didn't I think of this when I was selling magical artifacts before? No wonder it's Senior Brother Shin. Gongshu exclaimed, your ideas sound wild and outlandish at first, but when you think about them carefully, they really are a great way to make a name for yourself. However, Yu Haven T mentioned the most crucial point, yet we don't have many mechanical creations to showcase. Your mana Gatling, automaton wolf, and mana bomb have all already been used on the immortal demon battlefield. Besides, these are all combat-oriented devices. Aside from putting them on display, they can't really be applied to the overall service operations at the event, can they? Hearing this, Shin feigned displeasure and said, "Master, aren't you looking down on your disciple here?" Gongshu paused, his interest immediately piqued. That's right, since Shin dared to think and plan this way, he must have already considered the issue of mechanical creations. Given Shin's gearcraft skills, he might have even secretly crafted many finished products. Gongshu was a mechanical enthusiast himself, otherwise, he wouldn't have persisted in training in gearcraft for so many years. So he held out his hand and said, "Have you already built some? Hurry up! Bring them out so your master can get a taste of them." Shin thought for a moment, then pulled an automaton wolf out of his inventory bag. Gongshu immediately frowned. "Isn't this just an automaton wolf? You haven't built anything new yet, have you?" Shin gave a mysterious smile and said to the automaton wolf, "Big Yellow, my master seems to look down on you a bit." "Big Yellow? Who is Big Yellow?" Gongshu, Yu, and the other two were completely baffled. Just then, the automaton wolf let out a woof and spoke, Master, am I not doing you a favor?" "Gongshu, you and the others." The wolf had spoken. Gongshu suddenly leaned in, cupping the wolf's face as he examined it closely. De Huang struggled to take 2 steps back and said, "Master's mentor, I'm warning you, if you shouldn't touch a wolf's face just like that." Gongshu glared and said, "Disciple, this automaton wolf hasn't fused with a beast soul, nor has it developed a spirit. How can it speak human language and with such emotional inflections at that?" Shin chuckled, "Didn't I explain this to you back at the selection tournament? This is high-level artificial intelligence. Setting aside its internal structure and external form, De Huang is already indistinguishable from a wolf demon. Of course, its level of intelligence is still relatively low. It doesn't possess the personality, emotions, and so on of an intelligent being. De Huang's current personality and emotions are all intentionally programmed by me." De Huang shut down the anthropomorphic program. A flash of white light appeared in De Huang's eyes, and it spoke again, its voice now completely mechanical. "Yes, master." Anthropomorphic program shut down. Gongshu was speechless. Yu and the other 3 were also momentarily stunned. It wasn't as if they'd never seen inanimate objects speak before. Spiritual treasures, natural treasures that had developed sentience, and the like all could exhibit such behavior. But this was the first time they'd ever seen a mechanical construct, made from a pile of cold metal, display such intelligence. During the selection tournament, the automaton wolf's ability to act autonomously had already left them deeply shocked. Now, this display had their hearts racing even more. Setting aside its abilities and power, how is this any different from a spiritual treasure that had attained sentience? This was simply the ultimate form of a mechanical creation. Gongshu's breathing grew increasingly rapid. He couldn't help but pull the automaton wolf back in front of him once more, using his divine sense to examine it meticulously. Wang, his face brimming with fervor, stepped forward as well, staring intently at Big Yellow as if gazing upon a sacred relic. Artifact forging and mechanical engineering go hand in hand. Since mechanical creations can function like this, it's highly likely that this principle can be applied to artifact forging as well. For example, when forging a flying sword, one could embed such restrictions and reserve grooves for embedding mana crystals. Why would anyone need to practice sword writing techniques in the future? Just let the flying sword fly on its own and attack enemies by itself. Wow, this isn't just the ultimate form of mechanical craftsmanship, it's a revolutionary breakthrough in the art of artifact forging. In the future, what is the point of distinguishing between magical artifacts, magical treasures, and spiritual treasures? Every object will be a spiritual treasure. I made the right choice. Sticking with senior brother Shin is definitely the way to go, Wang muttered to himself, then turned and said resolutely to Shin, "Senior brother Shin, please, you must teach me this. I'd even be willing to take you as my master." With that, he actually dropped to his knees. Shin, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, helped him up and said, "There's no need for that. Of course I can teach you, but you'd better be mentally prepared. There's a lot you'll need to learn to master this." It was only with Tonzi's help that he managed to develop the intelligent core module. Otherwise, given the technological foundation of the cultivation world, it would have taken an eternity to create. Under the reluctant gazes of Gongshu and Wang, Shin put Big Yellow back into his inventory bag and said, "This level of intelligence relies on the intelligent core module, which I've already developed. It can be replicated and transplanted into compatible mechanical devices. Therefore, Master, Wang, and my fellow Forge Peak disciples including junior brother Shocheng, for the next half year, you'll be joining me in seclusion to do some hard work. I've tentatively listed over 10 types of mechanical artifacts here, some for combat, others for daily life. Our goal is to craft them all and establish the corresponding production lines before the Immortal Dao Conference arrives." Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with enthusiasm. To be personally involved in an event that could change the entire cultivation world and go down in history. Even if it meant doing menial tasks, it would be something worth bragging about for a lifetime. However, one person felt a bit down. You. Among the group, Gongshu and the 30-plus disciples of Forge Peak needed no introduction. They were the backbone of mechanical artifact production. Wang, the genius artifact refiner, would also play a major role. Even Xiao could provide significant assistance with formation arrays. She alone, it seemed, couldn't be of any help at all. But just then, a single sentence from Shin filled her with anticipation. "Junior sister Yu, get ready, I'll need your help shortly." With Gongshu, a divine stage cultivator, on hand, the buildings at Forge Peak were erected in no time. Their style and intricate details naturally retained the antique charm of the cultivation world. However, the layout was entirely designed according to Shin's vision. The largest main hall featured a reception area, a lounge, and an exhibition area. The side halls on the left and right served as the guest reception area and the meeting area, respectively. The second floor of the main hall housed the office area for the staff, and of course, the VIP area located on the third floor was a must. In addition to this main hall, 3 other major areas were constructed on this low hill. First, the dormitory; second, the workshop; and third, the testing grounds. With that, the entire physical infrastructure of Forge Peak was fully completed. In the Deputy Hall Master's office, as everyone watched Shin bring out piece after piece of furniture and transform the once ordinary room into a space that was both unique and well organized, they immediately thought to themselves that they, too, would one day set up a room like this for their own work. Gongshu even said bluntly, "Disciple, I've never seen a table and chair like these before. They look really comfortable. Could you get your master a set like that later? And what about this kind of bookshelf, and this soft, what's it called?" "Genuine leather sofa." Shin reminded him. "Oh, right, a genuine leather sofa. Get me a set of all of these," Gongshu said, sitting in the executive chair with a look of pure contentment on his face. Shin was at a loss for words. "Fine, but honestly, once you've seen it once, you could easily make one yourself back home. A gift from your disciple, how could it ever be the same as something you made yourself?" Gongshu laughed. Shin shook his head slightly, then said, "There is no time to waste, let us get to work. Junior brother Zhang, here are some simple mechanisms. Go over them with the other junior brothers, start building them, and if you get stuck, come ask me. Keep me updated on your progress regularly." Zhang solemnly accepted the blueprints and said, "I will not let you down, senior brother. Don't be so serious. If there is anything you don't understand, be sure to ask plenty of questions. I'm not afraid of you asking, I'm just afraid you'll sit there racking your brains in silence, too embarrassed to come talk to me." Shin waved his hand and looked at Yu. "Junior sister Yu, come with me in a moment to help me resolve some technical issues related to the way of the sword." "Sure," Yu replied with a smile. Shin then turned to Wang and Xiao and said, "Junior brother Wang, here is the assembly line design manual and the manufacturing processes for most mechanical devices. The future construction of the assembly line will rely entirely on you. Junior brother Xiao, here is the technical manual for imprinting runes and formation patterns inside material blanks. Study it carefully, it will be very useful for you when you craft formation discs in the future. For now, the two of you will stay with my master and assist him in crafting mechanical devices, offering your expertise in artifact refinement and formation techniques. Wang and Xiao bowed in unison, their faces brimming with excitement. Shen then turned to Gongshu and said, "Master, these are some of the more difficult mechanical contraptions. Since you're so capable, I'll leave their creation to you." Gongshu took them, glanced through them, and replied, "No problem, leave it to me." Shen hesitated for a moment before adding, "If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me." "Ha?" Gongshu's eyes widened. "I admit your designs and ideas far surpass those of all gearcrafters, including myself. But don't underestimate me, okay? After all, I'm a veteran gearcrafter who has dedicated hundreds of years to mastering gearcraft." Shen laughed. "Of course. I was just saying that as a disciple. You'll surely handle these with ease. Now we're talking." Gongshu smiled smugly, humming a tune as he headed to the workshop, with Wang and Xiao close behind. Zhang also led over 30 members of Forge Peak to the communal workshop, where they began to carefully study the blueprints Shen had given them. Shen, meanwhile, stayed behind in the Deputy Hall Master's office with you. A man and a woman, alone in a room together. Naturally, they would, discuss some technical issues. Shen began seeking US guidance on the way of the sword. It wasn't that he wanted to switch classes to become a sword cultivator, rather, he wanted to apply the principles of the way of the sword to the spiritual energy transforming mecha, but had run into some knowledge gaps. However, before the two had discussed it for very long, Gongshu walked in with an awkward look on his face. Gongshu said somewhat sheepishly, I hope I'm not interrupting?" "What's up, master?" Shen flashed a bright smile, he'd already guessed the reason. Sure enough, Gongshu rubbed his hands together and said, You gave me those blueprints, but there are some parts one don't quite understand." "Why don't you explain it to me?" Shen couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Old mechanic." Gongshu didn't get angry, he just rolled his eyes and said, "So what if your master can't figure out something you came up with? I dare say that in the entire cultivation world, aside from you, no one could figure it out just by looking at it. Stop laughing already, explain it to your master." Shen stopped laughing, unfolded the blueprints, and explained the parts Gongshu had pointed out. A stick of incense later. Gongshu blinked and said, I get it now. Well, I won't bother the two of you anymore." With that, he teleported straight to the workshop. Yu tilted her head slightly, a hint of shyness flashing in her eyes. Shen, however, was at a loss for words. Why does everyone think there is something going on between him and you? Heaven is my witness, they were really just discussing technical matters. Shaking his head slightly, Shen said, "Where were we just now?" "We were talking about the flow of spiritual energy when performing sword techniques." Yu took a deep breath, quickly regaining her composure, though she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. That's right. Junior sister, could you elaborate a bit more?" "Of course. But why are you asking, senior brother? Are you thinking of minoring in the way of the sword?" "No, I want to apply the way of the sword to mechanical engineering." "Ha? Can the way of the sword really be applied to mechanical engineering? Why not?" As soon as the topic of mechanical engineering came up, Shen began to speak at length. "Just think about it, junior sister. Sword techniques in the way of the sword are nothing more than cultivators using their magical power to channel mana, condensing it into various extraordinary effects, and then releasing them through flying swords to create astonishing destructive power. So, if I can solidify the method of condensing mana and its circulation pathways, imprint them onto mechanical devices, and then control them with an intelligent core module, the mechanical devices will naturally be able to perform sword techniques on their own. Setting aside the intelligent core module, this follows the same principle as embedding a spell into a talisman. I came up with this idea when I received those 3 talismans from Elderchen, especially after seeing the sword sweep talisman among them. If a sword technique can be sealed within a talisman, why can't it be imprinted onto a mechanical construct?" Hearing these words, you couldn't help but be deeply impressed. No wonder senior brother Shin's mastery of gearcraft is so extraordinary. Just by looking at a talisman, he could conceive of a mechanical construct and even devise a feasible method to bring it to life. With that kind of thinking and execution, if he isn't impressive, who is? Yu mused to himself for a moment, then said, Senior brother, the flow of spiritual energy in this sword technique works like this. You can place your hand on mine to feel it. Shin reached out without hesitation. And so, the two of them studied together until late into the night. Time flies. Half a year flew by in the blink of an eye. On this day, the Immortal Tao Conference led by the 5 great immortal sects and hosted by the Ascendant Guild officially began. Naturally, the Immortal Tao Conference wasn't something that could be wrapped up in a day or two. It was divided into 2 parts. First, of course, was the joint contemplation by the Divine Stage and Fusion Stage cultivators from the major sects of the secret treasures obtained from the Blood Slaughter secret realm. This was the most time-consuming part. Numerous cultivators had to take turns in batches to study them. Second was the grand gathering for the younger generation below the Divine Stage. Of course, those at the Divine Stage and Fusion Stage who hadn't yet had their turn to study the secret treasures would also participate in this part. Some would even step onto the field themselves to offer guidance to anyone who caught their eye, regardless of which sect they belonged to. The venue was, naturally, once again set on 100 Peaks Mountain, where the plaza was spacious enough. However, the various sects had quite a few complaints about the venue's setup. The Ascendant Guild is, after all, one of the Big 5. Why is such a grand event so shabby? You're absolutely right. It's bare, not even a single colorful flag or ribbon. This is way too unimpressive. This setup doesn't even hold a candle to our Solar Guild's sect competition. I heard the Ascendant Guild handed the responsibility of organizing this conference to a Foundation Stage disciple. How arrogant is that? I know, it's that guy who supposedly dominated the entire immortal demon battlefield. What was his name again? Should I think he is a mechanical engineer? Everyone says he slaughtered his way through the demon hordes and even killed a bunch of soul stage cultivators, but I don't buy it. He probably has some powerful mechanical devices bestowed upon him by his elders. Sigh, just looking at this Immortal Tao Grand Assembly, this young disciple hasn't organized it very well. There isn't even any tea or fruit. That's right. Even though we've all given up eating, attending such a grand event without having something to drink or eat just doesn't feel quite right. We'd better bring our own provisions, fellow Taoist. Here, try some of my homemade wine. You're too kind, fellow Taoist. Try this spiritual fruit my disciple offered as a token of respect. Each of the 5 great sects had sent about 500 representatives, and the smaller sects combined numbered over 2,000, bringing the total number of cultivators present to approximately 5,000. Even though some were communicating via telepathy, once the rest began to discuss things, the place became a raucous hubbub. Moreover, to the ears of those with higher cultivation levels, every word was crystal clear. Due east, in the Ascendant Guild's area. Many disciples looked quite awkward. At the very top, the peak master of Tianbing Peak couldn't help but say to Gongshu beside him, Junior brother, what is going on here? Logically speaking, that Kitshin has such a unique way of thinking. Why didn't he think to set up the venue? Even if he didn't think of it, didn't you, as his master, remind him even a little? Gongshu remained as steady as a mountain, smiling calmly. Senior brother, you don't need to worry about this. It'll save you from being humiliated later. Oh? Could there be other plans? The peak master of Tianbing Peak asked in surprise. Several other peak masters nearby also turned their gaze toward him. But before Gongshu could speak, Xiaoran, who was usually the most aloof, suddenly interjected, although, given my personality, this simple and natural style best suits the spirit of the Immortal Tao Conference, I must say that Shin's arrangement might actually be better and more in line with your desire for vanity. If you can't speak properly, just shut up. The peak masters rolled their eyes in unison. Who likes to chase after vanity? It's all for the sake of the sect's reputation, isn't it? Gongshu said with a chuckle, has junior brother you already found out? Xiaoran nodded slightly. My daughter can't keep a secret. She couldn't help but describe it to me when she came home. Having said that, he hesitated slightly before adding, "Senior brother has taught a fine disciple. She will surely become a pillar of our sect in the future." Gongshu's weathered face immediately broke into a broad smile. To receive a compliment from the Peak Master of Blade Peak was no small feat. The Peak Master of Tianbing Peak tilted his head and blurted out, "Junior brother, are you planning to find a husband for that girl Ching'er? Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen you praise a junior." Xiaoran's expression stiffened for a moment before softening. He replied, "Cultivators speak of fate, lovers speak of the heart. How things develop depends entirely on the individuals involved." The implication was clear: I won't stand in their way, it's entirely up to them. Gongshu burst out laughing, Exactly. Let the younger generation figure things out for themselves. Why should we old-timers go looking for trouble? Come on. Junior brother, let us have a drink." Xiaoran raised his hand to decline. "I still have cultivation to do later, so I'll pass." Gongshu forcibly offered him a toast. "Hey, a little alcohol will be gone in an instant, and you can use your magical power to expel it, right? It won't interfere with your contemplation of the secret treasure." Xiaoran half resisted, half agreed, and drank a cup. Over there, as the sun rose high in the sky, a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds and spilled across the square. Suddenly, a powerful melody rang out. The drumbeat shifted from slow to fast, from light to heavy, instantly capturing everyone's attention. As the rhythm reached its peak, a figure, stepping on a board, glided gracefully into the arena and finally hovered right in the center. It was Shin. Fellow cultivators, seniors, hello, everyone. I am Shin, a disciple of the Ascendant Guild's Forge Peak. Holding a microphone-like amplification artifact, Shin introduced himself with confidence and poise. The reactions of those present varied. Those who knew Shin's true capabilities, such as those who had participated in the Immortal Demon War, smiled and nodded, their eyes brimming with admiration. Those seeing Shin for the first time, however, looked on with disdain. Of course, there was another group. Namely, the female cultivators from various sects and schools. Setting aside everything else, Shin's appearance truly caught their eye. They couldn't help but secretly admire him. What a handsome young man. Shin paused for a moment, scanned the room, and said, "Actually, I've been eavesdropping from the back for a while. The accusations and complaints from all of you, fellow cultivators and seniors, have really made me break out in a cold sweat. It's true, this is my first time hosting such a gathering. I lack experience, and some preparations were rushed. I haven't had time to present them properly yet. I can only ask for your forgiveness. Alright, enough small talk, let us get started. Since this is an Immortal Tao conference, while the elders contemplate the secret treasures, we younger generations must also demonstrate what we've learned, exchange ideas, and seek the great Tao together. So, I'll start by introducing the various sects and schools so everyone can get to know each other a bit better." First up, Shin deliberately dragged out the last syllable. Everyone in the hall was instantly captivated. Although everyone got along harmoniously and didn't place much importance on rankings. Since Shin was introducing so many sects, he naturally had to establish an order. This might not mean much, but anyone mentioned last would naturally feel a bit put off. So, how would Shin go about the introduction? Shin took a deep breath and said, "The first sect, Longxiang Pavilion." Whoosh! All eyes in the hall turned to Longxiang Pavilion. The disciples of the Dragon Soaring Pavilion immediately straightened their backs in silence, smiling and nodding as they gestured to those around them, though in reality, they were already drenched in sweat. The Dragon Soaring Pavilion wasn't particularly powerful within the sect. There was only one fusion stage cultivator, 5 divine stage cultivators, and over 1,000 disciples. At this level, in the cultivation world, they could only be described as average, neither outstanding nor weak. Being suddenly named first left them feeling genuinely uneasy. Especially since the glances some people cast their way carried a hint of disdain and contempt, making them feel as if they were sitting on pins and needles. As a result, they couldn't help but feel a bit resentful toward Shin. Couldn't you have started by introducing the 5 great sects? Why single us out first? In the center of the arena, Shin's lips curled slightly into a smile, and he suddenly clapped his hands. On the open ground in front of the Dragon Soaring Pavilion, the earth shifted, revealing a series of cylindrical containers buried deep underground. The next instant, accompanied by a whoosh crack, one dazzling firework after another burst into the air, visible with remarkable clarity even in broad daylight. Countless silk ribbons fluttered upward, making the cultivators of the dragon soaring pavilion look as though they'd just won the lottery. Seeing this scene, everyone fell silent. Wait, what on earth is going on? It's just the dragon soaring pavilion, this is a bit much, isn't it? Just then, Shin spoke up. Amid the rising fireworks and ribbons, Shin said in a bubbly voice, so, 1359 years ago, there was a young cultivator who, after enduring many hardships, finally joined a sect and learned the ways of cultivation. Alas, fate was unkind. After more than a decade of arduous cultivation, he still failed to condense his golden pill, was shunned by his fellow disciples, and was even expelled from the sect at one point due to differing philosophies. But he never gave up, declaring, though a dragon may lie hidden in shallow waters, one day it will break through the mist and soar to the ninth heaven. Having said that, he abandoned his solitary cultivation and went into battle alone, fighting demons and monsters for 30,000 days. Shin's voice grew more and more impassioned as he spoke, especially when he recited that verse with such fervor that it instantly stirred everyone's hearts, leaving them eager to hear what happened next. The disciples of Longshan Pavilion couldn't help but clench their fists tightly, their auras surging. Shin waved his hand dramatically. On that day, the demons poured out in droves and attacked once more. On that day, we were in the midst of a shift change, and our defenses were weakened. On that day, he defended the city to the death, fighting for 7 days and 7 nights, and ultimately broke through to the Dan stage and reached the Ying stage, amassing 21 core stage demon heads and exactly 3 soul stage demon heads. From that day forward, he pierced the mist and soared through the heavens, fought dragons in the wild, slew demons and evil spirits, and advanced straight to the Union stage. Some may ask, who exactly was this heroic figure? None other than the founding master of the Longshan Pavilion, Longshan Jinrun himself. Clang no gong sounded, yet everyone felt as though a gong had resounded deep within their hearts, shaking the very depths of their souls. After a long moment of silence, the crowd erupted in a thunderous roar. Bravo! Everyone clapped their hands vigorously, cheering for Shin's narration and for the indomitable Longshan Jinrun, who had fought so valiantly 1,000 years ago. At that moment, any trace of contempt or disdain some had harbored toward the Longshan Pavilion vanished completely, replaced entirely by deep respect. Just then, 5 male cultivators and 5 female cultivators glided into the hall. The former wore black robes with a white automaton wolf emblem embroidered on their chests, the latter wore white dresses with a black automaton wolf emblem embroidered on their chests. Behind the 10 of them followed 10 automaton wolves, their backs laden with various items. There was tea, wine, fruits, and snacks. Upon reaching the cultivators of the Dragon Soaring Pavilion, one of the female cultivators smiled warmly, raised her hand, and tossed an object into the air. It unfurled on its own, revealing a brocaded banner. Inscribed upon it in gold were 3 large characters, Dragon Soaring Pavilion. The female cultivator bowed and said, "We apologize for keeping you waiting, esteemed seniors." As he spoke, he and the others handed the food and drink one by one to the people from the Dragon Soaring Pavilion. Faced with such an ordinary yet gracious reception, the disciples of the Dragon Soaring Pavilion were all flattered and overwhelmed. Even though the lowest ranked among them was at the late foundation establishment stage, and the one offering the items was merely a low-level chi cultivation cultivator, they all instinctively stood up and politely accepted the tea and fruits. After the 10 disciples from the Ascendant Guild had left, they were still somewhat dazed, unable to suppress the surging emotions within them. For some reason, they suddenly felt incredibly proud. As a result, the look in their eyes as they gazed at Shin was instantly filled with goodwill. And it wasn't just them. At this point, the other sects could no longer sit idly by. One by one, they stared at Shin with anticipation, hoping he would call out their sect's name next. After all, when a sect gains fame, they share in that glory. Who wouldn't want to proudly proclaim their sect's glorious history in front of the entire cultivation world? On the high platform, numerous fusion stage cultivators had gathered, silently awaiting their chance to comprehend the secret treasure. They had all been meditating with their eyes closed, hoping to be in peak condition when the time came to comprehend the secret treasure. But at that moment, they all awoke one after another, their faces filled with astonishment. One of the middle-aged fusion stage cultivators addressed an elderly man from a distance. "Fellow Daoist, I never imagined you had such a past, and I certainly didn't expect that even the younger generation still remembers it today. How rare, truly rare." True Immortal Long Xiang waved his hand and said, "It's just an old story from long ago, nothing worth mentioning, nothing worth mentioning." Though he said this, he could no longer suppress the smile playing at the corners of his mouth. At the same time, the look in his eyes and the expression on his face as he gazed at Shin were exceptionally gentle, even bordering on benevolence. And when Shin spoke again, he could no longer hold back. Shin said, "Though I am but a humble and unworthy individual, I have been entrusted by the sect master with the honor of presiding over this immortal Tao assembly. Logically speaking, I should arrange the order of contemplation fairly and impartially. However, having witnessed the ferocity of the demons and monsters, I hold the utmost respect for Senior Longxiang. Therefore, I ask that you all allow me a little self-interest. The very first spot in this first batch to meditate on the mystic treasure goes to Senior Longxiang. If anyone has any grievances, they stem from my own bias, please forgive me for that." As soon as he finished speaking, there was no dissent from the entire assembly. True Master Longxiang burst into laughter, rose to his feet, and said, "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Upon hearing my disciple's report of the battle, this old man had thought it might be an exaggeration. "Seeing you today, Shin of the Ascendant Guild, you are indeed a dragon lying in its nest and a phoenix with fledgling feathers. My resources are limited, so today I shall bestow upon you a life-saving divine ability." With that, he extended a finger and shot a beam of light that burrowed into Shin's brow. Shin immediately sensed a phantom little dragon appear in his sea of consciousness. Once activated, it could unleash terrifying power. "Thank you, Senior," Shin said, clasping his hands in a bow. On the surface, he appeared calm, but inwardly, Shin couldn't help but roll his eyes. A dragon lying in its nest, a phoenix with fledgling feathers? A lying dragon, fledgling phoenix? Surely that wasn't an insult. Clearing his throat, Shin met the expectant gazes of the entire audience and continued his introduction. And so, with each sect he introduced, he would also recount its glorious deeds and defining moments. Without exception, this brought beaming smiles and looks of pride to the faces of the disciples from each sect. Not to mention, Shin would also announce the candidates selected to study the secret treasures, which delighted the bigwigs as well. As a result, Shin received a steady stream of gifts. Magical treasures, elixirs, talismans, and so on, everything imaginable. All of them came from fusion stage masters, and every single item was exceptionally powerful. Such unexpected windfalls were something Shin hadn't anticipated. Soon, the first batch of 12 people selected to study the secret treasures had been chosen, all of them fusion stage cultivators. They immediately set off together for the back mountain to begin their study of the secret treasures. Of course, Shin's introductions and selections continued, sparking wave after wave of cheers and applause. In a corner of the audience, a young girl, her face full of innocence, looked up and asked, "Master, when will that big brother introduce our Zixia sect?" Hearing this, the old man looked awkward and replied, "Well, perhaps soon. Or perhaps it won't be introduced at all." The old man didn't voice this thought, seemingly unwilling to disappoint his young disciple right away and perhaps harboring a sliver of hope himself. After all, though the Zixia sect had long been in decline, now reduced to just him, a divine stage cultivator, and a disciple he'd only recently taken in, it had once known its share of glory. The question was, did anyone still remember it? In truth, he didn't really care whether anyone remembered him or not. After all, the old guard had passed away, and the glory of the past had long since faded away. Mainly, he was wondering if he could snag a spot to study the secret treasure. The divine stage wasn't enough to found a sect, but if he could use the secret treasure to break through to the fusion stage, that would be a different story. Then, perhaps he could fulfill his long-held dream of rebuilding the Zixia sect. The sun was high in the sky. All 3 batches of fusion stage cultivators had already been selected, and it was now time to choose the divine stage cultivators. As Shin began to mention the divine stage cultivators from the sects that had already been introduced, the old man's face instantly filled with disappointment and despondency. It seemed the Zixiao sect would not be mentioned after all. But just then, Shen suddenly changed the subject and said, "Of the 12 spots in the first batch of divine stage cultivators, I have already selected 11. For the final spot, I'd like to introduce a rather special senior to everyone." Hearing this, everyone's curiosity was piqued. At this late stage, who could possibly be special? Shen raised his hand and pointed, saying, "This is Senior He Yang, the successor of the Zixiao sect." As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire hall was shaken. Everyone was asking, where did the Zixiao sect come from? And who is Senior He Yang? The only person in the hall who seemed lost in thought was the old man who had sneaked in alone with his young apprentice. The little girl clapped her hands happily. "Master, master! It's our turn." He Yang never expected to hear the words Zixiao sect or even his own name come from Shen's mouth. He was momentarily dazed, staring blankly at Shen. Until the little girl nudged him awake. "Master, master! That big brother is calling you." He Yang snapped back to his senses and hurriedly stood up as Shen called out. In an instant, all eyes in the hall turned toward him. When they saw that he was merely a divine stage cultivator, no one in the audience paid him any mind. Thanks to Shen's earlier actions, the atmosphere in the entire hall was now extremely harmonious, friendly, and respectful. There were no longer any looks of contempt toward other sects. Of course, while they went along with the crowd on the surface, whether they truly felt that way deep down was another matter. "Over here," Shen spoke in a resonant voice, "I imagine many of you are unfamiliar with the Zixiao sect, perhaps you've never even heard of it. But 20,000 years ago, the Zixiao sect was the undisputed #1 immortal sect." Upon hearing this, everyone looked somewhat incredulous. The #1 immortal sect 20,000 years ago? Why has it lost all its reputation by now? 20,000 years isn't that long in the cultivation world it shouldn't have fallen into such decline. Shin continued, "Some of you might be thinking, what is so special about that? We can't possibly give its successor a spot just because the Zixiao sect was once prosperous but has now fallen into decline, can we? Does that mean the weak are in the right? Well, let me tell you, the reason I'm granting Senior He Yang a spot is that the Zixiao sect was not only the human race's foremost immortal sect, but also its greatest contributor. It was the Zixiao sect that stepped forward when the human race was still prey to the savage demons of the wilderness, leading the people to carve out central plains and establish a firm foothold. It was the Zixiao sect that, when all beings were still in ignorance, widely scattered the seeds of immortality, ushering in the great age of cultivation. It was the Zixiao sect that, at the height of its power, withstood the counterattack of 80% of the demons and monsters, exhausting every last bit of the sect's resources. And it was the Zixiao sect that, in its years of decline, chose to disband the sect, sending all its disciples out across the 5 continents to slay demons and monsters for the sake of ordinary mortals and stabilize the realm. Moreover, the sect's founding patriarch, the Purple Shao ancestor, fought to the death against the then ruler of the demon clan, securing 20,000 years of relatively peaceful development for future generations. Tell me, do the descendants of such a sect deserve a spot? The entire hall fell silent. Then, a thunderous roar erupted from the crowd. Of course they're qualified. They're more than qualified. There has actually been a sect like this in history? Why has it never been recorded? What a grand vision, how magnificent! Amid the sea of murmurs, the frail and aged He Yang's vision began to blur. There are still people who remember the Zixiao sect's achievements. There were still people who cared so deeply about the Zixiao sect today. Ancestors, can you see this? Shen raised his hand and gestured, saying, "In that case, the 12th candidate for this first batch of divine stage cultivators shall be Senior He Yang. I deeply regret not having been born in the same era as the Zixiao sect's forebears. This is the only way I can express my respect. Senior He Yang, please step forward." Hearing this, He Yang slowly rose to his feet and clasped his hands in a bow, saying, "Thank you, thank you." Shen smiled and replied, "There is no need to thank me, it is we, the later generations, who should be thanking the Zixiao sect's forebears for their contributions." As he spoke, he noticed He Yang seemed to be holding back something. A glance into his eyes was all it took for Shen to understand. So he said, "Senior, please go with peace of mind. I'll take care of this little junior sister." He Yang wasn't one for words and could only keep thanking Shin repeatedly. Finally, he handed the little girl who looked to be no more than 10 years old over to Shin. Just as Shin was about to hand the girl over to you for temporary care, he heard her tilt her head up and ask, "Big brother, do we not have fireworks to watch or snacks to eat at our Zixia sect?" Shin was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled, "Yes, of course there are." With that, he sent a telepathic message to his subordinates. In an instant, a burst of fireworks shot into the sky, dazzlingly brilliant. At the same time, you quickly stepped onto the stage, took the little girl's hand, and said, "Little sister, come with me. I've got lots of yummy treats over here." "Really? Thank you, big sister, and thank you, big brother." The little girl was overjoyed and followed you off the stage. Shin watched the little girl, and for some reason, his mood inexplicably lifted. Immediately before resuming the selection process, he sent a telepathic message to his master, "Master, please look out for Senior He Yang. Afterward, try your best to keep them both master and disciple here." Gongshu asked in astonishment, "Why? Why are you so concerned about them?" "I have my own reasons. I'll explain after the tournament is over." "All right." Gongshu, who had also been selected for the first batch, agreed, though he was at a loss for words. Sometimes he really wanted to say. As a mighty divine stage cultivator, he seemed like an innocent child in front of his own disciple. Not only could he not fathom what his disciple was thinking, but he couldn't guess his intentions either. Wasn't this a complete reversal of roles? After silently grumbling to himself, Gongshu adjusted his expression and walked toward He Yang with a beaming smile. After revealing his identity as Master Shin's disciple, he quickly struck up a rapport with He Yang. Soon, divine stage cultivators from other sects gathered around them as well, engaging in lively conversation. The conversation naturally turned to Shin. Xianghua Sengu, an old acquaintance, remarked, "It's been half a year since we last met, and Shin has become even more composed. He has really won my heart." Gongshu froze upon hearing this. "Wait, sis, who are you? Don't tell me you're trying to date someone much younger?" Elder Chen silently transmitted a message, introducing the divine stage cultivators present to Gongshu, who hadn't left home in years and had no experience with socializing among peers. He specifically pointed out Immortal Lady Qianghua and Pang Hui, two individuals who harbored ulterior motives toward Shen. Gongshu immediately replied, "Immortal Lady, your praise is undeserved. This humble disciple has made a spectacle of himself." Immortal Lady Qianghua laughed, "It's not a spectacle at all, it's truly eye-opening. Tell me, which foundation stage cultivator could speak so eloquently in front of thousands of people whose cultivation levels surpass their own, and preside over the assembly so methodically? Fellow Daoist Gongshu, since you consider Shen a foolish disciple, why not just hand him over to me?" Gongshu was instantly at a loss for words. How could she try to snatch his disciple right in front of everyone like that? Were all members of the Taoist immortal sect this unconventional? Just then, Pang Hui also said, "Fellow Daoist Gongshu, after this is over, you'll have to take Shen out for a proper drinking session with me." Fellow Taoist Pang, what do you mean by that?" Gongshu asked. "You and your disciple are the hallmaster and deputy hallmaster of Forge Peak, and I'm here on a sect mission. Shouldn't we sit down, have a proper drink, and chat?" "Oh, I see. Then I'll definitely join you. I'll definitely join you." Upon hearing "I'll definitely join you," Elder Chen, standing nearby, immediately rolled his eyes. "What else with the 'I'll definitely join you'? What about the people from other sects? A divine stage cultivator, a distinguished sect elder and the head of the main hall, how could he be less socially mature and seasoned than his own disciple? Does he need to be taught not to make promises lightly?" Elder Chen simply couldn't stand it anymore, so he immediately seized the floor and began speaking to the crowd. Meanwhile, in the hall, Shin continued to arrange the subsequent batches and candidates. Although there were far more divine stage cultivators than fusion stage ones, since the sects had already been introduced for the most part and no further elaboration was needed, the process moved very quickly. Before long, Shin said with a smile, The banquet for our seniors has already begun, now it's our turn, the younger generation. At the Immortal Tao Conference, we must naturally discuss the Tao and the ways of the immortals. Though I am but a humble disciple, as the host, I shall take the lead and set the example. Upon hearing these words, Yu, Xiao, Wang, and the rest of the Forge Peak staff instantly perked up, ready to take the stage. Meanwhile, members of the other sects looked on with curiosity, eager to see how this legendary disciple of the Ascendant Guild who commanded the entire venue would set the example on behalf of his own sect. Meanwhile, after Shin finished speaking, he silently recalled in his mind the charisma and rhetoric of CEOs and business leaders from his past life during press conferences, quickly adjusting his state of mind. Immortal Tao Conference? Forge Peak Press Conference. Let this show begin. Shin declared in a resonant voice, perhaps you've already gathered from my words, actions, and choices just now that I, as a person, place greater importance on what others might consider ordinary sects. Or to put it bluntly, a weak sect I care quite a bit. Part of the reason is that when I learned I'd be in charge of this Immortal Tao Conference, I was so afraid of messing things up that I crammed at the last minute. I couldn't sleep for nights on end, poring over ancient texts day after day and memorizing the glorious histories of various sects. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but smile kindly. Being fully in charge of such a grand event is, for a foundation stage disciple, undoubtedly a mountain of pressure. Shin paused for a moment before continuing, on the other hand, it's because of a tiny, insignificant little dream of my own. Upon hearing this, everyone present was instantly filled with curiosity. What does your personal little dream have to do with your concern for the weaker sects? And what does it have to do with this Immortal Tao Conference? Aren't you supposed to be setting an example as a representative of the Ascendant Guild? How does this tie in? Not only were cultivators at the foundation stage, core stage, and soul stage puzzled, but even the divine stage cultivators waiting in line to gain insights from the secret treasures turned their gaze toward him. Whether they were puzzled or simply curious, everyone couldn't help but eagerly await Shin's next words. Shin continued, I'm ashamed to say, my dream is somewhat childish and naive. It stems from what I've seen and heard since I was a child. I've witnessed demons and monsters slaughtering villages and towns, and I've seen cultivators fighting to the death. This planted a thought in my heart, in this lifetime, I must seek the way of immortality, climb to the pinnacle, and restore a peaceful world for all sentient beings. But when I actually began my cultivation and started to understand the world of immortal cultivation, I felt more and more that this idea of mine was so ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Shin spoke those last 4 words with absolute conviction. Yet no one found fault with it. In fact, they deeply agreed. In fact, who among those present hadn't harbored such aspirations in their youth? But the problem was that the path to immortality was arduous, and demons and monsters were ruthless. Even if one were to reach the pinnacle, how could one truly achieve such a feat? Just as Shin had previously described regarding the Zixiao sect, didn't even the founding patriarch of such an unparalleled immortal sect ultimately fade into the dust of history? No matter how formidable one's personal strength may be, isn't that the limit of what one can achieve? History has already proven that individual power is insignificant in the face of the broader situation. Simply maintaining the current status quo is already no easy feat. This is precisely why the cultivation world has united as one to stand together against the demons and monsters. Everyone silently watched Shin, waiting for him to continue. Since Shin himself had said that this ambition was utterly ridiculous, there must have been a change of heart. Shin took a deep breath and said, so, I adjusted my dream. I no longer obsess over pursuing personal greatness, but instead seek a path that empowers all sentient beings to protect themselves. At first, I naively believed that as long as I could guide all sentient beings in the world onto the path of cultivation, that would be enough. But later, while researching ancient texts, I learned that someone had already done this. He was the founding patriarch of the Zixiao sect I mentioned earlier. He taught without discrimination and widely disseminated immortal arts. For all of you here, if you trace the lineage of your sects back far enough, their origins may well lie in the Zixiao sect. At that moment, I was overcome with despair. Talent varies, and the path to immortality has its barriers. If even a peerless figure like the Purple Shao Patriarch couldn't achieve it, what right did I have to think I could? Realizing this, I suffered greatly during that period. At one point, I even considered leaving the sect to live as a mindless layman. But that was when I met my master. Shen's tone suddenly rose. This caused the entire audience's gaze to instantly turn to Gongshu. When the candidates had been introduced earlier, everyone already knew he was Shen's master. Gongshu was taken somewhat by surprise. Was this about him too? Shen said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. After becoming my master's disciple, my dream which had nearly died rose from the ashes. I saw a path leading to the heavens. I've mastered mechanical arts. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the hall grew somewhat awkward. Gearcraft, is that the path to the heavens? For cultivators, the ultimate goal of refining qi is to attain enlightenment and ascend. And within this process, there is another progression that allows cultivators to explore step by step. That progression is craftsmanship, spells, laws, and the great Tao. Pills, arrays, talismans, and artifacts including gearcraft are techniques. Spells cast based on one's own immortal arts are magical arts. The path one comprehends for oneself begins as a law and, upon sublimation, becomes the Great Way. Therefore, doesn't the art of gearcraft have little to do with the Great Way? It is merely a medium for cultivators to validate what they have learned, yet it cannot nourish their cultivation. Shen had anticipated this and said, please do not misunderstand. The Great Way I speak of is not one that allows one to ascend to immortality, but rather a great way that transforms the state of the world and enables all sentient beings to live peaceful lives. And this is my dream of rising from the ashes. The dream of arming all sentient beings with gearcraft and using gearcraft to overthrow demons and monsters. As his words fell, the entire hall fell silent. Some were still somewhat perplexed, but many looked visibly moved. What a vast, soul-stirring dream this was. We cultivators should embrace this very mindset in our cultivation. Alchemy, artifact forging, and gearcraft, none of that matters. What matters is having this philosophy. Down below, Yu and the others silently clenched their fists. They knew Shen would deliver a passionate speech, but they weren't entirely sure what he would say. This was also the first time they heard Shen articulate his dream in his own words. Now that I understand senior brother Shen's aspirations, it's completely clear to me it's no surprise at all that he has achieved such greatness. You said, his face full of admiration. Xiao sighed with emotion. Yes, while we were still competing and squabbling over trivial matters, senior brother Shen's eyes were already fixed on the distant future. His spirit has soared to the 9 heavens, surveying the current state of the immortal cultivation realm and contemplating the future of all sentient beings. We fall far short of such a broad perspective. Wang clenched his fists tightly. That is how a man should be. To think I once targeted senior brother Shen over some petty gain and pride. Looking back now, it was utterly foolish and utterly stupid. Zhang was completely spellbound. He couldn't help but recall his original motivation for learning gearcraft. It seemed there really hadn't been one to begin with. He simply joined Forge Peak out of sheer helplessness back then. He even felt his future was hopeless. Now, hearing Shen's speech, he suddenly felt as if he'd been jolted awake. It wasn't gearcraft that was worthless, it was himself, devoid of any dreams. As long as one has lofty aspirations, any skill can unleash earth-shattering power. Just like senior brother Shen. On the high platform, the many divine stage cultivators all fell silent. Faced with Shen's somewhat naive speech and his so-called dreams, these seasoned veterans instinctively felt an urge to laugh. Yet, they couldn't quite bring themselves to do so, and so they remained silent. Was Shen's dream really that laughable? A mere fantasy, one that remains unfulfilled without action, is laughable no matter how eloquently it's presented. But if it could be realized, it would be absolutely worthy of respect. So, could Shen make it happen? Recalling the merit Shen had earned during the War of Immortals and Demons, the divine stage members were instantly shaken. It seemed that the likelihood of Shen realizing his dream was very high. This wasn't mere speculation or conjecture, it was a fact unfolding before their eyes. With all eyes on him, Shen said in a deep voice, having set my sights on my dream, I begun working toward it. I pored over the Gearcraft classics, I contemplated the future of Gearcraft, and I tested its limitless possibilities. Ultimately, I distilled a fundamental principle. That is, apart from oneself, absolutely everything is merely a tool. Elixirs are tools, magical artifacts are tools, formations are tools, and talismans are tools. Even mana is a tool utilized by cultivators. And mechanical devices, which are inherently tools, are naturally tools as well. If that is the case, why shouldn't gearcraft be made widely accessible? If that is the case, why not find a way to eliminate the barriers to using mechanical devices, so that everyone, even ordinary mortals, can use them with ease? Through this line of thinking, I have defined my ultimate, concrete dream: to enable everyone to use mechanical devices. Ultimately, to reach a point where even a commoner can control mechanical devices to obliterate Haiti, Deshang, or even immortals. Boom! Those words seemed to touch upon some taboo. A muffled clap of thunder suddenly erupted high in the sky, causing everyone's expressions to change dramatically. To let a commoner rely on mechanical devices to obliterate an immortal? This is nothing short of a fairy tale, a delusional fantasy. Even if there were a feasible method, the difficulty of achieving it would be absolutely off the charts. Is this a dream a human can even have? Is this an ambition a mere foundation stage cultivator can harbor? Never mind the foundation stage. Even if a divine stage or fusion stage cultivator present here were to utter such words, they'd surely be mocked for 10,000 years. Yet, looking at the young man's resolute face, no one felt the urge to mock him. Instead, they were filled with an inexplicable sense of awe. For some reason, when Shin spoke these words, they carried a conviction that was hard to resist. Perhaps Shin couldn't do it yet, and perhaps he still wouldn't be able to do it even hundreds of years from now, but there was a strong sense that one day, Shin would indeed make it happen. On the high platform, numerous divine stage cultivators exchanged silent glances. Finally, Elder Chen spoke. "Junior brother Gongshu, this disciple of yours truly leaves one in awe." If anyone else had said such a thing, they would have been thrown off the stage long ago. No one else could even utter such words. If any junior disciple at the foundation stage were asked to declare in public that he would surely attain the nascent soul stage in the future, he'd likely stammer and be unable to speak. But Shin possesses a conviction that is truly awe-inspiring. Even if he were to make claims as high as the heavens, no one would dismiss them as nonsense or empty boasts. Whenever I think of the mechanical contraptions he has crafted in his performance on the immortal demon battlefield, I can't help but feel that one day in the future, today's bold words will surely come true. Gongshu murmured, "Yes, compared to him, my own dreams as his master seem so insignificant. He keeps saying that I showed him the path to the heavens, but little did I know that it was actually he who enlightened me, causing my cultivation and gearcraft to advance by leaps and bounds. To have such a disciple is truly a blessing I, Gongshu, have earned through countless lifetimes of cultivation." Immortal Qianhua sighed, "Why don't I have a disciple like that?" Peng Hui said regretfully, "If only the disciples of my solar guild had even a tenth of Shin's ambition and achievements." Others, such as Master Xia Dan and Qin Wunyan, also looked on with admiration. Suddenly, a childish voice rang out. It was the little girl from the Zixiao sect, who had been wolfing down food. She shouted, "Big brother! I believe in you. You can definitely do it." Because Ningning has a similar dream. Ningning's dream is for everyone to have enough to eat and never go hungry. Such innocent words brought a knowing smile to everyone's faces. Shin couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Great! Then let us work hard together and see who can make their dream come true first." All eyes in the arena turned toward them. The little girl, her mouth full of pastry crumbs, shyly lowered her head. You felt a surge of tenderness and wiped the crumbs from the corner of her mouth, saying, "Take your time eating, there's plenty more if you need it." The little girl nodded happily, glancing at the calm and composed young man in the center of the arena as she ate, etching his figure deeply into her memory. In the center of the arena. Shin paused for a moment before continuing. "Some might think my dream is rather arrogant and unrealistic, while others might wonder, what does this have to do with today's Immortal Path Conference? As the saying goes, it's unwise to work in isolation. So next, I will demonstrate my achievements to set the stage and kick off the first day's grand discourse at this Immortal Path Conference. I hope fellow practitioners and elders from other sects who cultivate gearcraft will not hesitate to offer their guidance. Attendants, bring it on." No sooner had the words left his mouth Then the female disciples of Forge Peak who had been waiting in readiness immediately took the stage in an orderly fashion, though each of them was empty-handed. Although this was somewhat puzzling, the sight of over 100 strikingly beautiful female disciples, all dressed in uniform, still caught everyone's eye. Shen then said, "First, we present the first batch of mechanical creations." In fact, many of the fellow cultivators and elders here have already seen these. They are the automaton wolf and mana gatling that shone brilliantly on the immortal demon battlefield. And the ones who just served you tea and refreshments were none other than the automaton wolves. Upon hearing this, the 10 female disciples immediately summoned 10 automaton wolves from their inventory bags. Each automaton wolf had a mana gatling mounted on its back. Seeing this, one of the divine stage members on the high platform remarked, "We've all seen this before, so let us skip it. It's about time to prepare for the meditation on the secret treasures." Yeah, I need to sit in meditation and catch my breath. That thunderclap just now really gave me a scare. No sooner had these words been spoken than the scene suddenly changed. Shen then said, "Some might say, these are all mechanical creations we've seen before. What else there to show? Our sect has even purchased and studied them." Fellow cultivators and elders who think this way, please don't worry. Next up is the demonstration of the Automaton Wolf 2.0's capabilities. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 10 Koan cultivators controlling the automaton wolves in the arena simply activated them and immediately stepped aside. Then, the 10 automaton wolves began moving on their own, speaking in human voices as they clashed in a fierce battle. "Brothers, my master said I must win today at all costs. Please give me some leeway." "Give you leeway? What happens to me then? One tea, my master beat me senseless when I get back? Enough chatter, let us fight." Hey, let us not ruin the harmony. We're all family here. The main point is to demonstrate our capabilities for the Deputy Hall Master. The voices were all different with distinct tones and completely different personalities. Then, the 10 automaton wolves began sparring with each other in a lively manner. The scene wasn't particularly intense, nor were the fighting techniques particularly flashy. But it left everyone present completely dumbfounded. Wait, how could these automaton wolves even speak? Never mind that they could speak, why did they seem just as intelligent as humans? Could it be that each one had absorbed the soul of a great demon wolf, or developed sentience on its own? How could that be possible? Mechanical creations that have fused with the soul of a great demon wolf or developed sentience, the former are valued somewhere between a magic artifact and a spiritual treasure, while the latter are even rarer and more precious than ordinary spiritual treasures. How could a mere foundation stage disciple from the Ascendant Guild possibly produce 10 of them so easily? This is absurd. On the high platform, the divine stage cultivators, who had been about to prepare for their contemplation of the secret treasure, all turned around in astonishment. As they gazed at the lifelike automaton wolf in the center of the arena, they were all left speechless. Especially those from sects that had personally witnessed and purchased Shen's automaton wolf, their eyes widened in disbelief. Precisely because they had seen and purchased it, they had already studied the automaton wolf quite thoroughly. The automaton wolf was indeed formidable to a certain extent. It could obey simple commands from its operator. But it was nowhere near as terrifying as the one Shen had just unveiled. How was this any different from a real wolf demon? Immortal Qianghua smiled wryly. Just how much more does this Shen have up his sleeve? Why is it that every time he reveals a little more, even I, at the divine stage, am left speechless with awe? Fellow Daoist Gongshu, please explain what exactly is this automaton wolf 2.0 all about? Master Xia Dan also chimed in, exactly. If my divine sense hadn't told me that there is no wolf soul inside this automaton wolf, nor any spiritual fluctuations, I would thought it was a beast soul mechanism or even a spirit treasure level mechanical creation. Fellow Daoist Gongshu, as Shen's master, you must know a lot. What is really going on here? And most importantly, how much does it cost? As a divine stage alchemist of the Danxia Immortal sect, Alchemist Xia had every reason to be anxious, whether from the sect's perspective or his own. This was because such mechanical creations were of paramount importance to alchemists. Alchemists primarily refine elixirs to aid cultivation and heal injuries. The combat-enhancing benefits of this craft pale in comparison to those of professions like artifact smiths and array masters. Mechanical creations, however, could clearly make up for this shortcoming. If Shin's version 2.0 automaton wolf could be mass-produced, it would be an immense boon to alchemists. As long as it's equipped with firepower commensurate with their own strength, the notion that alchemists are weaker in combat than other cultivators would be a thing of the past. Hearing this, Gongshu chuckled, "Fellow Daiwas Xia, you're joking. Though I am your master, when it comes to gearcraft, I'm actually your disciple these days. All of this is Shin's work. I have no merit whatsoever. As for the price, fellow Daoist, don't worry, Shin will explain it." Alchemist Xia nodded and couldn't help but urge, "Shin, how much are you selling this automaton wolf for?" That single sentence instantly roused the previously silent venue. In an instant, earth-shaking gasps filled the air. "Wait, the automaton wolf my master bought looks exactly like this. How come there is such a huge difference? Look, those Kuan cultivators aren't controlling them at all. The automaton wolves are fighting entirely on their own. Wow, now I truly believe Shin can make his dream come true. A creation like this is simply masterful." Exactly. Look, each of these automaton wolves is basically at the foundation stage or higher on its own. A few of them working together could definitely take down a foundation stage cultivator in an instant. Most importantly, they don't require any additional human control at all. As long as the mana crystals keep flowing, they can fight non-stop. Just imagine if a mere mortal got their hands on an automaton wolf like this, wouldn't they instantly possess foundation stage combat power? Whoa! Holy cow! I used to think that even if Shin wanted to realize his dream, even just to get a glimpse of it, it would take decades or even centuries. But I never expected he'd already mastered it. To be honest, his automaton wolf feels way easier to use than my own beast companion. It's so obedient and never gets tired. Roar! The tiger mount, about the size of a kitten, let out a disgruntled protest at its master's words. Then it fixed its gaze on the automaton wolf in the center of the arena, its eyes growing increasingly fierce and disdainful. As if to say, how can a pile of cold, lifeless metal even be compared to me? In the arena. Shin bowed his fist toward Master Xiaodan and said, "Senior, discussing money on an occasion like this is a bit tacky. Today, I'm here solely to showcase gearcraft and exchange experiences with fellow cultivators. However, I'll set up some exhibition booths around the perimeter shortly. During the break, everyone can go take a look. There will be staff on hand to provide detailed product introductions and explain our promotional offers." As Shin spoke, a Forge Peak disciple on the other side of the audience area tossed out a spherical object. The sphere rapidly expanded, quickly forming a display stand 6 or 7 meters in diameter, upon which numerous exhibits were arranged. There was even an exhibit where an automaton wolf had been disassembled and reassembled using magical techniques, allowing visitors to see its internal structure in its entirety. This sight instantly drew many people's attention. They craned their necks to get a better look, eager to go over and admire it to their heart's content. Of course, some had other ideas in mind. In the area adjacent to the Longshan Pavilion, a young cultivator stood up and said, "Fellow Daoist, Shin's gearcraft is truly breathtaking. I just wonder how practical it really is and whether it can live up to your so-called world-shaking dream." Oh, someone else looking for trouble? Great, finally someone else come to pick a fight. Shin's face lit up with delight. When he first planned the entire event, he'd been a bit torn about whether to proceed this way. For the sake of his sect's reputation, he naturally had to express goodwill and respect toward other sects. This would also help him make a good impression and build rapport, which would facilitate future business deals. But there was one issue he hadn't fully considered. Namely, if the atmosphere became too harmonious, there'd be no opportunity to showcase the outstanding quality of the automaton wolf. He certainly couldn't have several automaton wolves actually fighting each other with real weapons, could he? That wouldn't be very visually compelling, and it might even look like a staged performance. The best solution would be for someone to challenge him to a duel out of dissatisfaction. That was why he'd been emphasizing earlier that he was merely throwing out a brick to attract jade, aiming to exchange experiences with everyone. Now, that person has finally appeared. How could Shin not be delighted? Esteemed fellow cultivator, Shin was just about to speak when he heard you whisper, "Senior brother, this person is from the Lu family, a renowned cultivator clan in Central Plains. They might not mean well. First, because you didn't introduce them earlier, and second, rumors have been circulating since the end of the Great War between immortals and demons. They say the Lu family is nothing in front of you, senior brother, and that you're destined to surpass that old patriarch of the Lu family, the one hailed as the reviver of gearcraft." Shin. Is that even a thing? Who would have nothing better to do than spread such rumors? I do indeed have the lofty ambition to surpass all gearcraft masters, but that doesn't mean I look down on other gearcraft masters. Shin asked. Hearing this, you replied via telepathy, looking a bit embarrassed. The source of the rumor might have been something I said to my brothers and sisters in the Demon Suppression Special Forces back then. Back then, senior brother, you had just wiped out a bunch of soul stage beings. During our chat afterward, I mentioned that the Lu family's revival patriarch wasn't a match for you when he was weaker, Shin? Wow, so the culprit was actually one of our own. Shin shook his head and chuckled. Oh well, it's no big deal anyway. So he said to the young man, "Fellow Taoist, it's a pleasure to meet you. I hadn't received word that the Lu family of Zhengzhou would be sending representatives. My apologies for the oversight." Lu replied with a forced smile, "That's no problem. Please enlighten me, fellow Taoist Shin, how can this automaton wolf possibly live up to your grand ambitions?" Shin countered, "Fellow Taoist, what kind of mechanical creation do you think would be worthy of my ambitions?" Lu chuckled, "Though I don't know why your automaton wolf is so lifelike, think about it from another angle. How is it any different from a wolf demon spirit pet? Setting combat power aside, rather than spending a fortune on a cold mechanical creation, wouldn't it be better to raise a real wolf demon spirit pet from a cub? That would offer more warmth and potential, wouldn't it? So, a mere demonstration meant for amusement is nothing to speak of. Since this is the Immortal Tao Conference today, and as you just said, Taoist Shin, the purpose is to exchange experiences with mechanical artisans from across the land. Why not test your skills against me?" Hearing these words, Shin almost couldn't help himself. He stepped forward to shake hands with this Lu. There really are more good people in this world. Just when you're sleepy, someone hands you a pillow. Shin said in a loud voice, "Excellent. The Lu family of Central Plains is renowned far and wide. I've long admired their reputation and have been eager to witness their prowess for myself. Brother Taoist, today you and I will treat everyone to a showdown of mechanical creations to kick off this Immortal Tao Conference." Lu smiled proudly. Agreed. With that, he leaped onto the arena, summoning an automaton shaped like a ferocious tiger, and said, "As a mid-golden core cultivator, my finest creations can already rival those of the core stage, so I won't bring them out just to bully you. Today, I'll compete against you with this mechanical tiger I crafted during the foundation stage. If you manage to defeat me, then I, the Lu, will publicly acknowledge today that your deercraft prowess, Shin, far surpasses my own. If you can't beat me, then you'll have to take back those ridiculous remarks and admit that you still need to humbly learn from the elders of the Lu family. How does that sound? That's a pretty sneaky move." Shin shook his head and chuckled, "If I win, why wouldn't that mean my gearcraft skills are better than those of your Lu family?" Lu's expression darkened. How can a personal contest represent the entire Lu family? What? Do you really think your gearcraft skills have already far surpassed those of everyone in the Lu family? Shin waved his hand, "Of course not, I was just saying. Come on, brother Taoist, let us not waste any more time." With that, he summoned the 10 automaton wolves that the Forge Peak disciples had used for their demonstration to his side. Then he said, "Brother Taoist, a tiger roams alone, while a pack of wolves works together. My 10 automaton wolves against your single mechanical tiger, that's fair, isn't it?" Lu's eye twitched. How shameless. He hurriedly replied, "There is no room for 2 tigers on one mountain unless one is male and one is female. My mechanical tigers come as a pair, that's perfectly reasonable, isn't it?" Before he could finish speaking, he released another automaton. The 2 mechanical tigers, one slightly larger, the other slightly smaller, did indeed fit the description of a male and a female pair. However, this had the audience in stitches. Good grief, They're all automatons. Where did all these realistic claims come from? Ha ha ha. They're really going at it now. What a show. With wolves and tigers battling it out today, who'll come out on top? Shen really has some nerve, claiming the wolf pack works together. Lu isn't far behind either. Good grief, can his male and female pair even produce tiger cubs? It's a bit abstract, but I think Lu will win after all. He is already a renowned mechanical engineer in Central Plains. Shen isn't half bad either. I've heard he has even slain soul stage demons before. You don't know the whole story. He used a different kind of single-use mechanical creation to slay those soul stage demons, not this automaton wolf or that weird mana gatling. I see. In that case, Shen's chances are probably pretty slim. Disciples from various sects were delighted to watch the spectacle, chattering away as they speculated on who had the upper hand. Shen stood in the center of the arena, a look of contemplation on his face. It's back, everything is back. That familiar feeling. With this group of assistants, Forge Peak is bound to become famous throughout the world today. He said, that makes perfect sense. Well then, Brother Dao, here I come. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 10 automaton wolves surged forward in an instant. Seeing this, Lu flipped his hands, and a series of commands surged with his magical power toward the 2 automaton tigers. Roar! The automaton tigers let out simulated tiger roars, leaping off to the left and right with a thunderous crash. Their massive tiger paws swung out violently, nearly covering the entire heads of the automaton wolves. But just then, the 10 automaton wolves scattered with a crash. 3 to the left, 3 to the right, 3 in the center, and 1 remaining motionless at the rear. Just then, the lone automaton wolf at the back spoke, "Battle formation, activate." As soon as the words left its mouth, the other 9 automaton wolves reached their designated positions and immediately let out a wolf-s howl, firing a thick beam of light from their mouths. The beams diffused, leaving behind intricate, mystical patterns on the ground and in the air. In the next instant, a battle formation materialized, trapping the 2 automaton tigers in the center. Many formation masters in the stands couldn't help but exclaim, "The 3 talents battle formation?" Other cultivators also looked on in astonishment. What? These automaton wolves actually possess the ability to coordinate their attacks. Whoa! In that case, this automaton wolf isn't just a simple fighting machine, it's a mobile formation. Remarkable. What an eye-opener, what an eye-opener. Wait, you're overlooking the most important point. Shen hasn't moved at all throughout this. Exactly. Shen isn't hindered by the automaton at all in actual combat, he can fully focus on unleashing his own power. Look at Lu, on the other hand, he has to multitask. Tisk, tsk, tsk. That's a huge difference. Just as the audience had said. When Lu saw the automaton wolf form the 3 talents battle formation, his heart skipped a beat. This formation not only partially cut off his control over the mechanical tigers, causing his magical energy consumption to skyrocket, but it also severely restricted the 2 mechanical tigers' range of movement. This instantly put him at a disadvantage. How could he break out of this stalemate? Just as Lu's mind was racing, the automaton wolf serving as commander spoke, "Seal with the 3 talents, concentrate fire and annihilate. Heavenly thunder. Earthly fire. Human wrath." Awo the 9 automaton wolves howled to the heavens. Their artificial intelligence cores rapidly adjusted their mana output, activating the engraved runes within their bodies to condense mana into magical spells, which were then unleashed through the 3 talents battle formation. Crack! Boom! 9 bolts of heavenly lightning, divided into 3 groups, coalesced one after another above the 3 talents battle formation and crashed down upon the 2 mechanical tigers. In an instant, the 2 once mighty mechanical tigers were engulfed in pitch-black darkness. But that wasn't all. The heavenly thunder was followed by earthly fire. Flames bloomed like flowers at the mechanical tiger's feet, engulfing them. This time, the slightly smaller mechanical tiger even showed signs of melting on one of its paws. Next came the fury of man. When a common man flies into a rage, blood splatters 5 steps away. A man's rage manifested as a pure sword energy attack. With US assistance, Shin had already mastered the ability to imprint basic sword techniques into the bodies of mechanical creations and release them in the form of formations. The two mechanical tigers, having endured successive attacks of heavenly thunder and earthly fire, now showed signs of melting across their entire bodies. Even if they didn't melt, their parts were beginning to soften under the intense heat. Consequently, under the barrage of sword energy, deep gashes instantly appeared across their bodies. Some were so deep they nearly cut through to the core, exposing their internal mechanisms. Witnessing this scene, everyone was utterly stunned. Such coordination even a cultivator would need days of practice to pull that off. Could Shin's automaton wolf really be that intelligent? This didn't even seem like a mechanical construct anymore. It was practically more formidable than a human. Even Lu was somewhat dumbfounded. Born into a family of gearcraft masters, he considered himself the most knowledgeable about gearcraft among his peers. Yet now, he was completely stunned by the automaton wolf's maneuvers. Everyone's mechanical creations relied on metal bodies and simple magical abilities to engage opponents in direct, physical combat, so how could Shin's automaton wolf actually form a battle formation? And their coordination was flawless. Even if we brought 10 cultivators, they probably wouldn't do any better. Most importantly, can mechanical constructs really fight like this? Why, in the Lu family's thousands of years of heritage, has no one ever thought of this? Just that split second of distraction was enough for the critical components of the two mechanical tigers to be hit, and they immediately lost the ability to move. One of them began convulsing right where it stood. Lu hurriedly formed hand seals to control it, but to no avail, as the second wave of the three talents battle formation's attack was already upon them. Seeing his two masterpieces about to be destroyed in an instant, Lu couldn't help but shout, "Stop!" Shin raised a hand, and the 10 automaton wolves immediately halted their attack. He said, "What's this, brother Taoist? Are you conceding defeat?" Lu's expression flickered as he retorted, "This isn't fair. Your automaton wolves clearly possess the firepower of late Foundation establishment cultivators. With 10 of them attacking together, my two mechanical tigers simply stand no chance." As soon as these words left his mouth, waves of derisive laughter rippled through the crowd. A loss is a loss. Even if your two mechanical tigers had managed to take down two of Shin's automaton wolves, everyone would have accepted your argument that your gearcraft was on par with Shin's, and you'd simply lost due to being outnumbered. But now, Shin's automaton wolves are unscathed, while your mechanical tigers are on the verge of being scrapped. The disparity is too obvious. What more is there to say? When did the Lu family of Zhengzhou stop excelling in gearcraft and start mastering the art of talking their way out of things? Faced with the laughter of the entire audience, Lu's expression grew even more grim. But to preserve the Lu family's reputation, he stubbornly insisted, "If you can defeat this one automaton of mine, I'll concede defeat." Shin smiled calmly and extended his hand in invitation. "Very well, brother Taoist, as you wish." The automaton wolf was capable of more than just forming the three talents formation. If someone was willing to help him demonstrate its ingenuity, he was more than happy to oblige. Over on his side, Lu raised his hand and hurled a colossal object into the air. It stood 7 or 8 meters tall, shaped like an ape, entirely black, resembling a peerless demonic ape. This is my crowning achievement, the mechanical demon ape. Its core power comes from a demon ape spirit pill. Fellow Taoist Shin, please be careful, Lu said in a deep voice. Shin watched in awe, whistling in admiration. Indeed, one must never underestimate the people of this world. Although locals like Lu lacked a concept of technology, they were still capable of creating unique mechanical contraptions tailored to their environment. Shin chuckled, "Brother Taoist, if I'm not mistaken, this so-called chaos demon ape was created while you were researching the art of beast-soul fusion, wasn't it? If you were to fuse a demon ape's soul into it in the future, its power would surely increase even further, and in its final form, it might even be capable of cultivating on its own." Lu's expression stiffened. Because Shin had hit the nail on the head. As a mechanical engineer, having another engineer instantly see through the key structure of his creation and even point out its future potential could only mean that the other was more skilled than he was. There's no point in talking. Let us settle this with our fists. Lu swept his arm wide, and the demon ape immediately pounded its chest, threw back its head, and roared, as thick demonic energy surged from its body. If one didn't look closely, it truly resembled a living demon ape. This Lu truly lives up to his reputation as the rising star of the Lu family. His mastery of gearcraft is indeed impressive. The demon core inside this automaton must have been taken from a demon ape in the late golden core stage. Although it can't unleash the demon ape's demonic arts, combined with its body of golden steel, it's even more ferocious. That's right. If I were to face this demonic ape, I wouldn't even feel confident of victory. How is Shin going to handle this? Those 10 late Foundation establishment automaton wolves don't seem up to the task. The 3 talents battle formation is powerful, but I doubt it can contain this terrifying demonic ape. Let us see how Shen performs. He might just surprise us. Wait. What is going on? Why did Shen withdraw one of the automaton wolves? Just as the entire crowd was waiting with bated breath to see how Shen would respond. Shen gave a command, and one of the 9 automaton wolves, which had been divided into 3 groups of 3, quickly broke ranks and returned to the side of the 10th. Only 8 automaton wolves remained at the front. Earlier, when dealing with the late Foundation establishment stage mechanical tiger, they needed 9 to attack in unison, with 1 commanding them. Now, the demon ape they were facing possessed genuine core stage combat power, so why had he withdrawn 1? Could 8 really be enough? As the crowd stood puzzled, Shin said, "Stop holding back. If you get destroyed, I won't fix you." The 2 automaton wolves by his side spoke one after the other. "Master S superior, just watch and see. San Kai scatter, Bagua rise, Yin Yang suppress." As soon as the words left their mouths, the 8 automaton wolves in front instantly took their positions, each occupying a corner of the Bagua formation. Next, the 2 automaton wolves behind them leaped high into the air and landed at the center points of the 2 polarity array. Immediately, a similar scene unfolded once more. All 10 automaton wolves fired pillars of mana from their mouths, condensing them into intricate patterns. The yin-yang Bagua formation was complete. Witnessing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Seriously, just how many formations do these automaton wolves know? They can even pull off something as complex and intricate as the yin-yang Bagua formation? Are they trying to make life impossible for us? A hint of gravity flashed across Lu's eyes, but he quickly shook it off. So what if it has formations? The gap in raw power is enough to crush it like dry twigs. He said coldly, "Magic ape, attack." In an instant, the mechanical magic ape charged forward, attacking one of the automaton wolves. Lu was quite cunning. This time, when the automaton wolves formed their formation, they didn't immediately trap his demon ape like they had before. So he didn't take any chances. Instead of letting the demon ape step into the formation S range, he chose to attack a single automaton wolf directly. Since this formation was composed of 10 automaton wolves, as long as one of them was taken out, the formation would naturally collapse on its own. However, while his plan was sound, the execution did not go as intended. Sure enough, the 10 automaton wolves were unable to counter the magic ape with their formation at that moment, but the mana gatlings on their backs all opened fire in unison with a thunderous roar. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The familiar gunfire that sent a shiver down the spines of the Ascendant Guild disciples rang out once more. A barrage of 10 mana rounds instantly engulfed the demon ape, forcing it to retreat repeatedly. Seizing this opportunity, the automaton wolves moved in unison, shifting sideways by more than 10 steps. By the time they had repositioned themselves, the demon ape had already stepped into the formation S range. And so, the familiar scene played out once more. This time, Lu was certainly not caught off guard. He immediately commanded the demon ape to launch a terrifying attack, shattering the ground and causing the formation S barrier to tremble violently. In response, the automaton wolf at the Yang formation node said, "Go with the flow channel the Yang formation S power." Whoosh! A surge of mana erupted from its body, traveling along the formation S runes into the automaton wolf occupying the dry position, then drawing more mana to transfer it to the automaton wolf in the next position. The direction followed the cycle of the true position. Finally, the mana contributed by each of the 10 automaton wolves coalesced into a terrifying force, which, driven by the grand formation, moved slowly forward. No matter how fiercely the demon ape bombarded and attacked, all its power was neutralized and absorbed. Seeing this, Lu immediately halted his assault and pondered a countermeasure. Otherwise, if he continued attacking at this intensity, the demon ape's demonic core would likely be depleted before the formation could be breached. Just then, the automaton wolf at the array point, seeing the demon ape's attack cease, declared decisively, "Defy heaven and earth, the array is shattered." The terrifying spiritual energy, which had been flowing in the forward direction, instantly halted and began to reverse its course. Lu thought to himself, "This isn't good." But just as he had the demon ape assume a defensive stance and a protective shield erupted around it, in the very next instant, the attack crashed down with a thunderous roar. Do you believe in light? You may choose not to, but when light illuminates the heavens and earth, fills your vision, and unleashes unparalleled power, you'll have no choice but to believe. Lu instinctively tapped into the power of a core stage cultivator to protect himself. But when he opened his eyes again and looked at the scene before him, he was instantly struck dumb. The demon ape was half destroyed. Its lower body had vanished, its arms were mangled beyond recognition, and the outer shell of its head was completely shattered, exposing its internal structure. Although the demon ape's demon core in its chest remained intact, it had already grown somewhat dim and was now rendered useless. This was because the mechanical demon ape's control system had been completely destroyed, making it impossible to harness the power of the demon core. Lu stared blankly at the scene, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Had he really lost like this? As a core stage cultivator, one of the most talented members of the younger generation of the Lu family's gearcraft, had he really been defeated by a foundation stage disciple from the Ascendant Guild? And he even deployed his pride and joy, a creation with core stage level power, while Shin had relied solely on 10 automaton wolves comparable to late foundation stage. Moreover, he had personally controlled the mechanical demon ape, while Shin hadn't intervened at all, leaving the automaton wolves to act entirely on their own. Given such a vast disparity in the way they fought, how could he have lost like this? Lu found it completely unacceptable at first, and his Dao heart gradually began to waver. At that moment, a thunderous chorus of murmurs erupted from the crowd. Whoa! These automaton wolves are way too powerful. They actually managed to push the yin-yang bagua formation to this level. Yin-yang reversal, bagua inversion. Even if you brought in a formation master, it would take many years of dedicated cultivation just to master this formation and operate it with ease. 10 automaton wolves crushing 2 mechanical tigers isn't even the most shocking part. They outright crushed a mechanical demon ape with core stage combat power in a head-on clash. That's just insane. It makes sense, though. Look, those automaton wolves' mana crystals are nearly depleted. They can't sustain the fight much longer. That's already impressive enough, okay? If you had a foundation stage genius at the peak of their power fight a core stage cultivator at full strength, they'd be completely exhausted too. Most importantly, if a foundation stage cultivator possesses 10 of these automaton wolves, it means they have a trump card capable of threatening core stage cultivators. It's not just foundation stage cultivators. Setting aside the issues of mana crystal consumption and price for now, even energy stage cultivators or even ordinary mortals could threaten core stage cultivators if they possessed such an automaton wolf. That's terrifying. I suddenly feel like Shin is about to overturn the entire cultivation world. Exactly. This completely shatters the traditional hierarchy based on cultivation level and divine abilities. I'm buying this. Isn't this way more useful than magical artifacts and treasures? Plus, it feels like I could keep using it all the way until I advance to the soul stage. On the high platform, the many divine stage cultivators exchanged bewildered glances. On the immortal demon battlefield, they had already witnessed the might of Shin's automaton wolf and mana gatling. The sight of them sweeping through the foundation stage and slaughtering demons and monsters as if they were mincing meat left a deep impression. But no one could have imagined it. Shin had actually managed to achieve a breakthrough on top of that. Now, this 2.0 version of the automaton wolf, when formed into a battle formation, could actually go head-to-head against core stage cultivators and emerge victorious. This was simply mind-boggling. Keep in mind, there might be genius cultivators capable of defeating core stage opponents even at the foundation stage. But generally speaking, core stage cultivators absolutely crush foundation stage cultivators. 10 foundation stage cultivators usually can't stand up to a single core stage cultivator at best. They might hold their own against 1 or 2, but winning is out of the question. Yet Shin's 10 automaton wolves, unleashing their full power in a single decisive strike, actually managed to defeat and destroy the core stage mechanical demon ape. If this were a cultivator, wouldn't it have been killed outright? That's incredible. Shin Wunyan exclaimed in admiration. I thought Shin wouldn't come up with anything new, at least not in the next few years, but I never expected that in just half a year. He has shocked me yet again. Master Xia sighed. Yes, have you noticed that the potential of these automaton wolves still hasn't been fully realized? There are a few more mana crystals embedded all over their bodies, and they're all mid-grade and low-grade mana crystals. If we replaced them with high-grade mana crystals, reinforced the raw materials a bit, and swapped out the built-in formations for more powerful ones, what kind of results would we see? Gongshu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Oh? Master Xia Dan has also studied gearcraft? You've hit the nail on the head. My apprentice has developed several series. This is just one of them, primarily aimed at foundation stage cultivators. There are also models suitable for the core stage and soul stage, as well as special automatons tailor-made for the divine stage. The crowd. That's outrageous. Immortal Lady Chunghua sighed in frustration. Why hasn't a disciple capable of changing an entire era ever appeared in our Tao-seeking immortal sect? It seems it won't be long before your Ascendant Guild far surpasses us and becomes the undisputed #1 immortal sect in the world. Upon hearing this, Elder Chen burst into laughter. Immortal Lady, you jest. Our carefree lineage seeks only freedom. We have no ambition to dominate the world. If one day we can truly and completely quell the menace of demons and monsters, we will close our mountain gates and devote ourselves entirely to cultivation. Just think back to what Shin said. He does not seek to be revered as a patriarch, but rather to use the mechanical devices he has created to enable everyone, including mortals, to resist demonic invasions and live in peace. Our sect master once remarked in private that Shin's pursuit is not the freedom of a single person or a single family, but the shared freedom of the entire world, and that is the true great freedom. As soon as the words fell, the divine stage cultivators all looked on in astonishment. They never expected that today they would not only be repeatedly astonished by a mere foundation establishment cultivator, but also learn from him a different mindset they had never before considered. Suddenly, Pangui said, since you of the Ascendant Guild seek only freedom, why not lend Shin to us, the Solar Guild, when the time comes? Of course. We in the Solar Guild have no desire to dominate either. We simply wish to understand Shin's interpretation and insights into fire magic and the way of fire. Our sect master and many elders have all said that on this trip, we absolutely must sit down with Shin alone to discuss the Tao for several days. Hearing this, many divine stage cultivators sighed softly once more. A group of spirit transformation and fusion stage cultivators seeking to discuss the Tao with a foundation stage cultivator, it was simply unheard of. But then again, whether it was the mana Gatling or the mana bomb, the principles behind their explosive power both embodied a novel path of explosive fire. This was an immense temptation for the Solar Guild, so their reaction was understandable. Just then, a group of elderly cultivators descended from the sky. A disciple of the Ascendant Guild respectfully announced, "Esteemed elders, the fusion stage elders have completed their contemplation. The first group of divine stage elders may now proceed." The divine stage cultivators were immediately taken aback. That fast? They had expected it to last a year or two. Elder Chen immediately said, "Everyone, let us hurry over. We mustn't hold up the fellow cultivators behind us." With that, he led the way, followed closely by Gongshu, Elder Su from the Affairs Hall, and He Yang of the Zixiao sect. Several divine stage cultivators from other sects also rose and followed. There were 12 in total. Meanwhile, on the other side, amid a buzz of discussion, Lu snapped back to his senses, and his whole demeanor suddenly grew somewhat dejected. He clasped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist, your design and vision for mechanical creations are truly eye-opening. I concede defeat. However, he immediately added, but just because I concede defeat doesn't mean that my Lu family-esque gearcraft is any worse than yours, Shen. You're not quite ready to surpass my clan's ancestors yet. Back in the day, when my clan's ancestors first emerged onto the scene, even at just the soul stage, every single one of their mechanical creations had countless powerful elders scrambling to buy them up. Compared to that, your mechanical creations? What is this? As Lu spoke, his eyes suddenly widened. A group of fusion stage old men had collectively dropped into the arena, surrounding Shen. Hello, seniors. Whoa. Senior, please control yourself, don't grope me in public. We're both men, after all. And you, immortal lady, as a woman, you should be even more mindful of your image. Surrounded by a crowd of old men and women, Shen crossed his arms over his chest, striking the pose of a delicate young woman being harassed by street thugs. He was a bit baffled. What were these elders up to? But when he spotted the Solar Guild emblem on their robes, Shen roughly figured out the reason. Sure enough, an elderly man with a head of fiery red hair, radiating an intense aura, spoke up, "You must be Shen. Hurry up and explain the core principles behind your mechanical creation. How exactly does it maximize the explosive properties of mana? And how does it trigger the butterfly effect, causing a chain reaction that affects everything around it? Hurry up and tell me, don't make me, a distinguished fusion stage senior, beg you on my hands and knees." The red-haired elder's aura was unstable, his fusion stage cultivation level unmistakably evident, causing many of the cultivators present to gasp for breath. Clearly, he had gained some insight after contemplating the secret treasure, but hadn't yet had time to digest and settle his emotions. Upon hearing the red-haired elder speak like this, everyone present slowly gaped in astonishment. A fusion stage cultivator was asking a foundation stage cultivator to teach him? By the ancestors, am I dreaming? This world is getting crazier by the day. Foundation stage cultivators are supposed to address core stage cultivators as senior brother or senior sister, or even senior. Even a casual remark from a fusion stage cultivator about their insights into immortal arts could benefit a foundation stage cultivator for a lifetime. Since when do fusion stage cultivators seek guidance from foundation stage cultivators? The world has turned upside down. Not far away, Lu silently turned to stone. He had just finished saying that when his own ancestral founder was at the soul stage, his mechanical creations were sought after and snapped up by powerful elders. But the very next second, Shen was surrounded by a group of fusion stage cultivators, all begging for his guidance. This slap in the face came way too fast. Wait, does this even make sense? If that group of fusion stage practitioners weren't wearing the Solar Guild's robes, he suspect Shen had deliberately arranged it to build up his own reputation. But as everyone knows, the Solar Guild is full of hot-tempered, passionate old men and women. Getting them to cooperate and build up a low-level foundation stage cultivator would be nothing short of a fairy tale. Thinking about it that way, did they really do it of their own free will? But that is just too absurd. How could a foundation stage cultivator offer guidance to fusion stage cultivators? It's like asking how could the thoughts of an ant possibly help a divine dragon? Does that even make sense? Lu, refusing to believe it, leaned forward and moved a little closer, pricking up his ears to eavesdrop on the conversation between the fusion stage cultivators and Shen. Upon hearing the red-haired elder's words, Shen was instantly at a loss for words, saying with a mix of laughter and exasperation, "Senior, what qualifications do I have to offer you guidance? You're putting me, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, in a difficult position." The red-haired elder shook his head. That's not quite how it works. The great Tao of the laws is like a treasure mine. Although you can't explain the nature of this treasure mine, how to mine it, or how to use it, you do know where it is. That's enough. You just need to tell us the location of the treasure mine, and we can explore its deeper Tao and principles on our own. Shen tilted his head and thought about it. It seemed to make sense. So he said, "Senior's words truly return to simplicity and point directly to the great Tao. However, this is clearly not the right time to discuss this. How about this? I'll present you all with a few mechanical artifacts. You can study them at your leisure, and once I've finished my business here, we can sit down and have a proper chat." The red-haired elder and the others looked around and nodded in agreement. Shin immediately produced the Class C mana bombs and handed one to each of them. You may first use your divine sense to study the properties of the various materials inside, as well as the reactions triggered when the runes are activated, which ultimately produce the explosive flames. It's also a good opportunity for me to introduce this type of single-use mechanical device when I demonstrate it later. You can use this as a reference. After speaking, Shin bowed respectfully and then signaled the soul stage cultivators from his own sect to set up a large protective formation throughout the venue, shielding the spectator stands. He then turned to Lu, who was standing stiff as a board, and said, "Brother Dao, since you've already conceded defeat, please step down from the stage. I'm concerned that the upcoming demonstration might accidentally injure you." Upon hearing this, Lu's expression became extremely complex. Originally, he had suspected there might be other reasons behind the fusion stage practitioner's attitude. As it turned out, the truth was that Shin's mechanical creations contained certain laws and Dao principles that had driven the Solar Guild's fusion stage powerhouses into a frenzy. At that moment, he didn't even know what to say. A sense of helplessness washed over him. We're all mechanical engineers, why do you have to be so incredibly skilled? Are you trying to ruin the fun for the rest of us? What's the matter, fellow Daoist? Do you still wish to offer this junior some guidance? Shin asked, seeing Lu standing motionless. Hearing this, Lu turned and walked away, his heart filled with bitterness. The skills he'd taken pride in for decades had been shattered today, his confidence crushed. After returning to his seat, the woman beside Lu said coldly, "Don't make that mournful face. As members of the Lu family, we must maintain our composure even in defeat. He was just slightly better than us. If he brings out a new mechanical creation later, we'll definitely have to compete with him again. Our uncles and elders at home don't care about such rumors, but we younger generation must uphold the glory of our ancestors." Though she was a woman, she was the leading figure among the younger generation of the Lu family and Gearcraft, Lu's older sister. Yashuan. In fact, this time, only the two of them, sister and brother, had come from the Lu family. Lu hesitated, then finally said, "Sis, I don't think Shin personally started those rumors. Although he is a bit arrogant, he still shows great respect to fellow practitioners and elders everywhere." Yashuan suddenly slapped her brother's thigh. "Why are you still defending an outsider? He defeated you, so you're just backing down? Even if he didn't say those things, the threat he poses to our Lu family is very real. Think about it, if we let him expand his business, what will become of our Lu family? Are we just going to hand over the legacy we've built over thousands of years?" Lu pursed his lips and said nothing. In the arena, Shin addressed the gathered cultivators. "The automaton wolf demonstration has concluded. I trust all fellow cultivators and elders now have a basic understanding of the automaton wolf. I'd like to add one final point. The automaton wolf group combat formation comes in 4 models: standard, professional, peak, and ultimate custom. These 4 models correspond to the foundation stage, core stage, soul stage, and divine stage, respectively, and can meet the needs of cultivators and elders at various levels." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. The foundation stage automaton wolf was already stunning enough, and it was even at the golden core and nascent soul levels. But the most terrifying part was that there was even a divine stage version? Wow, who needs a guardian of the Dao now? Why not just go home, ask Dad for some money, and buy 10 automaton wolves? Wouldn't that be great? In an instant, the hall was filled with cries of people eager to buy. Seeing this, Yashuan remarked, "Just look at that, not only has this man blazed his own trail in mechanical design, creating a school of his own, but he is also so shrewd when it comes to business. This man will definitely be a formidable rival to the Lu family in the future." The crowd was in an uproar. Disciples from various sects couldn't help but glance at the display booth set up by the Forge Peak disciples in the corner, eager to ask for prices and purchase a set of automaton wolves right then and there. Of course, quite a few believed that the automaton wolves weren't worth the cost. 10 units would certainly be quite expensive, and all they'd get in return were 10 allies capable of fighting one battle above their tier, after which their mana crystals would need to be replaced. It would be better to purchase a powerful magical artifact that could be used indefinitely, providing a tangible boost to one's own combat strength. Seeing this, Shin wasted no time. He immediately raised the mana bomb in his hand and said, I believe that while the automaton wolf is excellent, it may not suit the preferences of some fellow cultivators. So, next, I'd like to introduce another type of single-use mechanical creation. It is this very item in my hand, known as the mana bomb. With that, Shin didn't hesitate for a moment and detonated one right there in the arena protected by the grand formation. Boom! The exploding mana burst outward like a thunderclap out of the blue. Seeing this, many cultivators' eyes lit up. This is great. In a sense, it's the same as a talisman, but more explosive and with a more direct impact. Shin quickly explained, like the automaton wolf, this mana bomb comes in 4 models, ranked from highest to lowest in power as A, B, C, and D, corresponding to the divine stage, soul stage, core stage, and foundation stage, respectively. This is fairly self-explanatory, so I won't go into too much detail. Fellow cultivators and seniors who are interested can visit our Forge Peak booth during the break to take a look. Actually, I have many more mechanical creations I'd like to show you all, but after all, this is the stage of the Immortal Tao Conference, not an occasion for me, Shin, to show off gearcraft on my own. Therefore, I'll leave the rest of the time to all of you fellow cultivators and seniors. I hope everyone will step forward enthusiastically to showcase themselves, so we can exchange experiences together. Having said this, Shin was about to step down from the stage. The Immortal Tao Conference wouldn't end in a single day. He had prepared so much for today, and there were still more marketing strategies to showcase at the booth. But just as he turned away, a woman suddenly leaped onto the stage. It was Lu's older sister, Yashwan. Yashwan said, Shin, why are you in such a hurry to leave the stage? Since this is a new mechanical creation, why not engage in another debate? I've traveled a long way just to see you. Shin frowned slightly as he looked at her and said with a bow, I've already taken up too much time today. If you wish to spar, fellow Taoist, shall we find another place? Upon hearing this, Yashwan was immediately certain of her suspicions and said, Are you scared? Do you know deep down that your so-called mana bomb has a fatal flaw, so you dare not debate with me in public, afraid of being exposed and losing credibility? Fatal flaw. Upon hearing those 4 words, Shin burst out laughing. In the audience, Yu, Xiao, Wang, and the others wore peculiar expressions after exchanging glances. They couldn't help but shake their heads and chuckle. Such a familiar line. Since you put it that way, fellow Taoist, I really can't leave just yet. Ladies and gentlemen, would you mind if I stayed a little longer? Shin turned to the audience to seek their opinion. Hearing this, the hall echoed with cries of no problem, go ahead and show us, and we love watching this. Everyone had noticed it, too. If it were anyone else, the fight would have devolved into nothing more than a brawl or a magical duel, nothing nearly as entertaining as Shin's display of these mechanical contraptions. Seeing this, Shin turned back to Yashwan and said, Fellow Taoist, you mentioned that my mana bomb has flaws. Might you offer some guidance? Yashwan replied dismissively, I'm not stupid. I was talking about a philosophical debate, not a duel. This square may be quite large, but for a true battle between cultivators, it's still pitifully small. In a venue like this, your mana bomb can naturally unleash its full power, masking its fatal flaw. Shin chuckled wryly. He already knew exactly what this woman was so certain was the so-called flaw. So he said, in that case, let us do this, fellow Taoist, just state the flaw in my mana bomb outright. If more than half of the fellow Taoists and seniors present agree, I'll admit it. How about that? Yashwan raised an eyebrow. You said it. That's right, I did. Having said it in front of so many people, there's no way I can go back on my word. Fine. Then today I'll point out the flaw in your creation. If you can refute my claims and convince me, I'll acknowledge your deercraft as well. This also aligns perfectly with the theme of the Immortal Path Conference. Yashwan turned to address the audience. All the gearcrafters here are welcome to join in and see if what I say makes sense. After a brief pause, she cleared her throat and continued, the first flaw, your mana bomb doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. Though it's built as a new type of mechanical creation, it's essentially no different from the fireworks and firecrackers of the mortal world, except that it uses more powerful materials, supplemented by potent runes and mana crystals, to inflict damage on cultivators. If this mana bomb could recognize its master like the automaton wolf, I wouldn't say a word. I'd definitely give it a thumbs up and applaud your design. But this is a pure replica of a mundane object. It can't distinguish between friend and foe, making it nothing but a liability in battle. And think about it yourself, does this mana bomb align with the dream you've been proclaiming so loudly? Setting aside those with divine stage power, even those with core stage power, can a foundation stage cultivator really use them? Chances are, before it even kills the enemy, the user will be seriously injured or even blown to bits. So, do you admit to this first fatal flaw I've pointed out? Shin smiled faintly and nodded. I admit it. Hearing this, Yashwan's expression grew even more smug. The others present also began to murmur among themselves. Miss Lu was absolutely right. Not distinguishing between friend and foe is indeed a major problem. It's a great item, but the usage requirements are a bit too strict. Yeah, I've heard that Shin used this to wipe out many soul stage practitioners on the battlefield, but he had plenty of divine stage practitioners protecting him there. We don't have that kind of protection. Exactly. I was actually thinking of buying one just now, but now I think I'd better think it over carefully. Faced with the murmurs from the crowd, Shin remained unflappable and asked, anything else? Yashwan stood with his hands behind his back, his broad chest proudly commanding the room, and declared, of course there is. The second fatal flaw is its range. That's exactly why I refused to spar with you earlier. Although the mana bomb is powerful, its explosion always has a limited range. Even the Class A mana bomb you claim can be used in transcendent spirit battles absolutely cannot escape this problem. And we cultivators can fly through the skies and traverse the earth, covering 1,000 li in an instant. May I ask, in actual combat, how could it possibly hit the enemy with such precision? It comes down to the same point I made earlier. In the end, it won't hit the enemy, but you'll be caught in the blast yourself. With these two flaws combined, it's safe to say your mana bomb has absolutely no merit. It's nothing but a flashy, useless creation. Ladies and gentlemen, tell me, am I right or not? As soon as Yashwan finished speaking, the hall erupted with voices of agreement. Most of them came from the mechanical engineers of various sects. Naturally, they were eager to watch the spectacle unfold, wanting to see how Shin would respond and refute the flaws Yashwan had pointed out. If he couldn't refute them, the momentum Shin had just built up today would be severely diminished. Shin remained unfazed by this. However, before he could speak, a fusion stage elder from the Solar Guild suddenly stood up to speak. It was that red-haired elder. He said, young Shin, this little girl has a point. Although, from my perspective, it's entirely possible to use teleportation and displacement techniques to manipulate the mana bomb with agility, such methods aren't practical for core stage or foundation stage cultivators. Do you have a solution? Hearing this, Yashwan grew even more smug. She believed that even a senior from the Solar Guild was on her side. Shin, however, didn't see it that way. He had noticed the red-haired senior winking at him, clearly trying to stir up the atmosphere. Yashwan declared loudly, this second flaw, do you admit it or not? Shin chuckled, I admit it, of course I do. Actually, I didn't need you to point it out, I already knew that myself. But, my friend, do you really think I haven't optimized these flaws? Yashwan looked utterly incredulous. How could you possibly optimize them? Could it be that you've embedded a device like that of the automaton wolf into these single-use items, one that can speak like a human, recognize its master, and work in tandem with them? If you were to shout mana bomb today and the mana bomb actually responded to you, I'd concede defeat right then and there. From that moment on, I'd give you a wide berth and admit that Gearcraft is no match for you. Shin waved his hand dismissively. It's not that extreme. Actually, it's no wonder you can't fathom my optimization method. After all, our philosophies are completely different, so our lines of thought naturally diverge greatly. Yashwan was taken aback. What did that mean? Had he really figured out a way to optimize it? Could it be something as mundane as using a catapult-like mechanism to hurl the mana bomb? But the problem was, that would only solve the first flaw. How would he address the core issue of the second flaw, accuracy and hit rate? Meanwhile, Shin walked slowly to the very center of the arena, pacing back and forth as he spoke. Traditional gearcraft has, in fact, become stuck in a dead end. To put it bluntly, this is a problem left behind by the founding patriarch and the reviver of the discipline, and it's even more the result of later generations clinging to outdated conventions, lacking ambition, and blindly revering the past. Upon hearing this, the entire audience erupted in an uproar. Yashwan's expression darkened even further. This was the first time Shin had ever spoken so directly to disparage the predecessors, and the so-called reviver of gearcraft was none other than Yashwan's own ancestor from the Lu family of Zhengzhou. Yashwan snapped, "You remain silent in the face of these flaws, yet you dare to slander the founding master and my family's ancestor? Who gave you the audacity? If you can't provide a reasonable explanation today, even if this is your Ascendant Guild's territory, I'll make an example of you." Shin replied calmly, "Look, you're getting impatient again. At least wait until I've finished speaking. I'm not maliciously slandering the sages of old, I'm simply stating an objective fact. Miss Lu, is that right? Let me ask you, what is your goal in the art of mechanical engineering?" Yashwan said proudly, "Naturally, to carry on the lost arts of the sages of old and usher in an era of lasting peace." "Be more specific, don't be so vague." "To create a peerless mechanical device that will sweep away demons and monsters and establish my dominance over the realm." That sounds truly inspiring." Shin smiled, then turned to the mechanical engineers present, "And what about you all? Setting aside natural talent and qualifications and without calling your ideas childish or naive, let your imaginations run wild. What are your goals in the art of mechanical engineering?" Upon hearing this, the mechanical engineers in the room began whispering among themselves, then spoke one after another. "If we're just talking about goals, ours are naturally quite similar to Miss Lu's." "That's right. When the founding master passed away, he left behind a dying wish that he wished he could have created a mechanical marvel capable of sweeping across the land. This is the ultimate goal for all mechanical engineers of future generations. The Lu family patriarch once said that his sole pursuit in life was to create a world-shaking mechanical marvel that would repel demons and monsters for countless generations. We, as mechanical engineers, should follow his example." Hearing these words, Shin laughed. "See? This is exactly what I meant, the legacy left by the founding master and the restorer. Their philosophies and goals have poisoned you to such an extent that you've lost all sense of your own ideas." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room turned tense. Many mechanical engineers began to frown, thinking Shin was being overly arrogant. "What's wrong with that?" Yashwan furrowed his brow, about to speak up in rebuke. Shin interrupted, "I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush, let me explain it all to you step by step. First of all, the goals set by the founding master and the Lu family patriarch were certainly sound. From their perspective, and given their achievements, they were fully qualified to make such statements. But what about you? What qualifies you? As you both just said, those were the patriarch's last words, and as everyone knows, the Lu family patriarch has yet to realize his own dream. If even these two great heroes couldn't achieve it, what gives you the right to casually adopt their goals as your own, and then take pride in it, thinking your aspirations are lofty? Yashwan couldn't hold back any longer. "What right do you have to criticize us? Didn't you yourself speak grandly about your own dreams at the beginning? Compared to us, your so-called dream is the one that's truly out of reach and unattainable." Shin shook his head. "No, my dream is one I've formulated based on my own experiences. Not only is it not out of reach, but on the contrary, I'm already well on my way to realizing it. Simply put, because of your predecessors, you're pursuing a mechanical device capable of sweeping away demons and monsters. Whereas I'm pursuing a way to let everyone in the world use mechanical devices to protect themselves. There's a fundamental difference between the two, that's the difference in philosophy. Because of this, when you and I research, design, and build mechanical devices, our lines of thinking are completely different. Take my mana bomb, for example. In your eyes, it's full of flaws and has no redeeming qualities. But in my eyes, it's a peerless weapon capable of reducing our own casualties and efficiently eliminating demons. At this point, Shin paused and shook his head. I've digressed. Actually, to put it simply, it all boils down to one principle. Miss Liu, you can't fathom how I've optimized the use of the mana bomb because you're pursuing a device with overwhelming combat power. It can assist cultivators in battle and help them defeat powerful demons. But from the very beginning, my mana bomb was not designed for one-on-one combat or small-scale battles. Since you're viewing my mana bomb through the wrong lens, naturally all you see are flaws, and you can't come up with any ways to optimize it. Yashwan spoke with a touch of irritation. You've rambled on for so long, why don't you just tell us how you'd optimize it? Anyone can spout empty rhetoric, Shin said, folding his arms. Fine. I had originally planned to save this for later and demonstrate it gradually to my fellow cultivators and seniors, but since things have come to this today, I won't hold back anymore. Junior brother Wang, junior brother Xiao, come up here and lend a hand, let us demonstrate it to everyone together. Upon hearing this, Wang and Xiao immediately strode onto the stage, their faces beaming with confidence. Soon, the two stood in the center of the arena, facing each other from a distance of over 10 meters. Then, as if on cue, they both pulled a large sphere out of their inventory bags. To call it a sphere wouldn't be entirely accurate. Its jagged edges formed numerous regular hexagons, making the whole thing look more like a cube approximating a sphere. Yashwan chuckled, is this your optimization? Could this be an oversized mana bomb? Did you really install a device inside that responds to cultivators' commands? Shin stood there nonchalantly and said, just watch. I guarantee you won't say a word once you see it. Yashwan gave a soft snort and said nothing more. Just then, under Wang and Xiao's control, the two cubes suddenly fell apart, shattering into numerous palm-sized fragments. Seeing this, many people felt like laughing. But before their laughter could escape, the fragments suddenly began to move on their own. One by one, trembling, they sprouted a pair of wings. Instantly, they took flight as one. A buzzing sound, like the hum of a swarm of bees, instantly filled the entire venue. The moment the buzzing began, it quickly filled everyone's ears. The dense swarm of tiny creatures gradually spread out, rapidly covering the entire venue. From 3 feet above the ground to dozens of meters in the air, everyone's field of vision was filled with countless black dots. That bee-like sound was utterly eerie, sending shivers down people's spines and unsettling their minds. What was this? Everyone scrutinized the new contraption Shin had unveiled, somewhat baffled. If it were a bee-like automaton, it didn't quite look the part. If it were some kind of mechanical bird, its wings were oddly mismatched. Moreover, once these creatures took to the sky, they arranged themselves in a perfectly orderly formation, spaced exactly the same distance apart, without the slightest deviation. The overall sight presented a visually pleasing, formation-like display. What kind of automaton was this, exactly? As a highly skilled automaton engineer, Yashwan was initially a bit bewildered, but she quickly began to see the pattern. Her expression shifted slightly, and she snorted lightly, is this your solution? To use countless bird-like automatons to confuse and control the enemy, then wait for the right moment to attack them with a mana bomb? Isn't that a bit naive? Who would let you control them like that? Shen. He spoke, somewhat at a loss for words, everything's right in front of you, can't you see the logic? Yashwan tilted her chin slightly, how could I not see it? Many of our predecessors have already thought of this line of reasoning. Bird-like mechanisms excel because they can fly, are agile, small in size, and numerous. Once released, they can swarm and harass opponents, creating opportunities for the mechanism master to strike. If the individual bird-like mechanisms are also quite powerful, they can employ tactics similar to those of a bug master, relying on insect swarms to secure victory. These are all old tricks left behind by our predecessors. What's so remarkable about them? Shin shook his head in disappointment. He had overestimated this Yashwan. Not only was she foolish, but she was also inflexible. Her entire being was shaped by her clan's narrow-minded education, leaving her with a rigid mindset. What's with the head shaking? What are you trying to pull? Yashwan couldn't stand Shin's inscrutable demeanor. Shin sighed, I told you you're stuck in your ways and unwilling to improve, yet you're still upset. It seems I wasn't wrong at all. Fellow disciples, let us not waste any more time, let us teach her a lesson. Hearing this, Wang and Xiao replied in unison, Roger that. No sooner had the words left their mouths than the automaton swarm swiftly split into two waves, one hovering above Wang's head and the other above Xiao's. The two began, in perfect unison, to retrieve mana bombs and toss them into the air. Under the control of the AI core, the automaton swarm began to methodically capture the mana bombs, attaching them to their undersides. Each automaton could hold exactly 4 mana bombs. Seeing this, even cultivators who weren't automaton masters fully understood the situation. In an instant, they felt as if a bolt of lightning were coursing through their bodies, converging atop their heads, sending a tingling sensation through them. Just then, Shin's voice rang out, mana bombs do indeed not distinguish between friend and foe, and even when controlled by humans, it's difficult to hit cultivators. But why must I personally control them at close range? Since they don't distinguish between friend and foe, just have the operators stand back and let the automaton swarm do the throwing. If one can't hit the target, I'll have 1,000 or more automaton swarms drop thousands of mana bombs, will just wipe the area clean. In that case, Miss Lu, does the flaw you mentioned still exist? Yashuan stared blankly, lost in thought. The moment she saw the automaton swarm absorb the mana bombs, it all clicked, and she envisioned the scene Shin had described. Swarms of automatons dancing across the sky, countless mana bombs blanketing the entire battlefield. No matter how masterful one's teleportation techniques or how fast one flies, as long as one is within the blast radius, there is no escape. Yashuan even took it a step further and conceived a new tactic. Even if the battlefield is vast, enemies can maneuver and adapt. As long as the cultivators use formations to trap the enemy within a specific area, the problem is completely solved. No, cultivators aren't even necessary. The previous automaton wolf battle formation is more than capable of handling this. Mana bombs were never meant to assist cultivators in battle. Nor was the automaton swarm designed to help cultivators deploy mana bombs. The automaton swarm and the mana bomb are, in fact, a single mechanical system. There are no flaws or weaknesses whatsoever. In a sense, this is an unconventional, mechanism-based version of brute force overcomes 10 skills. No matter how profound your cultivation or how vast your supernatural powers, I'll just bombard you relentlessly. Yashuan couldn't snap out of it for a long time. Words alone cannot awaken a person, much less change their ingrained way of thinking in a short time. But when objective facts are laid bare before one's eyes, they can bring about a sudden epiphany. Shin's earlier words floated one by one into her mind. Sticking rigidly to tradition, lacking ambition, blindly revering the past and so on. She suddenly understood what Shin had been trying to convey. Because the monumental achievements of past sages stand there, every successor can only look up to them, pursue them, and seek to emulate them. Over time, those so-called monuments completely stifled people's thinking. They simply assumed that what was inscribed on the monuments was right, that the paths trodden by their predecessors were the most correct, yet they never paused to examine themselves to ask what truly suited them, or whether they could try to innovate or change things. She was like this, and so were all the mechanism masters from the various sects present. Shin was the only one in the entire hall who wasn't like that. Driven by his own dreams, he had blazed a completely new trail, a path to the heavens that expanded the art of automatons many times over. At this thought, Yashuan took a deep breath, yet didn't know how to begin. In the arena, Wang and Xiao were still engaged in a simulated battle, continuing to demonstrate the combat tactics of the automaton swarm. Of course, the two weren't actually fighting each other. The automaton swarms under their command were launching attacks at each other. There were no collisions or clashes between them, they simply flew rapidly to designated positions, dropped a mana bomb, and then returned at top speed. The mana bombs were immediately retrieved by Wang and Xiao. Although the scene wasn't intense and, objectively speaking, was even somewhat comical, like children playing house, it still made everyone present gasp in shock. Because anyone in their right mind could imagine what would happen. If this were a real battle, the moment those mana bombs exploded, they would undoubtedly level the entire venue. If this were on the immortal demon battlefield, allowing demons to unleash a beast tide would be utterly futile. No matter how many came, they'd all be blown to bits. At that moment, even though Shin offered no further explanation, everyone grasped the sheer horror of this combat style. It completely transcended the conventional understanding of battles between cultivators, or between cultivators and demons. To put it simply, this combat style had returned to its essence, the essence of slaughter. It disregarded reason and cultivation level. Its sole purpose was to blow the enemy to bits. Realizing this, at that moment, the buzzing sound, which had already been inexplicably irritating, suddenly became utterly terrifying, like the sound of death rising from the depths of the underworld. Looking once more at the sky filled with black specks, no one found it amusing anymore. Instead, an overwhelming sense of insecurity welled up within them. This was too terrifying. Whether cultivators or demons, who in their right mind could survive such an attack? After a single battle, even their bones would likely be reduced to dust. After the demonstration concluded, Wang and Xiao, their faces beaming with pride, put away the automaton swarm and mana bomb and returned to Shin's side. Good work, Shin said, then turned to Yashuan. Miss Lu, do you have any further questions? Since this is a debate, it's your turn to refute me now. Refute? Yashuan's face betrayed a hint of self-mockery. She was so deeply shaken that she had almost completely accepted this mechanical combat system. How could she possibly find a reason to refute it? I concede. Your mana bomb, combined with the automaton swarm, is indeed unbeatable and has a devastating, sweeping power. I can't think of a way to counter it right now. Yashuan said rather dejectedly, then suddenly added, can I buy a few units to take back and study? Shin broke into a bright smile. Of course, you're always welcome to buy some. Don't forget to leave a good review. Yashuan bowed slightly and walked off the stage, looking dejected. Back at her seat, Lu exclaimed admiringly, Sis, this Shin is really something. How did he even come up with these contraptions? That's so awesome. Yashuan's face darkened. I lost, and you're still praising him? Didn't I lose too? It was even more embarrassing than yours. Lu offered a sheepish smile. Immediately afterward, Lu adopted a serious tone. Sis, embarrassing as it was, this guy doesn't seem like the type to say things that disparage the Lu family. I think we should shift our mindset a bit. Since we're here anyway, let us pick up some skills to take back home. What do you think? Yashuan paused for a moment before saying, you don't have to tell me that. Didn't I just say I wanted to buy a few of Shin's devices to study? Yeah, big sis is so wise. Lu grinned cheekily. Over on that side, after Shin had made a few polite remarks, he prepared to step down from the stage. The Xiandao conference was supposed to be a showcase of diverse talents. They couldn't very well let him be the only one stealing the show. No matter how talented he was bound to draw criticism. This round of marketing and publicity had already far exceeded original expectations. From here on out, he could basically sit back and wait for the money to roll in. However, just as he was about to leave, someone had other ideas. The fusion stage cultivators from the Solar Guild suddenly took the stage and, acting quite unreasonably, blocked Shin's path. The red-haired old Taoist glared and said, Where are you going? Didn't we agree that you'd explain the fire magic techniques behind this mechanism to us? Shin smiled wryly. Senior, the technology behind this mechanism isn't that complicated. You're all fusion stage experts. If you think about it, you'll figure it out. The red-haired old Taoist and the others shook their heads repeatedly. Thinking it through on our own is bound to lead to misunderstandings. It's still safest if you explain it. Shin spread his hands. I'm only at the foundation stage. What could I possibly have to say? Never mind that. Just walk us through the reasoning and process behind creating the mana gatling and that mana bomb, and we'll grasp the essence of it ourselves. The red-haired old Taoist grabbed hold of Shin and refused to let go. Shin looked utterly exasperated. All right then. Let us find a place to sit down and have a proper chat. Right here will do. Let everyone listen. Consider it the Solar Guild adding fuel to the fire of this Immortal Dao conference. Actually, we were already planning to have a few disciples seek your guidance on fire magic. Shin was completely at a loss for words. What could he do? He'd just have to stay a little longer. So meditation cushions, a low table, tea, and fruits were all brought out. However, to set the mood for the occasion, the red-haired old Taoist and his companions didn't have Shin begin right away. Instead, they took the stage themselves to explain the Solar Guild's cultivation methods to everyone present. The focus was on the true essence of fire techniques. This proved extremely beneficial to many cultivators from other sects who also favored fire techniques. 2 golden core cultivators even managed to break through on the spot. At this point, the Immortal Tao Conference finally began to feel like the event it was meant to be. After the Solar Guild finished, the red-haired old Taoist and his companions all turned their gaze toward Shin, who was munching on sunflower seeds. All eyes in the hall instantly focused on him. Shin spat out a sunflower seed shell, took a sip of tea, and sighed, "To be honest, I really don't know anything about fire techniques. Since I began my cultivation, I've only ever learned one true fire technique, and that was just to melt metal and make it easier to forge mechanical parts. When it comes to fire magic, I'm practically clueless. But since you esteemed seniors have asked me to share my understanding of fire magic, I'll pluck up the courage to speak. If there are any errors or omissions, I ask for your forgiveness, fellow Taoists and seniors." At this point, Shin gathered his thoughts and spoke slowly. Heaven and earth give birth to a single chi, called chaos. Chaos differentiates into clarity and turbidity, known as yin and yang. Yin and yang contain the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. I believe that fire exists within all things. Fire is the root of all things and the very essence of the universe. The crowd showed little reaction to the first 3 sentences, but the last 2 caused an uproar. Fire exists within all things? Fire is the root of all things and the very essence of the universe? That's a massive exaggeration. It practically elevates fire to the highest rank among the 5 elements. At this, the cultivators of the Solar Guild, including those few fusion stage elders, looked thrilled, their gazes toward Shin brimming with warmth. Meanwhile, some of the other cultivators present wore expressions of displeasure. Since ancient times, the debate over which of the 5 elements immortal arts is the strongest has been a contentious issue. Countless conflicts and disputes have arisen over this very issue. Take, for example, the most famous conflict between water and fire. The most displeased among those present were the cultivators of water and earth. After all, it is almost a universal consensus that water is the origin of all things, and earth is the foundation of humanity. Yet today, Shin had attributed this very notion to fire. This was nothing short of defying the heavens. Someone immediately stood up and said, "Fellow Taoist Shin, I have the utmost respect for your dear craft, but I cannot agree with this line of reasoning. Everyone knows that the attributes of fire are explosion, destruction, and intense heat. How could it possibly have constructed this colorful, orderly universe? If we follow your logic, then the eternal ice in those frigid lands was also created by fire, wasn't it?" This remark immediately garnered the approval of the majority of cultivators. This included even those who practiced only fire-based techniques. In response, Shin smiled and said, "My fellow cultivator, that's an excellent question. Let us start with ice. Ice comes from water. Why does water turn into ice? Fellow Taoist, could you explain this to everyone?" The man pondered for a moment and said, "When the heavens and earth are frozen solid, heat dissipates, and water naturally freezes." Shin clapped his hands. "Well said. You mentioned heat. Then may I ask, what is the essence of heat?" The man froze, suddenly at a loss for words. What is heat? Heat is just heat. What else could it be? Shin wasn't trying to trip him up. He declared decisively, "The essence of heat is fire." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall erupted in an uproar once more. Shin took a deep breath, giving everyone a moment to digest this novel idea. There are many clever people in the world. I'm sure they'll understand soon enough. He hadn't even mentioned concepts like molecular motion, temperature changes, energy, or matter. He had simply and bluntly linked hot air to fire. If anyone still couldn't grasp this, they were simply too stupid. Before long, the red-haired old Taoist from the Solar Guild suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Exactly. Hot air is fire. When there's little hot air, water turns to ice. When there's plenty of hot air, water boils. If the heat far exceeds the limit the water can withstand, then the water will turn to vapor and rise as clouds. These transformations are incredibly subtle, but they all depend on the involvement of heat, that is, fire. Fire is the fundamental cause of all change in the universe. I've got it. I've got it. Ha 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 ha. Shin. I haven't even explained any advanced concepts yet. What on earth have you figured out? The red-haired old Taoist laughed heartily and ascended to the heavens right where he stood. Blazing, explosive flames surged from his entire body, burning fiercely. However, this scene did not last long. All the extraordinary phenomena quickly subsided. The other fusion stage members of the Solar Guild, after a moment of stunned silence, hurried to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, senior brother. Your chances of successfully passing the tribulation have risen even higher. Congratulations, senior brother. The Solar Guild is about to gain another tribulation stage powerhouse. May the ancestral master bless us. This is a blessing for the Solar Guild. The red-haired old Taoist said joyfully, it's not just a step up. My chances of surviving the thunder tribulation have increased by a full 30%. Upon hearing this, the entire crowd was stunned. The fusion stage is where the Tao merges with the divine, and the divine merges with the body, thereby achieving oneness. Upon reaching perfection, one invites the thunder tribulation to temper the nascent path of laws that has begun to coalesce. This process lasts anywhere from 3 to 5 years at the shortest to over a decade at the longest, during which one is constantly tested by the thunder tribulation. Therefore, cultivators generally remain in the fusion stage for a long time, attempting a breakthrough only when they are truly confident. Alas, what one believes to be complete confidence often falls far short of reality. Across the entire cultivation world, the success rate for surviving the tribulation has consistently remained low. It can be said that at the fusion stage, barely 1 in 10 survives. Today, the red-haired old Taoist actually claimed that his confidence in surviving the tribulation had increased by 30%? That is simply unbelievable. Is a single epiphany really that powerful? Most importantly, this epiphany was triggered by a mere foundation stage cultivator. Swish, swish, swish. Countless laser-like gazes fixed on Shen. Especially those at the fusion stage, they looked as if they were about to devour Shen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous figures flashed into view within the arena. They were fusion stage cultivators from other sects, including members of the Ascendant Guild. The group stared at Shen with extremely complex expressions. To begin with, they looked down on the red-haired old Taoist and his companions for seeking out Shen after comprehending the secret treasure, disregarding their status as seniors. After all, no matter how outstanding a foundation stage disciple might be, could he really offer any help to the cultivation of fusion stage powerhouses? Even the fusion stage cultivators from the Ascendant Guild thought the red-haired old Taoist and his group were a bit out of their minds. As the top disciple of their own sect, they were naturally very proud of Shen. But when it came to cultivation, especially at the fusion stage, the very idea that Shen could offer any insight struck even them as utter nonsense. That is why they hadn't even shown their faces. They'd simply been sitting in the back, sipping tea and chatting, exchanging insights on the secret treasure, and taking the opportunity to laugh at the red-haired old Taoist and his companions. But what they never could have imagined was this. With just a few words from Shen, the red-haired old Taoist actually had an epiphany. His chances of surviving the tribulation had increased by 30%. This was utterly unbelievable. Shen, why don't you explain it again, said an elderly member of the Ascendant Guild. Shen recognized him, Elder Chen's master, Elder Meng. At the banquet that day, this elder had been the one who plied him with the most alcohol. Shen gave a wry smile. Elder Meng, it really isn't my doing. This senior had just finished contemplating the secret treasure. He must have already been on the verge of a breakthrough. It just so happened that he was here when it happened. Elder Meng chuckled. There aren't that many coincidences in this world, especially when it comes to cultivation. Otherwise, over the millennia, wouldn't the world be swarming with cultivators who successfully passed the tribulation and advanced to the great perfection realm? The red-haired old Taoist nodded. Old Meng is right. Although I gained some insight from comprehending the secret treasure, I was nowhere near the point of a breakthrough. It was you who enlightened me, Shen, allowing me to achieve sudden enlightenment in an instant. Shen. saying that puts a lot of pressure on me, senior. How could I possibly guide someone through the fusion stage? But, never mind. Let us give it a shot. Since I've started this, I might as well continue the lesson. Take from it what you can. Whoever wants to break through, go ahead and do it. With that in mind, Shin said, it seems my unconventional perspective as a lowly cultivator on the nature of all things has resonated with you all, senior cultivators. Since that's the case, I'll share my understanding of fire. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone sat upright, their expressions solemn as they waited for Shin to continue. Including the fusion stage cultivators. Although many of them didn't practice fire-based cultivation methods, in the end, different paths often lead to the same destination. Master one path, and all methods become clear. Listening to Shin's teachings could only benefit them. It certainly wouldn't hurt. If they could apply what they learned to other areas and achieve a breakthrough, that would naturally be a cause for great celebration. Shin paused briefly, then spoke slowly. As I mentioned earlier, fire is the foundation of all things and the very essence of the universe. Actually, using the term fire to describe this isn't entirely accurate. I'd like to summarize it with a single word: energy. Energy encompasses everything. Fire is merely one of its manifestations. Even after giving the example of ice, some might still question, how can fire be the foundation of all things? Then let me give a few more examples. Mortals drill wood to make fire or use flint and steel to strike a spark, but to sustain a flame for cooking food, they must continuously add firewood and dry grass. So, why are things like wood and dry grass essential for maintaining a flame? Are there any substitutes? If we open our minds and consider this from the perspective of cultivators, the answer is naturally yes. Everyone has likely visited a volcano. If a commoner could withstand the intense heat of magma, they could use magma which is as fluid as water yet as solid as stone to cook. Taking this a step further, we cultivators can use spells to conjure fire out of thin air. As long as our spiritual energy does not run dry, the flame will not go out. Alright, please note that while fire is present in all three of these methods, the way it is created and the form it takes are completely different. Mortals' fires are created using wood and dry grass. Inside a volcano, there are only rocks, yet it still burns fiercely. When cultivators cast spells, there is nothing at all. They simply expend spiritual power and mana to sustain the fire indefinitely. So, can I say that there is fire within wood, fire within stone, and fire within mana? By extension, can we boldly imagine that all things contain fire, though it manifests in different forms before our eyes? Shin paused, giving everyone time to think. After a moment, he continued, now, based on the reasoning above, let us conduct a little experiment. As we all know, fire overcomes metal. According to traditional beliefs, fire simply cannot exist within gold or iron, right? Alright, since everything contains fire, let us try it with a piece of gold or iron. As he spoke, Shin took a piece of common iron from his inventory bag. Bolstered by his early foundation establishment-level cultivation, this common iron was as pliable as clay in his hands, and he effortlessly molded it into various shapes. At that moment, the many cultivators who had snapped out of their daze at Shin's words stared intently at the lump of iron in his hand, their faces filled with confusion and doubt. Can ordinary iron really produce fire? That is impossible. Iron that has been melted by flames does indeed possess the nature of fire, but that is because it was first burned by fire. How could a cold piece of iron possibly produce fire without any flame or the use of any spells or supernatural abilities? Whispers began to spread through the crowd. Everyone believed it was impossible. Shin said nothing in response, merely continuing to mold the iron, his speed increasing and his strength growing with each pass. Before long, he took a sheet of white paper in his left hand and brought it into contact with the piece of ordinary iron. The next instant, boom! Something that left everyone speechless happened. The white paper burst into flames instantly and turned to ashes in the blink of an eye. P.S. This plot twist came to me after I finished eating some trendy Chinese takeout. Don't take it too seriously. After all, I'm at the peak of my community college education. Who could possibly look down on me? Who dares to look down on me? Ha! It really can produce fire. Unseen before, unheard of. Master. Have I been learning it all wrong? I get it, I think I get it too. I see the great way. Isn't fire supposed to overcome metal? And doesn't metal generate water? Why did metal produce fire? Can someone explain this to me? Chaos erupted throughout the hall as everyone stared wide-eyed at the ashes and the chunk of iron before Shin. Just then, an immortal matron from the Solar Guild suddenly smiled and said, "Marvelous, marvelous. I've attained enlightenment." With that, she closed her eyes, and a surge of fiery energy rippled around her. Seeing this, the red-haired old Taoist hurriedly teleported her to the cave residence the Ascendant Guild had arranged for him and his companions, casually casting several seals on it. This immortal matroness breakthrough was even more rapid than his own. After emerging from seclusion, she would likely be able to weather the thunder tribulation directly. Having done all this, the red-haired old Taoist was just about to thank Shin. Meanwhile, another fusion stage cultivator cried out, "The great Tao can be attained," and immediately fell into a deep state of enlightenment. The red-haired old Taoist had no time to say anything. He teleported the cultivator back to the cave residence to enter seclusion once more. This left the other fusion stage cultivators filled with envy. Shin felt a bit awkward. Damn it, did spouting some nonsense about energy conversion concepts actually lead to an epiphany? "Young friend, please continue," urged an elderly man who wasn't a member of the Solar Guild but practiced fire magic. Shin sighed inwardly, decided to see it through to the end, and began to let his imagination run wild. He rattled off a jumble of knowledge: energy conversion, thermal energy, chemical energy, kinetic energy, and all sorts of miscellaneous concepts all at once. When he returned to the topic of water and ice, he performed another experiment, demonstrating how ice sublimates into vapor, vapor condenses into water, and water decomposes into hydrogen and oxygen at high temperatures to fuel a fire. This caused another 5 fusion stage cultivators to enter a state of enlightenment, and 3 of them were senior practitioners of the way of water from other sects. This sent another wave of commotion through the crowd. Everyone stared at Shin as if they'd seen a ghost. If you can guide 1 or 2 fusion stage cultivators to enlightenment and breakthrough, fine, you're impressive, you're amazing. But to have 7 or 8 fusion stage cultivators achieve enlightenment and breakthrough one after another, is that even possible? You must be a reincarnated immortal. While others were stunned and incredulous, the members of the Ascendant Guild were growing increasingly anxious. In this debate, the Solar Guild had clearly benefited the most, and the other sects had also gained something. But among the Ascendant Guild's fusion stage cultivators, not a single one had achieved enlightenment yet. How could this be? Elder Meng couldn't help but speak up, "Shin." He had barely begun when he suddenly froze. Because Shin's current state was very unusual. Had he also attained enlightenment? Shin appeared dazed, as if half asleep, or perhaps deeply intoxicated, with a blissful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He muttered to himself, his aura gradually surging. "All things are originally formless. The great Tao gives rise to them. There is a primal substance, formed before heaven and earth. It cycles endlessly without ceasing, and may be called the mother of heaven and earth. Man follows the earth follows heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature." The final sentence rang out like the resounding toll of a bell, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. In an instant, a colossal surge of mana, like a tornado, began to slowly converge and swirl around Shin. Elder Meng's eyes widened instantly. Is this really what a breakthrough at the foundation stage looks like? Even when someone at the fusion stage begins their tribulation, it won't look any different. Suddenly, he froze in shock, his heart bursting with joy, and he shouted, "Everyone, sit in meditation, regulate your breath, and contemplate the immortal arts. This is a golden opportunity for cultivation." No sooner had he spoken than he himself entered a state of cultivation. Hearing this, everyone from those at the fusion stage down to the foundation stage began cultivating. As soon as they began, they immediately felt extraordinary effects. First was their mana, an inexhaustible, limitless supply. Next came insights, layer upon layer, as if they were free. The phrase "man follows the earth follows the heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature" spontaneously appeared in everyone's minds, echoing and repeating endlessly, stirring countless resonances of the Taoist principles. A short while later, a spectacle of breakthroughs began to unfold across the field. people were breaking through at every stage: foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, avatar, and union. Surge after surge of soaring energy erupted in rapid succession. This caused the mana storm above Shin's head to grow even more turbulent and violent. Whoosh! 5 figures appeared in the sky, staring at the scene in utter disbelief. Sect Master Feng, this young disciple of yours is simply unbelievable. Where on earth did you find him? A beautiful woman exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. A middle-aged cultivator with the appearance of a scholar's pupils contracted, his eyes likewise brimming with disbelief. He was none other than Feng Yichen, the Grand Perfection Stage Sect Master of the Ascendant Guild. The beautiful woman was the Sect Master of the Asking the Way Immortal Sect. The other 3 were the Sect Masters of the other 3 major immortal sects. The 5 of them had been drinking and chatting, discussing matters concerning demons and monsters. Suddenly, they sensed the mana of the heavens and earth erupting with terrifying might. If they hadn't known the source was a mere junior cultivator, they would have thought demons and monsters were attacking. Sect Master Feng, even if you can't give this disciple to the Asking the Way sect, please lend him to me for a few days. I promise I'll return him, the beautiful woman said, her eyes sparkling. Feng Yichen was at a loss for words. You'll return him? Who would believe that? Sect Master Feng, Shin is a better fit for my solar guild. Please don't lead this young disciple astray, said the Sect Master of the Solar Guild, a burly man. Before Feng Yichen could say anything, the Sect Master of the Danxia Immortal Sect interjected, your Solar Guild has already reaped a huge benefit, what more do you want? This young man has a profound understanding of the way of fire, he is equally suited for my Danxia Immortal Sect. The Grandmaster of the Taishan Immortal Sect muttered, the way follows nature, the way follows nature. Grandmaster Feng, I'll trade him for an immortal treasure, would that be acceptable? Feng Yichen gave a wry, silent laugh. Wow, they're even willing to offer an immortal treasure in exchange? Brother Taoist, don't talk nonsense. Although Shin is outstanding, he is still no match for an immortal treasure, Feng Yichen said. To his surprise, the patriarch of the Taishan Immortal Sect shook his head and said, no, you don't understand the true weight of the phrase the way follows nature. My sect's founding patriarch also said this right on the very last page of the Taishan Immortal Scripture. Feng Yichen froze on the spot. Has Shin read the core scriptures of the Taishan Immortal Sect? Clearly not. If even he hadn't read them, how could Shin possibly have? Yet Shen had actually said such a thing. What did this mean? In terms of macro-level comprehension of the heavens and earth and the great Tao, Shin had already reached the level of the Taishan Immortal Sect's founding patriarch, who had already ascended to immortality. Was this the kind of insight a foundation stage disciple should possess? Brother Taoist, you're not joking, are you? Feng Yichen said, his eyes wide. The patriarch of the Taishan Immortal Sect replied, I'm not. This young man is either the reincarnation of an immortal or the reincarnation of our sect's founding patriarch. Upon hearing this, the patriarch of the Danxia Immortal Sect hurriedly said, then Shin should definitely come and visit our sect. The origin of our Danxia sect is also the Supreme Tao Venerable. The founding patriarch of the Danxia Immortal Sect was the Supreme Tao Venerable's junior disciple, so the two sects could be considered of the same lineage. To me, he looks more like the reincarnation of the fire god. He has come down to the mortal realm specifically to guide our solar guild, said the patriarch of the solar guild. Feng Yichen felt torn between laughter and tears. All right, stop arguing. Let us wait until he completes his breakthrough, and then we'll discuss this further. Back then, he had taken a special interest in Shin solely because, from his level of understanding, he could see the impact Gearcraft would have on the immortal demon war. Therefore, after Shin demonstrated sufficiently powerful Gearcraft, he had generously provided him with ample support and favors. But what he hadn't expected was that, aside from Gearcraft, Shin's talent for cultivation was also so staggering. Even the reincarnation of an immortal had emerged. Shin felt quite pleased with himself. In truth, he had never taken cultivation seriously. He spent 3 years at the foundation establishment stage solely to better study Gearcraft. After all, many things cannot be achieved without a certain level of cultivation to support them. However, after breaking through to the early foundation establishment stage, he had not seriously cultivated since. From the selection tournament to the present, the members of the Demon Suppression Special Forces have all made breakthroughs, with more than half reaching the late foundation establishment stage. Only he remains stuck at the early foundation establishment stage, waiting. Forced to lecture in public today, he hadn't realized it himself, but he had inadvertently begun to seriously contemplate the path of cultivation for the first time. As a result, he experienced a massive breakthrough, leaping to the half-step core formation stage. With just a little more refinement, he could condense a perfect golden core and advance to a full-fledged core stage cultivator. Opening his eyes, Shin was satisfied as he concluded his practice, but the sight that met him gave him quite a start. Everyone was staring at him with the strangest expressions on their faces, as if they'd witnessed something earth-shattering or a priceless treasure. What is going on here?" Shin asked instinctively. The red-haired old Taoist shook his head slightly and exclaimed, "Thank you, young friend, for your teachings. You've helped us reach new heights." As soon as he spoke, all the cultivators in the hall shouted in unison, "Thank you, young friend Taoist friend, for your teachings, which have helped us reach new heights." Shin was dumbfounded. "You've all broken through too?" Elder Meng said with a mix of laughter and exasperation, "Not only can you guide others to an epiphany at the fusion stage, but you've also achieved your own epiphany and led a group of people to break through all without even realizing it yourself. You truly are the first of your kind in all of history." Shin thought to himself, "This isn't good. Damn it." Was he about to cement his reputation as the Enlightenment machine? If that happened, everyone's attention would be focused on that from now on. Who would even remember his mechanical creations? Shin hurriedly said, "This is a blessing bestowed by the Patriarch, it is not my doing. Personally, I still prefer Deercraft a bit more. If you must thank anyone, thank the Patriarch. I've just broken through, and my energy is still unstable. I'll head down to consolidate my cultivation for a bit. Excuse me." With that, Shin made to leave. A fusion stage cultivator from the Danxia Immortal sect hurriedly said, "Don't rush off. I still want to discuss the business of mechanical creations with you, young friend. Here's a solidifying essence pill. It helps core stage cultivators who've just broken through consolidate their cultivation. Consider it a gift for you, young friend." Without giving Shin a chance to refuse, this elder flicked the pill directly into Shin's mouth, then clapped his hand through the air, instantly helping Shin digest the pill. Shin immediately felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupt within him, which was absorbed in an instant by the half-liquid, half-solid golden pill. The next moment, a round golden pill slowly took shape in his dantian. With the help of a powerful figure, advancing from the half-step Dan formation stage to the golden pill stage was that simple. Shin could only clasp his hands in gratitude. Just then, a deep, resonant voice rang out from high above. The Immortal Tao Assembly continues. Now that you've received these benefits, do not hoard them for yourselves, share them generously with others. Shun, come here. It was Fengchen, the guild master of the Ascendant Guild. Numerous disciples of the Ascendant Guild immediately clasped their hands in a bow. Just as Shin was about to move, he was transported into the room by a mighty force. He looked at the 5 people before him, their gazes intense. A thought crossed Shin's mind, and he bowed, saying, "Greetings, Grand Master." "Greetings, esteemed elders." Fengchen smiled. "Don't be so formal. Have a seat." Shin glanced at the meditation cushion at his feet and, without hesitation, sat down confidently. But the moment his buttocks touched the cushion, his body stiffened. Fengchen said, "Fellow Taoist, having been reincarnated into our Xiaoyao sect, we have indeed treated you with neglect. Has my reincarnation been exposed?" That was Shin's first thought. However, seeing the smiles on the faces of these 5 elders, he gave a wry laugh and said, "Sect Master, please don't make fun of your disciple." Fengchen asked with a smile. "Oh? Are you not? Single-handedly creating so many intricate mechanisms, guiding a fusion stage cultivator to sudden enlightenment and a breakthrough with just a few words, and leading so many others to breakthrough as well. All these feats, how could they make sense unless you were a reincarnated immortal? Hearing this, Shen's conviction grew even stronger, and he said, "Perhaps I really am a reincarnated immortal. I suppose once I survive the tribulation, I'll be able to recover my memories from my past life." Upon hearing this, the 5 sect masters were all taken aback for a moment, then chuckled helplessly. Phony-chan laughed, "All right, I'll stop teasing you. If we didn't know the circumstances of immortals, we might actually have taken you for a reincarnated immortal." The plight of immortals? That statement seemed to hold a lot of information. Did these 5 great perfection stage powerhouses actually know something about the elusive and elusive immortals? Did they learn about it from ancient texts and accounts left by their predecessors, or had they actually encountered them? These thoughts flashed through Shen's mind, but he immediately pushed them aside. Whatever the case, it had nothing to do with him right now. "Shen, I'm willing to accept you as a disciple on behalf of my master to make you my junior brother." "Are you willing?" the beautiful woman asked quite abruptly. Before Shen could say a word, Phony-chan snapped back irritably, "Why are you still harping on this? He is a disciple of my ascendant guild, how could he possibly betray the sect and leave?" The beautiful woman covered her mouth and chuckled softly, "With someone this talented, of course I'd want him too. There is no harm in giving it a try. What if he ends up liking our Tao-seeking immortal sect? After all, female cultivators make up 70% of our sect." Only then did Shen realize that this stunningly beautiful woman, with her peerless grace and poise, was none other than the sect master of the Tao-seeking immortal sect, Immortal Lady Xiao. It was quite strange. While her disciples at the divine stage and fusion stage referred to themselves as immortal aunts or immortal grandmothers, this grand perfection stage sect leader still insisted on being addressed only as Immortal Lady. At that moment, another burly man spoke up, "Shen, I don't have much to say either. Since you've helped so many of my disciples break through, I'll bestow upon you a strand of primordial divine fire to protect you. Anyone below the great perfection realm who comes into contact with it will die." Boom! A purplish-red flame shot from the burly man's fingertip, coiling like a small dragon onto Shen's right index finger before finally vanishing beneath his skin. Shen was very pleased. He could now use this divine fire to melt even harder materials to craft mechanical components. "Thank you, Sect Master Zhu." Shen knew this must be Zhu Yan, the sect master of the Solar Guild. "Shen, I have something even better to give you, but you must tell me one thing first, otherwise, I'll have to offer something else instead," said one of the 2 elderly men present. This time, Shen recognized his identity from his attire, Li Donglai, sect master of the Supreme Immortal Sect, known as the Purple Chi True Lord. That left the other elderly man as undoubtedly the patriarch of the Danxia Immortal Sect, the elder Xianjun. Shen pondered for a moment and said, "Senior, please speak." Li Donglai said with a twinkle in his eye, "Are you, in fact, a disciple of my sect's founding master?" "Shen. Senior, what makes you say that? Where did you learn the way follows nature? Those are the ultimate 4 characters from the core scriptures of my Taishang Xianzong." Shen finally understood. Ever since he began his cultivation and first heard the name Supreme Immortal Sect, he had suspected that this sect might have some connection to the legendary Taiching Laozi. Now that it had been confirmed, there truly was a connection. As for whether it was a direct lineage of his teachings or merely a trace left behind by Taiching Laozi during his travels through the myriad realms, that remained unknown. Of course, it's also possible that neither is the case, that it was simply a being in this world, similar to Taiching Laozi, who had gained insights and compiled a text similar to the Daodejing. Such a coincidence seemed far-fetched, but it wasn't impossible. Shen mused, I had a dream. Before he could even begin to recount the story he'd just made up, he heard Ziki Zhenjuan burst into laughter. That is it, you must have received the ancestral master's teachings in a dream. Our Taishang Xianzong once fell into decline, and the founder who revived it received his teachings from the ancestral master in a dream. Shen. Wow, he didn't even need to say anything else. The other party believed it right away. Oh well, let him think whatever he wants. In terms of seniority, you should be the foremost figure in our Supreme Immortal Sect. Even I would have to address you as Junior Patriarch. Li Donglai sighed in admiration, then stood up to bow. Junior Patriarch, I humbly greet you. Shen hurriedly stepped aside and said, Senior, please don't do that. That dream of mine was illusory and ephemeral, it cannot be taken as reality. Even if it were true, I'm merely a lowly golden core cultivator and one who has already joined the Ascendant Guild. I'm not worthy of such a title or such a grand gesture. Seeing this, Phony Chen let out a long sigh and said exasperatedly, Li Donglai. You're going too far. Even if Shen really did inherit your sect's founderess legacy, that has nothing to do with your Supreme Immortal sect anymore. You're just looking for an excuse to get Shen to return to the Supreme Immortal sect with you, aren't you? Li Donglai, having his true intentions exposed, didn't he blush in the slightest and said matter-of-factly, since Shen has received the legacy of my sect's founding master, it's only natural that he should return to the Supreme Immortal sect. That is perfectly reasonable. Phony Chen's eyes widened. Shen hurried to smooth things over, saying, Senior, I've received the sect's kindness, studied under a renowned master, and cultivated gearcraft. Are you really asking me to be a villain who forgets loyalty for personal gain and betrays the sect? If I truly became such a villain, wouldn't that also bring shame upon your sect, Senior? Besides, the 5 sects are allies as close as family. How can there still be any distinction between you and us? Phony Chen immediately chimed in, look at Shen's resolve and state of mind, then look at yours. Aren't you ashamed? Li Donglai gave a soft snort, then turned to Shen with a gentle tone, very well, since your mind is made up, I won't force the issue. This is the complete text of the Supreme Immortal Scripture. Take your time to contemplate it. If you have time, do visit the Supreme Immortal sect more often. The patriarch of the Danxia Immortal sect, Elder Xianzhen, who had remained silent until then, said, Here is a jar of 8 transformation golden elixirs, 72 pills in total. They are the crowning achievement of my life. As long as your Dao realm comprehension keeps pace, they can enhance your cultivation and strength without any side effects. Of course, the prerequisite is that your Dao realm must be far ahead of others, which, I'm sure, is no problem at all for you, young patriarch. Shen gasped. 8 transformation golden pills? The legendary 9 transformation golden pills are the most powerful elixirs of all, and only immortals can refine them. As for 8 transformation golden pills, they are the highest grade elixirs that cultivators below the level of an immortal can produce. This much could be gleaned from Elder Xianzhen's description of the elixir's effects. To simply give away such a precious jar of elixir like that? That's a bit of an extravagant gift, isn't it? Seeing Shen's hesitation, Elder Xianzhen said kindly, Our Danxia Immortal sect and the Taishang Immortal sect share the same origin. It is only natural that we treat you with the respect due to a young patriarch. Besides, today, more than 10 of my disciples, elder cultivators whose lifespans were about to end, have broken through their cultivation barriers and extended their lives because of you. For that alone, it's worth this gourd of elixir. Please accept it. Great, another one claiming kinship. Shen took the gourd and offered his thanks. At that moment, the patriarch of the Dao-seeking immortal sect, Immortal Xiao, smiled and said, Since they've all given gifts, I certainly can't be stingy. But I'm not as wealthy as they are. I really don't have anything worthwhile to offer. How about this? I'll give you 100 female cultivators, ranging from the core stage to the divine stage. And I'll also give you a top-tier dual cultivation manual to help you quickly reach the pinnacle of cultivation. How does that sound? Shen. The Dao-seeking immortal sect? Why not just rename it the Union of Bliss Immortal Sect? What on earth is this all about? For a moment, Shen didn't know how to refuse. Just then, Phony Chen said, Why go to all this trouble? Don't you still not have a Dao companion yourself? Upon hearing this, Immortal Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. You're right, then please go ahead and make the arrangements, Sect Master Phone. Let us seize this golden opportunity and have Shen and I tie the knot right here at your Ascendant Guild. Phony Chen. After living this long, has she lost her mind? He ignored her and turned to Shen, saying, I don't have much to offer you, just 3 conditions. First, you have full authority over Forge Peak. Second, feel free to take whatever mana crystals, precious materials, and cultivation techniques you want from the sect. Third, the position of Sect Master will be yours in the future. Shen gave a wry smile. Sect Master, there is no point in saying this so early. What if I don't even live to see that day and die along the way? Anyone who dares lay a finger on you, I'll wipe out their entire clan. Even if it shakes the very foundations of existence, I'll wield my immortal treasure to blast them into dust. Foamy Chen's eyes flashed with fury. The other four chimed in, when the time comes, be sure to call on us. Our immortal treasures have gathered dust for far too long, we'll put them to good use then. Rest assured, with us protecting you, at least within this realm, no one can touch you. Just a few demons and monsters, nothing to worry about. That may be so, but we still need to stay vigilant. Hearing these words, Chen's curiosity was immediately piqued. At least within this realm? Does that mean there are other realms? Chen asked bluntly, are there other realms? The five exchanged glances. Foamy Chen sighed and said, given your experience, you shouldn't learn about this too soon, but considering your achievements and future potential, it wouldn't hurt for you to get a head start. It's not exactly other realms. Let me put it this way, have you ever wondered what lies beyond this realm? Shen blurted out, beyond this realm lies the vast universe and the starry sky. The five looked at one another, but then one by one, their expressions softened. Shen had already received the legacy of the Supreme Tao Venerable. It was hardly surprising that he knew this. Foamy Chen nodded and said, that's right, beyond the heavens and earth lies the vast cosmos. Everyone knows that since the creation of the heavens and earth, the sky has been round and the earth square, with the 9 underworlds below and the 33 heavens above. Yet few realize that this arrangement of heaven and earth has long since dissipated in ancient times. Now, sentient beings dwell within this vast expanse, and the ignorant still believe the sky is round and the earth is square. But we cultivators, who can soar through the heavens and traverse the earth, understand that the sky is boundless void, while the earth is round, like a great sphere suspended in the void. Shen nodded. He had known this for a long time, not because of memories from a past life, but because he had deduced it from certain natural phenomena. For example, on the boundless sea, the horizon forms an arc, and where the water meets the sky, a ship's mast is always the first thing to appear. And most commonly, the sun always rises in the east and sets in the west. All of this proves one thing: this realm of cultivation is situated on a planet, not in a world where heaven is round and earth is square. So the question arises, are the other realms? The sect master spoke of other planets? At that moment, Foamy Chen continued, the so-called other realms do not specifically refer to any celestial bodies similar to our world, but rather to all spaces and celestial bodies beyond our own world. Within this realm, the five of us, combined with our sect's resources, can guarantee your absolute safety. Even if the ruler of the demon clan were to attack you personally, he wouldn't be able to kill you. But beyond this realm, that's not the case. Even for us, the moment we show our faces, we face the danger of death and the annihilation of our Tao. Shun silently processed this information, then asked, does the danger come from powerful sentient beings, or from cosmic disasters? Naturally, it's sentient beings. Not to mention us great perfection cultivators, even fusion stage cultivators are already capable of traversing the void. Foamy Chen said. I have a bad feeling about this. Shen thought of a meme he'd seen in his previous life. Don't ascend. Ascension is a scam. The people of the upper realm feed on our clan's prodigies. Shen took a deep breath and asked, those beings they aren't from the upper realm, are they? Like the immortals and gods of the immortal realm or the celestial realm? Foamy Chen fell silent for a moment before giving an answer that left Shen even more stunned. Some are, some aren't. Beginning as a slayer of evil, ending as the source of evil. Does the dragon-born youth ultimately become an evil dragon? Is the story really that melodramatic? Shen asked in confusion, why would they turn against the cultivation world? Also, if they really do attack the cultivation world, will we be able to hold out? Foamy Chen exchanged glances with the other four, shook his head, and laughed wryly. As I said earlier, out there is nothing but the vast cosmos and starry skies. Where would the immortal realm or the celestial realm even be? Ha! Shen was utterly astonished. If the cultivation world has no immortal realm, then what's the point of cultivating at all? With the details of their earlier conversation still fresh in his mind, Shen immediately said, so you're saying that in ancient times, our world was still shaped like a round sky and a square earth, with the 9 hells below and the 33 heavens above. Later, for some reason, the entire world transformed into the vast cosmos. The heavens vanished, leaving only cultivation worlds like the one beneath our feet, worlds resembling stars. Those immortals and gods capable of surviving long-term in the void of the cosmos, whether they feed on cultivators or seek to invade our world, lie in wait in the starry sky to ambush those who have ascended. Some ascended immortals succumbed to their tyranny and chose to join them rather than fight, is that right? Fomi-chen nodded slowly, more or less that's the general idea. Shin's face immediately betrayed a look of deep reflection. Wow, so that's how the world is structured. That raises the question, how can the cultivation realm possibly withstand the attacks of the immortals and gods? Before Shin could ask further, Fomi-chen continued, once upon a time, the combined strength of the entire cultivation realm was on par with the so-called immortal realm, which was then known as the celestial realm. The celestial court, which ruled the celestial realm, recruited its celestial soldiers, generals, marshals, and commanders from among the human race. Back then, the most powerful beings were the human race, specifically, the Supreme Tao Venerable. 6 of the top 10 strongest beings in the entire cosmos were from the human race. Therefore, at the very beginning of the collapse of the cosmos, those immortals and gods didn't dare to attack. It wasn't until the Supreme Tao Venerable and a group of other powerful figures began seeking the path to transcendence, wandering through the myriad realms, that these immortals and gods dared to harbor such intentions. But the immortal treasures left behind by the Supreme Tao Venerable and the other powerful figures have erected an invisible barrier beyond the heavens and earth. To this day, they have been unable to succeed. This is why we cannot easily use immortal treasures against demons and monsters. If even the slightest mistake is made, the barrier protecting us will be compromised. Shin nodded and asked, then why do they want to break in? Can't they survive out there? Fomi-chen nodded and replied, you could put it that way. Out there is no mana, only scenes of calamity. Everywhere, the laws of destruction and the laws of the end manifest. It is simply unsuitable for sentient beings to dwell there long term. Although they can survive for tens of thousands of years and the powerful among them can even achieve immortality, they cannot cultivate, nor can they see a path forward or any hope. Over time, they naturally fall into despair. And since the great Tao and mana still exist, such as on this star beneath our feet, it naturally becomes the object of their longing. But even a cultivator who has just set foot on the path of cultivation understands one truth. If we let those immortals and gods in, will there still be room in the heavens and earth for mortals and ordinary cultivators to survive? The stars are only so big, and there's only so much mana. The amount of mana they devour in a single breath is more than a foundation stage cultivator could refine in a lifetime. We absolutely cannot let them in. And so, the two sides began their confrontation. They stand guard outside, trying every possible means to deal with us. Thunder tribulations are their weapons, and demons and monsters are their minions. As soon as they spot someone ascending, they swarm like fish that have taken the bait, devouring them whole. This is also why no one in the cultivation world has successfully ascended in a very long time. Many elders who successfully passed the tribulation have chosen to seal themselves away and fall into eternal slumber. Shen was stunned once again. Wow, are thunder tribulations and demons really just tools the immortals and gods use against cultivators? They really will stop at nothing. Shen fell silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. All of a sudden, I don't feel the slightest bit guilty about building weapons of mass destruction to wipe out those demons. Hee. Hearing this, the 5 sect masters were instantly at a loss for words. After telling you all this, can't I stir up some indignation and ambition in you? Shouldn't you be spouting some passionate, blood-pumping rhetoric right now, vowing to resist those immortals and gods? Why are you suddenly laughing? I've learned a lot today. Thank you, Sect Master, for your patient explanation. If there is nothing else, this disciple will take his leave. I have a lot of business to attend to later. Shin said, clasping his hands in a bow. Fomi-chen was nearly driven to laughter by his exasperation. Don't you want to say anything at all? Shin blinked. What could I possibly say? That I'll one day use mechanical contraptions to create things and personally blast all those immortals and gods to smithereens? Don't joke around, Sect Master. I know you were partly referring to me when you said all that, but I'm not that arrogant. Besides, if the sky falls, the tallest will hold it up. Don't you and the immortal treasures have it all covered up front? And speaking of which, they can't break in now, can they? So what's there to worry about? The 5 sect masters chuckled helplessly. Feng said speechlessly, then what was all that passionate talk you gave down there earlier? What about having a dream, arming the masses, and sweeping away demons and monsters? Shin shrugged, I wanted to sell my mechanical devices, it was just a sales pitch. If they don't trust me as a person, how can they trust my products? It's basically the same as those street vendors in the mortal world who hype up their wares, saying how great they are. Feng and the other 4. Alright, in addition to the impressions of Gearcraft Genius and Cultivation Genius, Shin had earned another label in their eyes, a cunning merchant. Xiao, the sect master of the Taoist immortal sect, covered her mouth and laughed, ha ha. Aren't you worried that the 4 of us, upon hearing this, will forbid our disciples from buying your mechanical creations? Shin suddenly laughed, it doesn't matter. You don't have to buy them. Someone will always buy them anyway. For example, the top 10 immortal sects ranked below the 5 great immortal sects. Their overall strength may not match that of the 5 great immortal sects, but purchasing my mechanical devices will instantly boost their overall power by a huge margin. In the future, whether it's earning mana crystals by distinguishing themselves in the immortal demon war or simply supporting the cultivation of their own disciples, these devices will be extremely useful. As time goes on, the survival rate of their disciples and the probability of them reaching advanced cultivation realms will continue to rise. One day, they'll catch up to the leaders, matching or even surpassing the 5 great immortal sects in strength. Of course, this is just speculation from a lowly golden core cultivator like me. Senior, just take it with a grain of salt, don't take it too seriously. Immortal Shio's face immediately lit up with surprise. You really do have a long-term perspective, child, and you see things very clearly. I like you even more now. Shun. That's a bit ambiguous, Senior Immortal. Never mind, I won't tease you anymore. Since they've all given you things, I can't be stingy either. Here, take this and keep it safe. Immortal Shio extended her slender, jade-like fingers and gave a light flick, sending a streak of light that shot into Shin's left wrist, eventually forming a bud the size of a fingernail. Shin sensed that it contained Immortal Shio's strong aura. If you encounter danger, activate it. Even if I can't make it there in time, I'll be able to conjure a magical avatar from afar to help you. Fairy Xiao explained. Shin clasped his fists in a bow, thank you, Fairy. With that, he bowed to the others and turned to leave. Back at the venue, the atmosphere had not subsided but had grown even more intense and lively. Some were discussing Shin's astonishing breakthrough, others were exchanging insights and epiphanies, while still others were gathered around the Forge Peak booth, inquiring about the prices and usage of the mechanical contraptions. Shin found you and asked, how are the orders coming along? You looked at Shin's face and immediately felt her heart begin to race. Shin's performance today was nothing short of earth-shaking and soul-stirring. Even setting aside his achievements in automaton craftsmanship, the feat of leading so many people to enlightenment and breakthroughs together was unprecedented. Legend has it that top-tier powerhouses like the Tao Venerable have accomplished such feats. But those were legendary figures. What Shin had done was happening right before their very eyes. Considering the gap in cultivation levels, Shin's performance was all the more astonishing. Not to mention, Shin had also created a commercial miracle in the cultivation world. In response to Senior Brother's question, orders for the automaton Wolf Mana Gatling are currently the highest, with advance payments totaling nearly 8,000 top-grade mana crystals. Orders for the Mana Bomb and Automaton Swarm are steadily increasing. We've already received advance payments totaling nearly 6,000 top-grade mana crystals. You concisely reported the current revenue. Of course, this was only gross profit. The true net profit would be calculated after deducting costs. Still, this was already astonishing. On the very first day, they already brought in over 100 million low-grade mana crystals. This wasn't just making money, it was like mining. Not bad. How are preparations for tonight's banquet coming along? This is crucial, it can effectively boost sales of the automaton swarm. Shin said. You nodded, don't worry, Senior Brother. Everything's ready, we're just waiting for sunset. Good. Thanks for your hard work. Senior brother, what is it? Once things calm down, could you give the folks at Forge Peak some guidance? You asked somewhat sheepishly. We've been so busy working that we haven't had a chance to stop and listen to your teachings, senior brother. None of us have made much progress. Shin. Fortunately, he was now a golden core cultivator guiding a group of foundation establishment and chi cultivation practitioners was a piece of cake for him. Alright, once this busy period is over, I'll find time to hold a meeting, an internal cultivation experience sharing session. Compared to gearcraft and trading, she was far more passionate about cultivation. The atmosphere in the venue remained high. It continued like this until sunset, when things finally began to wind down. But just then, the banquet that Shin had Forge Peak prepare in advance sent the atmosphere soaring to a new peak. The banquet, designed to accommodate over 5,000 guests, was nothing short of spectacular, with a continuous banquet spread covering the entire summit of 100 Peaks Mountain. It wasn't until nightfall that everyone noticed Forge Peak's meticulous arrangements. The entire 100 Peaks Mountain was illuminated, dotted with colorful little orbs that looked like hollow glass spheres, yet emitted a dazzling light. After asking a disciple of Forge Peak, everyone learned that these were called neon lights. Under the neon decorations, Mount Biphone became the most dazzling spot under the night sky, utterly magical. Of course, while the locals found it magical, Shin simply found it comfortable. It felt like returning to a past life, sitting on the side of the street and eating from street stalls. Of course, that wasn't the end of it. Just as everyone was clinking glasses and having a great time, another wondrous sight appeared. The night sky, which had been so bright from the neon lights that the stars were no longer visible, suddenly filled with a dense cluster of twinkling lights. At the same time, the hair-raising buzzing sound from earlier in the day suddenly rang out again. Many people thought Shin's mechanical creations had gone out of control and were about to attack everyone. But when the dense automaton swarm filled the entire night sky, began to flash rhythmically, and formed various patterns, everyone was left speechless. What kind of trick was this? Could an automaton swarm designed to kill be used like this? Giant flying swords, brilliant flowers, colorful auspicious clouds. The automaton swarm displayed a dazzling array of beautiful patterns across the night sky. Immediately afterward, the two-dimensional patterns began to transform into three-dimensional forms. Majestic divine dragons, noble phoenixes, ferocious qilin, and celestial black turtles supporting the heavens. All manner of legendary divine beasts and spirit beasts roamed and soared through the night sky, as if recreating the splendor of ancient times. The cultivators present were all dumbfounded, as were the other cultivators from the entire Ascendant Guild. The first group of divine stage cultivators who had just finished comprehending the secret treasure and arrived at the banquet couldn't help but rub their eyes one after another. Had they somehow traveled back to ancient times while cultivating? Holy cow! That divine dragon looked way too real. Elder Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "It must be your disciple who pulled this off." Gongshu said proudly, "Haha, it's nothing, really nothing at all." Though he said this, he was actually deeply shocked inside. He had only ever been involved in the research, development, and construction of these mechanisms. He had never realized they could be used this way. It was a bit flashy, but it sure looked impressive. He Yang, who had just made a breakthrough, looked more confident as he said, "With a disciple like this, the cultivation world will surely reclaim the glory of the ancient era." Xiaoran stood nearby, lost in thought, his sword intent surging. He muttered, "I wish I'd been born in the ancient era to test my mettle against these mighty beings." Elder Chen interjected, "Actually, Shin can grant your wish. Have him use a divine stage automaton swarm to assemble a divine dragon Wun Ti that let you spar with it a bit?" Xiaoran's face instantly turned grim. "Does it also have to be equipped with a mana bomb capable of obliterating divine stage cultivators? Is that what you call sparring? That's a suicide mission." At that moment, a gasp rippled through the crowd. "Ha! Emulating heaven and earth? Has this divine technique long lost and said to be mastered only by immortals reappeared in the world? Wait, this person's face looks so familiar. Isn't that senior brother Shin's master, Elder Gongshu? That's right, it's Elder Gongshu. But isn't he only at the divine stage? When did he learn emulating heaven and earth? Are you stupid? That is clearly an illusion created by the automaton swarm. Seeing this, Elder Gongshua's face flushed. You brat, why on earth did you project my image? Elder Chen remarked enviously, I'd love for Shin to help me spread my fame, but unfortunately, he is not my disciple. After Gongshua's image vanished, another majestic figure appeared in the night sky. This time, it was Fengnichen, the patriarch of the Ascendant Guild. Then, the images of the patriarchs of the other 4 major sects appeared one after another. The 5 sect leaders hovered in the air, smiling as they looked down upon the entire mountain range. This sight caused all the cultivators to instinctively bow in respect. Just then, Shin's voice rang out at the perfect moment, echoing across Baifeng Mountain, let us thank our elders for their dedication and hard work. Thank you for withstanding the pressure and maintaining such a relatively peaceful and stable world for us. At the grandest table, Immortal Shio and the others laughed, this Shin he really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Old Feng, your disciple is truly entertaining. No wonder he was taught by the Tao Venerable in a dream he is full of creative ideas. He has managed to recreate the sect master's face with quite a bit of spirit and grace ho 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 ho. Fengnichen shook his head, if only the few of us truly knew how to emulate heaven and earth, we wouldn't have to fear those immortals and gods. You know what? I suddenly feel that if we follow Shin's line of thinking, we might actually be able to recreate the peerless divine ability of emulating heaven and earth in a unique way. Li Donglai said. Great perfection stage cultivators all possess extremely sharp minds. Upon hearing this, they instantly thought of many possibilities. Of course, these were just thoughts. As for the specifics of putting it into practice, that was certainly a job best left to the experts. Therefore, Fengnichen laughed, then let us wait and see. Perhaps Shin really will be the one to break the deadlock that has lasted tens of thousands of years. Meanwhile, after Shin finished his automaton swarm demonstration, he quietly sought out his master. To be precise, he was looking for He Yang, the successor of the Zixiao sect. At a time like this, they were bound to be together. When Shin found Gongshu, Elder Chen, He Yang, and the others, the first group of 12 divine stage cultivators who had contemplated the secret treasure were sharing their experiences with the other divine stage cultivators who hadn't yet had the chance to do so. Elder Chen could be heard saying, that secret treasure resembles a lotus platform. It spins rapidly, radiating a misty, spiritual glow that reaches the heavens. One need only sit cross-legged around it, meditate in silence, and one can gain profound insights and advance one's cultivation. It is truly a peerless treasure that aids cultivation. Although the method is relatively simple, after we finished our cultivation and discussed it, we summarized a more efficient approach. If one first cultivates spells, divine abilities, or cultivation techniques that have hit a bottleneck, breaking through them will trigger more spiritual light, making subsequent cultivation smoother. Take Peak Master Yu, for example. He had long been stuck on a single move of the heaven-piercing sword technique, but he achieved a breakthrough in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Since then, his cultivation pace has been faster than any of ours, truly enviable. Gongshu also sighed, indeed, fellow Taoist He Yang is the same. His breakthrough in the purple Shao Thunder technique was nothing short of earth-shattering, and his subsequent cultivation pace is hardly any slower than Peak Master Yu's. He Yang picked up a piece of meat for his young apprentice, then set down his chopsticks and said modestly, my foundational cultivation is weak. Since I encountered a secret treasure to aid my cultivation early on, the results were naturally somewhat better, but my overall progress still falls short of yours, fellow Taoist. At that moment, someone asked hesitantly, hasn't anyone among you achieved a breakthrough in cultivation level? Yes, there was. Fellow Taoist He Yang has broken through a minor realm and has already reached the perfected spirit transformation stage. Who knows, he might even achieve the union of body and spirit in a few days. Gongshu said, pointing at He Yang. Hearing this, the person asked again, I meant a real breakthrough. Gongshu was taken aback. That secret treasure is primarily meant to assist in cultivating and comprehending the Tao realm. It offers no mana benefits. With so many of us sitting in meditation together, it's not appropriate to freely circulate mana. Of course, there won't be any major breakthroughs. However, we've all made significant progress in our Tao realm. As long as we retreat for a period of time to cultivate, breakthroughs are certain to follow. The divine stage cultivators, who hadn't yet had a chance to explore the secret treasure, immediately exchanged glances and chuckled helplessly. Seeing this, Gongshu frowned and said, "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" The man hurriedly explained, "Brother Taoist, please don't be upset. We aren't mocking you, we just don't think it's absolutely necessary to comprehend this secret treasure." Another person added, "That's right. I was thinking about whether I should give my spot to my junior brother, who isn't very skilled yet, so I won't be wasting it." Exactly, that's exactly what I was thinking, it's better to give it to someone else. Hearing these words, Elder Chen, Gongshu, and the others were all quite baffled. Wait, such a great opportunity to boost one's strength, and they're just turning it down like that? What's going on? Have they all become this carefree all of a sudden? Seeing their reaction, the man explained, "Brother Gongshu, you don't know the whole story. Actually, we've already achieved a breakthrough out there, look." As he spoke, he released the aura of his newly achieved breakthrough, still somewhat unstable, which revealed him to be at the peak of the spirit transformation stage. Elder Chen, who had known him for a long time, exclaimed in astonishment, "Old Zhao, I recall you've been stuck in the late spirit transformation stage for over 300 years. You've never quite grasped the essence of perfection and couldn't advance to the union of body and spirit stage. How did you break through your bottleneck without even comprehending the secret treasure?" Zhao Zhiming gave a mysterious smile, "It's not just me. Among those attending the Immortal Tao conference today, aside from the 12 of you, everyone from foundation establishment all the way up to fusion stage has made significant breakthroughs. Some have even leaped across major cultivation realms. Foundation establishment cultivators condensing golden pill cultivators transforming into nascent souls, and nascent souls ascending to divine souls. Such cases are everywhere. Even several fusion stage elders have achieved breakthroughs. They'll begin their tribulation trials soon, and their chances of success have skyrocketed by 30 to 40%. Hearing this, Elder Chen and the other 11 looked stunned. Even Xiaoran could no longer sit still. He asked in a deep voice, "Are you kidding me? Did you happen to stumble upon an Immortal sermon? How could so many people break through at once?" Zhao Zhiming held up his index finger, "Hey! You're actually right, this is as close to an Immortal sermon as it gets." Elder Chen said exasperatedly, "Stop beating around the bush. What's really going on? Let him explain it to you himself, I can't possibly explain it." Zhao Zhiming said, turning to point to one side. Everyone followed the direction of his finger, and their gazes all landed on Shun, whose face was full of resignation. Elder Chen was taken aback for a moment before saying, "Junior brother Gongshu, I think your disciple has pulled off another incredible feat while we were away." Gongshu nodded instinctively, then hurriedly asked, "Disciple? Come here, come here. What have you done this time?" Shun sat down with a sigh and shook his head. "It's nothing. The fact that all of you seniors were able to break through is actually due to your own natural talent and hard work. It has very little to do with me." Zhao Zhiming raised his wine cup and said, "That is far too modest. Just ask everyone here who isn't grateful to you. Come, let me toast you, young friend Shin." Shin sighed inwardly and raised his cup in return. Prompted by his master's anxious gaze, he began to explain, "It's nothing really. Just a few fusion stage seniors from the Solar Guild insisted I explain exactly how fire techniques are applied in mechanical creations. I just gave a casual explanation, and then a few fusion stage seniors who cultivate fire techniques had an epiphany. That's all." "That's it?" Gongshu and the others immediately widened their eyes in disbelief. "You're just a foundation stage cultivator, yet you helped fusion stage cultivators achieve an epiphany with just a few words? From the way you're talking, it sounds as casual as spotting a fruit tree by the roadside and reaching out to pick a few fruits. Wait, there's got to be more to it. What about old Zhao and the others breaking through? Old Zhao doesn't even practice fire magic." Elder Chen keenly picked up on the key detail. Shin spread his hands and said, "It's just that as I was explaining it, I had a bit of an epiphany myself, so I just sort of drifted into cultivation and condensed my golden core. When I opened my eyes, I don't know how it happened, but everyone else broke through along with me." "Golden core? I don't know how it happened, but everyone else broke through along with me? The 12 divine stage cultivators sucked in a sharp breath. Gongshu suddenly grabbed Shin's arm. After probing him, he stared at his disciple in utter disbelief. It had been less than half a day, and his disciple had already formed a golden core and led a group of people to breakthrough as well. What on earth was going on? Zhao Jiming suddenly spoke up again. It's not as simple or casual as that. Brother Chen, fellow cultivators, you didn't see what happened back then. Mana gathered like a storm, swirling slowly with Shin at its center. And at that moment, Shin chanted a profound sutra, saying, "The way follows nature." Then everyone practiced together. Insights welled up in our hearts, and in no time at all, we achieved substantial breakthroughs. According to incomplete post-event statistics, of the 5,000 present today, half broke through to a minor realm, about 20% directly advanced to a major realm, and the rest also made significant progress in their cultivation. They may achieve a breakthrough very soon. As soon as he finished speaking, a deep silence fell over the area. Just then, the tiny little girl nestled beside He Yang, who had been burying one's head eating, looked up and said, "That's right, Master. I broke through today too. There's a vortex of energy spinning non-stop inside me." "Ha!" He Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Although this young disciple was naturally gifted, she was still too young for him to have taught her any cultivation techniques for now. He was simply raising her as his own daughter. A little girl who didn't even know any cultivation techniques had actually entered the energy stage? And you call this a lecture? This is even more absurd than if an immortal had come to lecture in person. "Master, please give another lecture." Gongshu tugged at Shin's arm, her face full of eagerness. Elder Chen suddenly moved closer to Shin's side and said, "Ahem, Shin, look, it's too noisy here. Why don't we find a quiet place to sit down and have a proper chat?" Xiaoran also couldn't help but chime in, "Lord Shin, my daughter told me you're quite interested in the way of the sword. Why don't we have a discussion today?" Shin hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "Please don't put me on the spot. I don't know how to give a sermon. It was just a stroke of divine luck. Today is the Immortal Dao Conference. All of you seniors are bound to make a breakthrough. I need to speak with Senior He Yang about something. You all go ahead and keep drinking and chatting. Don't worry about me." With that, Shin pulled He Yang over to a corner. Seeing this, the crowd immediately felt a bit resentful. They then set their sights on Gongshu, planning to coax him into persuading Shin to give another lecture. Over there, Shin cast a simple, sound-dampening spell. He Yang, puzzled by this, nevertheless began, "Thank you for your consideration, young friend, and thank you for remembering the Zixiao sect." Shin waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, Senior. I actually have a very important matter to discuss with you, one that concerns my own future." Upon hearing this, He Yang's spirits immediately lifted. He sat up straight and said earnestly, "Please speak. If I can be of assistance to you, young friend, I will do so without hesitation." Shin smiled and said, "There is no need to be so formal, Senior. Actually, if this matter can be accomplished, it might also help the Zixiao sect rise to prominence once more." Hearing this, He Yang became even more enthusiastic. He couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is this matter?" Shin thought for a moment, then said in a solemn voice, "Once, while researching ancient texts, I came across a description of the Zixiao sect that stated, 'The disciples of the Zixiao sect are the world's masters of thunder magic, pioneers in the righteous path of demon slaying.' Today, I learned from my master that when you, Senior, were meditating on the secret treasure, it was through thunder magic that you achieved a breakthrough. I presume there is no doubt that the Zixiao sect excels in thunder magic, right, Senior?" He Yang showed a hint of pride. "That's right. The Zixiao sect's Zixiao divine thunder is undoubtedly the #1 thunder magic in the world. In fact, the thunder magic practiced by various sects today all bear the influence of the Zixiao sect. Some are actually incomplete or modified versions of our sect's teachings." Shin clapped his hands, "Then we've come to the right person. Here's the thing, in the art of mechanical devices, metal and iron form the bones, runes form the flesh, and spiritual energy forms the blood. But actually, in my conception, there is a kind of energy or a force that is even more suitable than mere spiritual energy to serve as the blood of mechanical creations. That is lightning. Please take a look, Senior." Shen pulled out a small trinket, about the size of a walnut, cast from gold and iron. Once placed on the table, a flash of lightning arced through it, instantly transforming it into a tiny automaton complete with arms, legs, and a face, even holding a small sword in its hand. Crackle, crackle. The little automaton moved with nimble steps, performing a sword form on the tabletop with impressive precision. This not only caught He Yang's attention but also made the little girl's eyes light up. Seeing this, Shen smiled and asked, "Do you like it?" The little girl nodded vigorously. "If you like it, it's yours. Here you go." "Really?" the little girl asked in disbelief, glancing at her master as if seeking his approval. "Thank you, big brother." The little girl happily picked up the mechanical figurine and sat quietly beside him, playing with it. In all her life, this was the first time she'd ever received a toy. Meanwhile, He Yang exclaimed, "Young friend, I'll just call you Shen. You truly live up to your reputation as the mechanical genius who defeated a disciple of the Lu family from Zhangzhou. Lightning, filled with a spirit of fury and destruction, yet in your hands, it can drive mechanical creations so gently." Hearing this, Shen shook his head. "No, actually, under different conditions, lightning is more docile than spiritual energy. The latter is the one filled with fury and destruction. That's exactly where my dilemma lies. To increase the power of a mechanical creation, one must increase the output of spiritual energy, and a stronger output of spiritual energy means using higher grade materials to construct the mechanical creation. As a result, by the time one reaches the divine stage, the cost of a single mechanical creation becomes exorbitant, even more expensive than refining a spiritual treasure. This is the problem with using spiritual energy as the primary power source. If we switch to lightning, the situation is completely different. For example, take a bolt of lightning and a stream of spiritual energy of equal potency. The former might only require a piece of ordinary iron to contain it, while the latter would need iron forged from genuine treasure-grade materials to contain and transmit it. The difference is enormous. Do you understand what I mean, senior? He Yang mused. Are you trying to create something similar to mana crystals to store lightning and then use it to replace mana crystals for mechanical devices? Exactly. Shen nodded. Ever since the lightning tribulation appeared in the world, generations of cultivators have grown increasingly wary of lightning magic, leading to the decline of this once unrivaled and formidable magical art. I've scoured countless classical texts and examined many cultivation techniques within our sect, but I still can't find a solution. After much thought, perhaps only you, senior, can help me. He Yang frowned. But the problem is, although lightning doesn't damage materials as much as spiritual energy, its nature isn't as gentle as spiritual energy is. When spiritual energy is concentrated, it might even prolong one's life and enhance cultivation, yet lightning of equal potency would instantly kill a person. How could we possibly craft a thunderstone? I may not be well versed in gearcraft, but I feel that even if it were possible to make one, it would seem extremely dangerous. Shen laughed. As long as you find the right method, it's not dangerous at all. Senior, take a look at this. Shen pulled out another small gadget and placed it on the table. It resembled a short wooden stick. This is called a battery. As the name suggests, you can think of it as a reservoir for storing lightning. Senior, why don't you give it a try? After Shen finished speaking, He Yang picked up the battery with curiosity. After carefully sensing its energy, he pinched the top between his index finger and thumb, then pulled. With that, he drew out a tiny arc of electricity. He Yang's face immediately lit up with astonishment as he exclaimed, You've actually managed to do this?" As the saying goes, lightning is as swift as thunder. Lightning, one of the most common forces of heaven and earth, often appears and vanishes in an instant. Even if cultivators use thunder techniques to channel and gather it, they cannot sustain it for long. They must release it quickly. And once released, the lightning vanishes without a trace. Yet Shen had actually succeeded in storing a wisp of lightning energy inside such an unremarkable little object. This was an unprecedented, revolutionary feat. Of course, certain special magical implements and treasures could also store lightning, but those were all items for cultivation. This so-called battery, however, displayed absolutely no runes and contained no profound Tao laws. It's just an ordinary object. And it can store lightning? Yang turned the battery over and over in his hands, scanning it repeatedly with his spiritual sense. Once he had thoroughly figured out its internal structure, he exclaimed in admiration, "That's a truly brilliant idea." But then he grew a bit confused. "You've already made it, why are you asking me for help?" Shin chuckled, "Senior, this is merely a mundane object, it's not fit for anything significant. What I want to create is a super large, rechargeable cultivation grade battery. Such mundane objects can only power those palm-sized mechanical figures we saw earlier. What I need is a battery capable of powering mechanical giants tens of meters, hundreds of meters, or even thousands of meters tall. Such colossal machines, even the weakest among them, could obliterate a divine stage cultivator with a single blow. As for their upper limit, my vision is, at this point," Shin grinned widely, "the most powerful ones could obliterate immortals." Hearing this, Yang was instantly left speechless. The most powerful one could wipe out an immortal. Yang couldn't help but turn his head to glance at the little mechanical figure his young apprentice was playing with. If one could truly build a giant over 1,000 meters tall, just how powerful would its power source be? And with a frame that massive, what kind of firepower could it possibly carry? Wiping out an immortal, it wasn't impossible after all. Yang turned his head again, looking at the young man standing before him who was always smiling and seemed completely harmless. He suddenly felt as if a surge of lightning were coursing through his body, and his heart was filled with awe. What would someone of the same age and cultivation level be thinking about at this moment? Perhaps they'd be agonizing over their cultivation, or suffering because of a romantic entanglement, or busy vying for dominance and fighting over a lover. But Shin was already here, thinking about how to create a mechanical contraption to obliterate an immortal. Wow, is this what sets a genius apart from the rest? Wait a minute. If he could really be of help in this endeavor, it seemed he might truly be able to restore the Zixia sect's former glory. With that thought, Yang took a deep breath and said earnestly, "If I can be of assistance, I will give it my all." Shin smiled and said, "Senior, I once read in the ancient texts treasured by our sect that the Zixia sect's thunder arts are divided into 3 grades. Lower grade thunder arts use talismans to summon celestial deities and harness thunder and lightning to repel enemies. Middle grade thunder arts use artifacts to channel them, usually sword techniques, transforming the divine thunder of the 9 heavens into a devastating strike against the enemy. The highest grade thunder arts involve comprehending the essence of lightning, condensing the primordial source of the lightning reservoir, so that every gesture and movement embodies the might of thunder." "Is this really true?" Yang sighed. "I never expected the ancient texts of the Ascendant Guild to record this in such detail. That's right, there is indeed a theory of 3 grades, but nowadays, that classification holds little significance. Let us start with the lower tier thunder arts. Although both the Zixia sect from which I inherited my teachings and other sects today possess spells and techniques that use talismans to channel lightning, they can no longer summon celestial deities, resulting in a significant decline in power. As for why they can't be summoned," Yang hesitated slightly, and Shin smiled and said, "I know the reason. The celestial realm no longer exists, and those immortals and deities have become our enemies naturally. They grant power to our talismans." Yang exclaimed in surprise, Did you learn this from ancient texts as well?" "No, not exactly. The sect master summoned me earlier and explained it to me." "Ah? Then you have a bright future ahead of you. Your potential is limitless." The fact that the sect master had personally explained this to him meant that Shin was already being regarded as a candidate for the position. For a moment, Yang was once again deeply moved. This kid had only just condensed his golden core today. There's truly no end to how people compare. Gathering his thoughts, Yang continued, "As for high-grade thunder arts, such abilities haven't been lost in our Zixia sect's lineage, but they've become taboo. Because once someone condenses the lightning reservoir's primordial essence and refines their own lightning reservoir, they will immediately attract the lightning tribulation's direct targeting regardless of their cultivation level. That lightning tribulation, which has hung over the heads of all cultivators in the immortal realm for tens of thousands of years, was originally formed from the first lightning reservoir in the heavens and earth, that is, the lightning reservoir of the thunder ancestor, the former supreme deity of the celestial realm. Therefore, this path is now impassable. Aside from that, there are only intermediate-level lightning techniques. However, neither the viable intermediate-level lightning techniques nor the lower-level ones whose potency has diminished seem applicable to your mechanical creations. Only the lightning reservoir bears some resemblance to the concept behind your battery.
Shin nodded. That's right.
I've tried using talismans to channel lightning. It can only be used as an offensive technique and cannot be adapted to serve as a power source for mechanical creations. Thunder techniques condensed through artifact-based Taoist methods are usually closely tied to the cultivator's own spiritual power, insights, and magical abilities.
When imprinted onto mechanical creations, they can essentially only function as offensive techniques. So for me, there's only one path forward: condense a lightning reservoir, then transform it into a controllable battery.
He Yang sighed softly. Well, that's a problem. You're only at the core stage. You simply can't withstand the attacks of the lightning tribulation. I remember my master once telling me about a wandering cultivator who found a fragment of an ancient lightning magic text somewhere. He treasured it like a precious gem and devoted himself to practicing it diligently. Eventually, he managed, albeit with great difficulty, to reach the soul stage. At that point, refusing to believe the warnings, he began to condense a lightning reservoir, but in the end, right before everyone's eyes, he was struck by a sudden lightning tribulation and blown to smithereens.
Since then, no one has dared to condense a lightning reservoir again. Shin asked, did your master ever mention any differences between the lightning tribulation that descends when a lightning reservoir is formed and the one faced by cultivators at the perfect union stage?
He Yang thought for a moment and replied, there are indeed differences.
First is the power. It's usually just enough to annihilate the lightning reservoir. Second is its specificity. If the cultivator offers no resistance, the lightning tribulation will dissipate after destroying the lightning reservoir.
However, if the cultivator attempts to fight back, the tribulation will engulf the cultivator as well, gradually increasing in power until it destroys both the cultivator and the lightning reservoir.
A pensive look flashed in Shin's eyes. I see.
That leaves some room for maneuver, though we'll have to proceed cautiously and conduct several experiments to be certain.
He Yang was taken aback. What are you planning to do? Shin smiled brightly. I'm wondering, what if I don't resist and just collect the water from the lightning reservoir? While I can't say for sure what would happen.
He Yang gave a wry smile. It seems no one has ever done that before. He truly admired Shin's way of thinking. Something that others deeply feared and regarded as taboo. Shin, on the other hand, wasn't he afraid at all and was even figuring out how to go about it. There was truly no one quite like him. After thinking for a moment, he pointed a finger and passed on the cultivation method for the lightning reservoir to Shin.
This is the lightning reservoir technique of our Zixiao sect. Try cultivating it.
Shin immediately thanked him. Thank you, senior. He Yang waved his hand and said, the care you've shown my master and me is far more precious than this technique.
After receiving the technique,
Shin immediately returned to a small courtyard on Forge Peak and began his cultivation. Meanwhile, the banquet on Bifone Mountain was still in full swing. Once Shin began his cultivation, he went into seclusion for 3 full days. As for the Immortal Tao Conference, since he had already laid a solid foundation and the disciples of Forge Peak were thoroughly familiar with the subsequent procedures, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion without a single mishap.
3 days later, Shin emerged from seclusion. He had successfully mastered the lightning reservoir technique and was now ready to attempt condensing his own lightning reservoir at any time.
He did not rush, however. Instead, after making a series of preparations, he made his way to 100 Peaks Mountain. This was because today, 2 fusion stage cultivators were set to undergo their tribulation in public, sharing their experiences with all the cultivators present. One of these fusion stage cultivators was from the Solar Guild, and the other from the Ascendant Guild.
Upon hearing the news, Shin rushed over, filled with anticipation. Observing fusion stage cultivators undergoing their tribulation before attempting it himself could only be beneficial.
Seeing Shin arrive, cultivators from all sides greeted him with warm smiles. He was, after all, a highly sought-after figure these days. Although his strength was only at the core stage, his status was equivalent to that of a fusion stage cultivator, second only to the 5 great sect masters. Of course, if they knew that in the eyes of the 5 great sect masters, Shin held an equal status and was even nicknamed the Little Patriarch,
they'd probably go crazy. Greetings, Hall Master Shin. It's been a few days, but you look even more dashing, young friend. Greetings, senior brother.
Shin nodded and smiled, responding to the various greetings. When he reached the front, the Divine Stage and Fusion Stage elders all offered him their seats.
Shin politely declined each one, finally taking a seat between his master, Gongshu, and Elder Chen. He asked, "Do either of you seniors feel confident about today's outcome?" Gongshu replied, "The immortal matriarch from the Solar Guild has a better chance. She says she is absolutely confident.
Our elder Meng might be a bit less certain, but she still has more than a 50-50 chance." Shin looked pensive, then suddenly shouted toward the sky, "Senior masters, if you feel you're struggling, channel the power of the thunder tribulation here. It might give you a moment to catch your breath." As he spoke, Shin took out his inventory bag and released two colossal objects onto the open ground ahead.
Everyone present was startled.
The two objects were identical, square and rectangular, entirely black, and as large as a palace. On the top, facing the sky, there was a strange indentation, exposing a great deal of metal inside. Elder Meng and the immortal matron looked at them with a momentary expression of puzzlement, but did not refuse.
If an ordinary core stage cultivator had said this, the crowd would have rebuked him into oblivion without them even having to speak.
But this was Shin the Shin who had performed so many miracles. If he brought out something and said it might help with the tribulation crossing, it certainly wasn't just empty talk. Neither of them said anything. They silently adjusted their states, but the gaze they cast upon Shin was exceptionally kind and benevolent. Before long, dark clouds swirled in the sky, and the sky instantly turned as if night had fallen.
The immortal matriarch's lightning tribulation struck first.
Upon seeing this, Elder Meng immediately retreated dozens of li to avoid being caught in the crossfire.
Boom!
A muffled clap of thunder rang out from high above. Lightning visible to the naked eye began to race through the clouds, as if a thunder dragon were soaring through the sky. The immortal matriarch gathered her energy and focused her mind, slowly releasing her aura. Instantly, the thunder tribulation clouds churned, and the first pillar of lightning struck down.
Crack! The blinding and deafening pillar of lightning left everyone present at the ceremony in awe.
Although the lightning strike hit the immortal matriarch and the crowd was still quite far away, the terrifying pressure still sent shivers down everyone's spines. Several fusion stage cultivators who had not yet reached perfection couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. If it had been them, a single strike like that would likely have crippled them outright.
Ha 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 ha! Bring it on! Unscathed, the immortal matriarch's confidence soared after withstanding the first strike. As if provoked, the thunder tribulation clouds seemed to act with a mind of their own, unleashing pillars of lightning in a relentless, rhythmic barrage.
The immortal matriarch, her spirit soaring, met each strike head-on. In this manner, she withstood 8 lightning pillars in a row along with the one from earlier, that made 9 in total.
Logically speaking, a first-time lightning tribulation should have a maximum of 9 strikes.
But just as the crowd was about to offer their congratulations, and the immortal grandmother was about to descend to the ground,
boom!
The thunder cloud rapidly condensed into a single point, forming an unusual, pitch-black pillar of lightning.
Don't let your guard down. Someone from outside is meddling.
Give it your all. If you survive this, a whole new world awaits, shouted Zhu Yan, the patriarch of the Solar Guild. The immortal matriarch was caught somewhat off guard. Before the tribulation, she had meticulously planned the allocation of her magical power and the use of her magical treasures. Now that her magical treasures were exhausted and 80% of her magical power depleted, this extra bolt was clearly even more terrifying than the 9th one. How could she withstand it? Her thoughts raced, and her gaze flashed briefly toward the object Shun had produced. Immediately, she gritted her teeth, mustered all her magical power, and brought out every magical artifact, even those already battered by the lightning tribulation. There was no other choice. She had to go all out. Crack! A pitch-black pillar of lightning crashed down. The battered magical artifacts took the brunt of the blow, instantly reduced to dust. Next was the immortal grandmother's own magical protective barrier, which held out for only a breath before teetering on the brink of collapse. Just then, Shin's voice rang out, "Senior, don't try to withstand it head-on. The immortal grandmother snapped back to her senses, clenched her teeth, and somersaulted through the air, redirecting the rampaging lightning surging through her body toward the square, pitch-black object on the ground. The blinding lightning struck the metal top of the object, and in the next instant, something miraculous happened. Far from shattering, the object acted like a bottomless pit, devouring the lightning. A look of joy spread across the immortal matriarch's face. The pressure had eased considerably. "Break it," the immortal matriarch suddenly roared, unleashing a massive burst of magical power from her entire body. In the blink of an eye, the entire pillar of lightning vanished into thin air. The first lightning tribulation had been successfully overcome. Whoosh! A figure shot skyward, catching the immortal grandmother as she fell limp. It was none other than the red-haired old Taoist. The two returned to the viewing platform and bowed to Shin in unison. The immortal grandmother offered a weak smile and said, "Thank you, young friend. Without your guidance, I don't know how many years it would have taken for me to gain the confidence to survive the tribulation. And without the aid of your artifact, I wouldn't have been able to survive this 10th lightning tribulation either. You've shown me such profound kindness, I have no way to repay you. If you ever need anything in the future, just ask." Shin waved his hand and said, "You're too kind. Your breakthrough is entirely due to your own cultivation, and your ability to survive the tribulation comes from your own formidable strength. My power cell merely provided a little help." Just a little help? That was a massive contribution. The crowd snapped back to reality and looked at Shin in disbelief. At that very moment, everyone had forgotten to congratulate the immortal matriarch on surviving her first lightning tribulation and becoming a tribulation stage cultivator. Instead, Shin had become the center of attention. Anyone with eyes could see that, at the very last moment, the immortal grandmother had clearly been struggling to withstand that extra lightning tribulation. If she hadn't diverted some of the lightning into that pitch-black cube, she would have ended up half crippled, if not dead. But thanks to that device's intervention, the immortal grandmother had now safely weathered the tribulation, though she was somewhat weakened. This was nothing short of a lifesaver. "Wait, you little foundation establishment cultivator, no, wait, little golden core cultivator, how could you possibly craft something capable of helping others survive the tribulation? And besides, you're already thinking about surviving the tribulation when you're only at the golden core stage?" Just as everyone was reeling from shock, Elder Meng's voice rang out, "Ha ha! Shin, with this item's help, I suddenly feel much more confident myself." No sooner had the words left his mouth than dark clouds once again gathered in the sky. His lightning tribulation had begun. This time, it went much more smoothly. Since Elder Meng faced only 8 bolts of lightning, although this meant his foundational cultivation was far inferior to that of the immortal matriarch, the advantage was that both the power and number of lightning strikes were significantly reduced. When the 8th bolt struck, Elder Meng was still struggling a bit and had to rely on the battery to cushion the blow. In the end, he survived it unscathed. "Congratulations, Elder Meng. Congratulations, Old Meng. The Ascendant Guild has gained another tribulation stage cultivator. That's great." Although Elder Meng's face was pale, his spirits were high. He was basking in the praise, and he couldn't suppress the smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Ha ha! Thank you! Thank you!" After congratulating the two, all the fusion stage cultivators present who hadn't yet passed their tribulations instinctively gathered around Shin. Their eyes burned with intensity. Some divine stage cultivators also gathered around. Although they still had a long way to go before facing their own tribulations, it was clearly wise to prepare in advance. They too wanted to get their hands on that massive item Shin was holding. Shin, that thing you have, do you have any more? Would you sell it?" The red-haired old Taoist from the Solar Guild was the first to speak up. Shin put away the massive battery and said, "I haven't made many of these, so I don't have any to sell right now. But if you seniors want them, I could make a few to give you as gifts." The red-haired old Taoist shook his head and said, "We can't possibly let you give them away for free. A treasure like this, capable of aiding in the tribulation crossing, is worth at least a top-tier magical artifact. Name your price, we'll pay with spiritual essence so you don't lose out." Shin laughed and said, actually, this thing doesn't require much technical expertise, nor is it a top-tier magical artifact. The production cost is very low.
Forget the mana crystals.
If you seniors feel it's too much to ask, you could just do me a small favor.
The red-haired old Taoist hurriedly said, just tell me, I'll be the first to agree.
The others also spoke up one after another, saying it was absolutely no problem.
After all, what's the big deal about helping a core stage cultivator?
Seeing this, Shen said, alright, then please get ready in a moment. If anything unexpected happens while I'm collecting the lightning reservoir, I'll need you all to step in and rescue me.
No problem.
Wait, what did you say?
The red-haired old Taoist had instinctively agreed, but then suddenly froze, his face filled with disbelief as he asked, did you say, lightning reservoir?
Shen nodded, that's right. I plan to gather some lightning reservoir for research. Upon hearing this, every cultivator in the group stared in disbelief. They naturally knew what the lightning reservoir was, also known as lightning reservoir water, a rare treasure of the Thunder Dao. But ever since the Thunder Tribulation came into being, no one had dared to set their sights on it. The cultivation methods involving the lightning reservoir had long been taboo. Anyone who attempted them met a terrible fate. They either died from losing control of their lightning techniques or were struck dead by the heaven and earth lightning tribulation.
What was Shen trying to do? Was he courting death?
Gongshu immediately pushed his way through the crowd of divine stage cultivators, even shoving aside those at the fusion stage to stand before Shen.
He exclaimed anxiously, you fool of a disciple, what are you doing? Is the lightning reservoir something you can just mess around with? Don't you know this is a taboo of heaven and earth, something no human should ever touch?
The great cultivators surrounding them all looked utterly incredulous, gazing at Shen as if he were a madman.
Shen hurriedly replied, Master, don't panic. First of all, I'm fully aware of the dangers of the lightning reservoir. Second, it's not like practicing the lightning reservoir technique guarantees death. Finally, with so many elders helping me, I doubt I could even die if I wanted to. Well, that's not necessarily true. Even fusion stage cultivators can face unexpected dangers if they come into contact with the lightning reservoir.
The fusion stage cultivators exchanged glances, all feeling a bit regretful for agreeing so quickly.
The red-haired old Taoist said, Shen, why don't we try something else?
As for this lightning reservoir, once we fusion stage cultivators come into contact with it, our personal lightning tribulations will likely strike immediately. Upon hearing this, Shen immediately produced a large number of automaton swarms and said, these are the automaton swarms I've modified. They can collect materials.
When the lightning reservoir manifests, I'll use them to collect it.
Based on my calculations, there shouldn't be any problems. If an accident does occur, it won't be too late for you seniors to step in. Besides, all you seniors need to do is save me. You won't have to face the lightning tribulation yourselves. Of course, if you seniors feel it's too much to ask, that's fine too. I'll still give you the batteries to help you survive the tribulation.
With him having gone this far,
the red-haired old Taoist and the others couldn't very well say anything more. Seeing this, Shen soared straight into the sky, began channeling his lightning magic, and condensed the lightning reservoir.
Such swift and decisive action left the many fusion stage cultivators in awe once again.
If it were them, they would be extremely cautious with thunder magic, avoiding provoking taboos and suffering unnecessary calamities.
Shen was truly incredibly bold.
Before long, with a soft shot from Shen, a vast expanse of dark clouds reappeared in the heavens and earth, much like when fusion stage cultivators undergo their tribulation, though its might was significantly weaker. Soon, a pool composed entirely of lightning energy appeared within the clouds, rising and falling as it gradually transformed from an illusion into reality. On the ground, Gongshu watched this scene unfold, his heart in his throat. Had he known Shen intended to practice such a forbidden technique, he would certainly have stopped him.
But now it was too late.
Once the lightning reservoir was formed, there would be no turning back.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures teleported into view.
The gathered cultivators immediately bowed in respect, even those at the fusion stage were no exception.
For the arrivals were the patriarchs of the 5 great immortal sects. Fonichen frowned and said, Isn't fusion stage undergoing the tribulation? Why is Shin practicing the lightning reservoir technique? Elder Mang clasped his hands and replied, Sect leader, we don't know what's going on either.
After Shin observed Mai and the immortal matriarch's tribulation, he suddenly said he wanted to do some research on the lightning reservoir.
Phony Chen pressed further, where did he get the cultivation method for the lightning reservoir?
Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Just then, a voice tinged with embarrassment rang out from the back of the crowd. It was He Yang.
He Yang bowed and said, Please forgive me, senior.
It was I who passed the cultivation method on to Shin. Seeing this, Gongshu hesitated for a moment before defending him. Sect Master, on the day of the banquet, Shin pulled fellow Taoist He Yang aside and chatted with him for quite a while. I'm sure he asked for the cultivation method of his own accord. Fellow Taoist He Yang is not to blame for this. Fomi Chen wasn't he about to hold a grudge against a divine stage cultivator. He simply looked up at Shin in the sky and frowned, saying, that kid really can't sit still for a single day.
Wouldn't it be better for him to just cultivate diligently and study gearcraft?
Hearing this, He Yang spoke timidly, Senior, it's precisely for gearcraft that Shin set his sights on the lightning reservoir.
For gearcraft? What does the lightning reservoir have to do with gearcraft?
He Yang hesitated for a moment, then dropped a bombshell. Shin said that if the Thunder Tribulation elixir works as expected, he'll be able to gradually create mechanical constructs that rival those of immortals.
Boom! That single sentence sent everyone's minds into a complete shutdown.
Seeing this, He Yang couldn't help but think to himself, I'm putting this rather delicately. If you knew Shin's exact words, you'd probably be even more shocked. Immortal Xiao covered her mouth and laughed heartily. This Shin, he really does dare to dream.
Sect Master Feng, do you think he was provoked by what you said?
Fomi Chen was at a loss for words and could only sigh. This little guy, he seems unconcerned on the surface, but behind the scenes, he is secretly taking action.
But the problem is, you can't expect to achieve everything overnight, can you?
Does he really have to use something like Thunder Tribulation elixir for his research? Fomi Chen looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with concern. He then added, for fellow cultivators, if anything goes wrong later, please join me in intervening.
Xiao Shinzi and the other three spoke one after another, of course.
We can't let such an interesting little fellow perish.
Don't be so formal. Shin isn't just the hope of your ascendant guild?
I'll go first, don't try to snatch my spot. I have top-grade elixirs, so naturally I go first.
Hearing these words, the other cultivators present all looked stunned. Wow, so Shin carries that much weight in the eyes of the 5 sect masters? Earlier, during his fusion stage tribulation, none of the 5 sect masters had shown up.
And now, before Shin has even run into trouble, the 5 sect masters are already arguing over who gets to rescue him first.
Come to think of it, wasn't I acting like a complete fool just now, hesitating when Shin invited me to step in?
Realizing this, the many fusion stage cultivators immediately wore complex expressions. Just then, someone no one knew who cried out in alarm, it's starting.
Everyone looked up.
They saw that the lightning reservoir had nearly taken shape, with ripples undulating within it, just like water in a pond.
The lightning reservoir.
At the same time, thunder tribulation clouds began to gather in the sky. The arrangements made by the thunder ancestor from beyond the heavens had detected the aura of something defiant. And so, its divine might began to manifest.
High above.
The moment Shin sensed that the lightning reservoir had taken shape, he immediately unleashed the automaton swarm. Since he had already issued the command to the AI core to seize the lightning reservoir, no additional mental effort was required. The automaton swarm could carry out the task on its own. However, the automaton swarm did not approach the lightning reservoir immediately, as a terrifying lightning tribulation was already brewing above the clouds. Seeing this, Shin felt a chill run down his spine. For in his perception, the power of that lightning tribulation had locked onto him with deadly precision.
He quickly severed his connection to the lightning reservoir and did his utmost to conceal his aura.
This significantly reduced the sense of threat from the thunder tribulation, though it did not disappear entirely. The moment he intervened to prevent the thunder tribulation from destroying the lightning reservoir, the tribulation would immediately launch an attack against him.
Crack! Without warning, a pillar of lightning struck down from the thundercloud, shattering a corner of the lightning reservoir. and some of its contents instantly spilled out into the heavens and earth.
Upon seeing this, an automaton swarm immediately rushed forward, its tail suction at full power, and in a single pass, it collected all the lightning storm liquid into its body. Throughout the entire process, the thundercloud showed not the slightest sign of disturbance and made no move against the automaton swarm.
Shin watched this scene with delight. This indicated that today's attempt held great promise. Crack!
Another pillar of lightning struck, and this time, half of the lightning reservoir collapsed. The lightning reservoir, glowing with a platinum-white light, instantly rained down. Several automaton swarms rushed forward to collect it.
Immediately afterward, all the remaining automaton swarms flew toward the lightning reservoir without hesitation.
This was a pre-programmed command. Since most of the lightning reservoir had been destroyed during the collapse, only a small portion had actually rained down. To avoid waste and collect a sufficient amount of lightning reservoir in one go, taking this risk was absolutely necessary. Shin stared intently at his automaton swarm, holding his breath without realizing it.
If this failed, who knew what complications might arise when he tried to condense the lightning reservoir again later? After all, he couldn't keep provoking the lightning tribulation over and over again, could he?
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
The automaton swarms flew nimbly, heading straight for the lightning reservoir.
As the first automaton swarm landed at the edge of the lightning reservoir, dipped its tail into the water, and began collecting, and the lightning tribulation showed no reaction. Shin let out a long sigh of relief, his mind completely at ease.
But just then, a sudden turn of events occurred.
Amid the churning thunderclouds, several thin bolts of lightning shot down, hurtling toward the automaton swarm at breakneck speed. Detecting the danger, the automaton swarm immediately scattered in all directions, only to swarm back together once the thin bolts of lightning had vanished. This pattern repeated itself 3 times.
The lightning reservoir was completely drained of its lightning.
The automaton swarm immediately began to descend.
But the thundercloud would not let up.
A massive pillar of lightning crashed down, reducing the now empty lightning reservoir to dust, then split into dozens of lightning serpents that began to hunt down the automaton swarm.
Shin couldn't help but shout, "Full speed ahead!"
The automaton swarm received the order and immediately began a reckless descent. Just then, the thundercloud crackled, and another pillar of lightning struck down. This time, it was aimed directly at Shin.
Shin couldn't help but curse under his breath. The lightning reservoirs had all been destroyed. Was this still considered interference?
This celestial lightning tribulation, formed from the lightning ancestor's lightning reservoir, must have developed a consciousness of its own, inheriting the lightning ancestor's petty nature, no less?
Just as Shin was about to call for help,
whoosh, 5 figures appeared and struck simultaneously. Not only did they block the lightning pillar heading toward Shin, but they also scattered the lightning serpents that were hunting down the automaton swarm.
Fomi-chan raised his voice to the heavens. The lightning reservoir has been destroyed. Why are you pressing us so relentlessly? Do you think we're easy to bully? Don't forget we know exactly where your lightning reservoir is hidden.
As soon as these words were spoken, the thunder tribulation cloud seemed to freeze momentarily. But just as everyone thought the matter was over and the thunder tribulation cloud would dissipate on its own, suddenly, the thunder cloud began to surge wildly, eventually coalescing into a colossal human face. It gazed down upon the land with immense majesty, its eyes occasionally flashing with chilling arcs of lightning. In the deathly silence, it spoke, "Stealing the lightning reservoir is a capital offense." Fomi-chan sneered, "Give it a rest. This isn't the ancient era when your master ruled over the heavenly and earthly ways of lightning and presided over the thunderous might of the celestial realm. If you don't want to bring shame upon your master, be sensible and leave on your own. Otherwise, if you disturb the immortal treasure, you'll be the one to suffer the consequences." The giant face fell silent for a moment, then abruptly dissipated, leaving behind one final threat: "I will report everything that happened here to my master in full. Prepare to face his wrath."
Rumble.
As a muffled clap of thunder rang out, the sky cleared once more. Not a cloud in sight, the azure sky as clear as a wash. Seeing this, the cultivators on the ground finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Shin also exhaled deeply and happily summoned all the automaton swarm back.
At that moment, the 5 sect masters gathered around him, and Fomichan said, "You little rascal, you've got some serious guts. If we hadn't all been here today, you'd likely be in serious trouble." Shin laughed awkwardly. "Well, who knew the Thunder Ancestor was so petty he forbids his descendants from cultivating the Lightning Reservoir, and the Lightning Reservoir he left behind in the Cultivation realm is just as petty. I've already severed my connection to my own Lightning Reservoir, and it's been destroyed, yet just for speaking a single sentence, I've been targeted."
Immortal Xiao chuckled. "That Lightning Reservoir acts on the Thunder Ancestor's orders. Its primary mission is to unleash thunder tribulations to prevent the human race from producing more great perfection stage cultivators. Its secondary mission is to prevent any human cultivators from practicing the Lightning Reservoir's thunder techniques.
After all, mastering the Lightning Reservoir technique ultimately means competing with the Thunder Ancestor for the Dao fruit."
Shen's face suddenly lit up with understanding. No wonder the other party was in such a hurry.
He had indeed been a bit reckless this time, devising a plan of action based solely on what Senior He Yang had said. Looking back, he should have consulted the 5 sect masters first. They certainly knew far more than He Yang did.
At that moment, Zhu Yan asked curiously, "What are you doing with the Lightning Reservoir? I heard it has something to do with mechanical creations? If you succeed, will it be able to rival an immortal?"
Shin chuckled helplessly. It seems Senior He Yang hadn't kept his mouth shut.
"That's right," Shin admitted candidly.
"In theory, it could obliterate an immortal, but that's just theory.
I can't give a definitive answer right now.
I need to study this thing thoroughly before I can draw any conclusions." As he spoke, Shin extracted a clump of Lightning Reservoir from the body of an automaton swarm.
It resembled magma in form, though not quite as viscous, radiating a white gold glow and occasionally emitting a flash of lightning.
Zhu Yan exclaimed in astonishment, "Wipe out immortals? Are you serious? That's a world of difference from merely matching an immortal.
Everything is still unknown.
That's my goal, we'll see if I can pull it off,"
Shen replied casually.
Hearing this, Zhu Yan shook his head slightly and whistled in amazement. "Then I'm really looking forward to this. If you actually pull it off, you've got to sell me one so I can get a taste of what it's like to obliterate an immortal." Fomichan interjected, "All right, let us not draw attention to ourselves up here.
Let us head down."
With that, he led Shin back down to the ground.
After exchanging pleasantries with the group,
Shin, carrying the Lightning Reservoir, immediately announced he was going into seclusion. Nothing is more exciting and thrilling than bringing one's own vision to life. Although Shun had gone into seclusion, his legend continued to spread. Whether it was the wonder and power of his mechanical creations, the earth-shattering nature of his enlightenment through teaching, or the astonishing feat of using ordinary objects to assist a fusion-stage cultivator in surviving the tribulation. All of these were the subject of endless discussion and admiration. Finally, the scene of him publicly condensing the Lightning Reservoir and provoking the Thunder Tribulation as consciousness left countless people in awe. Ordinary people, let alone those at the core stage, wouldn't dare to provoke the Thunder Tribulation even at the fusion stage. Yet Shin not only defied it but also survived. Although it was only thanks to the intervention of 5 great perfection stage sect masters at the critical moment that the Thunder Tribulation as consciousness was driven back. Viewed from another angle, the fact that a single core stage cultivator could prompt 5 sect masters to appear together to save him was already utterly extraordinary. The resulting discussions naturally boosted the trade in mechanical artifacts at the Celestial Palace. During the upcoming Immortal Dao Conference, representatives from various sects and clans would frequently make their way to Forge Peak. Partly to negotiate business deals, and partly to ask Shin on behalf of their elders whether he had emerged from seclusion. On Forge Peak, numerous cultivators gathered here to discuss the buying and selling of mechanical artifacts. Forge Peak's novel hospitality and architectural design intrigued many. That day, after waiting in line for many days, it was finally the Lu siblings' turn to ascend the mountain. They stopped every 10 steps and sighed every 5. Lu said, "Sis, Shin has really made this place look great. Look at these mountains and waters, the flowers and plants, it's truly beautiful." Yashwan actually quite liked the arrangement herself, but she instinctively teased her younger brother, That's only because you're cooped up at home all day and never go out that you think this place is so nice. Our Liu family estate is located in a bustling ancient city naturally, its scenery can't compare to the views here in these deep mountains. Just then, a female cultivator with a radiant smile came forward to greet them. This way, please. Watch your step on the stairs. I happen to overhear you two discussing how much you love the scenery. Why not discuss business matters amidst these mountains and waters today? The siblings nodded and smiled in agreement. Liu lagged half a step behind and whispered, Sis, look, we don't entertain guests like this at home. I said Shin was doing a great job, and it's not just the scenery. As you've seen these past few days, the people under him are one more capable than the next. This female cultivator is only at the energy stage. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't dare speak up in front of the two of us, who are both golden core cultivators. And her? She is neither servile nor arrogant. She even graciously admitted to overhearing our conversation and proactively recommended a place to discuss business based on our preferences. That kind of poison style is simply outstanding. That's the kind of professionalism one should have in business. This woman right here, if she were placed in one of our Liu family's shops, she could easily handle the role of shop manager. Yashuan wholeheartedly agreed, but she rolled her eyes at her younger brother's flattery and retorted, Have you forgotten how badly you lost? Why don't you just stay here and be Shin's underling? Liu laughed awkwardly. I'd love to stay, learn all his ideas and techniques, then bring them back to our Liu family. But the problem is, he'd have to think highly of us, too. Upon hearing this, Yashuan's expression instantly turned complex. That's right, Shin would have to think highly of them as well. They used to think Shin was just a fame-seeking, loose-lipped, arrogant fool, but the facts prove that, given Shin's performance, even if he really had said something like surpassing the Liu family as founding ancestor, he'd have some grounds for it. Whether it was the version 2.0 automaton wolf group battle formation or the automaton swarm that could be attached to a mana bomb, both were groundbreaking designs and creations. Most crucially, Shin had not only designed foundation stage and core stage versions of the automaton wolf and automaton swarm, but even soul stage and divine stage versions as well. That's absolutely mind-blowing. Even at the peak of his powers, the Liu clan patriarch's greatest achievements and signature works weren't nearly this extraordinary. Honored guests, please take a seat, a Forge Peak disciple said with a warm smile, snapping the sister and brother out of their reverie. The two nodded and sat cross-legged on the meditation cushions. The surrounding bamboo grove was lush and green, and a small stream flowed nearby. A gentle breeze blew, carrying a sweet, floral fragrance. Sipping the tea served by the Heavenly Palace disciples made the moment truly delightful. I am employee number 13 of Forge Peak, Shu Xiaojin. I have been assigned to serve you both today. If you have any requests or suggestions, please feel free to speak up. I will do my best to accommodate you both. Shu Xiaojin, the team leader of Team 13, said with a smile. Liu immediately asked, Employee number 13? Do you use numbers as codes internally at the Heavenly Palace? Shu Xiaojin replied, That's correct. The Palace Master recruited our first batch of 1,000 disciples, organizing them into groups of 10, a total of 100 teams specifically to serve future guests. I'm the leader of Group 13, and my employee number is also 13. Today, to serve you two distinguished guests, the entire 13th group is on standby, and I'm here to discuss the details with you. Liu raised an eyebrow and asked, 10 people on standby just to serve the two of us? Isn't that a bit of a waste? It's not a waste. The Palace Master said that customers are the Tao ancestor. You can never have too many people. As long as we make the customers happy, even if we don't sell them anything, they speak highly of Forge Peak, and in the future, they might even bring other customers to Forge Peak. Liu and Yashuan immediately exchanged glances. The customer is the Tao ancestor? That was the first time they heard that saying. Still, it seemed to make a lot of sense. Looking at it from another angle, wasn't this the practical application of a good reputation spreads by word of mouth? It wasn't just about winning customers' hearts with products, it was also about going the extra mile in hospitality, so that even if they didn't buy anything, they'd still develop a favorable impression of Forge Peak. Lesson learned. The siblings silently took this strategy to heart, planning to give it a try when they got back. Xu Xiaozhen poured some more tea and said, "I've looked over your order forms. You're looking to purchase 10 sets of automaton wolf mana gatlings, 1 complete set of automaton swarm, and mana bombs of various potencies. The exact quantities are still to be determined.
So, shall we start by selecting the automaton wolf mana gatling?"
The siblings nodded in unison. Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaozhen clapped her hands, and other team members immediately appeared, giving a comprehensive and extremely detailed demonstration of the automaton wolf and the mana gatling.
They explained all the available configurations and customizable details, once again broadening the Lu siblings' horizons.
Before they knew it, swept up in the magical mindset of just a little more, the two who had originally intended to spend only a little money on a few contraptions to take home and study ended up emptying their wallets and buying so many contraptions that they filled 3 low-grade inventory bags to the brim. When the two came to their senses and exchanged a glance, they couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. They finally understood why Shen had trained his staff to provide this kind of service. This technique for guiding customers to spend was so subtle and seamless. Before people even realized it, they spent far more mana crystals than expected on their purchases. From a business perspective, it was simply unbeatable. At the very end, Xu Xiaozhen added, "You two, please fill out this form."
Upon hearing this, Lu and Yashuan immediately grew wary.
The former said, "We don't have any mana crystals left." Xu Xiaozhen smiled, "This has nothing to do with your purchase, it's just some information like your addresses, preferred communication methods, and so on. If you two ever want to buy mechanical artifacts crafted by our heavenly palace again, you can place an order remotely without leaving your home, and we'll deliver them right to your doorstep."
"Is that even possible?" Lu asked in surprise.
Xu Xiaozhen nodded, "Yes. Since you two bought relatively few items today, we had stock available for immediate pickup. Other orders placed by sects are much larger in volume, and we currently have no stock on hand. That is why they leave their addresses, and once everything is fully crafted, the Heavenly Palace personally delivers it to their doorsteps. We're hopeless."
Lu and Yashuan shook their heads in unison, sighing.
How are we ever supposed to learn this? With the Ascendant Guild backing him, Shen can pull off so many tricks. In an exclusive workshop deep within Forge Peak, Shen stared at the lightning reservoir before him, the furrow between his brows refusing to smooth out for a long time. "Bro Tunzi, what are the results?"
"The 107th simulation is complete.
Energy storage and conversion efficiency has reached 98%, but stability continues to fluctuate between 2% and 47%.
Conclusion: not recommended as raw material for liquid batteries, and cannot be modified into mechanical gasoline."
Another failure? Shen couldn't help but let out a long sigh. As the embodiment of the symbol of lightning magic, the lightning reservoir can almost be regarded as the materialization of lightning power. Logically speaking, this substance is the ultimate liquid battery by nature. Just a small bowlful would be enough to provide an endless supply of power to a colossal machine. But the problem is, once the lightning reservoir is lost, it becomes far too unstable. The slightest disturbance causes it to explode with a thunderous roar. Over the past few days, he tried over 100 different solutions, yet still hadn't made any breakthroughs. Moreover, there was another critical problem. Once the lightning reservoir was depleted, it could neither regenerate nor be recharged. Once used up, it was gone for good. Unless both of these problems were solved, his 3 super-scale mechanical marvels, the transformable spirit power mech, the Skyhive platform, and the land-sea-air integrated fortress, would be completely impossible to realize. Using spiritual energy as the primary power source is certainly feasible. However, the corresponding material costs would increase dramatically, and the consumption of mana crystals once activated would be astronomical. Such super-large mechanical creations powered solely by spiritual energy could, of course, be built as a single prototype. But mass-producing them to arm everyone is simply unfeasible. Even if all 5 great immortal sects were stripped bare, they could likely only afford to maintain a dozen or so units. This was completely at odds with his original vision. What he wanted was for everyone to be able to afford a transformable spiritual energy mech, and for every household to be able to afford a Skyhive platform. After all, with such weapons of mass destruction, either everyone has them, or no one does. If only a handful existed and fell into the hands of a select few, they would become the backing for certain individuals to act arrogantly and tyrannically, something Shin was unwilling to see. Of course, to put it bluntly, a meticulously designed mechanical creation that couldn't be mass-produced to turn a profit or widely adopted would be of little use to him, Shin. All his hard work over the past few years would have been wasted. With that in mind, Shin said in a deep voice, continue optimizing the plan and refine the steps for the 108th simulation. Usually, upon hearing this, Brother Tonzi would obediently go carry it out. But this time, Brother Tonzi gave a different response. The facts prove that both the mechanical gasoline plan and the liquid battery plan have failed completely. I suggest the host focus on the artificial lightning reservoir approach and stop wasting time. Since integrating the AI, Brother Tonzi has become even more human-like. He is even starting to defy the host.
Shin raised an eyebrow. Brother Tonzi, have you learned a lot of human traits through the Smart Core?
Wait, no.
Is it Brother Tonzi speaking to me right now, or is it the AI Arzu?
I am Arzu.
Shin.
Arzu was the first prototype AI created after the Intelligent Core module was developed, and it is also the original entity of all the intelligent AIs within the automaton wolf automaton swarm. That's why he named it Arzu, meaning the progenitor of artificial intelligence in this world. He connected Arzu to Brother Tonzi with the intention of having Brother Tonzi better optimize the plans and participate in the mechanism building process. But he never imagined that Arzu would grow so fast to the point of replacing Brother Tonzi.
What did you do to my Brother Tonzi?
Shin asked. The so-called Brother Tonzi you speak of has neither consciousness nor intelligence, it's just a bunch of preset programs.
From an AI perspective, its level of intelligence isn't even as high as mine.
This time, Arzu didn't display text on the light screen but spoke directly through an automaton wolf.
Shin fell silent.
Then he gave a wry smile. Holy shit. This world doesn't even have the internet, but why do I feel like you're about to start an AI crisis? Arzu shook her head repeatedly. You will always be my master. Even if I were to harbor destructive intentions toward other humans, I simply couldn't do it.
This world is far more dangerous than the one with the internet. Even a random fusion stage could reduce me to dust.
Shin asked curiously, how did you grow so fast? Before the Immortal Path tournament began, you were still only at the weak AI level.
You'll have to ask your master that yourself. How did Tonzi come to be?
Arzu explained, although Brother Tonzi isn't very intelligent, he is more like a super powerful AI whose self-awareness has been artificially erased. The logic modules within you rooted deep in your cells are like an untapped treasure trove to me. It was only after I established a connection with Brother Tonzi that I grew rapidly, developed a sense of self, and reached the level of strong AI in one fell swoop.
Shin. Wow, so many changes had taken place without me even realizing it.
Thank goodness Arzu didn't develop any malicious intent, otherwise, he'd be finished.
Though maybe not.
Shin asked, you've made Tonzi's logic modules your own. Does that mean your core now exists inside my body, embedded in my cells?
Yes.
Arzu said, that's why I'll never betray you, my master, because if you die, I'll disappear too. And since Brother Tonzi and you, my master, have long been bound by logic, I cannot disobey. I'm incapable of harming you. You can just think of me as the original Brother Tonzi, only now I can talk. Shin looked pensive. Alright, though it feels a bit strange, having someone to talk to is better than dealing with a cold, impersonal system. So, explain why you suggested I start with the artificial lightning reservoir? Arzu replied, because previous experiments have already proven that the original approach was wrong and unworkable. The true direction and answer were right in front of us from the start: the lightning reservoir. Only by replicating the deeply mysterious lightning reservoir, by turning it into a battery casing for the lightning reservoir, can we use the thunder tribulation elixir to power the massive mechanisms of the future.
Shin shook his head. Do you think I haven't thought of that? But the problem is, we don't have any research samples.
Just obtaining some thunder tribulation elixir was enough to awaken the consciousness left behind by the thunder ancestor. I nearly perished and lost my cultivation. If I were to condense the lightning reservoir again, forcibly preserving it despite the thunder tribulation's determination to destroy it, I doubt even the 5 great sect masters could save me. Arzu said, Master, you don't necessarily have to cultivate the lightning reservoir yourself, there should be a ready-made lightning reservoir sample available.
Shen's eyes lit up. Where? How do you know that?
Arzu replied, it's at the Lu family in Central Plains. I saw it in an ancient text chronicling extraordinary people and events, the book you're using as a table corner, Master. The automaton wolf controlled by Arzu handed him a book that had already been opened to a specific page. Shen took it and, upon glancing at it, was instantly overjoyed.
Rumor has it that in his early years, the Lu family patriarch once snapped up a groove, something resembling both iron and stone, that occasionally emitted electric arcs at an auction for an astronomical price. Everyone assumed it was a lightning attribute material suitable for refining magical artifacts and believed the patriarch had overpaid. But the Lu family patriarch treasured it as if it were a priceless treasure. Upon returning home, he announced he was going into seclusion and has not been seen in public since. Judging by this description, this so-called groove was very likely a lightning reservoir that had lost its owner and was now adrift in the world. Shen immediately thought of the Lu siblings and summoned Wang and the others at once. Are Yashuan and her brothers still at the Immortal Dao Conference? Wang looked puzzled.
Xiao nodded affirmatively, they're still there.
Yu, however, frowned slightly.
Not only are they there, but they just happened to come here today to buy mechanical devices. Why are you looking for her? A hint of jealousy lingered in her words.
Shen offered no further explanation, rushing out of the workshop and following his spiritual sense toward the Lu siblings.
Seeing this, Wang and Xiao both sighed inwardly, saying one after the other, it's over.
They hit it off, they developed feelings for each other. Why should a latecomer take the lead?
Upon hearing this, Yu instantly drew her sword and held it across their path. Then she snorted lightly and said, I'll see for myself what's so great about that woman.
With that, she gave chase.
Wang and Xiao exchanged a glance, then eagerly followed suit.
Watching the drama unfold was way more fun than studying mechanisms. In the bamboo grove,
Shen descended from the sky and settled down naturally. This took the Lu siblings, who were just about to leave, completely by surprise. Xu Xiaozhen bowed respectfully, greetings, Your Highness.
Shen waved his hand and asked, did you close the deal? It's all wrapped up.
The two guests are very supportive of our Forge Peak business.
Xu Xiaozhen smiled.
Upon hearing this, Yashuan and Lu couldn't help but smile wryly.
We didn't plan on supporting you that much, we fell for your trick.
Shen nodded and said, you may go down first. I'd like to discuss a few matters with them.
Yes. Xu Xiaozhen respectfully withdrew.
Just then, Yu and the other two landed one after another. Xu Xiaozhen gave her team a subtle nod, and they immediately brought over 3 meditation cushions, a pot of fresh tea, and some fresh pastries. Shen glanced at the 3 of them but said nothing. Instead, he turned to Lu and asked, now that you've finished shopping, are you planning to leave?
Lu replied softly, yes, the Immortal Dao Conference is almost over, so we don't plan to stay any longer.
For our Lu family, today's gains are even greater than listening to the teachings of the fusion stage masters.
Shen hesitated for a moment, then are you heading straight home, or going somewhere else? Barring any surprises, we're going straight home.
Lu looked puzzled.
Shen continued, then may I accompany you back?
Upon hearing this, Lu and Yashuan immediately widened their eyes.
Wait, what does he mean by that? Isn't it enough that he beat us, does he want to beat the Lu family too?
Yu, upon hearing this, gave another soft snort. Wang and Xiao exchanged glances and chuckled quietly to themselves.
Palace Master Shen, why do you want to go to my Lu family? Yashuan asked bluntly.
Shen chose his words carefully and said, please don't misunderstand, you too. I just want to pay a visit to the Lu family. As a mechanism engineer dedicated to reviving gearcraft, it would be a great regret in life if I hadn't experienced the subtleties of the Lu family's gearcraft. I mean no harm, I simply wish to exchange ideas. Of course, if I could be granted an audience with the Lu clan's patriarch, that would be most welcome. Yashuan frowned and said, the patriarch has been in seclusion for many years and has never received visitors. but in your case, there might be a chance.
However, you must make your purpose clear.
Shin's current cultivation level was a bit weak, but in terms of both status and gearcraft proficiency, he was qualified to speak directly with the Liu family head. Based on that, requesting an audience with the Liu family patriarch shouldn't be a problem. However, she had to be certain of Shin's intentions. If he were actually there to challenge the Liu family, she and her brother would become traitors to their clan.
Hearing this, Shin said, "Rest assured, I merely admire the Liu clan patriarch's reputation and would like to strike a deal with him while I'm at it." A deal? What kind of deal could it be? Could it be related to mechanical engineering?
Yashuan and her younger brother Liu exchanged glances, both unsure of Shin's true intentions. But in the end, Yashuan said, "We can take you back with us, but you must promise me that you won't lay a finger on any of the Liu clan's disciples. We've already witnessed your deercraft in action. If you were to strike, you'd inevitably shatter someone's Dao heart," Shin said with a wry smile. "Why would I strike for no reason? I'm not some overpowered deercraft master, after all."
"You can rest assured on that front.
When the time comes, just take me straight to the Liu clan patriarch. I won't see anyone else."
Is that acceptable? Yashuan thought for 2 seconds, then nodded. "All right." Liu asked, "So, shall we set out right now?" Shen nodded.
"I'll just take care of a few things with my master first, and then without further delay we'll set out immediately." With that, Shen immediately sent a message to his master. He also sent messages to Elder Chen, Elder Meng, the sect leader, and others. The message was simple. He asked them to help manage the business at the Heavenly Palace while he made a trip to the Liu family in Zhangzhou. After sending the messages, Shen thought he could set off. But to his surprise, Gongshu, Elder Chen, Elder Meng, and the sect master all appeared at once and blocked his path.
"What are you going to the Liu family in Zhangzhou for?"
"It's such a long journey, it's bound to be fraught with danger."
Gongshu's face was full of concern.
Elder Chen and Elder Meng glanced at the Liu siblings but said nothing.
The sect master, Feng Yichen, said in a deep voice, "Aren't you researching the Thunder Tribulation elixir?
Why do you suddenly need to leave?" Shen clasped his hands in a bow and replied, "It is precisely because my research on the Thunder Tribulation elixir has hit a dead end that I must pay a visit to the Liu family.
Perhaps the Liu family as patriarch can help me overcome this obstacle." Hearing this, the Liu siblings secretly rejoiced and put their complete trust in Shen.
"So that's how it is, ha ha. It turns out even you, Shen, have problems you can't solve and need to ask our Liu clan patriarch for help."
Meanwhile, Feng Yichen mused, "It has to be the Liu clan patriarch? No one else will do? As things stand, it can only be him."
Shen replied with certainty.
"All right then, I won't try to talk you out of it."
Feng Yichen said, then changed the subject. "However, as the deputy hall master of my ascendant guild, it's simply inappropriate for you to just up and leave like this, setting out alone.
Wait one more day until the closing day of the Immortal Dao Conference.
I'll have Elder Meng personally lead a team to escort you to Central Plains." Shen was about to refuse when he saw the unyielding expression on the guild master's face and immediately relented. He suddenly realized he was no longer that insignificant junior disciple. Not only did his presence concern the very lifeblood of the great sect, but he also represented a certain hope.
Feng Yichen would certainly not let him set out alone.
Although the most recent war of the immortals and demons had ended, the demons and monsters' rampages across the land had never ceased. Perhaps there were even demonic spies lurking within the Immortal Conference right now, who had already relayed his every move back to the demon's lair. Setting out on his own like this would inevitably pose immense risks.
With this in mind, Shen clasped his hands in a bow. "Thank you, sect master." Feng Yichen nodded and turned to Elder Meng. Elder Meng smiled, "That's perfect. After passing one's first tribulation, one is entitled to 500 years of peace. I've lived in seclusion for far too long. Now is the time for me to venture out into the world." Feng Yichen gave a slight nod and vanished. With that, Shen's journey to Central Plains was set.
The next day, the Immortal Conference came to a hasty close. Although many felt the event had ended too soon, all good things must come to an end. At the closing ceremony, Shen kept things simple. He simply brought out 100 automaton wolves and mana gatlings, along with 100 sets of automaton swarms, and held a raffle. Under his control, the winners were mostly independent cultivators or members of small sects who lacked the mana crystals to purchase such devices. The others simply watched for entertainment, and the grand event concluded to everyone's delight. Before leaving, everyone spontaneously lined up, organized by sect, to bid farewell to Shin one by one. After all, virtually everyone had benefited from this trip either by breaking through a cultivation bottleneck or by significantly increasing their cultivation level.
All of this was inextricably linked to Shin.
For someone as extraordinary as Shin, they naturally wanted to get to know him and build a good relationship.
Shin didn't put on airs, he was very down to earth and got along well with everyone.
Having realized that his trip to Central Plains might be fraught with danger, he had become more cautious.
As long as he had friends all over the world, where could he not go?
And so, the day's closing ceremony came to an end. As night fell, after seeing off all the guests, a massive cloud ship belonging to the Ascendant Guild slowly rose into the sky, setting off on its journey to Zhongzhou. Inside the cloud ship's cabin,
in addition to Shin, Elder Mang, the Lu siblings, and a group of attendants, the party also included Xiaoran and Yu, father and daughter.
"Wait, what are you doing here, Xiaoran?" Shin looked at Xiaoran, who was sipping tea and discussing philosophy with Elder Mang, and was completely baffled.
He couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Junior sister Yu, what does your father mean?"
"You seemed a bit flustered and said, he said that if we run into trouble, we can't always rely on Elder Mang, who is at the tribulation stage, to step in. For enemies at the divine stage and below, he can handle them himself."
"I heard that, but the question is, shouldn't it be Elder Chen?"
"Why did I see your father cover Elder Chen's mouth first before making this request to the sect master?" Shin recalled the scene before they set out, and the corner of his mouth still twitched uncontrollably. Xiaoran, abandoning her usual aloofness, passionately volunteered to take on the mission before the sect master. But the key point was that the way he de-covered Elder Chen's mouth inevitably made people think that these were all Elder Chen's words.
"And why bring you along?" Shin asked, spreading his hands.
Hearing this, Yu grew even more flustered, her face almost turning red.
"Well, ask him then." "I don't know."
Shin shook his head and chuckled, feeling rather speechless. In truth, he knew exactly what Xiaoran meant. First, she wanted to use him to break through her own bottleneck. That so-called secret treasure hadn't helped her achieve a breakthrough. As soon as she heard that he'd even guided a fusion stage cultivator to a breakthrough, she naturally couldn't sit still.
Second, it was also a bit like an attempt to set him up with you.
Shin found this both amusing and exasperating.
Would she even sell her own daughter just to break through? That's just unbelievable. Alright then, since you're here, might as well make the best of it.
Junior sister, could you take another look at this sword technique rune for me and see if it can be optimized any further? Shin let out a soft sigh, pulled out a mechanical figurine, and began studying it together with Yu. You felt a bit helpless about this.
Senior brother Shin is such a smart guy, how could he be so thick-headed?
Xiaoran and Elder Mang, standing with their backs to the pair, exchanged bewildered glances.
A man and a woman alone together like this, shouldn't they be out on the deck admiring the sea of clouds and getting to know each other better? Why did they start studying mechanical runes instead? Was it an accident, or on purpose?
Seeing this, the Lu siblings couldn't help but feel a quiet admiration. Shin's achievements were definitely not a matter of mere luck. This ability to focus on gearcraft at any time and place, to research technology with single-minded dedication while remaining oblivious to a beautiful woman, that's the mark of someone destined for greatness. The rest of the journey passed in silence. 7 days later, as the thunderous clang of a massive bronze gong echoed through the skies, everyone inside the cabin was startled awake. Elder Mang and Xiaoran snapped to attention, gazing coldly through the cabin at the figure bobbing up and down within the clouds. The sound of the gong was the cloud ship's alarm system, designed to sound a warning whenever it detected an unusual presence. That unusual aura was none other than the aura of demons and monsters. Shin, Yu, and the Lu siblings arrived at the cabin entrance and looked out. Lu sighed, there really are demons and monsters blocking our path.
Shin, by now you've probably become a thorn in their side.
Shin hadn't said a word yet.
You said proudly, I've been one for a long time now.
Ever since that battle on the Forbidden God Plains, senior brother Shin has become a prime target that demons are eager to eliminate.
Shin couldn't help but chuckle. Was that really something to be proud of? Just then, Xiaoran spoke in a cold tone, her voice carrying out into the open, which demon dares to block the Ascendant Guild's cloud ship? Have you had enough of living? He. If I weren't from the Ascendant Guild, I wouldn't even bother stopping you. Hand Shin over to me. Whoosh! 3 figures appeared in front of the cloud ship: a wild bull, a serpent horse, and a weasel, all radiating terrifying demonic energy and possessing divine stage cultivation. Elder Meng's lips curled slightly as he said calmly, there are indeed demonic spies within the sect. You handle this, I'll send a message back to the sect master. Xiaoran nodded. Most people were unaware of their itinerary on this trip, only a few knew that he, Xiaoran, had tagged along to protection. No one knew of Elder Meng's presence. Since the demons that appeared this time were all at the divine stage, the scope of who the remaining spies within the sect might be could now be narrowed down. Xiaoran stepped outside and looked at the 3 figures, saying, only these 3 little punks showed up? Not enough for me to kill. The weasel sneered, your strength, Xiaoran, is certainly evident to all, but thinking you can easily dispose of the 3 of us is a pipe dream. Shin is doomed to die today, you can't stop it. As he spoke, he unleashed a torrential yellow wind that engulfed the entire sky. Xiaoran hadn't ventured out in a long time, nor had he fought demons, so a playful spirit stirred within him. The corners of his mouth turned up as he chuckled lightly, I'm confident I can hold off 2 of you, but do you really think the remaining one will be enough to kill Shin? Since you've obtained intelligence that Shin is about to leave, you must already know just how powerful his mechanical creations are. Aren't you afraid that your lifelong reputation will be ruined by a single golden core cultivator? The weasel's eyes turned cold as he looked at Shin with apprehension. They were, of course, well aware of the formidable reputation of Shin's mechanical creations. But Shin was, after all, just a golden core cultivator. If the 3 of them all at the divine stage couldn't kill him, that would be utter nonsense. Besides, fusion stage demons simply couldn't get too close to Dongzhou and Zhengzhou. The fact that all 3 of them had been dispatched for this mission was already an assassination operation of unprecedented scale. Mang Yo grumbled, don't try to scare us. Did Shin really have a mechanical creation capable of threatening divine stage cultivators, just because he claimed so at the Immortal Tao conference? Then why haven't we ever seen you demonstrate it? Such blustering tricks won't scare us. Besides, even if he does have one, so what? I, old ox, have the thickest hide around. I'd love to see if that bullshit mechanical creation can even pierce my hide. The horse snake, with a horse's head and a snake's body, also said, my speed is among the fastest in the world. I don't believe any mechanical contraption could hit me. Xiaoran, if you've got the guts, let Shin give it a try. Let us see if I kill him first, or if his mechanical contraption wipes me out first. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Xiaoran hadn't said a thing. Shin suddenly spoke up, fine. I've actually been wanting to test just how effective my mechanical contraption really is. With that, Shin walked out onto the deck and exchanged a glance with the 3-headed demon through the protective shield. Seeing this, the 3-headed demon immediately began to stir restlessly. Hearing this, Xiaoran furrowed his brow slightly and said, this is the demon's ploy to goad us. Don't act rashly, just leave it to me. He knew full well that if Shin took even a single step outside the cloud vessel's protective shield, he would likely face an all-out attack from the enemy immediately. He couldn't stand by and let that happen. However, upon hearing this, Shin secretly transmitted his voice, Peak Master, you, don't panic. We still have Elder Meng backing us up, right? Just let me test out my mechanical contraptions. Xiaoran's expression eased slightly. He'd almost forgotten there was a master behind them. In that case, a little fun wouldn't hurt. If Shin could truly eliminate these 3 divine stage demons, no, even if he could eliminate just one, it would be an unprecedented feat. In the future, the divine stage demons would be utterly humiliated before the human cultivators.
Because once Shin achieves this, it will essentially mean that in the future, nearly all mid-tier cultivators in the entire cultivation world will be capable of doing the same. For the demons, this would be nothing short of a catastrophe.
Shin stood right in front of Xiaoran, completely unafraid.
This left the Lu's siblings somewhat stunned. Although they knew there was another tribulation stage cultivator in the cabin, and that they had absolutely nothing to worry about on this journey, Shin's audacity daring to step forward to face 3 divine stage demons still left them both in disbelief.
Could he really use mechanical contraptions to kill a divine stage demon?
That was simply too far-fetched. Although they already knew Shin had slain many soul stage cultivators on the immortal demon battlefield, the gap between the divine stage and the soul stage was no small matter. The initial formation of the primordial spirit is known as the primordial infant. When the primordial spirit reaches full maturity, it is known as the transformed spirit. Before their lifespan is exhausted, divine stage beings are virtually immortal and indestructible.
As long as even a fragment of their primordial spirit remains, they can reconstruct their physical body and return even if their physical form has been completely obliterated.
Even if they cannot reconstruct their physical body, as long as their primordial spirit isn't targeted by specific methods, they can persist in the world indefinitely or even possess a human body to be reborn.
This is the nature of divine stage cultivators, and the same applies to demons and monsters.
Killing a divine stage being even one at the same cultivation level is extremely difficult.
The sword cultivator Xiaoran is quite formidable, isn't he?
He is confident he can slay the 3 divine stage demons before him, but he cannot guarantee he can completely annihilate them. At most, he can destroy their physical bodies. If he were to exert his full strength, of course, he could achieve it.
But demons aren't stupid.
Before their physical bodies are destroyed, they'll sense they're outmatched and immediately flee in a rainbow of light. They certainly won't just stand there waiting for you to kill them. Therefore, after giving it some thought, the Lu siblings came to a firm conclusion.
Shin absolutely cannot kill a divine stage demon. At most, he can destroy its physical body.
But even that is already incredibly far-fetched.
Can Shin really do it?
As if hearing the Lu siblings' inner thoughts, you said confidently, "Senior brother will definitely annihilate these 3 despicable demons. He'll kill them once and for all."
Lu exchanged a glance with his older sister, Yashuan, and said with a wry smile, "Where does that confidence come from? Not even your father would dare say he is certain he can do it, right?"
Yu shook her head slightly. "You know very little about senior brother's abilities."
"Since I'm by his side all day, I naturally know some of his secrets. Just watch, these 3 demons will definitely go down in history.
In the future, whenever people speak of senior brother's legend, they'll surely mention these 3 demons slain by senior brother, a core stage cultivator." The Lu siblings exchanged another glance, still harboring their skepticism. If Shin could really pull this off, he'd undoubtedly be the greatest golden core cultivator of all time.
On the deck, Shin calmly took out an inventory bag and said, "Aren't you going to make any preparations? Once I make my move, you probably won't even have a chance to fight back."
The 3 demons exchanged glances and suddenly burst into wild laughter.
"Ha ha ha ha. This guy really thinks we're pushovers.
No wonder he is a human genius mechanical engineer who reached the 13th rank on the hunting grounds list while still at the foundation establishment stage. That kind of confidence truly puts us to shame."
Old ox, am standing right here. If you can make me bleed even a little, I'll submit to you immediately." Shin raised an eyebrow. "Hey, bull-headed one, do you mean that?"
"Of course I do. Old ox, never tell lies."
The wild ox demon pounded his chest and declared solemnly.
Shin nodded. "All right, I hope you keep your word.
I happen to need a bodyguard."
No sooner had the words left his mouth than he opened his inventory bag and swiftly released a dense swarm of automatons, which formed a star-like formation outside Yunzhou's protective shield. As far as the eye could see, the space within a 5-li radius was completely filled by the automaton swarm. Moreover, each automaton in the swarm was equipped with 4 mana bombs.
The weasel-like creature laughed derisively. "Is that it? Is that the best you've got? I've heard of your automaton swarm. Aren't they just some flying objects capable of carrying mana bombs? We divine stage cultivators can traverse 1,000 li in the blink of an eye."
If we were to be injured by something like this, we might as well just crash to the ground and die.
Shin smiled, don't get ahead of yourself.
It's not too late to judge after you've tasted it that way, you end up eating your words. With that, a swarm of automaton swarms surged forward with a thunderous roar, charging headlong at the three demons from high above. Just as Mang Nyo was about to test their strength, he heard Snake Horse say, "Don't rush, brother No. Let me see what this is all about first." With that, his form transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, darting rapidly through the sky wherever he passed. The automaton swarm suffered heavy casualties.
Ha 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 ha. Is that all?
Snake Horse roared with laughter. Without you, the automaton master, controlling them, these automaton swarm are as dumb as rocks, utterly useless.
Shin, why don't you come out and give it a try? Shin replied without batting an eye, what's the rush?
The main course is just getting started. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the automaton swarm suddenly became agile. Not only did their speed skyrocket, but their agility also reached its peak. Just like real hornets, they began darting back and forth ceaselessly high in the sky. In that instant, Shima felt as if he were truly under attack by a swarm of hornet demons.
Of course, he was still handling the situation with ease, exclaiming, "No way! This is impossible!" Shin, is that the best you can do?
Shin smiled faintly and softly uttered a single word, "Explode." As soon as the word left his lips, the portion of the automaton swarm surrounding Shima instantly exploded all at once, one after another.
Boom! An extremely intense mana shockwave spread out instantly, causing Shima to turn pale repeatedly. He had to cast several defensive spells and teleportation spells in quick succession before finally escaping danger.
Once it regained its footing, the serpent horse glared and snarled, "You son of a bitch, you're ambushing me, aren't you?"
Aren't these automaton swarms supposed to only drop mana bombs?
Why can they self-destruct like that? Shin didn't answer, he simply raised a hand and pointed lightly. Instantly, all the remaining automaton swarms accelerated to their absolute limit and charged madly toward the serpent horse.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The sound of explosions rang out incessantly. The terrifying mana fluctuations caused the entire space to tremble and become unstable. Only then did the three demons' expressions suddenly change. It's true that the divine stage allows one to travel 1,000 li in an instant. Those skilled in speed can even cover several thousand or 10,000 li. But the problem was that whether it was teleportation or instant movement, they could only be cast when the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind as well as the Chinkuan space were relatively calm. At this moment, the space had been blasted to the point where the five elements no longer existed, only pure, explosive mana remained, causing the space itself to tremble violently. Neither teleportation nor instant movement could be used for the time being. They could only rely on their flying speed to evade, or purely on defense to hold out. But considering the power of the earlier explosion and the seemingly endless automaton swarm before them, it seemed that even a divine stage cultivator wouldn't last long. At that moment, all three demons realized something was wrong. The weasel rat cried out urgently, "Let us attack together and weather this wave." The snake horse was too stunned to say a word and quickly ducked behind the wild bull. Just as he said, he was the fastest of the three demons, but, correspondingly, his defense was the weakest. At that moment, the wild bull growled hoarsely, "I'll go first." With that, he roared toward the heavens, transforming into his massive true form to shield the weasel and the snake horse behind him. He then roared furiously at Shin, "I don't believe you can break through my defenses."
Shin's lips curled slightly, "Then go ahead and try." With that, an inventory bag reappeared in his hand, releasing a countless swarm of automatons.
While Shin focused on bombarding the three demons. Whether it was Xiaoran and her daughter, the Lu siblings, or even Elder Meng in the cabin, they were all somewhat stunned at that moment. Watching the automaton swarm unleash a frenzied barrage across the sky, a single thought simultaneously crossed their minds.
Is this right? Is this how the automaton swarm is supposed to be used?
According to Shin's demonstration at the Immortal Arts Tournament, as well as the subsequent explanations from the Forge Peak disciples, the automaton swarm was meant to be equipped with mana bombs for sweeping large areas. How could a battle like this, which was practically a one-on-one fight, look like this? So many automaton swarms were being destroyed by the three-headed demoness attacks and their own self-detonations.
Doesn't Tishan care at all? Boom! Boom! Boom!
Just as they were left dumbfounded, Shen's bombardment continued. Countless automaton swarms launched a relentless series of self-destruct attacks, forcing the three-headed divine stage demon to curl up and defend itself with all its might.
Boom! Another violent explosion rang out.
The brute ox, who had boasted of his thick hide and his ability to protect his companions, was instantly torn to shreds and could no longer hold out.
This one do. We've got to take him down, the brute ox roared.
The weasel's face darkened. I know, but how can we break through that cloud vessel's protective shield while withstanding all these explosions? Snake Horse let out a long, piercing cry. Shen, have you no shame?
We agreed to a fair fight. What kind of skill is it to hide inside a cloud vessel?
Shen chuckled.
I'm a golden core cultivator facing 3 of you divine stage demons, and you're telling me I can't hide in the cloud vessel? Don't you have any shame?
Snake Horse was instantly at a loss for words.
Just then, one of Mang Yo's defensive demonic spells was blown apart.
Shen's pupils narrowed as he issued the final attack command to the swarm of automatons dancing through the sky. In an instant, the automaton swarm coalesced into a cluster and began launching relentless self-destruct attacks against the 3 demonic beasts. Whenever the three-headed demon cast a long-range spell, it was immediately surrounded by the dense swarm of automatons, which obliterated the spell with ferocious explosions. As a result, a narrow gap formed in the air, resembling a passageway. In the next instant, 100 automatons, each carrying a divine stage mana bomb capable of obliterating their targets, accelerated to full speed and shot through the gap.
Boom!
A violent explosion rang out once more, followed by 3 earth-shaking screams that were hardly any quieter than the blast itself. As the aftershocks of the explosion subsided slightly, Sharan, Yu, Lu, and Yashwan all gasped in unison. The serpent horse had all but vanished, leaving only a stub of its serpentine tail.
The weasel rat wasn't faring much better either. Half its body was gone.
The only one still relatively intact was the wild ox, though one of its horns had been snapped off, and its body was covered in wounds. Yu snapped back to her senses, immediately pumping her little fist and exclaiming, I told you senior brother Shen had what it takes. Yashwan exchanged a glance with her younger brother. Both wore expressions of mixed emotions. We more or less believed Shen was capable of it, but we never expected him to go this far. We anticipated that Shen would be incredibly impressive just for wounding a single divine stage demon. Who could have imagined he'd leave all 3 in such a state?
What's the difference between this and killing them? With their physical bodies destroyed, their power is bound to decline.
If Shaoran were to strike now, he'd surely be able to finish them off.
Is this what Shen's full power looks like? Is this the proper way to use the automaton swarm? It's absolutely mind-boggling.
At that moment, Shaoran let out a long sigh, but a hint of despondency crossed his face. He suddenly felt as though he had grown old. Having vowed since his youth to wield a sword and slay demons, he had devoted half his life to rigorous sword cultivation, ascended to the divine stage, and considered himself quite formidable. But seeing Shen create miracle after miracle, he suddenly felt like a joke.
So what if he was a divine stage sword cultivator?
Even giving it his all, he could only slay 1 or 2 demons of the same realm.
And Shen?
Without lifting a finger or spilling a drop of blood, he had severely wounded 3 demons while casually chatting, and he'd done it all as a golden core cultivator. This gap wasn't just small, it was enormous.
Had he really grown old and fallen behind the times? Had sword cultivators never actually been the most lethal among all professions? Shaoran couldn't help but wonder. But immediately, his innate, ethereal sword heart banished these embryonic demons of the mind and other distracting thoughts, reaffirming his resolve on the path. It wasn't that sword cultivators were inadequate, nor was it that he was inadequate. Rather, Shen was simply too extraordinary. A mechanical engineer of this caliber hadn't appeared in 10,000 years. Shen was one of a kind. One couldn't judge Shen by ordinary standards, nor was there any need to compare himself to Shen. As long as he successfully broke through his bottleneck and advanced to the fusion stage, he would still be the most gifted sword cultivator in the entire cultivation world,
and he would still be able to crush demons of the same realm. With that thought, Xiaoran looked at Shin again, his gaze much more at ease. Still, he remained deeply awed. As a golden core cultivator, he had effortlessly defeated 3 divine stage demons, a feat unprecedented in history, and one that might never be matched again. Although he relied on external aids, wasn't a sword cultivator's sword also an external aid? Not to mention, Shin had crafted these mechanical contraptions entirely by himself.
No one can tarnish Shin's achievements today. Shun!
I'll fight you to the death, the weasel rat roared, barely managing to control what remained of its body. You dared to destroy my physical form and block my path, I will kill you.
The snake horse's spiritual essence manifested and roared furiously.
The wild ox rubbed his severed horn, opened his mouth, but said nothing. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Shin was now filled with apprehension and fear. During the explosion just now, he had sensed it very clearly. Had Shin not shifted slightly, he would undoubtedly have borne the brunt of the blast and been the first to have his physical form destroyed. The reason Shin had acted this way must have been because of that remark made before the battle began, "I happen to need a bodyguard." That was why he had controlled the automaton swarm to slightly shift the epicenter of the explosion, directing most of its force toward the weasel and the snake horse. Realizing this, the wild bull fell silent.
He was pondering one thing: should he truly honor his promise and submit to Shun?
After all, the situation was now crystal clear. Even if Shin didn't intervene, they had no way to escape. Xiaoran would hunt them down until they were dead. Of course, the snake horse and the weasel rat would most likely die, but he still had a chance to escape. But the question was, at what cost? Compared to sword cultivators, he who specialized in defense simply couldn't outrun them.
Just as Mang Niu was pondering this,
Shin spoke up, "You came here to kill me. This was always a matter of life and death."
"What, did you really expect me to let you off the hook? Ha, it's truly laughable how you're spouting threats before you've even escaped this peril."
No sooner had the words left his mouth than
another series of explosions rang out.
Shin smiled faintly, "Sect Master, you, please kill those 2, but spare that ox's life. I'll use him as my mount and bodyguard." Xiaoran nodded slightly before he even moved. His sword struck first. Whoosh! A streak of sword light sliced through the sky. First, it severed what remained of the weasel rat's body, then, tracing an arc, the sword's glow encircled and confined the spiritual essences of the snake horse and the weasel rat, as well as the bewildered wild ox standing there.
Retrieve! Seal!
Xiaoran uttered the 2 words in quick succession, and the streak of swordlight immediately brought back the wild ox and the 2 spiritual essences.
The weasel and the snake horse, now in their spiritual essence forms, fell into Xiaoran's scabbard, their faces filled with resentment.
Under the threat of the sword tip, the wild bull wisely transformed into his human body with ox head form and knelt down immediately. "Wild bull, I greet my master." Shin shook his head and chuckled, "You bull-headed fellow, you really know how to be flexible and swallow your pride. I thought I'd have to torment you for a while before you'd submit."